Didi driver Yi Chen, crossing the access selection system, randomly activates special passenger selection missions. The beautiful president, rewarding the Pagani limited edition sports car, the charm value plus 10 billion group president. Second tier female star, Gulfstream G550 luxury private jet, acting plus 10. The book is famous. Why do beautiful women like to ride in my car? Become a boss with Didi. How to spend too much money. Chapter 1 Didi selection system. Yi Chen, let's break up. The voice of my girlfriend Yao Lily came from the phone. Why did you break up? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. I pick you up from get off work every day, and I use all the money I earn from driving Didi to buy you luxury goods. Did I do anything wrong? You did nothing wrong. I don't want my boyfriend to be a Didi driver driving a Xiaoli car. I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh in a Xiaoli car. Goodbye. The phone call was hung up. The latest update popped up in Yao Lily's circle of friends. The background was a BMW car and there was a man's hand on Yao Lily's waist in the picture. Damn it, I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh in a Xiaoli car. It's obvious that I found a rich second-generation guy and dumped me. Yi Chen traveled through time to a parallel world 10 years ago. He was originally a white-collar worker with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, he was framed by his colleagues because of his good performance and lost his job, so he had to drive Didi. I had a girlfriend and wanted to get along well with her, but after all my devotion, it turned out that she was just a spare tire. Others who traveled through time all had systems to support them, and they were so awesome, but Yi Chen was left with nothing but misery. On the side of the road, a beautiful woman in a black suit and high heels waved at Yi Chen. The beauty's appearance score is over 95 points, but there is a hint of cold arrogance on her face. Yi Chen parked the car on the side of the road. The beautiful woman opened the door and sat in the back seat. After calming down, Yi Chen showed a professional smile to the beautiful woman. Welcome to Didi's special car. The beauty was very cool and just nodded slightly. Yi Chen started the car and drove towards his destination. With a pleasant ringtone, the beautiful woman's phone rang and the call was connected. Mr. Chen, didn't we already have an agreement with Yida Group? Why are you going back on your word? Boss Su, we can sign the agreement, but you have to come and have a couple of drinks with me tonight. I'll sign the contract if I'm happy. This. Suwani frowned, gritting her teeth. Suwani said, okay, I'll go to the hotel now. Suwani, the business goddess of Shanghai, with her extremely good looks, keen business acumen, and decisive personality, I don't know how many men have pursued her, but behind the glamour and beauty lies sadness. It is very difficult for a woman to make a living in the business world. Suwani is very smart. She knows that Mr. Chen has no good intentions in asking her to drink, but this agreement is too important to her and she must get it. Ding, the Didi selection system is activated. You will randomly meet a passenger with special attributes every week. If you complete the selection task, you will get the ultimate reward and help the host become a global boss. Passenger's occupation, president. Option 1, comfort the beautiful CEO, gain the perfect flattery skill, flattery plus 10, and the beautiful CEO rewards you 1 million. Option 2, pour cold water on the beautiful CEO, gain the poisonous tongue skill, coldness plus 10, and a Baudeli fitness card worth 100,000 yuan. Option 3, help the female president solve her troubles, get a limited edition luxury car, charm value plus 10, and become the heir to the president of Qiani Group. Oh shit, seeing the prompt in his mind, Yi Chen was stunned. He actually encountered the legendary system. Option 1 of the 3 tasks is the best to complete, and the rewards are pretty good. As for option 2, Yi Chen simply ignored it. It was not Yi Chen's style to add insult to injury. Option 3, although troublesome, has great rewards. At that moment, Yi Chen said in his heart, system, I choose option 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a successful choice and receiving a 10 million red envelope reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Pagani limited edition sports car. The car is in the destination parking lot. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a charm value of plus 10. Your attraction to women has doubled. Byte, congratulations to the host for becoming the president of Yida Group. Ding, the host can activate a new special passenger selection task if he gets 5 positive stars in the system rating within a week. Suwani put down her phone, raised her head, and was stunned when she saw Yi Chen's profile. This Didi guy is quite handsome. When getting in the car just now, Suwani didn't notice Yi Chen. At this moment, sitting in the back seat, Suwani stared at Yi Chen, and the more she looked, the more excited she became. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Brother Didi, can you do me a favor? What help? Yi Chen asked. Come with me to the banquet. If I get drunk, send me back to the Estée Group. Of course it won't be in vain. I can give you money. Su Wani understood that if she went to the cocktail party, it would be very dangerous if she got drunk. It would be different if I took Yi Chen with me. At least there was a man with me, and the other party would definitely not dare to be too unrestrained. No, I still have to run. 100,000, that's enough money for you to drive Didi for a year. Okay, deal. Yi Chen originally wanted to help Su Wani, and his refusal just now was just a tactic of playing hard to get. If he was too proactive, it would make the other party suspicious. Why Yi Chen parked the car in the parking lot of the Marriott Hotel. As soon as Su Wani got out of the car, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I am Lin Li, the general manager of Yida Group. You have just acquired 40% of the shares of Yida Group and become the president of the company. Now I need you to sign a share transfer agreement. Oh, I'm at the Marriott Hotel, just come and see me directly. Yi Chen said. Okay, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen and Su Wani went into the hotel together. As Su Wani entered the box, a bald man in his 50s stood up. Boss Su, it's really not easy to date you. Chen Li frowned when he saw Yi Chen standing beside him. Who is this? Chen Li pointed at Yi Chen. He is my driver, Yi Chen. Oh, the driver. Chen Li sneered and ignored Yi Chen. The three of them sat down and the food and wine were served. Su Wani asked anxiously, Mr. Chen, do you see our agreement? There's no rush to reach an agreement, let's drink first. Chen Li poured Su Wani a full glass of wine. Boss Su, didn't I tell you? If you accompany me for a drink, I will sign an agreement with you immediately. Su Wani looked at the full wine glass and frowned. After drinking a glass of wine, she will definitely be drunk today. Boss Su, I can sign this agreement with you or someone else. Whether I can sign it depends on your performance today. Chen Li said as he stared greedily at Su Wani's sexy body. Su Wani understood that it would be impossible to sign the contract if she didn't drink this glass of wine today. She glanced at Yi Chen. Now that she was drunk, she could only rely on this man. Su Wani took a deep breath. Okay. As she spoke, Su Wani was about to pick up the wine glass. I'm sorry, Mr. Su can't drink. Yi Chen said as he snatched the wine glass in front of Su Wani and poured the wine in the glass onto the ground. Su Wani was stunned and looked at Yi Chen. She didn't expect that he would just pour the wine out. Chen Li was also stunned, and then his face became ferocious and furious. A mere driver actually dared to pour his wine. New book, please vote and collect. Chapter 2, Be Low-Key. How dare a stinky driver meddle in other people's business? Do you know who you are? Chen Li pointed at Yi Chen and cursed. Why Yi Chen sneered, what do you think my identity is? Chen Li smiled arrogantly, with a mocking look on his face. Are you just a poor idiot who drives a car? Really? You are from Yida Group. Yes, I am the general manager of the project department of Yida Group. What a coincidence. I am also from Yida Group. Are you from Yida Group? Which department are you from? I will fire you immediately. Chen Li said with a gloomy face. Mr. Chen, please don't fire him. Is it okay for me to drink? Su Wani was very touched that Yi Chen stood up for her. However, Su Wani couldn't bear to see Yi Chen lose his job because of her. Chen Li saw Su Wani give in and pointed at Jiang Chen arrogantly. Get out of here right now, kid. I won't pursue you for Wani's sake. Don't worry, Miss Su. He can't fire me. Yi Chen looked indifferent. Su Wani thought Yi Chen was standing up for her, and said angrily, Yida Group is a Fortune 500 company. If you are fired because of me, I will feel guilty. Chen Li thought he had Yi Chen in his hands. Humph, you are also a low-level employee in Yida Group, right? You dare to save the beauty in front of me, are you worthy? Get out, don't embarrass yourself here. Chen Li, who are you asking to get out? Just then the door of the box was pushed open, and a woman in an OL uniform and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Mr. Lin? Why are you here? Chen Li was stunned when he saw the beautiful woman in front of him. The beauty glared at Chen Li and walked straight to Yi Chen, bowed and said, Mr. Yi. Shenli was stunned. Suwani was also stunned. Yeah. Yi Chen nodded. Lin Li, right? I haven't even taken office yet, and someone is already trying to fire me. Yi Chen said calmly. Shenli was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Mr. He suddenly remembered that the company had just announced today that the chairman had transferred 40% of the company's shares to a young man named Ye. It can't be him. Lin Li glanced at Shenli and said, Boss Yi, you are now the president of the company. You can fire anyone from Yida Group at will, including me. Shenli trembled when he heard this, and his face turned pale instantly. Mr. Yi? Suwani looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. She never dreamed that the Didi guy was actually the domineering president of Yida Group. Yi Chen looked at Shenli jokingly. You just told me to get out, and you want to fire me, right? Shenli's legs went weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. Boss Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me. Shenli almost cried. You are the president of Yida Group. Why the hell are you pretending to be a driver? Is it fun to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Yi Chen shook his head. Your fault is not that you offended me, but that you abused the company's power and threatened partners. People like you are a disaster if they stay in the company. Boss Yi, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Go away, you are fired. Shenli's face turned pale and he sat down on the ground. As the general manager of Yida Group, he earns 1 million yuan a year. It took him more than 10 years to reach this position, but because of his momentary lust, he lost his job. Suwani was also shocked. She never expected that the Didi driver she met on the road turned out to be the president of Yida Group. Suwani added Loki rich man to the label of handsome young man, the legendary male god. In Suwani's heart, men are nothing more than chickens and pottery dogs. But today she felt the feeling of heartbeat for the first time. Yi Chen looked at Shenli. Smiling, I'll give you a parting message. Be as low-key as I am. Do you understand? Shenli, low profile, low hammer, the president of a listed group went to work as a driver. Why don't you go to heaven? Regarding the signing matter, please contact Mr. Lin directly. I'll take you back to the company. Yi Chen looked at Suwani and smiled. Okay. Suwani nodded shyly after signing the agreement. Yi Chen and Suwani came to the parking lot. Suwani walked towards Yi Chen's broken Xiaoli. Yi Chen pressed the key in his hand. Take my car. Beep beep. Next to the Xiaoli car, the headlights of a Pagani sports car lit up. Then, the car door slowly opened like wings. Looking at the cool Pagani sports car, Suwani was stunned. Suwani had seen Pagani's limited edition function sports car in a magazine. There was only one in the country and it was worth more than 30 million. However, when Suwani thought of Yi Chen's identity, she felt relieved. It is quite normal for the president of Yida Group to drive a sports car worth 30 million. The only abnormal thing is that this guy actually ran Didi. Are all billionaires nowadays so good at playing? Yi Chen sat in the Pagani car, which was luxurious, cool and comfortable. The beautiful woman and the luxury car are all here. Yi Chen opened the Didi driver app seriously. Boss Su, can you please support us and place an order? Suwani chuckled. Well, I'm so honored to have President Yida as my driver. Suwani opened the Didi app and placed an order. Yi Chen stepped on the accelerator and the Pagani made a sharp roar. Feeling the strong push from behind, Suwani unconsciously fastened her seatbelt. The 30 million Pagani driving on the road immediately became the most beautiful car on the entire road. Oh my god, this is a Pagani. There seems to be only one in the whole country, and it costs 30 million. Which rich young man is here to rock the streets? The lady in the passenger seat is so pretty. Ah, beautiful woman and nice car, but it's a pity that I'm not the one driving. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Yi Chen sent Suwani to her destination. Thank you for taking my car. If you need anything, you can always contact me to place an order. By the way, can you add me on WeChat? It was the first time Suwani asked another boy for WeChat. No problem. After adding each other on WeChat, Yi Chen drove away. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the first praise star, January 5th, and rewarding 50 million RMB. Oh my god. 50 million renminbi. Yi Chen now has more than 60 million in savings, plus his identity as the president of Yida. What would be his girlfriend's expression if she knew his net worth? Yi Chen is looking forward to it. Ding ding. There is a new order. Yi Chen clicked to accept the order and took a look at the destination, Jinsho Garden, which was 1.2 kilometers away from Yi Chen. Chapter 3, Go ahead, you're welcome. Jinsho Garden is an upscale residential area in Shanghai, and usually he can only park his car outside to wait for customers to eye in the security booth. The property security guard saw a cool sports car roaring towards them and his eyes froze slightly. The owner of such a luxurious sports car must be an extraordinary person. Yi Chen's car had just stopped, and the security guard didn't even ask, but saluted with his body straight, then pressed the button on the barrier. The barrier is raised. Having money is awesome. You can go anywhere without any obstacles. Yi Chen parked the car downstairs and dialed the phone. Hello, is this Miss Lin? I'm already downstairs. Didi brother, I have a heavy box. Can you come up and help me move it? I'm on the 20th floor. I will give you a good review. Okay, wait for me, I'll be up soon. On the other end of the phone, Lin Shanshan was stunned. This guy's voice was so nice. Yi Chen parked the car downstairs and took the elevator to the 20th floor. At the door, I saw a girl wearing a cartoon t-shirt standing in front of a big box. When the little girl saw Yi Chen, her eyes lit up. I didn't expect the Didi guy not only has such a nice voice, but is also so handsome. Love it. Lin Shanshan, who was obsessed with appearance, was immediately attracted by the handsome, cool, and elegant boy in front of her. Brother, I drank pulse and ate jelly today, but I still can't help but feel moved by you. Lin Shanshan couldn't help but say. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's better to act than to be moved. Having said that, Yi Chen gave Lin Shanshan a hug. Okay, I hugged you to let you know that you can't just look at men on appearance. There are many scumbags among handsome men, so don't confess your feelings easily, otherwise, you will be miserable if you meet a scumbag. Yi Chen said, bent down, picked up the box, and entered the elevator. Lin Shanshan was completely stunned by Yi Chen's hug just now. Is this what being in love feels like? Seeing that the elevator was about to close, Lin Shanshan hurried in. It doesn't matter, little brother, even if you are a scumbag, I will accept it. Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan had just walked to the gate when a BMW 740 stopped in front of them with a sudden brake sound. A short and fat young man wearing international brand name clothes got off the car and his eyes lit up when he saw Lin Shanshan holding a bouquet of roses. He walked towards Lin Shanshan and said affectionately, Shanshan, I only recognize one god in this world, your eyes. Lin Shanshan frowned, then I would rather have dull eyes. Shanshan, be my girlfriend. The man said unwillingly. Chendong, I said it's impossible for us. Why? Chendong was stunned for a moment, looking unwilling. Lin Shanshan glanced at Yi Chen beside her and suddenly took his arm. Because I already have a boyfriend, and he is my boyfriend. Yi Chen was confused. When did I become your boyfriend? When Chendong saw Yi Chen wearing Didi's work clothes, he immediately sneered. Shanshan, don't lie to me. How can he be your boyfriend if he's a runaway? Chendong looked at Yi Chen coldly. Although he looks very handsome, the work uniform of Didi Chuxing is extremely eye-catching. Chendong, stop bothering me. I already have a boyfriend. Yes, this Didi guy is my boyfriend. Lin Shanshan said happily. Chendong's face turned grim after hearing this. He said coldly, Shanshan, I will make him leave you. Chendong took out a stick from the car and said coldly, boy, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get out of here, I'll smash your car. Seeing that Chendong was trying to mess around, Lin Shanshan's expression changed slightly. Chendong, don't do anything stupid. Nonsense? Humph. A Didi driver dares to snatch a woman from me, Chendong. I think he is tired of living. Yi Chen smiled jokingly, are you sure you want to smash my car? What good car can a Didi driver like you drive? If you smash it, I can just buy you another one. Yi Chen nodded, okay, but remember, if you don't dare to smash my car, I will smash your car. As he spoke, Yi Chen pressed the car key in his hand. In a parking space not far from the BMW, a cool Pagani Huayra sports car slowly spread its wings. Pagani. Lin Shanshan also had an expression of disbelief on her face. Wasn't her name Shali? How could it be Pagani? Chendong was stunned when he saw the Pagani sports car. Pagani, more than 30 million. How can he afford it? Besides, how could he afford to offend someone who drove a Pagani? Chendong was holding a stick in his hand, looking embarrassed. Yi Chen smiled faintly, go ahead and smash it. You're welcome. Chendong held the stick in his hand, But he didn't have the courage to raise it. Seeing that Qindong didn't dare to take action, Yi Chen directly snatched the stick from his hand. You don't want to smash it? I do. Bang bang bang, Yi Chen hit the BMW with a few sticks, then threw the sticks on the ground. He turned around and walked towards the Pagani sports car holding Lin Shanshan's hand. Before getting in the car, Yi Chen said to Qindong jokingly, "Next time, drive a more high-end car to show off, otherwise it will be too embarrassing." Qindong felt heartbroken when he saw the dented body of the BMW, but he was afraid of Yi Chen's identity and dared not speak out. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the roar of the Pagani, Yi Chen drove away in the Pagani sports car. Qindong stared at the Pagani's taillights with a dazed look on his face. What the hell, are you pretending to be cool? No matter how much you pretend, you can't pretend as well as you can. He is obviously a rich second generation. Why is he running Didi, seeing his beloved woman getting into someone else's car? Qindong was so angry that he kicked the door of the BMW hard. Phew, the door of the BMW was instantly dented. My BMW. Looking at the car door that was kicked and deformed, Qindong cried out in pain. Thank you. Lin Shanshan sat in the sports car, her heart pounding. Yi Chen's handsome performance just now has completely conquered this beauty. Lin Shanshan was sent to her destination, which happened to be the Haitang Bay sales office. Do you work here? Yi Chen asked curiously. Yeah. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Lin Shanshan submitted the order and gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-star rating. Activating the second star, February 5th, will reward 100 renminbi million. Yi Chen parked the car on the side of the road and said, I just want to buy a house. Can you show me around? Okay, but Lin Shanshan was a little embarrassed. In fact, Lin Shanshan had been fired because of poor performance, and she came here to pack up and prepare to leave. Why, you're not worried that I can't afford a house, are you? Yi Chen said with a smile. Of course not. Then I will finish this last deal before I leave. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shanshan took Yi Chen into the sales office. As soon as Lin Shanshan and Yi Chen entered the sales hall, they heard a sarcastic voice. Chapter 4, Ex-Girlfriends Taunting. Hey, isn't this Shanshan? Oh, I forgot that you have been fired. You are the salesperson with the worst performance in the company, and you deserve to be fired. Salesperson Yang Tao said sarcastically. Lin Shanshan felt a little aggrieved but didn't say anything. In fact, it was not that she lacked business ability, but that several old employees in the company bullied her because she was a newcomer and did not give her any chance to interact with customers. Every day she just does odd jobs running around and helping customers make copies. In fact, she does the most in the company, but the evaluation at the end of the month is based on performance. She was the first person to be eliminated from the last round. I'll quit after I finish my last business deal. Is this the client you brought? Yang Tao looked at Yi Chen jokingly. When I saw Yi Chen's Didi work uniform, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, Lin Shanshan, are you kidding me? Bringing a Didi driver to buy a house? Yang Tao said sarcastically. That's right. Can he afford a toilet? Shanshan, I know you care about your reputation, so you don't need to find a Didi driver to show off. Several other sales clerks looked at Yi Chen, who was wearing the Didi driver's uniform, with disdain. Yi Chen also roughly understood Lin Shanshan's situation in the sales office and smiled faintly. Shanshan, please introduce me to the most expensive property here. The most expensive property? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Tao and several other salesmen were stunned. Yang Tao said coldly, You are a Didi driver, why are you asking about the most expensive real estate? Can you afford it? Let me tell you, the real estate here is 50,000 per square meter. You can't even afford a toilet, why install one? Lin Shanshan whispered, Brother Chen, forget it. She understood that Yi Chen was trying to vent her anger, but the villa here was really too expensive. The most expensive villa costs nearly 200 million yuan. How could Lin Shanshan have the nerve to let Yi Chen spend so much money on her? After hearing what Lin Shanshan said, Yang Tao was even more certain that Yi Chen couldn't afford the villa here and said sarcastically, Yes, you are a Didi driver, so you can only buy a pigeon nest in the suburbs. Don't embarrass yourself here. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and said, This lakeside villa is the most expensive villa here, right? I bought it. What? In an instant, the sales office was dead silent. All the salesmen were shocked. That villa is worth 160 million yuan and is the most expensive building in the complex. What did this Didi guy just say? Is he going to buy it? Yang Tao was stunned. Several other salesmen also opened their eyes wide in shock. Lin Shanshan was also stunned and asked cautiously, Brother Chen, do you want to buy a lakeside villa? Yi Chen nodded and smiled. Well, by the way, since you are an employee here, you can give me a discount. Ah. Okay, I'll tell the manager right away. Lin Shanshan said in surprise. Lin Shanshan made a phone call, and soon a manager in a suit ran in, sweating profusely. Shanshan, did you really sell this 160 million villa? Yang Tao couldn't believe his ears. Just now she mocked Yi Chen for buying a pigeon nest in the suburbs, while others directly bought a building worth 160 million yuan. Manager Chen asked tentatively, Mr. Jiang, the original price of this villa is 160 million. Since you are Shanshan's friend, we will give you an 80% discount on the internal price. How about 128 million? No problem, swipe the card. Yi Chen nodded. It's fake, it must be fake. Yang Tao prayed in her heart, because Lin Shanshan's performance was the worst and she was the second worst. If Lin Shanshan really sold the villa, she would be the one to pack up and leave. Yi Chen took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Shanshan. Okay, just swipe the card to complete the procedure. Yang Tao followed Lin Shanshan to the card machine. When Yang Tao saw that the card swipe was successful, he was completely dumbfounded. This Didi guy is really a rich man. Mr. Yi, congratulations on becoming the owner of the lakeside villa. I will help you with the property procedures right away. Manager Chen said excitedly. Yi Chen nodded and said, by the way, some of your employees have very poor quality. What's wrong with Didi brother? Can't Didi brother afford a luxury house? Can't I drive a Pagani to run Didi? If it weren't for Shanshan's face, I would definitely not buy this villa. At this time, several salesmen noticed the Pagani sports car parked at the door. They were totally stunned. The legendary rich second generation who only existed in novels and experienced life actually appeared in front of them. It must be like this. This Didi guy must be a super rich second generation. Driving a Didi means experiencing life. Yi Chen smiled and said, by the way, can you take me to see the house? Chen Shan nodded and glanced at Lin Shanshan. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Why don't you accompany Mr. Yi to look at the house? Lin Shanshan nodded blankly and said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, please follow me, I will take you to see the house. Watching Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan leave, the girls in the sales office had envy in their eyes. Shanshan is so lucky to have hooked up with such a rich second-generation guy. That's right, it must be because of Shanshan that this rich second generation bought the villa here. Spending a ton of money on his girlfriend. Wow, why don't I have a boyfriend like that? Chen Shan glanced at Yang Tao coldly. Yang Tao, you just humiliated such a distinguished customer of ours. Do you know that you almost ruined our big deal? Manager Chen Shan waved his hand. Okay, no need to say more, you are fired, pay your salary and leave immediately. Yang Tao's face turned pale and he sat down on the ground. She was just laughing at Lin Shanshan, but she didn't expect that she would be the one to be fired so soon. Yi Chen drove the car and arrived at the lakeside villa along the community road 5 minutes later. After parking the car next to the villa, Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan got out. The villa is built on an island, surrounded by lakes, with great views. Lin Shanshan said, Mr. Yi, please take a look around first. Since this is your first time staying here, you need to provide your information to the property management. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen came to the lake. The lake was sparkling in the distance and the breeze brought the fragrance of flowers. I never thought that in a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is valuable, there would be a villa with such a good environment. Yi Chen, why are you here? Suddenly a woman's voice came from behind. Seeing the woman behind him, Yi Chen was stunned. Ex-girlfriend Yao Lily. Seeing Yi Chen wearing a Didi worksuit, Yao Lily showed a playful expression on her face. Yi Chen, you actually followed me here. I said it's impossible for us. I won't find a Didi driver as my boyfriend. Sorry, I'm not here to see you. I'm here to look at the house. Yi Chen said lightly. Yao Lily laughed when she heard this. Looking at houses? You are a Didi driver coming here to look at houses. Do you know how much a square meter of houses here cost? Even if you drive a car for your whole life, you still can't afford a house here. Chapter 5 Our 8 character combination. If Yi Chen still had some feelings for Yao Lily before, but at this moment, looking at her materialistic face, he really had no feelings at all. When Yao Lily saw Yi Chen's expression, she felt even more proud as she thought she had hit Yi Chen's weakness. Yi Chen, a man must have aspirations, otherwise how can he be worthy of being a man? She pointed to the lakeside villa and said proudly, "See? This lakeside villa was given to me by my boyfriend. A man like this is a real man. Is this villa your boyfriend's?" Yi Chen was stunned. "Of course, not only the villa, but also this Pagani sports car is mine." Yao Lily pointed at the Pagani sports car parked next to the villa with a proud look on her face. "This is interesting." Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth, took out the car key and pressed it lightly. The Pagani's door opened. Yao Lily was suddenly confused. In a way, how could he have the keys to a Pagani sports car? Yao Lily originally just wanted to show off, but she never dreamed that Yi Chen would actually open the door of the sports car. Isn't he a Didi boy? How can you afford a Pagani? No, could it be that Yi Chen is a rich second generation and drives Didi just to experience life? Yes, that's how it's played out on TV. Why? Yi Chen took out the property certificate from the car and compared it. "Sorry, building H8, this house should be mine." "Yours?" Yao Lily became Spartan in an instant. The villa also belongs to Yi Chen, there is no doubt about that. With the sports car in the mansion, Yi Chen must be a billionaire. This time, Lin Shanshan came over after finishing the formalities. "Mr. Yi, the check-in procedures for the house have been completed. The fingerprint lock has been set up, and you can move in directly." Yi Chen nodded, "Thank you." As he spoke, Yi Chen walked to the gate of the villa, set up the fingerprint lock with the help of Lin Shanshan, and then opened the door. Yao Lily was completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? Just now Yao Lily was standing in front of the villa, dreaming about how great it would be if this billion-dollar mansion was hers. Unexpectedly, she was once so close to this mansion. In an instant, Yao Lily's gaze towards Yi Chen became hot like a female cat in heat. Yao Lily suddenly rushed in front of Yi Chen and hugged his arm. "Xiaochen, I've been optimistic about you for a long time, so I pretended to break up with you in order to trick you into revealing your identity. You are indeed a billionaire." Yi Chen was speechless. "Did you think highly of me at the beginning? Just now you were pointing at my nose and scolding me for being useless." "Yi Chen, this is your secretary. It's okay to fire her. I will be your girlfriend and part-time as your female secretary in the future." Yi Chen, looking at Lin Shanshan, who was standing next to him and had a beauty score of over 95, Yi Chen shook off Yao Lily's hand and said, "I'm sorry, we are not suitable." "No, we are suitable. I have calculated our horoscopes and they are a perfect match." Yi Chen, Yao Lily regretted it so much. How could she have imagined that the spare tire in her eyes turned out to be a rich second generation who drove a Pagani and owned a mansion? Compared to Yi Chen, that BMW man is simply a scumbag. Yao Lily was so excited at the thought of riding in a luxury car and living in this lakeside villa. "I am so lucky, I actually caught a rich husband." "Sorry, I have a girlfriend, this girl." Yi Chen pointed at the little Lolita beside him. "What? She?" No, Yi Chen, I am your girlfriend." "Well, to be exact, it was my ex-girlfriend. You called me and told me that we had broken up." Yi Chen said coldly. "No, I was just kidding you. I love you and I will only love you in my life. Chen, don't abandon me." Yi Chen suddenly laughed. "She is 100 times better looking and fit than you. Why should I choose a money-worshipping bitch like you?" Lin Shanshan's pretty face turned red. Oh my god, did he just say I was his girlfriend? I've been promoted after just knowing each other for half an hour. Happiness comes too suddenly. "Yi Chen, have you forgotten our vows? Although she is better looking than me, she will never do the 36 position in bed with me." "Hey, who said I can't do it? Do you believe that I can do the 70-second form?" Lin Shanshan was unhappy when she heard this and retorted immediately. "Yao Lily, from the moment you called, we have no relationship. Please move aside, I'm leaving." Yi Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the other party and turned around to leave. With a plop, she knelt in front of Yi Chen in order to marry into a wealthy family. Yao Lily tried her best. "Yi Chen, please don't abandon me. You are the only one I love in this life." "Yao Lily, what are you doing?" A man's voice suddenly came from behind. The person who came was none other than Chen Shan, the manager of the sales department. It turns out that Chen Shan is Yao Lily's boyfriend. He brought Yao Lily to the lake island for fun, and suddenly received a notice that the lake villa had been sold, so he hurried to handle the formalities. "When I came back after finishing my work, I saw that my girlfriend was holding the hand of a strange man, kneeling on the ground and saying that she was willing to be his girlfriend. Damn it, Yao Lily had just made a promise to him, but he cheated on her so soon? Yao Lily, you bitch, what do you mean by cheating on me in front of me? Yao Lily was very depressed. She had originally wanted to put on a sad drama to impress Yi Chen, but she didn't expect her real boyfriend to come. When I looked up, I found that Yi Chen had disappeared. Chen Shan snorted coldly, no need to look, they left long ago. Yao Lily's expression changed slightly, and she quickly said to Chen Shan, Xiao Shan, listen to my explanation. Get lost, you bitch, green tea whore, you wanna marry into a wealthy family? Go ahead. But why don't you take a piss and look at your own moral character? You still want to marry into a wealthy family with your current condition? Dream on. Let's break up from now on. Shenshan flicked his sleeves and turned away. Yi Chen didn't catch it, and his boyfriend was also lost. With nothing left, Yao Lily wanted to slap herself hard in the face. Why was I so blind at the beginning? Why did I miss such a handsome young man from a wealthy family? Yao Lily knelt on the ground and burst into tears. Yi Chen drove Lin Shanshan home. Because she had just sold a big order, Lin Shanshan was not fired, but was promoted to deputy general manager of the company, with an extra week's vacation. Mr. Yi, I just thought that woman was too arrogant and retorted casually. I am not that kind of woman. Lin Shanshan said shyly. Ah, what do you mean? Yi Chen pretended to be stupid. It's the 72 moves. I actually don't know how to do it. Lin Shanshan blushed a little. Yi Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Shanshan's shy look. Even if Yao Lily knows 36 positions, so what? This ability can be developed. However, in terms of purity and cuteness, she can't compare to Lin Shanshan. It's okay, I can teach you later. Yi Chen said with a wicked smile. Humph, who needs your teaching? Lin Shanshan knew that she had suffered a loss, and she hit Yi Chen hard with her little hand. After getting off the car, Yi Chen smiled and said, remember to give me a 5-star rating. Lin Shanshan pouted, no more good reviews, unless you add me on WeChat. Yi Chen nodded, no problem. After they added each other on WeChat, Lin Shanshan gave Jiang Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise. Activate the 3rd star, 3/5, and you will be rewarded 1 renminbi billion. Chapter 6, Useless. Yi Chen's sports car can only seat 2 people, which is sometimes inconvenient when there are many passengers, so Yi Chen changed to his broken Xiaoli. I took on a few more jobs. Although the customers gave me 5-star reviews, I did not activate the system's positive reviews. It seems that there is a certain chance of getting good reviews. I just went out and took another order, and the destination of this order is the BMW Forest store. A man and a woman drove a Xiaoli car to the intersection and got in the car. After getting in the car, the man looked at Yi Chen's profile and suddenly shouted, Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned around and was stunned. What a coincidence, the 2 people sitting in the back were actually his old classmates. Yi Chen, I didn't expect it was really you. Feng Tao smiled excitedly. The girl next to Feng Tao asked in disbelief, Yi Chen, why did you run away? Yi Chen smiled and said, it's good to run, Didi. I can earn a lot of free time. Feng Tao nodded and said, that's right. The economy is bad right now and it's hard to find a job. Look at me. I worked so hard for so many years to become a department manager of a listed company. It's not easy. Yi Chen was speechless after listening to Feng Tao's side. Is Feng Tao lamenting about the hardship of life? He is clearly just pretending. Sighing, Feng Tao continued, I worked hard in Shanghai for several years before I bought a house of about 100 square meters in the city center. I also paid a lot of money on the loan. Today, I asked Lily to go buy a BMW with me. I couldn't afford a 7 Series, so I just bought a 5 Series. I'm so poor. Yi Chen was driving the car, listening to Feng Tao complaining about being poor and showing off, with the corners of his mouth raised, but he said nothing. Tian Lily said, Feng Tao, you are really capable. No one would have thought that a top student would start Didi, and you, a poor student, would become a manager. After saying that, Tian Lily smiled awkwardly on purpose. Yi Chen, look at my stinky mouth, please don't mind it, I don't mean anything else. Yi Chen smiled, it doesn't matter. Soon the car arrived at its destination. Feng Tao smiled and said, Yi Chen, do you want to help me choose a car and feel the charm of BMW? Yi Chen smiled and said, no need, I still want to run a few more orders. By the way, remember to give me a good review. Feng Tao nodded, good reviews are a must. Oh, I almost forgot one thing. The day after tomorrow is our class reunion. I'll treat you at the Universal Hotel. You must come. Okay, I'll go when I'm free. Yi Chen could see that Feng Tao was always showing off to him, but in Yi Chen's eyes, Feng Tao's pretense was no different from being stupid. If you try to show off in front of me, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Watching Yi Chen drive away, Tian Lily sighed. Oh, I didn't expect my male idol to be in such a miserable state now. Feng Tao sneered, yeah, I wonder how our female classmates would feel if they knew Yi Chen was driving a Didi. Tian Lily took Feng Tao's arm and said, our brother Tao is still capable. Yi Chen is handsome and good at studying, so what? He still drives a Didi, but your brother Tao drives a BMW. Feng Tao smiled shyly, I'm actually pretty average. Looking at the time, it was already past 6 o'clock. Yi Chen's cell phone rang. It was his mother calling. Yi Chen, our relatives are having a party today in room 808 of Pingxian Pavilion. Come over now. Okay. Yi Chen hung up the phone and frowned. Why Yi Chen was very resistant to this kind of family gathering. At every gathering, the uncle would try his best to praise his son who became a manager, and then the elders at the table would criticize Yi Chen, who was always a liar, as if they were holding a criticism meeting. What do you mean by useless, without ambition and waste? If he didn't want to embarrass his parents, he wouldn't bother to go. After returning home, Yi Chen drove his Pagani Wind God straight to the hotel, because there was a traffic jam on the road during rush hour. Why Yi Chen frowned. It seemed that he would be scolded by those relatives again. After returning to the lakeside villa, Yi Chen changed his clothes, drove his Pagani, and came to Pingxian Pavilion Hotel. Seeing Yi Chen's luxury car, the security guards hurried over. Sir, please park your car between these 2 parking spaces. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. I can just take up a parking space. Although he drives a luxury car, Yi Chen doesn't want to occupy public resources. No, sir, your car is so expensive. You should just take up 2 parking spaces. If it gets scratched by another car, we can't afford the compensation. Yi Chen also knew the security guard's difficulties. He smiled and nodded, then drove the car into the parking space under the security guard's instructions. Thank you. It's my duty. Yi Chen walked into the hotel, and the security captain said to the security guy, you guys keep an eye on this car. If a car worth more than 30 million yuan gets scratched, we won't be able to afford the compensation with all the money we earn in our lifetime. When Yi Chen walked into the restaurant, all his relatives had already arrived. I'm sorry, I'm late. Why don't you tell me what you are doing? It's so rude of you to make a group of elders wait for you just for a meal. The uncle said coldly. Brother, you have to be considerate of Xiaochen. He makes little money driving for Didi, and he has to marry a wife, so of course he has to race against time to get more orders. The second aunt on the side also said sarcastically. Kai Didi, he has brought shame to our Yi family. The uncle snorted coldly, looking down on Yi Chen. That if it was before, Yi Chen would definitely be angry, but this time, not only was Yi Chen not angry, but he sat in the empty seat with a smile on his face. Father Yi Zhang was a relatively honest man. When he heard his elder brother scolding his son, he felt somewhat dissatisfied, but he did not say anything. Motherly Xiaoying said honestly, Xiaochen must have been stuck in traffic and didn't shout how come either? The uncle snorted coldly, can your Yi Chen compare with Xiao Tao? Our Xiao Tao is a department manager of a listed group with a monthly salary of 20,000. It is understandable that he is late for work. I'm sorry, I'm late. At this time, another young man walked in with a beautiful girl with a beauty score of 80. When they saw the visitor, the relatives looked at him differently. They all even stood up. Xiao Tao is here. Oh, this is your girlfriend, she's so pretty. Xiao Tao is so busy as a manager, but he still comes to attend the family gathering. It's rare. Seeing his relatives licking the dogs, Yi Chen sneered in his heart. If it was before, he would have felt a little unhappy, but now, with a monthly salary of 20,000, in his eyes, there is no difference between that and being a beggar. Yi Tao and his girlfriend sat down, everyone arrived, and the banquet began. During the dinner, relatives were toasting Yi Tao, and everyone was praising him like a flower. Motherly Shouying pushed Yi Chen and whispered, "Xiaochen, toast Xiao Tao. He is the department manager now. See if you can be transferred to his company." "Mom, I don't need it. Didi is fine." Yi Chen did not deliberately lower his voice, and everyone at the table heard it, bang. When my uncle heard this, he slammed the table in anger. "Yi Chen, look at Xiao Tao, then look at you. You both graduated from college, so why is there such a big gap between you? Running around? What can you achieve by running around?" "That's right, Xiaochen, if you find a decent job, everyone will feel proud. But you drive Didi, and it's so embarrassing for our friends to see us." The second uncle scolded. "What's there to be ashamed of? I earn my money through my own labor, not by stealing or robbing." Yi Chen retorted. You've even learned to talk back." The uncle was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "Third brother, how could you raise such a good-for-nothing son?" The uncle looked very disappointed in himself. Chapter 7. Yi Chen's face. Yi Tao said at the side, "Dad, don't be angry. Our company has very high requirements. The academic qualifications must be at least a postgraduate degree. Xiaochen's academic qualifications are stuck. He doesn't have the qualifications to come to our company. Yes, there are few who are as capable as Xiao Tao. 20,000 a month, that's more than 200,000 a year." Second aunt was flattering him. "Our Xiao Tao just bought a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment of 80 square meters in the city for more than 3 million yuan. He also just bought a Toyota car." The old lady said proudly. The second uncle looked envious. "Look at Xiao Tao, he has a car and a house, and his girlfriend is so beautiful, he looks like a white-collar worker in a company. Xiaochen, you need to learn more from Xiao Tao." The uncle pointed at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, look at us. We are all the same age. Why is there such a big gap between you two?" Just then there was another knock on the door. A beautiful woman in a black suit walked in. As soon as the beautiful woman in the suit came in, all the relatives of the Yi family were dazzled. "This beauty is so beautiful, she is tall and has a delicate face that looks as if she was carefully carved." Even Yi Tao's girlfriend, who had been so proud just now, felt ashamed of herself seeing Su Wani. Yi Tao stood up excitedly. "Boss Su? Why are you here?" Su Wani glanced at Yi Tao and was stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" "I'm Yi Tao from the branch's marketing department. I met you at the meeting." "Oh." Su Wani nodded lightly, and then the relatives of the Yi family saw the beautiful woman in the suit walk slowly to Yi Chen. "Boss Yi, we meet again? Mr. Yi?" The Yi family was stunned. "Isn't Yi Chen the driver of Didi? Why is it Mr. Yi?" He was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet Su Wani here. Seeing Su Wani and Yi Chen being so close, the uncle and sister-in-law felt uncomfortable. Su Wani's appearance and figure are better than their daughter-in-law. Compared with Su Wani, Yi Tao's girlfriend is like the difference between a pheasant and a phoenix. Su Wani smiled and said, "Today, thanks to you, we were able to sign this big order. Our company is celebrating here, and we just happened to meet you. By the way, several of our company's bosses are coming over to toast you." "Ha, you don't have to be so polite." At this time, a few more people came in from outside. Yi Tao was almost stunned. The people who came in were all senior executives of the company. He never dreamed that his cousin was so awesome that even the company's top executives came to toast him. Yi Tao stood aside, looking nervous and embarrassed. Yi Chen sat very steadily and accepted the toasts from several big guys very naturally. "Boss Yi, please take care of me in the future." "Boss Yi, this time it's all thanks to you." "Boss Yi, I'll do it for you." Several senior executives toasted respectfully and then left. The uncle was stunned, second uncle was stunned, all the relatives of the Yi family were stunned. Mr. Yi, isn't Yi Chen just a Didi driver? The box door was opened again. The general manager of Marriott Hotel personally walked in with 3 beautiful waiters wearing cheongsams. "Mr. Yi, we just found out that you are coming to our hotel for dinner, so we specially added a few dishes for you." When the waiter put the dishes on the table, the Yi family was stunned. Shark fin, abalone, king crab, each one is worth a lot of money. Not only that, the waiter also personally delivered a bottle of red wine. When Yi Tao saw the bottle of red wine, he was stunned for a moment. "Fuck, this is 1982 Lafite. A bottle costs 100,000. Yi Tao couldn't help but blurt out why Yi Tao had dinner with the boss before, and heard him say that a bottle of 1982 Lafite was worth 100,000. My uncle was also stunned when he saw the table full of food and wine. Waiter, we didn't order these? Are you kidding? This table of food plus this bottle of wine cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. They can't afford it. Please rest assured, sir. Our Marriott Group is part of the Yida Group. Since Mr. Yi is the group's president, today's banquet is free of charge. Free? The eldest uncle, the eldest sister-in-law, the second uncle and the second sister-in-law, and all the relatives of the Yi family were dumbfounded. Yi Chen is the president of Yida Group, how is this possible? The Yi family was completely confused. Yida Group was a large enterprise in China's past, owning nearly 100 shopping malls, hotels and real estate properties across the country, with a market value of tens of billions. Yi Chen is the president of Yida? Yi Chen was not surprised by these, but rather very calm. Thank you very much. The manager bowed slightly. Boss Yi, do you have any other instructions? There is none left. Well, please enjoy your meal. If you have anything, please call me. The manager leaves. There was dead silence in the box. The relatives of the Yi family all stared at Yi Chen closely. Oh my god, Yi Chen is actually the president of Yida Group. Doesn't that mean he is worth tens of billions? Even Yi Tao's girlfriend looked at Yi Chen with fiery eyes. Is this the legendary rich second generation? There is no comparison between Yi Tao and Yi Chen. If she can take the opportunity to make friends with Yi Chen, she will be a wealthy wife in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Tao's girlfriend's eyes became hot. Uncle, sister-in-law, second uncle, second sister-in-law, and Yi Tao were completely shocked. Just now they were bragging about how outstanding and awesome Yi Tao was. No wonder Yi Chen just smiled and said nothing. Why Yi Tao's achievements are nothing compared to Yi Chen. Chen, I didn't expect you to be so successful. Third brother, you really raised a good son. Tao, why don't you toast to your cousin? That's right, look at Chen. He's already the president of a company at such a young age, you need to learn a lot from him. Yi Chen's parents were still in a daze at the moment. How did their son suddenly become the president? This is too sudden. The uncle's family and Yi Tao all looked very unhappy. They used to step on Yi Chen, but now they could only smile and raise their glasses with everyone else, especially those relatives who had just laughed at Yi Chen. All had extremely embarrassed expressions on their faces. During the meal, relatives kept toasting Yi Chen, but Yi Chen only drank some juice on the pretext of running DD. The relatives looked at each other. You're the president of Yida and you still drive a Maserati? If it were before, these relatives would have criticized Yi Chen for being unruly, but today they were all very respectful. After eating, everyone respectfully accompanied Yi Chen out of the hotel. Yi Chen's parents and relatives were previously unwilling to pay attention to them, but today they became extremely enthusiastic. The manager of Marriott Hotel stood at the door in person. Mr. Yi, the car is ready for you. A Bentley sedan was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Yi Chen nodded. I drove here, let my parents take the car back. Yi Chen decided to let his parents live in the lakeside villa. After all, the old couple has worked hard all their lives and it's time for them to enjoy their lives. Yi Chen opened the door of the Pagani and sat in the driver's seat. Yi Tao was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. A Pagani worth more than 30 million. When did Yi Chen become so wealthy? Watching Yi Chen drive away, the uncle sighed. Xiao Tao, buy some gifts later and visit your uncle more often. Let Xiao Chen take care of you in the future. Although I don't want to admit that Yi Tao used to be the face of the Yi family, but from today on, Yi Chen is the pride of the Yi family. Chapter 8 Frog Leap. Yi Chen returned home and opened WeChat, only to see dozens of messages. Yao Lily actually sent him 40 or 50 WeChat messages. Yi Chen took a look. Chen, do you remember the first time we met? I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Chen, do you remember the playground behind our school? Let's hold hands together. Chen, I love you, please give me another chance, okay? Yi Chen just flipped through a few of the comments and directly put Yao Lily on the blacklist. Yi Chen felt only disgust towards this kind of green tea bitch and gold digger. Lin Shanchan. WeChat, little brother, thank you so much for today. I will treat you to a meal later. Yi Chen replied, okay, call me when you have time. Su Wani's WeChat message was simple, contract has been signed, thank you. Yi Chen replied, how to thank you? Su Wani had just come out of the bathroom. When she saw Yi Chen's reply, a smile appeared on her face. There are many successful men around her, but Yi Chen gives her a different feeling. After thinking for a moment, Suwani replied, "You say. Promise yourself to me." Yi Chen smiled and teased. "Okay." Yi Chen was stunned when he saw the other party's reply, but soon another message came: "Wait until you become the richest man in China." Yi Chen smiled at the message and replied, "Okay." Before, Yi Chen would not even dare to think about it, but now that Yi Chen has the system, becoming the richest man is not difficult for him. The next day, Yi Chen continued to drive Didi to pick up passengers. "I attracted several customers in a row but didn't get any positive ratings from the system." Another passenger got into Yi Chen's car. "Miss, welcome to Didi." "Yi Chen." A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Chen turned around and was also stunned. "He Jia. You really drive a Didi. I didn't believe it when Feng Tao told me that day." Yi Chen smiled and said, "It seems like you are doing well." "Me? Ha, I opened a small company and it's quite successful." "Yi Chen, why don't you come to my place? I'll let you be the business manager. I believe you can do it." Hearing Yi Jia's words, Yi Chen felt warm in his heart, knowing that he also drove Didi. Feng Tao's reaction was to show off, while Yi Jia was thinking about helping him. "Thanks. It's nice to drive Didi. It's free and unconstrained," Yi Chen said with a smile. When they were in high school, Yi Chen and He Jia were famous as the golden boy and girl in the school. Why Yi Chen always ranks first in every exam, and He Jia is always the second. He Jia has always been trying to surpass Yi Chen, but she has not been able to do so even after graduation. Precisely because she cannot surpass him, she has always been obsessed with this man even before graduation. He Jia secretly confessed her love to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "If two people can meet in Huaqing, then they will be together." He Jia was admitted to Huaqing University as she wished, but Yi Chen failed for some reason and was only admitted to an ordinary university. Later, the contact between the two people became less and less, and their relationship faded. When she heard that Yi Chen was driving Didi, she felt a little disappointed. After all, that man had always been her target, but seeing Yi Chen being so free and easy, He Jia suddenly felt very envious. "Whenever you need my help, call me. By the way, you must come to the class reunion tomorrow. I'll be the host at the Universal Hotel." Yi Chen nodded after hearing this. "Okay, I will definitely go there when I have time." At this time, He Jia's phone rang. "What, our project was passed? How could this happen? Is there any chance of recovery?" "Okay, I understand." The phone was hung up. He Jia's face looked obviously ugly. "What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" He Jia looked grim. "We have been preparing for the project for a year and were about to sign the agreement, but the project manager of the cooperative company was fired, and our project was also affected, so we can't sign the contract." The project manager was fired. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and asked, "Isn't your partner Yida?" "How did you know?" "We invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the early stage of this project. I also borrowed a lot of money from the bank. Now something has suddenly gone wrong. All our efforts over a year have gone to waste. I'm afraid the company is going to go bankrupt." He Jia said with a wry smile. "You can go to Yida Company and talk to their CEO Lin to explain the situation." He Jia shook his head. "Yida Group is one of the top 10 large enterprises in China. Why would the general manager of a small company like ours meet with me?" Yi Chen thought things were too simple. Although her company has a scale of more than 30 million, Yida Group is an enterprise with a market value of 10 billion. She didn't even have the qualifications to meet Yida's manager, Mr. Lin. Yi Chen smiled and said, "How do you know if you don't try? This is not your style." "In my memory, He Jia is always a fearless little hedgehog." He Jia was stunned for a moment, looked at Yi Chen and took a deep breath. "Okay, then let's go to Yida Group, but if we can't come to an agreement, you have to give me a free meal as compensation." "What if we can negotiate it?" Yi Chen said with a smile. "If we can come to an agreement, I'll treat you to a big dinner." "No, a big meal is too boring." "So what do you want?" He Jia found that her mood, which was full of gloom just now, felt much better after chatting with Yi Chen for a while. "If we can come to an agreement, we'll do 10 leaps forward as usual." "Leapfrog?" He Jia and Yi Chen would bet on who would lose by 10 frog jumps every time they took an exam. As a result, He Jia lost every time, and had to go to the back playground to do frog jumps with Yi Chen every time she took an exam, but at that time, she was just a young girl, and now Yi Jia has become a beautiful president. Leapfrog is a little too. Ha, if you don't jump, miracle won't happen. Yi Chen couldn't help laughing. Yi Jia gritted her teeth. Aren't squats popular among anchors now? What's my frog jump? In fact, Yi Jia had no confidence in Yi Chen's suggestion at all. How could she possibly meet the general manager of Yida whenever she wanted? If Yi Chen hadn't provoked her with words, she wouldn't have hit the wall. As for frog jumping, she will definitely not lose, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Soon, Yi Chen's car stopped in front of the Yida building. Looking at the luxurious skyscrapers, Yi Chen couldn't help feeling embarrassed. As the president of the company, he has never been to his own company. After parking the car, the two people walked into Yida Group. Arriving at the front desk, Yi Jia said to the receptionist, "Hello, I am Yi Jia, the president of Jiaha Group. I want to see Mr. Lin." The receptionist said quickly, "Hello, Mr. He, please come with me to the reception room. I will notify Ms. Lin and she will come right over." Yi Jia was a little confused. Is the general manager of Yida Group so easy to meet? In the past, when she made appointments with Lin Li, she had to make an appointment 3 days in advance. When they arrived at the reception room and just sat down on the sofa, someone soon brought them coffee. Yi Jia was a little uncomfortable with such enthusiastic service. She has been to Yida Group so many times, but she has never been treated like this. Chapter 9 Miracle. Yi Jia looked confused. She felt that the other party's attitude this time was completely different from the previous times. Just when Yi Jia was in a daze. This time, Lin Li walked in. "Hello, Mr. He." Lin Li shook hands with Yi Jia politely. Yi Jia smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am here for the previous contract." "Oh, I've just looked at our company's information. It was indeed a mistake in our previous work. Our company's strengths are all in line with this project. We can sign the contract immediately." Yi Jia was completely stunned. She never dreamed that the miracle Yi Chen described would actually happen. Moreover, the other party did not put forward any conditions. Lin Li took the contract and said with a smile, "Mr. He, please take a look. If there is no problem, we can sign the contract directly." Yi Jia was almost dumbfounded. Good. After taking a look at the contract and seeing the content, Yi Jia was even more confused. The terms of the contract are more favorable than before. Previously, the profit-sharing ratio between the two parties was 40%. Now Yida directly takes 30% of the profits, which is 10% less for their company. This contract was something they couldn't even dream of. She looked at Yi Chen. Could he really be my lucky star? Has my luck really changed? Thank you, Mr. Lin. This agreement really takes good care of us. Yi Jia couldn't help but sigh. Lin Li smiled faintly. Nothing? I hope we can cooperate more in the future. While speaking, Lin Li also glanced at Yi Chen. Now Yi Chen is their boss, and the most important thing is to make Yi Chen satisfied. Yi Chen had a smile on his face, and was obviously very satisfied with Lin Li's performance. Just before Yi Chen came, he secretly sent a text message to Lin Li, asking her to cooperate. Lin Li was so smart that she immediately understood Yi Chen's intention. After signing the contract, Lin Li accompanied Yi Chen and Yi Jia out of the company. Lin Li breathed a sigh of relief when she saw two people get into the car. Secretary Xiao Su beside him said in confusion, "Boss Lin, we don't make any money from this agreement." Lin Li rolled her eyes at the secretary and said, "Even if Mr. Yi doesn't make any money, the woman he brings has to sign. If Mr. Yi is unhappy, you and I will have to pack up and leave, okay?" After coming out of Yida Group, Yi Jia still found it a little unbelievable. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "How is it?" "I said there will be a miracle." Hiss. Yi Jia even pinched herself and felt the pain in her body before she realized she was not dreaming. "Yi Chen, what is going on? Why did Yida Group give us such a large profit?" "How would I know? Maybe it's because you brought me in and they thought I was so handsome that they modified the contract." Yi Jia rolled her eyes at Yi Chen. "You are too narcissistic. I heard that they changed their president. Is it because of their new president?" Yi Chen quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, it seems that you lost our bet. Do you want to do leapfrog?" Yi Jia then remembered what happened and her pretty face turned red. The reason why she agreed to Yi Chen's leapfrog move was because she thought signing a contract was impossible. After all, Yida Group had just informed them that the contract was cancelled, so how could there be a sudden turn for the better? But she never dreamed that the other party would actually sign the contract, and sign such a favorable contract. Yi Chen, can you change the method of punishment? He Jia asked shyly. No. Why do you want to cheat? He Jia glared at Yi Chen and said, Humph, jump if you want, but not here, go to my house. Your home? Yi Chen was stunned. Yes, you can't ask me to do frog jumps on the street, it's so embarrassing. He Jia said with a red face. Well, I'll go to your house reluctantly. Reluctantly? I have never let a boy come to my house, okay? And you still suffer a loss? Forget it. It's just that I don't want to jump. He Jia said angrily. Ha, it's my great honor to be the first boy to visit your house. Yi Chen said with a smile. Old classmate, you just signed the bill. Do you want to place another one first? Yi Chen said with a smile. Place an order? He Jia was stunned. Hey, these are big orders worth tens of millions, and I have to rely on Didi to support my family, said Yi Chen. And He Jia rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and said, Okay, then you have to serve me well. Yi Chen took a look at He Jia's list and was stunned. It turned out that He Jia's home was also in the lakeside villa area. Yi Chen was age 18 and he was age 16, and they were actually neighbors. What a fate! Yi Chen quickly received He Jia's order, then stepped on the accelerator and drove his broken Shally towards the lakeside villa. Yi Chen, don't consider coming to my company. With your ability, it's really a waste of talent to start Didi. No need, I like freedom. Yi Chen smiled. You just don't like to admit defeat. He just sighed. In He Jia's opinion, Yi Chen's refusal to go to his company might be because he couldn't save face. However, He Jia also likes this feeling with Yi Chen very much. After all, if Yi Chen joined the company one day, the two of them would be in a superior subordinate relationship. My status and identity have changed, and I'm afraid I won't be able to chat as easily as I do now. Yi Chen drove the car and arrived at the gate of the community with ease. He Jia was worried that Yi Chen's car was too broken and was about to say hello to the other brother, but the barrier had already been raised. What surprised He Jia even more was that the security guard actually stood straight and watched the broken Shally car enter the community. When did the security become so lax that they actually let a strange car into the community? In fact, the security guard had already recognized Yi Chen's broken Shally. Nowadays, the second generation of rich people really know how to have fun. They have sports cars worth tens of millions, but they don't drive them. Instead, they drive a shabby Shally. However, the Shally is a broken Shally, but the beauties inside it still score above 95 points. The security guard shook his head inside. Suddenly the security guard remembered something. It seems that the beauty is also a resident of the community. Damn, I get it. The rich second generation must have bought the villa next door in order to chase beautiful girls. In order to pursue a woman, he directly bought a villa worth hundreds of millions. The world of rich people is really crazy. Yi Chen parked the car next to Pagani and said with a smile, Old classmate, remember to give me a 5-star praise. He Jia nodded, paid directly, and gave a 5-star review. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise. Activating the 4th star, April 5th, will reward you with elementary medical skills and 20% shares of the Universal Hotel. In an instant, a stream of information flooded into Yi Chen's mind. Basic medical skills can be used to treat traumatic injuries such as bruises and sprains by massaging acupoints. The Universal Hotel has nearly 100 branches in first-tier cities across the country and a market value of tens of billions. With 20% of the shares, the annual dividend would be more than 2 billion. This time the reward is so worth it. Arriving at He Jia's house, Yi Chen sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and jokingly said, Come on, do 10 frog jumps, not one less. Chapter 10, Dogs are much happier than you. He Jia's pretty face flushed and she glared at Yi Chen. Just jump, what's the big deal? As he spoke, He Jia squatted down with his hands behind his back. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and looked at He Jia jokingly with an amused look on his face. He Jia's appearance is above 95 points and she has a slim figure. Although she lacks some of the youthfulness of her student days, she still has the air of a lady. I used to watch the hosts do squats, and the beautiful women's frog jumps are even more exciting than squats. He Jia jumped up and jumped about half a meter. Yi Chen counted with a smile. 1, 2, 3. He Jia often sits in the office and doesn't often exercise. So after jumping 5 times, my legs started to feel numb. When I jumped to the 6th one, my supporting leg was not stable. He Jia slipped and fell to the ground in pain. Yi Chen also panicked when he saw this scene. I just wanted to make a joke, But I didn't expect an accident to happen. He ran over quickly. Are you okay? Hijia covered her ankle. I think my foot is sprained. Yichen carefully picked up Hijia and said, go to the bedroom. I'll help you take a look. Yeah, okay. Yichen carried Hijia to the bedroom, put her on the bed, and examined her carefully. Seeing that Hijia's ankle was swollen, Yichen said, let me massage you. Yichen had just acquired basic medical skills and already had a treatment plan in his mind. Do you know how to give massages? If not, go to the hospital. Hijia was obviously not reassured. Don't worry, my massage skills are very good. Yichen's hand gently pressed on Hijia's ankle. Hiss. Hijia groaned in pain. It will be a little painful at first, just bear with it. At this time, Hijia's door was opened and a woman walked in with a young man. Xiao Song, please come in. Ha, thank you for driving me back. Come in and have a cup of tea. Aunt Li, it's okay. Hijia and I are friends. This little favor is nothing. A handsome young man said with a smile. Oh. You are so sensible. How happy our Xiao he would be if she could marry you. Seeing the shoes at the door, Li Qing smiled and said, Xiaojia should be at home. Auntie will make you something delicious. You must eat at home. Li Qing was stunned for a moment when she put her shoes away. There was a pair of men's shoes at the door. She was cautious and said to Song Ming, Xiao Ming, sit in the living room and rest for a while. The girl may be in the bedroom. I will go call her. Li Cheng went upstairs and was about to knock on the door when she heard her daughter's voice from inside. Be gentle. It hurts me. In the room, Yichen was massaging Hijia's injured foot. At first, it was indeed a bit painful, but what shocked Hijia was that the pain gradually eased and she even felt comfortable. How is it? Feeling comfortable now? Well, Yichen, you are amazing. It was really painful at the beginning, but now it not only doesn't hurt anymore, but it is also very comfortable. At the door, Li Qing's face turned pale. Hijia has always been very conservative and obedient. She never dreamed that her daughter would do such a thing. Most importantly, her ideal future son-in-law was sitting in the living room. Li Qing coughed and knocked on the door. Xiaojia, are you in there? Hijia's expression changed slightly. Oh no, my mother is back. Yichen said speechlessly, what are you afraid of? We haven't done anything bad. Hijia quickly stood up and tried to walk down the ground. Although it was a bit painful, I felt like at least I could walk. Mom, wait a minute. Hijia came to the door and opened it. When Li Qing saw a man in her daughter's room, her face completely fell. Who is he? Hijia quickly explained, Mom, this is my friend. Li Qing glared at Hijia and said, okay, no need to explain. Xiao Song is here. What is Song Ming doing here? Hijia's eyes were filled with displeasure. How dare you say that? A girl actually brought a boy to the bedroom. How can that be considered decent? I'm not a child, and we didn't do anything. I haven't done it yet. I heard everything. The mother and daughter argued quietly. Why each and hurriedly explained, Auntie, Hijia's foot is injured, I will help him treat his foot injury. Li Qing heaved a sigh of relief after listening to Yi Chen's explanation. She originally thought that her daughter had already. Li Qing, Yi Chen, and Hijia came to the living room. Seeing Hijia, Song Ming quickly stood up, but when he saw Yi Chen beside Hijia, his face sank slightly. However, when he saw Yi Chen's work clothes, his vigilant expression eased a lot. Xiaojia, it turns out you have friends here. Song Ming said with a smile. Li Qing quickly explained, our Xiaojia's foot was injured, and Xiaoqing's friend brought her back. Song Ming quickly walked up to Hijia with a concerned look on his face. Xiaojia, your foot is injured. Why didn't you call me? I'll take you to the hospital. Hijia rolled her eyes at Song Ming and said, why should I call you? Do we know each other well? My foot is fine now. I don't need to go to the hospital. Song Ming's face looked a little ugly after being confronted by Hijia, but he still forced a smile. Xiaojia, a Ming cares about you, how can you talk to him like that? Li Qing said quickly. Song Ming smiled and said, Auntie, it's nothing. He looked at Yi Chen, thank you for sending Hijia back. My name is Song Ming, the general manager of the Universal Hotel. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. Yi Chen nodded. My name is Yi Chen, running. Running? Oh, that's good. Song Ming showed a playful smile on his face. When Li Qing heard that Yi Chen was driving a Didi, her expression became even uglier. A manager of a big hotel and a farewell driver are not on the same level in Li Qing's mind. Li Qing has made up her mind that if Yi Chen and He Jia really have a relationship, they must be separated. Xiao Ming, don't listen to that girl. At least have a cup of tea before you leave. Li Qing said as she pulled Song Ming to sit on the sofa. Li Qing went to make tea, and the atmosphere in the living room was a little weird. Yi Chen and He Jia sat together, and Song Ming sat opposite them. It must be tiring to drive Didi, leaving early and coming back late. Song Ming made small talk. It's not hard. It's interesting to interact with all kinds of people every day. Yeah, I envy you. You see, although I can earn several million a year, it's too tiring. I have to manage hundreds of people in the company every day and deal with a lot of things. I'm as tired as a dog. Song Ming sighed. Song Ming seemed to envy Yi Chen, but every word he said was pretentious. Yi Chen smiled and said, Don't fool yourself, the dog is much happier than you. Song Ming, I beg for collection and recommendation tickets here. If there is any reward, the author bows here to thank you. Chapter 11. I am very low-key. Li Qing came in with tea and said, Xiao Jia, Song Ming is so outstanding. He became a manager at such a young age. Auntie, actually, I'm just lucky. Song Ming said with a smile. Luck comes to those who are prepared. Otherwise, how come some people drive Didi and some people become managers? Li Qing said and glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen could see that He Jia's mother liked Song Ming very much, so she was very hostile to him. Song Ming said, Auntie, society has its own division of labor. I just do mental labor, but someone has to do the work. We all contribute to social development. He Jia snorted coldly. Are you that good? Isn't it because of your father that you became this manager? Song Ming smiled awkwardly and said, It's true that my father helped me become a manager, but it's also because of my ability. By the way, Ming, I heard that your wedding room is ready. Well, I bought a house in Thompson 1. I originally wanted to buy one next to my aunt's house, but it turned out to be too expensive. That villa costs hundreds of millions. Song Ming said with a smile. A house in Thompson first class must cost tens of millions, Xiao Jia. Mom's standard for your boyfriend is that his car must be at least a BMW, and his house must be a multi-million-dollar mansion of Thompson first class. Song Ming was secretly delighted when he heard this, as this standard was clearly tailor-made for him. Mom, what I look for in a boyfriend is not money but character. He Jia said dissatisfiedly. My daughter, you don't understand. If you want to find a man, you have to find a reliable one. This is related to your lifelong happiness. I don't want my daughter to be embarrassed in a Xiaoli car. Li Qing was obviously talking about Yi Chen. Song Ming smiled and said, I wonder where Mr. Yi lives? Yi Chen smiled and said, My home is not too far away and my house is very ordinary. Oh, is it the shantytown in the south? Our cleaning lady lives there. Li Qing said disdainfully. The environment there is indeed not good, but the housing prices in the city are too expensive now. Our houses in Thompson Epine cost more than 200,000 yuan per square meter. Ordinary working class people can't afford it at all. Song Ming lamented the high housing prices on the surface, but in fact he was just showing off in front of Yi Chen. What surprised him was that Yi Chen's face was very calm when he heard that he owned a mansion worth tens of millions. Ding dong, the doorbell rang outside. Motherly opened the door. Hello, may I ask, is that car outside ours? You're occupying your neighbor's parking space, can you please move your car? Li Qing took a look and saw a broken Xiaoli and a BMW X6 parked at the door. The BMW X6 was driven by Song Ming, so the one the security guard was talking about should be a broken Xiaoli. Yi Chen's identity is a Didi driver, so there is no doubt that the owner of the broken Xiaoli is Yi Chen's. Li Qing said to Yi Chen, Your broken Xiaoli is occupying someone else's parking space. How can such a broken car be driven into the villa? I don't know how the security guards did it. The security guard quickly said, It's not that Xiaoli, the Xiaoli is in its own parking space, it's that BMW X6. Ah! Song Ming was also stunned. The security guard looked into the room, and when he saw Yi Chen, he was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Mr. Yi, you are here. I didn't know you knew each other. Since you agree, there is no problem. Yi Chen nodded. It doesn't matter, we are friends, just let him park his car in my parking space. Okay, Mr. Yi, you're busy. The security guard nodded and turned to leave a parking space. The parking space belongs to Yi Chen. He Jia was stunned. Li Qing was stunned. Song Ming was also stunned. How is it possible? The parking space belongs to Yi Chen, so does that villa next door worth over 100 million also belong to Yi Chen? He Jia couldn't help but ask, Yi Chen, the villa next door is not yours. Li Qing also stared at Yi Chen closely. She doesn't believe it. A Didi driver will have a villa worth over 100 million yuan. Song Ming didn't believe it even more. He thought the security guard must have made a mistake. How could a Didi driver driving a Xiaoli be the owner of the villa? Yi Chen smiled and said, I live next door. I just bought a villa 2 days ago. It's very cheap, just over 100 million. The room was silent. 100 million is cheap to you. He lives in a villa worth hundreds of millions, but he actually says that the house is ordinary. The most important thing is that this guy actually said he was a Didi driver. Song Ming's cell phone rang. It was his father calling. Song Ming, a big guy, has acquired 20% of the shares of Huanyu Group. The other party is Yi Chen. You should contact him immediately. Then, a mobile phone number came to Song Ming's phone of Yi Chen. Song Ming had a bad feeling when he saw the name on the phone. Not in a way. It couldn't be. As Song Ming gritted his teeth and dialed the number in the text message of the cell phone rang in the room. Song Ming's face turned pale. It was actually him. Yi Chen heard his cell phone ringing and answered the call. Song Ming looked at Yi Chen and was completely confused. He is just the manager of a branch of Universal Group. The Universal Hotel Group owns more than 100 hotel chains across the country, and Yi Chen owns 20% of the shares of the entire group. Just now, he was showing off in front of such a big shot. No wonder he was showing off in front of Yi Chen just now, but Yi Chen didn't say a word. You are Mr. Yi from the Universal Group, and I am Song Ming, the general manager of the branch. Song Ming introduced with an awkward smile. Mr. Yi from Universal Group, hearing Song Ming's address, He Jia and Li Qing were stunned. Li Qing, in particular, was completely shocked by Yi Chen. I didn't expect that the building next door was actually bought by Yi Chen. Moreover, this young man is Mr. Yi from Universal Group. How could Li Qing not know about Universal Group, one of the top 3 catering companies in the country? She was overjoyed. She had just blamed her daughter for being blind and disliking Yi Chen, but now she found that Yi Chen was handsome and generous, and even the Didi uniform looked extremely handsome. Song Ming knew Yi Chen's identity and no longer wanted to stay here. Song Ming felt like a clown that he has assets worth hundreds of millions but is still so low-key. That's the gap. Song Ming was filled with shame and said goodbye and left. Li Qing was too lazy to pay attention to Song Ming. A son-in-law with billions of assets was much better than a mere branch manager. Li Qing wanted to keep Yi Chen for dinner, but Yi Chen smiled and said, Xiao Jia, auntie, I still have to run around, so I'll leave first. Song Ming, who was standing by, almost fell down after hearing this. Damn, you have assets worth hundreds of millions, and you run Didi. You live in a mansion and are a major shareholder of the Universal Group, with assets worth hundreds of millions, but you drive a shabby Xiaoli and run a Didi. Do all the rich people like to play the pig and eat the tiger nowadays? My competitor in pursuing a woman turned out to be a pretentious guy. It's so hard for me. Li Qing and He Jia accompanied Yi Chen to the door at this time. Yi Chen did not drive the Xiaoli, but the Pagani sports car. Looking at the whizzing luxury car, Li Qing said to He Jia excitedly, Xiao Jia, you are really great. Oh, what a pity. If I had known, I would not have brought Song Ming back. Otherwise, would you have taken him down? He Jia's pretty face turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Chen was driving when he received a text message from He Jia. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Universal Hotel, you must come to the class reunion. Yi Chen replied, okay, I will definitely go. Isn't the Universal Hotel the hotel in which she just acquired shares? Please collect and recommend, and give me a small reward, thank you very much. Chapter 12, The Running Man's next day at 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Universal Hotel. Feng Tao drove his newly bought 5 Series BMW and took Tian Lily to the hotel. Seeing Feng Tao coming, the students at the door came over one after another. Boss Feng is amazing. He drives a BMW now? As expected of Mr. Feng, he not only became the general manager so quickly, but also drives a BMW. Seeing the brand new BMW, many classmates expressed their admiration. Feng Tao smiled and said, stop insulting me. It's just a BMW. Many of my friends drive Ferraris. By the way, why aren't our class's golden boy and girl, Hijia and Yi Chen, here? Many classmates asked. Hijia, I just sent a WeChat message saying that there is a project that needs to be discussed later, said a girl. Feng Tao said, the hotel I booked today is the best 5-star hotel in Shanghai. All the chefs are 5-star chefs from various cuisines. The environment is even more luxurious. This table of banquets costs tens of thousands. As expected of Mr. Feng, you are so generous. Yes, Feng Tao's annual salary is now 1 million. Tian Lily said enviously, annual salary of 1 million. The smiles on the faces of several students gradually froze. Most of the students here are still worried about their mortgage payments, but others already have an annual salary of 1 million. Feng Tao was very proud when he saw everyone's faces. Yeah, successfully pretended to be cool. At the entrance of the hall, more and more students gathered and the place began to become lively. The classmates came from all walks of life. They gathered together to talk about their school days, but the topic soon turned to bootlicking. Hey, Mr. Feng is really amazing. He became the general manager at such a young age. I just took a look at the menu, and the price of one dish is almost as much as my monthly salary. Mr. Feng, you are so strong. If you have the opportunity to make a fortune in the future, you must think of us. Tian Lily sat next to Feng Tao and said with a smile, Feng Tao just said that he wants to invite me to his company to be the director of the sales department. Ha, we are all classmates, it's only natural that I can help each other. Feng Tao looked proud. Tian Lily's beauty in the class used to be second only to Yijia, and she was also a beauty with a score of over 80. Yet after graduation, she has been working very hard, but there are so many women in society who are prettier and more outstanding than her. Although Tian Lily has always worked very hard, she is just an ordinary employee. Later, he met Feng Tao by chance, and learned that he was now a department manager of a listed company, so he hooked up with him. Since hard work cannot lead to success, it is better to rely on your beauty to get close to a rich and powerful man. Feng Tao glanced at the classmates around him and suddenly seemed to remember something. Hey, why hasn't Yi Chen come yet? It turns out that Yi Chen and He Jiao were a perfect match in the class, and all the girls in the class had a crush on him. Feng Tao was so angry at that time. When he knew that Yi Chen was just a DD driver, he had already made up his mind to avenge his previous humiliation and put on a good show of 30 years in the West and 30 years in the East. Yeah, why didn't Yi Chen come? He Jia and Yi Chen, the golden boy and jade girl, haven't even arrived yet. Yi Chen, I once wrote him a love letter. That's right. I wonder what he looks like now. He must be more handsome and manly. When several girls talked about Yi Chen, their eyes lit up and their hearts were filled with love. The boys felt a little disappointed when they heard the girls talking about this topic. During the 3 years of high school, this man was the only topic of conversation among the girls in the class, and they were all just supporting roles. When Feng Tao heard the girls' discussions, his expression became more and more excited. Actually, I ran into him when I went to buy a car with Lily 2 days ago. Feng Tao said without leaving any trace. Really? How is he doing now? Another academic bully. He is handsome. Is he the boss of some company now? Tian Lily sneered, a domineering CEO? You may not believe it, but he is driving a DD now. Ah, drive DD, Yi Chen won't be so miserable. That's right. He was admitted to a 985 key university, right? The girls all had shocked looks on their faces. Yi Chen is the male god in their hearts. No matter studying, her appearance is superb. The former male idol is now a DD driver. This gap is hard to believe for many people. Feng Tao also sighed. I didn't expect that. His grades were comparable to Yijia's at the beginning, but I didn't expect that after graduation, the two were so different. The girls all showed disappointment on their faces. After all, he is the idol in their hearts. Now he is in such a miserable state. Some of them cannot accept it for a while. Sorry, I'm late. A hearty voice came from the door of the hall. Yi Chen, wearing a DD uniform, walked in. Seeing the DD uniform on Yi Chen, the classmates looked at each other in surprise. Originally, they thought that Yi Chen would change into a decent suit even if he was driving DD at the class reunion. In that case, they will still have some aspirations. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually walked in wearing the DD uniform. Feng Tao smiled when he saw Yi Chen. Yi Chen, today is such an important day, and you don't even change your clothes. The girls in our class are all waiting for you, the male god. Yi Chen smiled and said, I just finished a DD order and happened to be near the hotel, so I came directly here. Oh. It's really not easy to drive a Didi. I heard that a few days ago, a Didi driver encountered robbers and was killed. It's dangerous and you don't earn much. Why did you choose to be a Didi driver, Yi Chen? Feng Tao seemed to care about Yi Chen, but actually he just wanted to tell everyone how miserable Yi Chen was. I think it's fine, just be careful. How could Yi Chen not understand Feng Tao's thoughts, want to step on yourself to gain a sense of existence? Are you looking for the wrong person? Chapter 13, Emperor's Hall. What's wrong with someone driving a Didi? I think it's great. How come I haven't met such a handsome Didi guy? Well, after all these years, Yi Chen, you haven't changed and you're still so handsome. That's right. Today is a class reunion. We are talking about relationships. It doesn't matter what we do. My dear man, come sit next to me. Although they knew that Yi Chen drove Didi, he was still the most popular boy among the girls in the class. Feng Tao raised a sinister smile, because he had seen disappointment in the eyes of these girls. The reason these girls did this was simply because they didn't want Yi Chen to be embarrassed. Just then, a tall beauty walked into the hotel. In an instant, all the boys in the class were attracted by the beauty. The beauty has a curvy figure and a delicate face like a fairy from another world. She is wearing a black suit, which makes her breathtakingly beautiful. Oh my God, this beauty is so beautiful. Such beauty, such temperament. She is simply a fairy from heaven. This beauty's temperament is not even inferior to the class beauty He Jia. Who is she? Seeing this beauty, all the boys' eyes widened. Tian Lily, who had been so proud just now, lowered her head in shame when she saw the other party. The beauty is so beautiful, especially her eye-catching long legs, paired with stockings and a short skirt, which make all the boys stunned. What made everyone unbelievable was that the beauty actually walked towards them slowly. Oh my God, could it be that this beautiful girl knows one of them? Feng Tao was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recognized that the other person was the beautiful CEO Su Wani. The two people once met each other at a cocktail party. In such an occasion, if Su Wani greeted me, I would definitely feel very proud. Feng Tao adjusted his tie, put on a smug smile and stretched out his hand. However, Su Wani walked past him and came in front of Yi Chen. What a coincidence, I didn't expect we would meet again. Oh my God, this beauty is actually looking for Yi Chen. Looking at the passionate look on the beautiful woman's face, everyone couldn't help but let their imagination run wild. Could it be that this beautiful woman, who looks like a fairy, has some special relationship with Yi Chen? Yi Chen didn't expect that he would meet Su Wani again by chance. Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again. Yi Chen held Su Wani's boneless little hand. Feng Tao on the side felt a little embarrassed. Many classmates saw him extending his hand just now, but Su Wani just ignored him. Tian Lily also felt extremely uncomfortable when she saw the beauty next to Yi Chen. After all, in front of Su Wani, she was like a chicken meeting a phoenix. It's not even presentable. Even Feng Tao, who had just thought Tian Lily was very beautiful, no longer had any feelings for her. Yi Chen, last time I left a message on WeChat to invite you to dinner, you ignored me. Su Wani said angrily. Damn it, the boys around were going crazy. Such a beautiful woman invited you to dinner and took the initiative to flirt with you on WeChat, but you ignored her. If it were them, they would have been holding their phones and thinking about how to flirt with each other, but Yi Chen ignored him. This is such a waste of resources. I've been busy lately and haven't checked WeChat. Sorry. Yi Chen smiled apologetically. The girl next to me couldn't help sighing. He is worthy of being called a male god. Even when he drives Didi, the girls around him are all goddess-level beauties. Su Wani chatted with Yi Chen for a few more words before leaving. Yi Chen, who was that beautiful lady just now? She couldn't be your girlfriend, could she? Yi Chen, you're awesome. Such a beautiful girl actually asked you out for dinner. You didn't meet him on Didi, did you? I want to drive Didi too. Feng Tao's face was extremely gloomy. From beginning to end, Su Wani didn't even look at Feng Tao. It was obvious that he had never left any trace in the beautiful woman's heart, but Su Wani was so close to Yi Chen, which made Feng Tao very unhappy. This time, a middle-aged man in a suit came over. When Feng Tao saw the middle-aged man, he felt happy and thought it was time for him to show off. Manager Song, our classmates are having a party here, you have to give us a bigger box. Feng Tao said with a smile. Haha, Mr. Feng, you come to eat, so I must take care of you. I'll see which box is bigger. Thank you for your help. Feng Tao looked proud. Boss Feng is amazing. The hotel manager is so polite to you. Mr. Fong has a wide network of contacts. He knows people everywhere. Seeing how familiar Feng Tao was with the lobby manager, all the classmates started to flatter him. Feng Tao looked very proud. No, I just come here to eat often, and I became familiar with the hotel manager after a few visits. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a big shot. I can't afford to eat at a restaurant like this. That's right, you are worthy of being the boss. You even eat in such a high-class place. Okay, stop flattering me. I'm here for business. Feng Tao appears to be very humble, but he is actually very happy inside. He even gave Yi Chen a provocative look. Asadd driver, have you ever been to this restaurant? Can you afford the food here? Tian Lily beside him also had admiration in her eyes. Feng Tao has already made up his mind that after this class reunion, he must win over the second most beautiful girl in the class. After a while, Manager Song came back. Feng Tao walked over with a smug look on his face. Boss Feng, I'm so sorry, our larger rooms are all booked. If possible, you can use 2. I informed you in advance. How can we have a class reunion in 2 boxes? Feng Tao said dissatisfiedly. I'm really sorry. There was indeed a large private room before, but it was booked by another distinguished guest. Manager Song said. I am your VIP customer. Is this how you serve your customers? Manager Song said helplessly, I'm really sorry, there are indeed no large boxes left. You? Feng Tao's face was burning. I just boasted and got slapped in the face so quickly. Can you think of a solution? We old classmates haven't seen each other for 6 or 7 years. Yi Chen suddenly stood up and said to Manager Song. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Feng Tao snorted coldly. I said it won't work, but you, the driver of Didi, will it work? When Song Ming saw Yi Chen, his expression suddenly changed. Just now Yi Chen was standing at the back and Song Ming did not see Yi Chen. After saying goodbye to Yi Jia's house last time, he had been feeling uneasy, fearing that he would be implicated. He did not expect to meet Yi Chen so soon. Facing such a big boss, Song Ming dared not be negligent. He was about to say something when Yi Chen winked at him. Song Ming is also a veteran in the workplace. He saw that Yi Chen's eyes warned him not to reveal his identity and quickly said, how about this? We still have an empty Emperor Hall, we will give it to you. The Imperial Hall? Everyone was stunned when they heard Song Ming's words. The Emperor Hall of the Universal Hotel has always been a legend in Shanghai because it is not open to ordinary guests. Even rich people will not order it for you. The Emperor's Hall is specially prepared for the big shots in Magic City. Unexpectedly, Manager Song actually opened it for them directly. Song Ming respectfully led everyone to the Imperial Hall. When they saw the magnificent hall inside, everyone was stunned. Glancing at Yi Chen, Song Ming bowed and said, everyone, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, you can always ask the waiter to notify me. As expected of Mr. Feng, he is so impressive. Tian Lily couldn't help but sigh. That's right. It is said that ordinary people can't even book this kind of imperial room. Mr. Feng is so awesome. Listening to the flattery from his classmates, Feng Tao felt a little confused. Chapter 14, Strength pretends the Imperial Hall of the Universal Hotel is only open to super bosses, but my status is not enough to be a super boss. However, after hearing his classmates' praise, Feng Tao once again became the focus of the whole audience. Feng Tao was the only one who had just met Manager Chen, so everyone simply ignored Yi Chen and thought that it was because of Feng Tao's face that Manager Chen gave them the Emperor Hall. Of Feng Tao was a little flattered by everyone's praise and looked very proud. Just then, the door of the box was opened and He Jia walked in from outside. Mr. He, you are here? Feng Tao walked over quickly. He Jia asked in surprise, why is our party in the Imperial Hall? Feng Tao looked very proud. I have some connections with Manager Song of the Universal Hotel, so he gave us the Imperial Hall. He Jia was stunned for a moment, and he glanced at Feng Tao. Do you think Manager Song has this right? The Imperial Hall is only open to major shareholders within the hotel and bigwigs from outside. Do you think your face is valuable? After hearing what Yi Jia said, Feng Tao was also stunned. It's not because of me, so what's going on? Yi Jia glanced at Yi Chen and asked, Yi Chen, is it because of you? Yi Chen, the classmates all looked at Yi Chen. Feng Tao couldn't help but sneered, Mr. He, you are such a joker. Zhang Chen is just a Didi boy. How can he be so capable? Yes, is He Jia your relative? He Jia, you really gave us all a big surprise. He Jiao was about to speak when the door of the box opened. Song Ming walked in with 4 waiters wearing cheongsams carrying dishes and red wine.
Excuse me, everyone.
According to the rules of our hotel, guests in the Imperial Room can enjoy the most expensive dishes in our hotel. 4 waiters brought the dishes to the table: Buddha jumps over the wall, fish maw with abalone sauce, orchid bear paw, and bird's nest with rock sugar. One classmate was stunned when he saw the menu. My goodness, these 4 dishes together cost nearly 260,000. Song Ming held a bottle of red wine and placed it on the table. This bottle of 1982 collection Lafite is specially prepared for the guests of the Imperial Hall. Lafite 1982. Feng Tao stared at the red wine on the table with his eyes wide open. It is very difficult to find authentic 1982 Lafite on the market, so the price of authentic ones has now been hyped up to 140,000.
Feng Tao explained to everyone. Could the Universal Hotel provide fake wine?
Obviously not. 260,000 yuan worth of food, plus 114,000 yuan worth of wine. This table of food and wine is worth 400,000. This is too luxurious. Feng Tao's face looked a little ugly. After all, he was the one who booked the hotel. His original budget was only over 10,000 yuan, and now it has increased 40 times.
He can't afford it. Manager Song? We didn't order this wine or this dish.
Song Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mr. Feng, this banquet is given to Mr. Yi by us. He is the major shareholder of our company, so these wine and food are given away free of charge by our hotel. Mr. Yi, everyone was stunned. Feng Tao was stunned. Tian Lily was also shocked. The other students in the class all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. There is only one person with the surname Yi in the class, and that is Yi Chen. The answer is revealed. No wonder Song Ming opened the Imperial Hall to them. It's not because of Feng Tao, but because of Yi Chen. Song Ming and the 4 cheongsam ladies bowed to Yi Chen and said, Boss Yi, please enjoy your meal with your guests.
If you need anything, you can always contact me.
Yi Chen nodded. Thank you very much. I have to say that Song Ming is really good at flattering people. This guy deserves full marks for helping Yi Chen pretend. All the students were stunned. The entire Imperial Hall was in deathly silence. The only one who was not very surprised was Yi Jia, because she also knew Yi Chen's other identity. All the girls in the class looked at Yi Chen with peach blossoms in their eyes. Oh my god. The former school idol has now grown into a domineering president. Universal Group, with a market value of tens of billions. Feng Tao and Tian Lily were completely stunned. The 2 of them had just mocked Yi Chen in front of his classmates for being a Didi driver. It seems that Didi is just a side business, and his real identity is a major shareholder of the World Group. Yi Chen, I didn't expect that you are the real boss of our class.
Yi Chen, you hit it too well.
We all thought you were Didi brother, but it turns out you are a super rich man.
Yes, thanks to Yi Chen, I can actually have a banquet worth more than 400,000 yuan in my life.
He just stood up and picked up the wine glass. Yi Chen, thanks to you, our company was able to sign a contract with Yida Group.
I toast you with this glass of wine.
When signing the contract, He Jia learned that Yi Chen was the major shareholder of Yida Group. Only then did she understand why Yida Group would sign such a profitable big contract with her. What good luck! It's all because of Yi Chen. This bastard actually cheated and caused her to sprain her ankle while doing frog jump. However, He Jia never dreamed that Yi Chen actually had another identity, the major shareholder of Universal Group. He Jia was even a little speechless. How many large companies was this guy a shareholder of?
Wait a minute, could Yi Chen be the new president of Yida Group? Tian Lily asked in shock. Tian Lily is an employee of Yida Group.
She just heard that the group has a new president named Yi Chen. She originally thought it was a duplicate name, but after hearing what He Jia said, she remembered it. He Jia nodded. That's right, Yi Chen is not only a major shareholder of Huanyu Group, but also the president of Yida Group. The scene was dead silent. Oh my god, how rich is Yi Chen? Yida Group, one of the top 3 leading enterprises in China, together with Huanyu Group, is definitely a billionaire. Feng Tao was so frightened that he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into it. Just think about it. He actually pretended to be cool in front of Yi Chen just now. How stupid. After the banquet, everyone had a great time chatting. Although Yi Chen's identity was exposed, he remained very low-key and did not put on airs at all. As seeing Yi Chen's approachable appearance, Feng Tao was so ashamed that he couldn't even raise his head. Why Yi Chen had just had a few drinks while driving Didi. He had just gotten into the Pagani when Tian Lily ran over.
Yi Chen, I've been drinking and I feel a little dizzy. Can you give me a ride?
Ding, congratulations on receiving a new order.
Yi Chen smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I just received an order, I'm afraid I can't take you there." Just then, two graceful figures walked into the co-pilot seat. "Beautiful lady, can you please move aside? I want to get in the car." The two beauties in front of her crushed her in both figure and appearance. Suwani, the two had met in a hotel before, although the other beauty was wearing sunglasses, Tian Lily still recognized her. She was the famous Chinese star Yang Mi. Okay, I'll get out of the way. One is a beautiful CEO, the other is a popular star. Tian Lily finally realized that she is no longer worthy of Yi Chen. After Suwani and Yang Mimi got in the car, they said, "Let's drive." Yi Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the Pagani sports car disappeared into the night amid the shocked gazes of his classmates. Suwani smiled and said, "It must be fun to show off at a class reunion." Yi Chen smiled faintly, "It seems not bad? Are you Yi Chen? Sister Wani often mentions you." Yang Mimi took off her sunglasses and said with a smile. Why Yi Chen was stunned when he glanced at the rearview mirror. He actually pulled a big star today. Chapter 15. The second special passenger. Yang Mimi looked at Yi Chen's profile and exclaimed, "Brother, it's such a waste for you to drive Didi. You are so handsome that you will definitely be popular in the entertainment industry." Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's so hard to get into the entertainment industry. I don't know how much effort it takes to become a big star like you." Yang Mimi sighed, "Big stars are almost becoming outdated stars now." Suwani at the side advised, "Mimi, don't be discouraged, those young handsome guys only rely on their looks, we rely on our strength. This new album will definitely be a big hit when it comes out." "I hope so. If this album fails again, I'm afraid I'll be put on ice." Yi Chen parked the car downstairs of Thompson first floor. Suwani got out of the car. "Yi Chen, thank you, please take the trouble to send Mimi to the company." "No problem, but the location of this order is Thompson Epeen. You have to submit the order and give a 5-star review before you can get a new order. He drives a sports car worth 30 million, but he's still so stingy." Although she grumbled, Suwani still submitted the order happily and gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. In her opinion, Yi Chen was just experiencing the fun of driving a Didi. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise. Activate the 5th star, 5/5, to be rewarded with the songwriter skill. Countless music information instantly flooded into Yi Chen's mind. This music seemed to come from different dimensions, and Yi Chen had never heard any of the songs. "Brother Yi, I have submitted the Didi order to Guangwang Media." "Okay." Yi Chen took the order and drove towards Guangxi Media. Yang Mimi's phone rang, and she answered the call. "What? Mr. Li, I have been preparing this album for half a year, how could you do this? My traffic is indeed not as good as those young idols, but how can I stand out if you don't give me a chance? No, I have to release this album no matter what." After the phone call was hung up, Yang Mimi's pretty face turned red with anger. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating 5 good reviews, activating new special attribute passengers, and completing the selected tasks. You will receive the ultimate reward and help the host become a global boss. Passenger's occupation, singer. Option 1, comfort Young Mimi, win the heart of a female star, Peach Blossom +10, a bouquet of romantic roses that never fade. Option 2, persuade Young Mimi to leave the entertainment industry, gain stamina +10, and a Thompson mansion. Option 3, help Young Mimi create a hit song, get the sound of nature, Gulfstream G550 luxury private jet, and become the boss of the Magic City commercial street. The first option is easy to complete, but Peach Blossom +10 is rather useless. Yi Chen is so handsome and rich, so even without the Peach Blossom bonus, he will not be short of beautiful women, so Yi Chen directly gave up this option. The second option, Endurance +10, is good, but the second option is the Thompson first-class luxury house. Yi Chen already owns a villa, so this luxury house is not very attractive to Yi Chen. The last one is to help Young Mimi create a hit album. He has just acquired a small Chinese music library and has countless classic pop songs from parallel worlds in his mind. It is too easy for him to help her create a hit album. If you have God-level acting skills and are bored in the future, you can try making movies and experience what it's like to be a big star. The Gulfstream G550 luxury private jet, worth 700 million, is an essential means of transportation for many bigwigs and is very practical. What surprised Yi Chen even more was the Magic City commercial street. Modu Commercial Street is the most prosperous commercial street in Modu, covering an area of 30,000 square meters. At the end of the commercial street is the famous Bund, which is the financial center of Shanghai. The entire financial street has 118 financial buildings, more than a dozen banks, and nearly 100 top international companies. The annual rent of the commercial street alone reaches 20 billion. At that moment, Yichen said in his heart, "System, I choose option 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gulfstream G550 luxury private jet. The plane has landed at the Magic City Airport. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the sound of nature. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming the boss of Magic City Commercial Street. Ding, the host can activate a new special passenger selection task if he gets 5 positive stars in the system rating within a week." Yichen's car stopped downstairs of Guangxin Media. Young Mimi said to Yichen, "Mr. Yi, I'm going to record a song. Can you come with me? I'm afraid it will be too late after recording the song and it will be unsafe to take a taxi." Yichen originally wanted to help young Mimi, so he agreed with a smile. "Mimi, you're here?" Seeing young Mimi coming, the staff greeted her with a smile. "Well, I just recorded 2 songs to see how they work." No matter what, young Mimi is also a top star, so the sound engineers were very polite to her. Young Mimi was just about to enter the recording studio when several sound engineers finished adjusting the equipment. Young Mimi has recorded this song several times, but the results are not very good. Besides, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and several staff members looked a little listless. On the one hand, it was too late, and on the other hand, the song young Mimi wanted to record was really too ordinary. It has no special features and even has a hypnotic effect after listening to it a few times, making people drowsy. It was the first time Yichen entered the recording studio. He sat down and saw young Mimi already standing in front of the microphone. Oh, Mimi is so pitiful. The song that originally belonged to her was snatched away by a young singer. I heard that it even made it to the Golden Song chart. This song was actually just a perfunctory gift from the company. Yeah, it's such a crappy song. I don't know which second-rate songwriter wrote it. It feels like a lullaby." Yichen frowned after listening to the discussions around him, took a piece of paper and a pen, and started writing. Young Mimi made an okay gesture and started singing. Yichen put down his writing and put on the headset. "The one I love the most, the one I miss. Why aren't you by my side? My love for you, do you hear it? Do you understand my feelings for you? This is too fucking shit." This song can only be described as mediocre, especially since this kind of music is already popular on the streets. Needless to say, this song is just a perfunctory one for young Mimi. Poor young Mimi, she still practiced meticulously, although she sang with deep emotion. Several people in the recording studio were almost listening. Yichen was speechless. This song was really rubbish. Damn, young Mimi's company is too bullying. Even if young Mimi's traffic is not good, you can just take a similar song. This song has no special features at all. Even a great singer wouldn't be able to make it popular. Oh, no, I can't listen to this anymore. I'm going to fall asleep. A tuner took off his headphones and took a sip of coffee to wake himself up. Damn, the composer of this song is really amazing. He actually wrote a lullaby. Several tuners were already beginning to feel drowsy. After singing, young Mimi took off her headset and walked out. Teacher Chen, do you think the singing is okay? Teacher Chen, who had just dozed off, smiled. Well, it's pretty good, the sound is very nice. Sounds good, you were almost falling asleep just now. This damn tuner is such a jerk. It's obvious that he is lying with open eyes. Several other tuners also said, Mimi sings well. Young Mimi looked at Yichen and said, Brother Yi, what do you think of my singing? Yichen said something under Yang Mimi's expectant gaze. This sentence shocked young Mimi and everyone else. Chapter 16, the singing is too bad. After hearing Yichen's words, several tuners instantly lost all sleepiness. Yichen said, your song is so lame, what the hell, don't release it, it's a waste of everyone's time. A moment everyone was stunned. Spicy chicken, man, you're too straightforward. Have you ever considered the girl's feelings? The smile on Yang Mimi's face disappeared. She originally thought that Yichen would praise her like everyone else, but Yichen actually said that the song was rubbish and that she was wasting everyone's time. Yichen, what do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. I just want you to stop torturing everyone. Didn't you notice? You almost woke up the tuner. How can a song like this become popular? Yichen said, throwing a piece of A4 paper to young Mimi. This is the song I just wrote for you. If you want to be famous, use this one. What? He was writing a song just now. Yi-chen just wrote and drew on an A4 paper with a pen, and several tuners saw it, but they didn't expect Yi-chen to write a song so quickly. Then, Yi-chen continued, first, familiarize yourself with the lyrics and music, then sing it to me and I'll give you some guidance. What? Looking at Yi-chen's work clothes, everyone was stunned. Aren't you a Didi boy? You write songs and guide Mimi. Did you know that Mimi graduated from a music college? Moreover, Yi-chen finished writing this song in just over 10 minutes. The speed is too fast. You wrote the song? Yang Mimi was also stunned. Isn't Yi-chen a Didi boy? Can he also write songs? Today's pop songs need to resonate with young people. Love songs that are meaningless and moaning are outdated. So if you want your songs to be popular, they must touch people's hearts and resonate with them. There was a sudden silence in the recording studio. A Didi guy actually has such a profound understanding of pop music. As long as your singing skills are not too bad, this song should be able to enter the top 3 of the Golden Songs chart. Yi-chen continued, top 3 on the Golden Melody chart. The staff in the recording studio were all dumbfounded. In their eyes, Yi-chen was simply crazy. It is a fantasy that a Didi guy can write a song and it can rank among the top 3 on the Golden Song chart. Yang Mimi was also stunned. Being able to enter the list is Yang Mimi's goal, and she dare not even think about being in the top 3 of the Golden Melody chart. You mean the top 3 on the Golden Songs chart? Yang Mimi asked in disbelief. She couldn't believe that a Didi guy could casually write a song and get such an amazing result of being ranked in the top 3 of the Golden Melody chart. If there aren't any particularly amazing songs, it's very possible to get number 1 on the Golden Melody chart. Of course, the premise is that your singing is not too bad. Yang Mimi looked at the song on the A4 paper in disbelief. When she saw it for the first time, she was attracted by the song. At this moment, several staff members in the recording studio were also confused. A Didi guy can write a song and it can become the number 1 song on the Golden Song chart? What a joke. Yang Mimi hummed the tune. Finally made this decision. I don't care what others say as long as you are also sure I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it's not easy. Listening to the beautiful melody, several people in the recording studio were stunned. Is this song nice? Even after listening to this song, some people who looked sleepy just now are no longer sleepy. The composer also adjusted the music on the computer based on the music. Yang Mimi couldn't wait to walk into the recording studio. As the beautiful music sounded, Yang Mimi sang along with the rhythm. In the recording studio, several staff members' eyes lit up when they heard the singing. This song is great both in terms of melody and lyrics. Yang Mimi was also ecstatic. This was exactly the feeling she wanted. As soon as the song was finished, applause broke out in the recording studio. Several staff members applauded. Mimi, you sing really well. This song is so well written. Yang Mimi was also very excited. She looked at Yi-chen and said gratefully, Yi-chen, thank you so much. Yi-chen frowned and said, you sang this song really badly. The smile on Yang Mimi's face disappeared instantly, and she even felt angry. Really bad? This word was a bit too much for Yang Mimi. Yang Mimi took a deep breath and said, okay, you said I suck. What's so bad about the song I sang? Yi-chen didn't say anything, but walked into the recording studio. I'll sing, you listen carefully to get a feel for it. Yang Mimi took a deep breath and put on headphones. Soon, Yi-chen's voice came from the headphones. Why Yi-chen's singing voice is very relaxing and makes people feel relieved. Oh my god, Yi-chen sings so well that why Yi-chen had just acquired the skill of a singing god. So the song he sang fully expressed all the emotions expressed in the song. Not only Yang Mimi, but the other staff members were also completely stunned. Is this young man really a Didi driver? His singing is so beautiful. After singing, Yi-chen asked, did you find the feeling? At this time, there was no more dissatisfaction on Yang Mimi's face. Instead, she looked like a student being guided by a teacher. I'll give it a try. Yang Mimi sang it again. No, the emotion is wrong. What is the essence of this song? It tells people to love themselves and not care about worldly opinions. You have to sing with confidence. Yi-chen kept correcting Yang Mimi's singing mistakes. After an entire night of hard work, Yi-chen was finally satisfied. Yang Mimi also breathed a sigh of relief. She listened to the beautiful voice coming from the speakers and was stunned herself. Oh my god, is this really the song I sang? It was already past 4 in the morning when Yi-chen drove Yang Mimi home. Yi-chen, thank you. Yang Mimi said gratefully. You're welcome. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. No problem.
Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise. Activating the first praise star, January 5th, will reward 10 billion cash.
After getting the first star of praise, Yi Chen returned home, took a shower, and went to bed the next day. Yi Chen was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Chen? I am, who are you?
I'm Zhang Shan, the property manager of Magic City Commercial Street. Boss, we have a share transfer agreement that needs your signature.
Oh, I see.
Please wait for a moment.
I'll go to the Magic City Commercial Street in an hour.
After all, that place will be my own property in the future, so I have to go and take a look at it anyway. After Yi Chen washed up and had breakfast, his cell phone rang again.
Yi Chen, I want to take a taxi.
The person who called was Lin Shanshan.
Oh, okay, I'll go over now.
After looking at the time, Yi Chen decided to get a deal first. For Yi Chen, every time he runs Didi, he may gain something.
What if he gives a 5-star review and activates the good review star?
Yi Chen parked the car at the gate of Jinsho Garden, and the little lowly Lin Shanshan, wearing a cartoon t-shirt, got into the Pagani car.
Hey, isn't this the #1 beauty in our neighborhood?
It seems she's already on the list of rich people. Luxury cars and beautiful women are the standard for successful men.
We are the poor ones who can only watch. Amid the sighs of several security guards, Yi Chen stepped on the accelerator and said, "Where are we going?" I don't know. I just miss you. It doesn't matter where we go.
Lin Shanshan said shyly. Why Yi Chen, in that case, let me take you to visit the Magic City Commercial Street. Yi Chen said with a smile. This time, the voice of the music radio host came from Pagani's speakers. Today, a divine song Courage debuted on the Golden Song Chart.
Chapter 17 He is my boss. Lin Shanshan said at the side, Yi Chen, have you listened to this song? It's so beautiful. Really? You like it too? Of course, this song is amazing.
It entered the top 10 right after it was released, and is now ranked 3rd. It will probably be #1 on the Golden Songs chart in no time.
I finally made this decision.
I don't care what others say. Lin Shanshan said this and hummed along with the rhythm of the music.
The composer of this song is really talented. Jianruo Lu Shui. When I heard this pen name, I knew the author must be very handsome. Yi Chen smiled aside.
She would never have dreamed that the handsome author was sitting next to her. The cell phone rang and Yi Chen connected the Bluetooth headset.
Yi Chen, thank you so much, my song has become popular.
Yang Mimi's excited voice came from the phone. Why Yi Chen smiled faintly. Congratulations, I said, as long as you sing well, it will be easy to make it to the Golden Song Chart.
Yes, I'll treat you to a meal later. I also have to be interviewed by a TV station.
After the call ended, Lin Shanshan looked at Yi Chen in surprise.
Do you know Yang Mimi? Yi Chen nodded. Well, I guess we know each other. Can you give me an autographed photo of her? I'm her fan.
Yi Chen nodded speechlessly. Okay, there will be a chance. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen drove to the parking lot on the commercial street. The commercial street is so popular that there are no more parking spaces in the parking lot. Yi Chen took a quick look and saw a parking space not far away, so he drove over and stopped just as the two people got out of the car. A red Ferrari drove over. A beautiful woman in a red short skirt stopped the car and yelled at Yi Chen, "Hey,
are you blind? Did you park in that parking space?"
Yi Chen frowned and looked at the Ferrari beauty. The other person was in his early 20s, looked pretty good, and was wearing all branded clothes, which was very flashy.
The parking space was empty when I came, why can't I park?
Yi Chen said coldly. It's empty because it's the parking space reserved for me and no one dares to park there. The woman said arrogantly. This time, several security guards came over. Miss Chen, what's wrong? The security captain asked in panic. This guy's car is occupying my parking space.
What are you guys doing? You can't even look after a parking space.
The security captain also looked a little unhappy after hearing this. After all, they are the security guards of the entire parking lot, and no one will specifically watch your parking space. Moreover, that parking space was actually just a VIP parking space, which had been occupied by her for a long time. The woman in red pointed at Yi Chen and said, I'm telling you, I'll give you 1 minute to drive your car out of here immediately.
If the other party had spoken nicely, Yi Chen might have given up the parking space. Seeing that the other party was so unreasonable, Yi Chen frowned. What if I don't drive away? Yi Chen said coldly. Not leaving? The woman in red sneered. Do you care? Several security guards looked at Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was driving a Pagani, so it went without saying that he was a rich man. It was a fight between gods, and they were just small security guards. No matter who they offended, they would suffer the consequences. Seeing that the security guards were silent, the woman in red snorted coldly, Okay, since you don't care, don't blame me. As she spoke, the woman in red took out her cell phone and said, Aha, this is Feng Jiao. Someone has occupied my parking space, and not only is he not leaving, he's also being very arrogant. What? Who dares to be so arrogant in my territory? Just wait, I will send someone to smash his car. After hanging up the phone, the woman in red said smugly, You little bastard, if you have the guts, don't leave. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Now he is the boss of the Magic City Commercial Street. Would he be afraid if someone acted like a bully in his own territory? Lin Shanshan pulled Yi Chen and said, Brother Yi, I think we should just forget it. It's just a parking space, right? Let her have it. Hearing Lin Shanshan's words, the woman in red became even more arrogant. Look how sensible your girlfriend is. If you leave now, it's still not too late. If you wait for my people to arrive, your car will be smashed. Yi Chen smiled frivolously, Okay, I want to see how you smash my car. At this time, 7 or 8 men in black rushed out of a building, holding sticks in their hands. The red-dressed woman's eyes lit up when she saw these people. Shunzi, smash his car for me. Shunzi rolled up his sleeves and asked, Miss Chen, which one do you want to smash? It's that Pagani. The woman in red said, gritting her teeth. What, Pagani? Shunzi was stunned. Miss Chen, this car costs more than 30 million. Shunzi said fearfully. What's 30 million? How asked you to help me vent my anger. If anything goes wrong, Master Lu will take the responsibility. Shunzi gritted his teeth and nodded, Okay. Then he turned to the other men in black and said, Smash it. Several men in black were about to take action, but at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked over quickly. Stop it. Seeing the middle-aged man, Shunzi and several men in black changed their expressions. Manager Zhang, why are you here? Zhang Shan had a gloomy look on his face and walked over quickly. What are you going to do? Chen said arrogantly, Manager Zhang, this guy is occupying my parking space and refuses to move. I'll ask someone to teach him a lesson. When he saw Yi Chen, Zhang Shan's expression changed slightly. You want to smash our boss's car? Zhang Shan said coldly. Boss? Chen Li was stunned as Zhang Shan said coldly, Mr. Yi is the boss of our financial street. You are so brave to have someone smash his car. Ah! Chen Li was suddenly dumbfounded. Financial street boss. Hearing this name, Chen Li trembled slightly. Boss, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Zhang Shan said nervously. Yi Chen said calmly, My friend and I will go shopping first, you can decide how to deal with it. Having said that, Yi Chen pulled Lin Shanshan away. Chen Li never thought that the man was the boss of Financial Street. She looked at Zhang Shan. Brother Zhang, for the sake of our Ahao, let's just forget about this matter. Forget it? Zhang Shan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yi Chen not far away. He understood that if this matter was not handled properly, he would lose his job as a property manager. Smash it. Smash her car into scrap metal. Zhang Shan said to the security guard. The security captain had long disliked Chen Li, and upon hearing Zhang Shan's words, he immediately took his men into action. Bang, bang, bang. My car? My new Ferrari. Seeing her new car smashed to pieces, Chen Li burst into tears in pain. Yi Chen listened to the clanging sound of cars crashing behind him and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that this property manager is pretty good. Beside him, Lin Shanshan was still a little dazed. Yi Chen, that person just said you are the boss of Financial Street? Yes, the whole street belongs to me. Just accompany me shopping today. Yi Chen said with a smile. Chapter 18, Billionaire. The Magic City Commercial Street is the most prosperous section of the Magic City. It is close to the Bund in Shanghai, and is crowded with tourists.
making all the shops extremely popular. Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan came to the Magic City shopping mall. In the past, Yi Chen would only go around ordinary trendy brand stores, but now that he is worth tens of billions, it is natural for him to go around luxury stores as well. Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan came to the Versace flagship store. The waiter at the door saw Lin Shanshan was about to provide service, but the store manager Li Meng stopped her.
"Let me go. I know this girl."
Li Meng walked over with a sarcastic smile on his face.
"Lin Shanshan, long time no see."
When Lin Shanshan saw the person coming, her expression changed slightly.
"Li Meng, why is it you?"
Lin Shanshan and Li Meng used to be colleagues in the same company. Because Lin Shanshan had good performance, Li Meng became jealous and spread rumors in the company that Lin Shanshan had an affair with the general manager, which resulted in Lin Shanshan having to resign and leave unexpectedly. "I would see Li Meng here a year later." Li Meng sneered, "I'm the store manager of Versace now."
"Oh, this is your boyfriend, Shanshan, you're really desperate. You even hooked up with Didi Boy. What did you say?"
Lin Shanshan became angry when she saw Li Meng's rude remarks. Li Meng sneered, "You know that any piece of Versace clothing costs tens of thousands of dollars.
Can poor people like you afford it?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes.
From their conversation, he could tell that there was a story between them.
Are Versace employees so uncultured? Haven't they heard that the customer is God? Yi Chen suddenly spoke up. God? Li Meng suddenly laughed after hearing Yi Chen's words.
The God we serve comes here to consume, not to satisfy his eyes and pretend to be a rich man.
Li Meng looked at Yi Chen with disdain. "I'm just a Didi guy, why are you pretending to be so pretentious?" "What did you say?"
Lin Shanshan was about to argue but was stopped by Yi Chen.
"How do you know I'm a loser?" Yi Chen said jokingly. Li Meng snorted coldly, "You are wearing a Didi driver's uniform. You look like a Didi driver. Next time you bring your girlfriend out, remember to wear something decent. Also, please get out immediately and don't affect our business." Yi Chen suddenly laughed.
He ignored Li Meng and walked straight to the clothes rack, picking up something at random.
"You, what are you doing? Don't get your clothes dirty. Can you afford to compensate for it?"
Li Meng said angrily. Yi Chen ignored it and took a look at the price tag of the dress, which was 80,000.
"So cheap?" Yi Chen frowned. "Cheap?"
Li Meng and the other shop assistants were stunned. A suit worth 80,000 is already a sky-high price for ordinary people, but this guy actually said it's cheap. Yi Chen said to the salesperson, "The clothes here are worth more than 100,000 yuan.
Give me one according to my size. Also, call your manager."
In an instant, the store was dead silent. The sales clerks and customers in the store were stunned. It's too luxurious to have a piece of clothing that costs more than 100,000 yuan. Li Meng was also stunned, but she soon revealed a cold smile. "You are a Didi boy, you have so much money to buy clothes, are you kidding me?
To meet our manager? Are you qualified?" Yi Chen took out a bank card and handed it to a waiter.
"You can swipe your card first to see if the balance is sufficient." Li Meng also came to the ATM out of curiosity, opened the system, and was stunned when he saw the series of numbers in it. "Oh my god, it's more than 10 billion. Li Meng was completely stunned. The waiters nearby were also stunned. With over 10 billion in deposits, this young man turns out to be a billionaire. Yi Chen said calmly, "Now I am qualified to see your manager."
Li Meng's face turned pale.
She walked to Yi Chen awkwardly and bowed. "Sir, I didn't know you were so rich just now.
Please forgive me." Yi Chen said calmly, "It's not my problem whether to forgive or not. It depends on whether my friend forgives you or not."
Lin Shanshan. Li Meng looked at Lin Shanshan and her face became even uglier. It was because of her that Lin Shanshan was forced to leave the company.
She just humiliated Lin Shanshan again. How could she forgive herself? "Humph, the manager of the mall is my cousin, I want to see what you can do to me."
At this time, a 40-year-old woman ran in a panic when she saw Yi Chen. The woman's expression suddenly changed. They had just finished a board meeting. The commercial street had a new boss. Property manager Zhang Shan had just shown the boss's photo to all the managers. He didn't expect that the boss would come to his store so soon. Sun Rongrong was all smiles. "Boss Yi, why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming to give us your guidance?
I could have greeted you in person." Yi Chen sneered, "I can't afford it." Your store manager said that I am not qualified to see you.
Sun Rongrong's expression changed and she looked at Li Meng. Li Meng was regretting so much that his intestines turned green. He had just seen Lin Shanshan and had wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate her, but he didn't expect that she was actually the boss's girlfriend. Sun Rongrong walked up to Li Meng and raised her hand, bang. Li Meng was stunned, covering her face. Sun Rongrong is her cousin, who loves her very much. After becoming a manager, she transferred her here to be the store manager. But because she offended this young man, her cousin slapped her in the face.
Li Meng, do you know who he is?
He is the owner of the Magic City Commercial Street. I have told you long ago that you should treat customers with courtesy no matter who they are.
Did you ignore my words? My cousin? Don't call me cousin. From today on, you are fired. Aunt, I was wrong. I don't want to lose my job.
As the store manager of Versace, her monthly salary plus commissions amount to hundreds of thousands a year. How could she bear to give up such a good job? Li Meng looked at Lin Shanshan. Shanshan, please ask your boyfriend to forgive me, I was wrong.
Lin Shanshan glanced at Li Meng with disdain. When I was forced to leave the company, do you know how I felt? You should really experience this feeling.
Sun Rongrong said respectfully, Mr. Yi, you are the owner of the Magic City Commercial Street.
We will give away all the clothes for free.
Please leave your address and I will send someone to deliver them directly to you later.
Yi Chen nodded, thank you. Amid everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Chen took Lin Shanshan away from Versace. The waiter and Sun Rongrong stood in a row and respectfully escorted the two out of the store. Lin Shanshan blushed and said, Yi Chen, thank you. Are you just saying thank you to me? Yi Chen teased. Boo!
Lin Shanshan actually gave Yi Chen a gentle kiss on the face. Feeling the moisture on his face, Yi Chen smiled faintly. As a reward, I will take you shopping today.
Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan went shopping for the whole afternoon.
He changed his mobile phone to the latest Apple 11 Pro and bought a limited edition Patek Philippe watch worth more than 10 million yuan. Yi Chen looked brand new from head to toe. I looked at myself in the mirror and felt like a rich person. Lin Shanshan is also wearing famous brands Gucci bags, Chanel dresses. Yi Chen, you're spending so much money on me, how embarrassing.
Ha, it's okay. This is a reward for accompanying me shopping.
Yi Chen said with a smile. Lin Shanshan's pretty face turned red, and she was very happy. Why Yi Chen bought so many things for her.
Does that mean she is his girlfriend?
Chapter 19 Charity Gala. After shopping, Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan returned to the parking lot, only to see a young man and Chen Li wiping their cars. Why Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Seeing Yi Chen, Sun Hao hurriedly pulled Chen Li over.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. My girlfriend is short-sighted and has offended you.
You smashed the car, but if you're not satisfied, you can beat up this bitch. Sun Hao said nervously. Chen Li's face looked very ugly just now when Sun Hao came. She wanted to complain to Sun Hao, but she didn't expect that he slapped her twice. Now she realized that she was nothing when it came to money and interests. Why Yi Chen was too lazy to pay attention to such a small character. Why Yi Chen waved his hand. Forget it, remember not to be too arrogant in the future. Having said that, Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan got in the car and sped away.
Brother Hao, what should I do with my Ferrari?
Chen Li said with a sad face.
Pa!
Sun Hao slapped Chen Li again.
Ferrari? Get lost, you bitch. You almost killed me. How was it? Did you have fun today? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Well, thank you, Yi Chen.
Lin Shanshan said gratefully. This matter has always been a thorn in Lin Shanshan's side, and Yi Chen helped her remove it. After Lin Shanshan got off the car, she directly gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the second praise star, February 5th, and rewarding Piano Master, another skill. At this time, Yi Chen received another order from a customer, and then his cell phone rang.
Handsome guy, do you miss me?
A teasing voice came from the phone.
Yang Mimi? Yi Chen immediately recognized the other person's voice.
Ha, you still have a conscience.
I want to take your car again. Yang Nini said. Sister, celebrities all have nanny cars, okay? You won't treat my car as a nanny car, will you?
Yes, a Pagani nanny car, so prestigious.
Yang Mimi joked. Why Yi Chen parked the car at the door and Yang Mimi got in. Magic City Art Center? You have a performance? Well, there is a charity performance and I am the guest performer. Yang Mimi said with a smile. You are very popular now. Yi Chen teased. Thanks to you, the single I released with a singer from our company has now topped the Golden Melody chart, while her song flopped. I feel so relieved. Yang Mimi looked very happy. Li Feifei's single should have been hers, but she snatched it away. The company just threw a rubbish song to Yang Mimi as a consolation. Fortunately, Yi Chen helped her write a popular song, which allowed her to fight back. Due to the popularity of the song, the company's resources were redirected to Yang Mimi. When Yang Mimi's song topped the Golden Melody chart, Li Feifei's face turned green. Why Yi Chen parked the car at the Magic City Art Center? Yang Mimi smiled and said, Why don't you come with me? I'll treat you to a show. There are many big stars there. All right. Yi Chen had nothing to do, so he parked his car in the parking lot and walked into the art center with Yang Mimi. Yang Mimi and Yi Chen came to the dressing room, and a young woman's face darkened slightly when she saw Yang Mimi. Hey, Sister Mimi, I didn't expect the company would invite you to participate in the performance. Yes, although I'm a little older, I have the talent, so I should still be popular for a few more years. Yang Mimi said with a smile. Li Feifei's face looked a little gloomy. I finally managed to step on Yang Mimi and snatch her resources, but I didn't expect that one of Yang Mimi's songs would become popular again. Li Feifei's eyes suddenly caught sight of Yi Chen, who was wearing the Didi work uniform, standing behind Yang Mimi. Mimi, this guy can't be your boyfriend, Didi driver, you are becoming more and more tasteful. What is it to you? Yang Mimi was too lazy to pay attention to him and sat aside putting on makeup. At this time, a handsome young man walked in. When Li Feifei saw the young man, she immediately showed an excited smile on her face. Mr. Chen, you are also attending the charity party? Chen Tao ignored Li Feifei and came directly to Yang Mimi. Mimi, your song Courage is so beautiful. I have already used it as my cell phone ringtone. Seeing Chen Tao and Yang Mimi being so close, a hint of resentment flashed in Li Feifei's eyes. Yang Mimi, just wait, I will embarrass you in public in a moment. Chen Tao and Yang Mimi chatted for a few more sentences before leaving, without even looking at Li Feifei. Many big Chinese stars and many business people attended this charity performance. The theme of the performance is to donate money to Hope primary schools in mountainous areas. The performance was broadcast live on China's music channel. Before the performance began, Yang Mimi was memorizing the lyrics seriously. The song is called Transmission of Love. Yi Chen glanced at the lyrics and found them very ordinary. There are more than 10 minutes left before Yang Mimi's performance. Just then, a staff member suddenly ran over. Miss Mimi, can you change the song? What? Why change the song? Yang Mimi was stunned. I'm so sorry, due to a technical glitch, the soundtrack for your song was accidentally deleted. What? Yang Mimi was stunned. How could such a professional performance have such a huge mistake? Then can we download a new audio online? Yang Mimi asked. This is an original song, and there is only this audio file. We can't contact the author now, and there is no audio file online, said the staff. Li Feifei, who was standing aside, showed a sneer on her face. Well, we have an alternative song called Devotion. You can sing it. But how can I sing an unfamiliar song in such a short time? Yang Mimi was angry. The staff member said awkwardly, if you can't do it, then we can only let other singers perform. You guys? Yang Mimi was about to get angry. Mimi, don't worry, I'll find a way. Yi Chen patted Yang Mimi's shoulder and comforted her. Since it's due to your work, it's okay to postpone her performance. She needs to familiarize herself with a new song first. Yi Chen said. The staff nodded. Okay, I can give you half an hour. Li Feifei looked very proud at the side. In fact, she did all this because Li Feifei was jealous of Yang Mimi. She bribed the staff to delete the audio of the music in order to embarrass Yang Mimi. Yi Chen took Yang Mimi to an empty room and said, I'll teach you a song, and you sing along with me. During the performance, I'll accompany you. This is the call of the heart, this is the devotion of love, this is the spring breeze of the world, this is the source of life. This song has a distinct rhythm, is very easy to learn, and the lyrics are very infectious. Yang Mimi was very smart and learned it after singing it a few times. Yi Chen, did you write this song? That's great.
Yang Mimi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration now. She found that she could no longer understand Yi Chen, that he is handsome, rich, and talented, but he just likes to drive Didi.
Okay, go and get ready, Yi Chen said with a smile. Yeah.
Yang Mimi took a deep breath and walked backstage to prepare for her performance. Yi Chen was just about to leave when suddenly a young man blocked his way.
Wait a minute, can we talk? The young man asked coldly. Chapter 20, 1 Billion Loves. Yi Chen recognized that the young man was Chen Tao, who had just chatted with Yang Mimi. Something? Yi Chen said calmly.
Mr. Yi, I like Mimi, so I hope you stay away from her. Chen Tao saw Yi Chen and Yang Mimi staying in a room alone for such a long time, and thought that something happened to the two of them, so he stopped Yi Chen. I'm sorry, if you like, go chase her yourself.
It's my freedom to leave Yang Mimi or not. How much money do you want? Chen Tao suddenly said. Money?
A scornful smile flashed across Yi Chen's lips.
The last thing I lack is money.
After Yi Chen finished speaking, he left gracefully, leaving Chen Tao with a gloomy face. Finally, it was Yang Mimi's turn to go on stage. A sneer flashed across Li Feifei's lips.
Mimi, I wish you good luck. She had bribed the sound engineer and also tampered with the song. If Yang Mimi had any accident during the performance in such an important occasion, her life would definitely be over. However, unexpectedly, Yang Mimi whispered a few words to the host. The host nodded and said, "This song was composed on the spot by a friend of Yang Mimi and is presented to everyone present. Please invite Mr. Yi to come on stage and accompany Miss Mimi." Yi Chen walked onto the stage with a smile on his face. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yi Chen wearing the Didi brother uniform. Is this guy a runner? Can he play the piano? Li Feifei was also stunned. She didn't expect that the plan she had carefully laid out was actually solved by Yi Chen. Yi Chen sat in front of the piano in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Yi Chen's profile was so handsome that many girls at the scene were immediately attracted by this man's profile. Oh my god, this Didi guy is so handsome. The sound of piano rang out. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. This music is so beautiful. Accompanied by the music, Yang Mimi began to sing. This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love. Yi Chen possesses the skills of a piano master, so the music he plays brings out the beauty of the song to the fullest. Especially Yi Chen's elegant movements when playing the piano, handsome and refined, attracted all the girls present. Oh my god, this Didi guy is so handsome. This song not only has beautiful music, but also very touching lyrics. Many audience members were moved by this song. The audience in front of the TV was also completely attracted by this song. Mimi, this song is really great and touching. As expected of Mimi, this song really sings out the true meaning of love. The song is over. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Yi Chen stood up and held Yang Mimi's hand, and they bowed to the audience together. The host walked onto the stage and said, "Ms. Mimi, your song is so great. You haven't introduced your friend to us yet?" Yang Mimi smiled and said, "His name is Yi Chen, and he also wrote the lyrics and composed the music for my song Courage." Oh my god, there was an uproar at the scene again. As soon as Courage was released, it dominated the Chinese Golden Melody chart. The songwriter of this song has always been a mystery in people's minds. Unexpectedly, a few days later, this talented man wrote another great song. The host pointed the microphone at Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, judging from your clothes, you should be a Didi boy." Yi Chen nodded. "Well, I'm a Didi boy, and writing songs is my hobby." Phew, I don't know how many songwriters were almost vomiting blood at the scene and in front of the TV. You are so fucking pretentious. It's just a hobby, but you can write a song and it can become the top song on the Golden Melody chart. Just composing a song on the spot can move the hearts of millions of people. The host also smiled awkwardly. "Thank you for writing such a beautiful song. Now let's move on to the donation process for the children in the disaster area." The business leaders below raised their signs. Mr. Chen Ran, the boss of Huakong Industrial, donated 1 million. Mr. Mu Kai, the boss of Wanong Electronics, donated 5 million. Ms. Zhang Yu, the boss of Lida Group, donated 3 million. Mr. Chen Tao, president of Wanbo Group, donated 20 million. Oh my god, Mr. Chen Tao really has boundless love. Please invite Mr. Chen Tao to come on stage and express his love speech. Chen Tao walked onto the stage with a smug look on his face. He even looked at Yi Chen very provocatively. "The meaning is obvious, loser. Did you see it? I just have money and I can donate 20 million yuan casually." After Chen Tao came on stage, he took the microphone from the host and said, "I donated money because I was moved by Mimi's singing. I have always been a fan of Mimi. I wonder if my love can be exchanged for a dinner with Miss Mimi." Yang Mimi's expression changed slightly when she heard this. It can be said that Chen Tao has posed a difficult problem to Yang Mimi. Yang Mimi couldn't refuse in such an occasion, as if she refused she would be considered unloving. However, Yang Mimi didn't want to have dinner with Chen Tao from the bottom of her heart. Ye Chen on the side suddenly spoke up. Mr. Chen, you want to have dinner with Miss Mimi after donating 20 million, you are too stingy. There was an uproar at the scene. 20 million, this is already the largest donation tonight. This Didi guy actually said that a donation of 20 million is too stingy. Chen Tao sneered and said, Mr. Yi, do you mean you will donate more than me? There was sarcasm in his eyes. Ye Chen is wearing the clothes of a Didi boy. Can a Didi boy earn 100,000 yuan a year? He is obviously a poor guy, but he is pretending to be cool in such an occasion. He is simply asking for trouble. The audience also shook their heads secretly, and their good impression of Yi Chen disappeared without a trace in an instant. This young man really has no sense of the general situation. He has no money but is still talking nonsense here. The audience in the live video also complained. This Didi guy really doesn't know his place. He looks like a very energetic guy, but is he crazy? Still stingy with 20 million? They donated 20 million, can you donate a fraction of that? And you're still complaining about being poor. Chen Tao stared at Yi Chen as if he had him in his grasp. Yi Chen smiled and raised a finger. I will donate this amount. The host was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, 10,000 is not a small amount for a Didi driver. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your kindness. Chen Tao snorted coldly, 10,000, you have the nerve to take it out. The audience at the scene also complained. Ha, I've been holding it in for so long. It turns out it's 10,000. Donating 10,000 and complaining that 20 million is too little is ridiculous. Yi Chen shook his head. I said 1 billion. 1 billion. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, the scene fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Yi Chen blankly, their eyes filled with shock. The keyboard warriors watching the live broadcast were also stunned for a moment. What the hell, this Didi guy wants to donate 10 billion. The host was also completely shocked. 1 billion. She asked somewhat awkwardly, Mr. Yi, are you sure you just said 1 billion? Yi Chen looked at Chen Tao, who was still a little confused, jokingly, that's right, Mr. Chen, if you also donate 1 billion love, you can also have dinner with Miss Mimi. Chapter 21. I want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Chen Tao was stunned when he heard what Yi Chen said. 1 billion? Isn't he a Didi driver? How could he donate so much money? Chen Tao snorted coldly, boy, you are a Didi driver, what can you use to donate 1 billion? Yi Chen directly took out a bank card and said to the host, now I can transfer the money and pay directly. There was an uproar at the scene again. Is it true that he can take out 10 billion at will? 1 billion. Even if some big guys want to take it out all at once, it would be difficult. After all, many big guys' assets are fixed assets or shares, and they have very little liquid capital. There are only a few people in China who can come up with 1 billion at once. The host was also stunned, and she took the bank card with slightly trembling hands. She also had some doubts in her mind. Is there really 10 billion in this bank card? Yi Chen transferred the money directly, and soon the Red Cross received Yi Chen's donation. The host returned to the stage excitedly. Mr. Yi's 1 billion donation has arrived. We are here to thank Mr. Yi for his kindness. The scene was dead silent. Everyone stared in amazement at Didi boy standing on the stage. Is Didi making so much money now? Of course, many people finally understood that Yi Chen was just running Didi for fun. Anyone who could casually take out 1 billion funds must have a terrifying background. After a moment's silence, thunderous applause broke out in the entire hall. In the live video, the keyboard warriors who were just complaining about Yi Chen have turned into bootlickers. Oh my god, this is the real boss. He donated 1 billion without any hesitation. He must be the most generous Didi brother in the world. He is handsome, rich, and kind-hearted. I love him. Chen Tao's face turned pale. Originally he wanted to show off, but now he realizes that he is far inferior to Yi Chen. 10 billion, his entire company doesn't have that much money. Thinking about how he had just mocked Yi Chen for being a poor bastard, he felt like a fool standing on the stage. Too embarrassed to stand on the stage, Chen Tao sneaked away. Yang Mimi was stunned. Although she knew that Yi Chen was rich, she didn't expect that he could easily take out 1 billion. Yi Chen became the brightest star at the charity gala. After stepping down, those business leaders greeted Yi Chen one after another. Some handed out business cards. Not far away, Chen Tao's face turned pale. Originally, such treatment should have belonged to him. After the charity party ended, Yi Chen drove Yang Mimi home in the car. Yang Mimi's pretty face turned red. Thank you Yi Chen for today. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Yi Chen said with a smile. Yi Chen, what do you think of me? Yang Nini suddenly asked. You are very good. You have a good personality, are beautiful, and sing well. Yi Chen said with a smile. Oh, it seems that I am perfect in your heart. Yang Mimi smiled happily unconsciously. After a few days of getting along, Yi Chen has occupied an important place in her heart. The car stopped in front of Yang Mimi's house. Yang Mimi smiled and said, I see. I'll give you a 5-star rating, right? Yi Chen smiled and said, yes, thank you. Yang Mimi submitted the order. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise. Activate the 3rd star, 3/5, and be rewarded with the Guitar Master skill. Last time it was the piano, this time it's the Guitar Master. Piano and guitar are the 2 most common instruments in the music world, and Yi Chen has mastered them all. Yi Chen returned home, turned on his phone, and found that he was on the news headlines. Yang Nini's favorite lyricist is actually a billionaire. Mysterious Didi guy donated 1 billion. Revealing the true background of Didi brother. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength didn't allow it. The next day, Yi Chen's song Devotion of Love at the charity gala also made it into the Golden Melody chart. After washing up, Yi Chen received a call from Suwani. Yi Chen, I want a ride. Okay, the beautiful CEO wants a ride, so you must be available whenever you call. Yi Chen drove a Pagani to the door of Suwani's company. After Suwani got in the car, Yi Chen looked at the destination, which was Guangguang Media. Is your company entering the entertainment industry again? Yi Chen asked curiously. Suwani shook her head. No, our company just had an advertisement and I went to negotiate with the artist. Oh, what advertisement? Yi Chen asked. Our company has just entered the field of purified water and wants to make a name for itself, so we found a young and handsome guy named Lin Chengcheng to write a song for him. Yi Chen smiled and said, Lin Chengcheng, I heard he's a big shot. There's nothing we can do. He has traffic. We paid him 20 million for 1 song. Suwani sighed. Yi Chen also shook his head. It was too easy to make money in the entertainment industry now. You could earn 20 million just by singing a song, but it is difficult for ordinary people to earn so much money in their lifetime. Yi Chen parked the car in front of the entrance of Guangguang Media. Yi Chen, it may take some time for us to sign the contract. Come up with me. Suwani suddenly said. Yeah, okay. Yi Chen nodded. The 2 people came to Guangguang Media, but they got the news that Lin Chengcheng had been shooting the announcement very late yesterday and had not gotten up yet, so they were asked to wait a little longer. Suwani frowned. After all, they were the investors and were giving him money, but they were still sleeping at the agreed time. An hour later, Lin Chengcheng and an agent finally arrived. Suwani took a deep breath and said, Mr. Lin, we have already drafted a cooperation agreement between us. Take a look. 20 million will be paid in full in exchange for you to create a theme song for our advertisement. Lin Chengcheng said without even looking at the agreement, excuse me, a first-line star who is as famous as me just shot a commercial, and his price is 30 million, so I have to raise the price too. What? 30 million? Suwani suddenly became angry. Mr. Lin, 20 million is not a small amount. 30 million, aren't you asking for too much? My song is only worth this much money. If you don't need it, there are plenty of people who can use it. Lin Chengcheng said arrogantly. Yi Chen glanced at the lyrics and snorted, how dare you ask for 20 million for such a rubbish song? In my opinion, it's worthless. The conference room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone looked at Yi Chen. Lin Chengcheng's agent angrily asked, who are you? How dare you insult Mr. Lin? Do you believe I will sue you? Sue? Why? I'm just stating the facts. Yi Chen said to Suwani, Wani, let's go. I'll give you a song for free. Having said that, Yi Chen pulled Suwani away without saying anything. Suwani hesitated for a moment, but still followed Yi Chen. Where are we going? Suwani was stunned. Yi Chen smiled and said, I'll help you record the advertising song. Good advertising traffic is important, but the quality of the song is more important. The audience must remember this song. If it becomes popular, your advertisement will naturally be remembered. Yi Chen called young Mimi and said, Mimi, can you lend me the recording studio from last time? After hearing this, young Mimi replied, no problem, I'll contact them and you can go directly. Yi Chen and Su Wani came to the recording studio. On the way, Yi Chen had already thought of a song, The One I Love Is You, in his mind. Chapter 22 Golden Melody Awards Ceremony. Yi Chen had been here once and was already familiar with several staff members in the recording studio. Teacher Yi, you are here. Teacher Yi, your song is so amazing. It directly made it to the Golden Song chart. Several staff members looked respectful, they are all musicians. That day they saw with their own eyes that Yi Chen created a song on the spur of the moment and it became so popular. They have great respect for Yi Chen. Su Wani has been busy with the launch of purified water recently and has not read the news. She was stunned for a moment and then flipped through the news to I was stunned when I found that the number one on the hot search list was Yi Chen. After reading the news about Yi Chen in the past few days, Su Wani was also stunned. He just wrote a song and it dominated the Golden Song charts. And he attended a charity gala and not only wrote a song but also donated 10 billion. This is simply amazing. Yi Chen smiled and said, I'm going to record another song here. I'm going to trouble you all again. Lily is the owner of this recording studio. He said respectfully, it is our honor to have Teacher Yi record in our studio. Yi Chen said, do you have a guitar here? Guitar? Yes. Lily quickly asked someone to bring a guitar. When Yi Chen got the guitar, the song The One I Love Is You came to his mind. Yi Chen smiled and said, okay, we can start now. The guitar master skill is a combination of memory transfer and muscle memory assistance, so when Yi Chen plays the guitar, it is like a master-level guitarist who has played the guitar for more than 10 years. Listening to the music, several staff members in the music studio were stunned. This is truly a professional guitarist, and the music is so beautiful. After the prelude, Yi Chen began to sing, I in the happy kingdom of love, you are my only, the only one I love is you, I really love you, only when you lose something will you know how to cherish it. The recording studio was dead silent and everyone was stunned. Yi Chen sang so beautifully. Su Wani looked at Yi Chen in disbelief as he played the guitar and sang in the recording studio. Why Yi Chen looks so handsome when playing the guitar, and no matter the tunes he plays or the songs he sings, they are simply heavenly sounds. Lily was extremely excited. He had a feeling that another chart-topping hit was about to be born. After the song was finished, warm applause broke out in the recording studio. Yi Chen listened to it and said to Su Wani, do you think this song is okay for your advertising song? Of course, that's great. Su Wani said excitedly. Lily said excitedly, Teacher Yi, you are really a genius in the music industry. The 3 songs you wrote are all classics among classics. Yi Chen smiled faintly, actually I am very amateur and just write casually. Amateur, just writing casually. Several people in the music room almost vomited blood. Any song you write can become a classic and can be included in the Golden Melody chart. If you are an amateur, how can others survive? After the song was recorded, Su Wani was very satisfied. On the way back to the company, Su Wani smiled and said, tell me your bank card number and I'll transfer 20 million to you. No thanks, I'm just writing it down. But your song is so important to us. Yi Chen smiled and said, how about this, forget about the money, after all, it's just a small favor, give me a 5-star rating later. Yi Chen, you are so rich, why do you drive Didi? Su Wani asked puzzledly. As for me, the reason for driving Didi is very simple. I can meet all kinds of people. Life is a journey of practice. The more people you meet, the better you can understand life. Yi Chen's words even had a bit of Zen meaning, which made Su Wani feel a little confused and a little respectful. After Su Wani got off the car, she directly gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-star rating. Activating the 4th star, April 5th, will reward you with a courtyard house at the foot of the Kyoto Imperial Palace. Every courtyard house at the foot of the Kyoto Imperial City is priceless. What's more, the courtyard house that Yi Chen obtained is a royal courtyard house, so it goes without saying that it is very awesome. This reward is too much. After running Didi for another 3 days, Yi Chen received many 5-star reviews, but he never activated the positive stars again. The Lihaha purified water commercial has finally been aired. As soon as this theme song was broadcast, it once again caused a sensation on the internet. Damn, this should be another song by Yi Chen. Love it, it's amazing. As expected of Yi Chen, he is so awesome. I didn't expect that Yi Chen can not only write songs,
but also sings so well. After the song was broadcast, it entered the top 10 of the Golden Melody chart within an hour and reached third place by noon among the top 10 songs on the China Golden Melody chart. Courage ranks first, It's You I Love ranks third, and Devotion of Love ranks eighth. Out of the 10 songs on the Golden Melody chart, 3 of them made it into the top 10. This is the first time this has happened in the Chinese music industry. Yi Chen had just finished an order when his cell phone rang. When the call was connected, Yang Mimi's voice came from the inside. Yi Chen, I just got the news that at the Golden Melody Awards ceremony to be held in Kyoto tomorrow, Courage and The One I Love Is You written by you are the most popular songs, and Devotion of Love won the Best Lyrics in Music award.
Come with me to Kyoto to attend the awards ceremony.
Attending an awards ceremony, in fact, Yi Chen just wrote the song casually, but he didn't expect that he would win the award so easily. It just so happened that Yi Chen had just acquired the royal courtyard, and he also wanted to see what the courtyard in the imperial city looked like, so he agreed. Great, tomorrow morning, we'll go together on a friend's private plane and you can pick me up. The next day, Yi Chen drove his car and stopped at the door of Yang Mimi's house. After getting in the car, Yang Mimi said, This time, several artists from our company are going together, so we can just use the private plane of our boss's friend.
I'm not from your company. Is it appropriate for me to take a plane? Yi Chen asked. What's inappropriate about that?
It's a private plane anyway, and you can't miss one person. Yi Chen nodded after hearing this. After arriving at the airport and parking the car, the two went to the waiting room. Among several beautiful actresses, there stood a young man in a suit, talking animatedly.
Chen Tao?
Yang Mimi was also stunned. Yang Mimi only knew that the other party was the boss's friend, but she didn't know it was Chen Tao. Chen Tao saw Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly beside Yang Mimi.
Mimi, why are you here just now when the plane is about to take off?
Yang Mimi said awkwardly, Mr. Chen, my friend is going to Kyoto too, can he take your plane? Chen Tao looked at Yi Chen with a playful smile in his eyes, of course. Yang Mimi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Chen Tao was not as stingy as she had imagined. She had just thought too much. At this time, several female stars were also looking at Yi Chen curiously. One of the very beautiful girls walked up to Yi Chen and said, You must be the talented Yi Chen who donated 1 billion. Who are you? Yi Chen was stunned. The girl took off her sunglasses and said, My name is Tong Xiaoya. Chapter 23, Having Money is Awesome. Oh my god, he is Yi Chen, the wealthy man who donated 1 billion.
So handsome.
Now he is the national husband in the hearts of girls. All the beauties who had just surrounded Chen Tao came to Yi Chen. Tong Xiaoya, the national goddess, is a popular film and television star in China. Yi Chen also likes her very much. If it was before, Yi Chen would definitely be very excited. After all, he got to meet his idol, but now, Yi Chen is no longer the loser boy he used to be.
Goddess Tong, you are more beautiful than on TV.
Yi Chen teased. Tong Xiaoya smiled and said, I didn't expect that Mr. Yi is not only talented but also so good at coaxing girls.
Ha, I just didn't expect that Miss Tong would know me.
I like all the songs you wrote, especially Courage and The One I Love Is You, which I have been playing on repeat.
Really? It would be my honor.
Chen Tao's face turned pale. As soon as Yi Chen appeared, he seemed to have a halo of his own, attracting all the girls around him. Li Feifei suddenly shouted, Wow, that private jet is so beautiful, it must belong to Mr. Chen.
Chen Tao took a look and blushed slightly. Mine is not that one. My plane is smaller than this one.
This one is the Gulfstream G550, one of the world's top long-range business jets. It has a range of 11,686 kilometers and a maximum cruising altitude of 15,545 meters.
It can carry 18 passengers.
It is the domestic luxury business jet with the longest range, best performance, most spacious cabin and best comfort. For example, the richest man in China, Mr. Ma, and Mr. Wang, both use this model of aircraft. Oh, I wish I could ride on this kind of plane in my lifetime.
Li Feifei sighed. Chen Tao sighed.
This plane was too expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it except for the big guys. Yi Chen said with a smile on his face, I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so knowledgeable and know so much.
Chen Tao glanced at Yi Chen.
Last time at the auction, Yi Chen embarrassed him, so he showed great hostility towards Yi Chen. Now that this person actually praised himself, he always felt that something was wrong. Li Feifei said, Mr. Chen is very knowledgeable about luxury cars and airplanes.
I think Mr. Chen's airplane must be very good too. Chen Tao sighed, my plane is far inferior to this G550. It's not in the same league. Tong Xiaoya glanced at the flight number YC1818.Yi Chen is going to get rich, it can't be such a coincidence. Tong Xiaoya suddenly looked at Yi Chen, seeming to understand something. Could it be that this plane belongs to Yi Chen? Chen Tao was still sighing. I don't know which big shot is traveling today. My dream is to be able to sit on a plane like this one day. Li Feifei licked the dog on the side and said, Mr. Chen, it is very impressive that he has a private jet at such a young age, but your plane is not that high-end. Chen Tao nodded and said, but I believe that within 10 years I will own a G550. Li Feifei seconded the suggestion. I believe that you will definitely invite me to sit down when the time comes. There were still 10 minutes before boarding time, and Chen Tao suddenly remembered something. Ouch, Mr. Yi, I suddenly remembered that you may not be able to take my plane. I have a seat for my dog. I'm so sorry, I forgot. Although Chen Tao seemed to have suddenly remembered it, he had actually planned it for a long time. He just wanted to embarrass Yi Chen. Chen Tao, how could you do this? If you couldn't sit, why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Mimi said dissatisfiedly. I'm so sorry, I forgot. How about I buy you a plane ticket? Seeing Chen Tao showing off, Tong Xiaoya looked at him with some pity. She had a feeling that G550 belongs to Yi Chen. Just now, Chen Tao praised this plane to the sky and also regarded it as his dream for 10 years later. How would he feel if he knew that Yi Chen already owned this plane? At this time, a flight attendant came over. Chen Tao said with a smug look on his face, Sorry, Yi Chen, we're one step ahead, you figure it out yourself. The flight attendant didn't even look at Chen Tao but said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, your flight G550 is about to take off. Please board the plane. What? That G550 belongs to Yi Chen. In an instant, the girls who were chattering just now fell silent. Upon hearing the news, Chen Tao's face instantly fell out. He just wanted to slap Yi Chen in the face, and talked about the awesome attributes of the G550 for a long time just to show off to IT. Turns out that this plane belongs to Yi Chen. Chen Tao suddenly felt like an idiot. Now he finally understood why Yi Chen praised him just now. What do you mean by knowing a lot? Yi Chen was obviously mocking him and was just talking nonsense. He couldn't afford it at all. Chen Tao stared at Yi Chen with resentment and clenched his fists tightly, but after taking a look at the Gulfstream G550, he sighed and unclenched his fists. After all, Yi Chen was able to donate 1 billion in one go and also own a G550, so he must have an extraordinary background. He even had a feeling that Yi Chen and he were not on the same level at all. Li Feifei covered her mouth and said in shock, Yi Chen, it turns out that G550 aircraft is yours. Oh, look at flight YC1818, isn't that Yi Chen who was going to send you? I didn't expect you to be the legendary boss. After Li Feifei finished speaking, several girls looked at Yi Chen with burning eyes. Yang Mimi was also stunned. She didn't expect that Yi Chen really had such an awesome private jet. The girls looked at Yi Chen with different eyes. Yi Chen smiled and said, My plane is about to take off. If you want to go with me, you can take my private plane. Let me take your plane. Tong Xiaoya said. Yang Mimi also said, I'll take your plane too. Several other girls also decided to take Yi Chen's plane. Finally, only Li Feifei was left. She glanced at Chen Tao, then at the G550, and said, Then I'll also take Yi Chen's plane. Chen Tao originally wanted to show off in front of these little stars by using his private jet, but he ended up being left alone all of a sudden. What's the point of flying alone if no one is sitting there? Chen Tao was about to speak, but Yi Chen said, I'm sorry, you should take your private plane with your dog. I don't like dogs. You. Chen Tao opened his mouth and gritted his teeth in anger as he watched Yi Chen and the beauties boarding the plane. That he angrily said to the stewardess, When can my plane take off? The flight attendant said with a smile on her face, Mr. Chen, your plane may not take off for 2 hours due to traffic restrictions. Why? I was clearly in front of Yi Chen's plane. Chen Tao said angrily. Mr. Chen, Yi Chen is a black gold user of our airline and has priority privileges. Watching Yi Chen's plane take off, Chen Tao sat dejectedly on the chair behind him. For the first time, he realized what it meant to be rich and awesome. Chapter 20. For the biggest winner. When the plane landed, the girls were very excited. The G550 is so powerful. I didn't feel anything when I sat on it. Yeah, it's so comfortable. The girls were all very happy after getting off the plane. Yi Chen and several beauties walked out of the airport. A handsome guy and 5 long-legged girls immediately became a beautiful scenery at the airport. After Yi Chen got off the plane, a young man in a suit handed a pair of car keys to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, the Porsche is parked in the airport parking lot." Yi Chen nodded, "Thank you." "Beauty, do you need a ride?" Yi Chen asked with a smile. Yang Mimi asked in confusion, "You also have a car in Kyoto?" "Of course, not only do I have a car, I also have a house in Kyoto." Yi Chen said with a smile. Tong Xiaoga's nanny car was actually right at the door, but she blinked and smiled. "I want a ride too." Yi Chen said, "How about this? My house should be quite big. If you don't mind, you can live with me." "Okay?" Yang Mimi and Tong Xiaoga said almost at the same time. Why Yi Chen smiled and drove straight to the palace at the foot of the imperial city. When Yi Chen's car stopped at the gate of the courtyard, Tong Xiaoya and Yang Mimi were stunned. "Yi Chen, have you come to the wrong place? This is clearly a tourist attraction." "Yes, this is my home in Kyoto." "Ah? Your home is a royal palace?" Tong Xiaoya and Yang Mimi were both stunned. "Well, the house is a little old, so we'll just make do with it." "What? Living in a palace is okay, but this is too extravagant." As soon as Yi Chen arrived at the door, an old housekeeper came out to greet him. "Master Yi, you are finally here. The house has been cleaned up for you. I brought 2 girls with me, and they both live here." Yi Chen said with a smile. "Okay, I'll clean up their rooms too." After all, the palace was quite empty, so Yang Mimi and Tong Xiaoya were arranged in the same room. Why Yi Chen came to his room. The room was clean and tidy, and it had a strong sandalwood scent, which was very comfortable. After packing his luggage, Yi Chen took Yang Mimi and Tong Xiaoya to visit the entire palace. Why Yi Chen himself did not expect that his palace was so big. It took him half an hour to tour it. Tong Xiaoya and Yang Mimi were shocked. "Yi Chen, are you the descendant of some prince? How is that possible?" "I am Han." Yi Chen said with a smile. "But how come you have such a big palace? I heard that the courtyard house at the foot of the imperial city is so expensive that you can't buy it even if you have money. You actually have such a big palace. You are so awesome." Even Yi Chen did not expect that the system would give him such a big gift. The value of this palace is difficult to estimate in terms of money. The next day, Yang Mimi and Tong Xiaoya both had activities, and Yi Chen wandered around Kyoto alone. "I went to the Forbidden City and the Summer Palace and had a lot of fun. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the China Golden Melody Awards ceremony finally began. Why Yi Chen attended the ceremony as an invited guest together with Yang Mimi, walking on the red carpet and signing autographs were both first times for Yi Chen. This year's Golden Melody Awards ceremony was attended by many stars from the Chinese music scene, and all of them were top-tier celebrities. Only Yi Chen is an exception. After the guests entered and took their seats, the lights in the venue dimmed at 8 o'clock in the evening. The noisy meeting place immediately became quiet. Hosts He Jiong and Tong Xiaoya walked onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 32nd Golden Melody Awards ceremony." He Jiong is a famous entertainment host in China and has a high status in the circle. Tong Xiaoya is a popular actress in China, and her role as the special host is very suitable for the evening party. It was Yi Chen's first time attending such an awards ceremony, and he felt extremely bored. "Now I announce the winner of the Best Music Contribution of the Year award is." The awards presented at the beginning of the ceremony were all insignificant. These awards are given to some behind the scenes producers and have nothing to do with the singers. The evening was halfway through and the first major award was finally presented. Next we are going to present the Best Newcomer of the Year award. The finalists are Chen Tian's masterpiece Flower Sea, Fan Ming's masterpiece Yesterday, and Yi Chen's The One I Love Is You. At this time, the introductions of several people appeared on the screen. Everyone else's introduction was long, but Yi Chen's was rather awkward, consisting of only a few sentences. Because the evening party was broadcast live, many viewers stayed in front of their TVs and video live streaming platforms to watch the live broadcast. Now, Yi Chen is very popular in the entertainment industry, even has a lot of fans. I announced that the winner of the Best Newcomer award is. He Jiong deliberately slowed down his speech to create a tense atmosphere. Yi Chen, the singer of The One I Love Is You. Please invite Yi Chen to the stage to receive the award, and invite the award presenter. Yi Chen straightened his suit and walked onto the stage. The award presenter was Luo Yu, a veteran in the music industry. Although he rarely appears now, he still has a high status in the circle. Yi Chen went on stage, hugged He Jeong, and then shook hands with Tong Xiaoya. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Tong Xiaoya smiled. Yi Chen shook hands with Luo Yu respectfully. After all, he was an elder and he must respect him. At the beginning of the award ceremony, Yang Mimi won the Best Female Singer Award for Courage. Yi Chen won the Best Golden Song with Courage and the Best Newcomer Award with The One I Love Is You. Both songs won the Best Song and Best Composer awards. As a newcomer, Yi Chen's performance has been outstanding. As per convention, Yi Chen was going to give a speech to accept the award. I don't have any talent, I just wrote this song and sang it casually, I didn't expect it to be so popular, maybe I'm just lucky. Good luck. The guests at the scene and the audience in front of the TV were speechless. Any song you create can become popular, and any song you sing can make it to the Golden Melody chart. This is probably not a matter of luck. Yi Chen stepped down from the stage amid applause. He performed very well throughout the entire award-winning process. After that, 2 more awards were presented in succession. Now we present the 32nd Best Lyrics Award to the winning work Devotion of Love. Now we will present the Best Songwriter of the Year award to Yi Chen. Yi Chen went on stage 3 times in a row and became the biggest winner of the entire evening. The award ceremony ended at 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chen drove and took Yang Mimi and Tong Xiaoya back to the palace. Yi Chen, congratulations, what a great harvest! Tong Xiaoya said with a smile. Haha, I'm lucky. Hearing Yi Chen talking about luck again, Tong Xiaoya and Yang Mimi both rolled their eyes at him. Arriving at the palace, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Don't forget the 5-star review." Yang Mimi smiled and said, "I can't forget it." Then she gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-star rating. Activate the 5th rating star, 5/5, and be rewarded with 30% of the shares of GC Group. Chapter 25. The third special customer. GC Group is a famous Italian luxury brand, known worldwide for its high-end, luxurious and sexy style. It is a symbol of status and wealth. It is a consumer favorite of the upper class. As one of the top 3 luxury brands, GC's annual revenue is 21.8 billion renminbi. Yes, it is not Chinese yuan but US dollars. Yi Chen owns 30% of the shares, so his annual dividend share is very impressive. GC headquarters, an old man looked at the contract in his hand with some surprise. A Chinese citizen actually acquired 30% of GC shares in one go. Since it is a system operation, there are no flaws in the whole process, and as Yi Chen acquired the shares, GC's stock price hit the daily limit. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Lawrence took a deep breath and called the GC branch in China. Chen Shu, contact Mr. Yi and see what he thinks about the company. Yi Chen had just gotten up when his cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I am Chen Shu, the manager of GC Huagua Company. Oh, hello, Manager Chen. Yi Chen said politely. Mr. Yi, you are now a major shareholder of the company. I wonder if you have any opinions or suggestions for the company, or if you have any instructions for our work. Yi Chen smiled and said, "No, the reason why I invested in GC is because I saw the company's potential. You can just follow the routine in managing the company. I don't have any guiding opinions." Okay, Mr. Yi. Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news. He had been worried about what purpose this young man with a mysterious background had in suddenly acquiring GC. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party agreed not to participate in the management of the company. Lawrence said, "How about this? Let our chief designer Peter design a limited edition suit specifically for Mr. Yi to show our sincerity." Yi Chen had just gotten up in the morning when Tong Xiaoya called him. "Yi Chen, I want to take your car to Hangdian." "No problem. I'm happy to help." As one of the 4 young actresses in China, Tong Xiaoya has first-class appearance and temperament. After getting in the car, Tong Xiaoya said, "Do I have to use the app to place an order when I take your car?" Yi Chen nodded, "Yeah, after all, I still have to run Didi to support my family." Tong Xiaoya, you drive $1 million car, live in a palace, and rely on Didi to support your family? Do other people still want to live? Under Yi Chen's guidance, Tong Xiaoya downloaded the Didi taxi app and called a Didi. Yi Chen accepted the order and drove towards Hangdian with Tong Xiaoya. Just when they were halfway through the drive, Tong Xiaoya's cell phone rang. "Miss Tong, I'm so sorry, the leading actor may not be here until tomorrow due to schedule reasons." Tong Xiaoya was unhappy when she heard this. Director Zhang, he's too big a star,
he stood me up so many times.
I'm filming every day, but I have to face the air, how can I film like this? Ms. Tong, we have already communicated with the other party, and they should be here tomorrow.
Director Zhang knew he was in the wrong and hurriedly comforted her awkwardly after hanging up the phone. Tong Xiaoya said angrily, the young actors nowadays are too unprofessional. They rely on cutouts every day when filming, leaving me filming in the air every day. After the call was hung up, Tong Xiaoya's pretty face turned red with anger. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating 5 stars of praise, activating new passengers with special attributes, and completing the selected tasks. You will receive the ultimate reward and help the host become a global boss. Passenger's occupation, actor. Option 1. Persuade Tong Xiaoya to refuse to film with the pretentious young actor. The system rewards the skill of scent of a woman, sense of justice plus 10, and Tong Xiaoya rewards 1 million Chinese currency. Option 2. Comfort Tong Xiaoya and swallow her anger and continue to work with the young handsome guy. The system rewards the Paradise Club Black Gold card, male temptation plus 10, and the latest Fruit Pro 12. Option 3. Replace the young actor as the leading actor and create a classic TV series with Tong Xiaoya. The system rewards the Royal Cruise Ship romantic, god-level acting skills, and 35% of the shares of Huagua Bank. System selection is here again. The skills chosen in the first option were rather useless, so Yi Chen simply ignored them. Second, the reward was not attractive to Yi Chen. The third item, 35% of the shares of Bank of China and the Royal Cruise Line are both very tempting to Yi Chen. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen decided to choose Project 3. Although this choice is the most difficult, but with his god-level acting skills, it should not be difficult to replace the young hunk. I choose option 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the romantic Royal Cruise Ship. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving god-level acting skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 35% of Huagua Bank's shares. At this time, the car had arrived in Hangdian. Yi Chen smiled and said, can I watch you filming? Tong Xiaoya smiled and said, of course. Yi Chen followed Tong Xiaoya to the crew. The name of this drama is Kite and it is a spy film. In fact, Tong Xiaoya doesn't have many roles here, she just makes a cameo appearance. She only played this role out of respect for director Zhang Mao, but unexpectedly, the protagonist turned away his big shot and never showed up. Yi Chen understood that after all, he was not a professional actor, and the director would definitely not agree if he wanted to recommend himself. This time, he saw the costumes on the side. This is a costume of a military control commission officer. The play Kite tells the story of a Communist Party agent of our party, who lurks in the military control commission as an undercover and deals with the enemy to obtain intelligence. The script of this TV series is very similar to the Kite I watched in my previous life, but the plot is not as exciting as the Kite in my previous life. Xiaoya, can you take a picture of me wearing this costume? Okay. Tong Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Yi Chen is already a handsome guy, and he will definitely look even more handsome in a uniform. Picking up the costume, Yi Chen came to the fitting room. After putting it on, he looked at himself in the mirror, and at this moment, a system voice sounded. Ding, it is detected that the host is wearing a military uniform, activating god-level acting skills, undercover military ace agent of the Communist Party, charm value plus 99,999, temperament locked, China's ace agent, Zheng Yaoxian. As the system voice sounded, Yi Chen felt inexplicably that there was an inexplicable feeling all over his body. At this moment, he seemed like an ace agent who had been lurking in the Military Control Commission for many years. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yi Chen was stunned. It can be said that Yi Chen was just handsome before, but now the self in the mirror has become more vicissitudes, extreme, and even has a bit of ruthless coldness on his face, especially his eyes, flashing with murderous intent and alertness. This temperament is completely that of an old agent who has been on the underground front for a long time and has experienced countless battles of wits and courage with the enemy. Yi Chen walked out of the locker room. When Tong Xiaoya saw Yi Chen coming out, her face suddenly changed. Chapter 26, Unique Temperament. Yi Chen walked out of the locker room. When Tong Xiaoya saw Yi Chen, she was stunned. Yi Chen was wearing the uniform of a military control commission officer and looked like a completely different person from before. At this moment, Yi Chen had an unfathomable feeling about him. His eyes were unruly and cruel, yet also had a fascinating temperament. Not only her, but other crew members were also stunned when they saw Yi Chen. This is too similar. Yeah, he's just an ace agent. His eyes and temperament, my god, are so similar to the character played by Zhang Yaoxian in the script I read.
Most of the people in the crew have read the script. So I know the characters in the script very well. Why Yi Chen is 1.8 meters tall and very handsome. At this moment, he exudes a kind of ruthlessness that makes people fear him. At the same time, his eyes give people an unfathomable feeling. This temperament is exactly the same as the ace agent Zheng Yaoxian portrayed in the script. Yi Chen was wearing a military uniform, and his every move exuded a domineering aura. This temperament is exactly the same as that of the murderous devil in the script. Even in the face of Yi Chen's murderous aura, many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It seemed that if he was not careful, he would be killed directly by this legendary sixth brother of the Military Control Commission. That feeling is so subtle. My friend, your temperament is amazing. You are just like the leading actor in the script. Yeah, when I saw you just now, I felt like I had traveled back to the Republic of China era. Fuck, that's awesome. Just standing there without moving, you are the legendary ace agent of our party. Everyone in the crew praised with shocked expressions. Tong Xiaoyao also came to her senses. She looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. She was shocked by what Yi Chen had just done. Tong Xiaoya has filmed with many actors, even some who are at the level of acting emperors, but Tong Xiaoya felt that the moment she saw Yi Chen, she was suddenly immersed in the role. It was as if the person standing in front of her was her beloved sixth brother from the Military Control Commission. Others felt fearful when seeing Yi Chen, but her eyes were filled with deep love. This guy doesn't even need to act, he's a perfect agent just standing there. Xiaoya, take a picture for me, Yi Chen said with a smile. Yeah. Yi Chen's words brought Tong Xiaoya back to reality. She took out her cell phone and pointed it at Yi Chen. Snap, looking at Yi Chen in the photo, Tong Xiaoya was stunned. She had a feeling that if Yi Chen played this role, he would definitely become popular. Yi Chen, wait for me here. Tong Xiaoya suddenly remembered something and ran outside. Director team, Zhang Mao is on the phone. Li Tong, Xiaoya is already here, when can you arrive? What? Tomorrow? Li Tong, you're going too far. Xiaoya is also a top star. How do you want me to explain this to her? Bang! Zhang Mao hung up the phone angrily. Tong Xiaoya walked in at this time. Seeing Tong Xiaoya, Zhang Mao smiled. Director Zhang, we don't have to wait for Li Tong. Ah. Zhang Mao was stunned, then he said quickly, Xiaoya, I know that we didn't do our job well. Don't be angry. Before Zhang Mao finished speaking, Tong Xiaoya pulled him and said, Director Zhang, I'll take you to see someone who is more suitable for this role than anyone else. What? Zhang Mao was also stunned. He originally thought Tong Xiaoya was joking, but seeing her expression, it didn't seem like it. So Zhang Mao followed Tong Xiaoya to the locker room. Just as I arrived at the door of the dressing room, I saw that many crew members had gathered at the door. Everyone took out their phones to take pictures of Yi Chen. Zhang Mao became a little curious. Logically speaking, the crew members have all seen the world, but now they are all gathered around one person to take pictures. Even if a superstar came, these staff members would never experience this. Zhang Mao was a little curious about who could have such ability. Director Zhang, look at the people inside. Tong Xiaoya pointed at Yi Chen and said Zhang Mao was stunned when he saw Yi Chen standing in the crowd. Yi Chen was wearing a military uniform and standing in the crowd. His fair face was stern and his dark eyes were shining with a charming luster. This temperament is exactly the same as the character Zhang Yaoxian in his play. Zhang Mao also took a breath of cold air. As a well-known director in China, he has worked with countless big stars, especially when filming spy films. Zhang Mao has also met many Chinese male stars with excellent acting skills. But the temperament that Yi Chen exudes is so real that he seemed to see Zhang Yaoxian in the drama, and Gizi Liu was standing in front of him vividly. He wants to kill you, and you will die in his hands. He treats you as a brother, and you will die for him without hesitation. Yi Chen doesn't even need to act, he is exactly like the male protagonist in Feng Kite's script, a brave and resourceful man, decisive in killing, and who dares to love and hate. This kind of temperament is difficult to perfectly perform even for veteran actors, but Yi Chen doesn't need to act, he has this temperament. Yi Chen's gaze suddenly turned to Zhang Mou. In an instant, Zhang Mao's eyes met Yi Chen's. He felt his heart pounding, and his eyes were filled with coldness and bloodthirstiness, which even made him shudder. Zhang Mao took a deep breath and came back to his senses from the shock. The shock Yi Chen gave him when he looked at him just now was too real. Yi Chen's eyes were deep, complex, and difficult to read, and even made him a little fearful. With such an aura, it was as if the character Zhang Yaoxian in the play was standing in front of him. As a big director, he has seen the world,
but he has never had such a feeling. What shocked him even more was that this young man was only in his 20s.
How could he have such a temperament? Director Zhang, how do you feel? No need to wait for Li Tong, he's the male lead. Zhang Mao calmed down and strode towards Yi Chen. Chapter 27 Talking about the script. Hello. My name is Zhang Mao, and I'm the director of this play. Are you from our crew? When Zhang Mao saw Yi Chen, he took the initiative to shake hands and seemed very enthusiastic. Hello, I'm not from the crew. My name is Yi Chen and I'm Tong Xiaoya's friend. Yi Chen answered generously. Everyone was shocked to see Zhang Mao was so enthusiastic towards Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen had been looking very serious just now, and everyone felt a chill. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, and his aura disappeared. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. Are you also a graduate of Kyoto Film Academy? Zhang Mao asked curiously because Yi Chen's appearance just now was so realistic, especially his aura and eyes. Even veteran actors with decades of experience would find it difficult to grasp that feeling. It can be said that Yi Chen has fully displayed all the temperament of the male protagonist. Unless he is a professional actor, ordinary people simply cannot do it. Originally, the actor Zhang Mao chose was a popular young actor named Sun Bo. Sun Bo's acting skills are not good to begin with, and he also likes to act like a big shot. Zhang Mao couldn't help it a long time ago. Now that Yi Chen is standing here, Zhang Mao has decided that he must use him, because if Sun Bo played the role, this drama would at most be an idle drama, but if Yi Chen played the role, it would be different, and it would definitely be a classic. I'm not an actor, and I haven't studied acting. I'm a DD driver. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Not an actor? DD driver? A look of disappointment appeared on Zhang Mao's face. After all, if you have never learned acting, it would be a bit far-fetched to be the leading actor right away. Tong Xiaoya said on the side. Director Zhang, since Yi Chen has changed his clothes, why not let him try out the play? What if he is okay? Zhang Mao looked at Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, I feel that your temperament is very suitable for a character in our play. I wonder if you can give it a try. Yi Chen nodded after hearing this. Okay, since I have nothing to do, let's give it a try. How about this, you take a look at the script first? Zhang Mao said. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. At this time, a staff member came over and said, Teacher Yi, this is your script. Because of Zhang Mao's attention, Yi Chen may be the future male lead, and coupled with Yi Chen's temperament, the staff have a natural sense of awe in their hearts. Therefore, the staff also calls Yi Chen teacher. Thank you. Yi Chen took the script. Tong Xiaoya said, Yi Chen, go to my room and memorize the script, it's quieter there. Yi Chen nodded, then followed Tong Xiaoya into the room. Tong Xiaoya said, I'll shoot first, you read the script first, come on. Yi Chen nodded and picked up the script. Yi Chen had watched the TV series Kite in his previous life, but this script is somewhat different from the previous life. In the previous life, the protagonist of the script, Zheng Yaosen, wandered between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. In order to hide his identity, he endured the misunderstanding of his comrades and was even put on the guerrillas' assassination list. Even in this difficult situation, he completed the tasks assigned to him by the party organization without regrets. However, the script he had was rather simple, his opponents were mainly enemies, and the plot clearly lacked tension. The reason why the previous version of The Kite is called a classic spy film is because of the tension in the protagonist's character. The protagonist is an ace agent of the Military Control Commission, known for his cunning, wit, and ruthlessness. In fact, he is a communist agent Kite lurking in the Military Control Commission. In order to ensure that Kite always pierces the enemy's heart like a sharp knife and delivers a fatal blow to the enemy at the most critical moment, Zheng Yaoxian has to become the sixth brother of the Military Control Commission who is wanted by everyone in the eyes of his comrades. In this drama, the protagonist has a smooth journey and can use cheats to overcome any difficulties he encounters, giving people the feeling of a magical drama. Yi Chen frowned when he saw the script. This script obviously didn't work. Yi Chen thought about it, then stood up and walked outside. A staff member came out and saw Yi Chen and asked quickly, Teacher Yi, what's the matter? Oh, where is Director Zhang? Director Zhang was just filming and maybe studying the script in his room now. If you want to find him, I can take you there. Yi Chen nodded and followed the staff to Zhang Mao's room. I knocked on the door and Zhang Mao's voice came from inside, come in. Yi Chen walked in. Zhang Mao was stunned when he saw Yi Chen. Yi Chen, is there anything wrong with your script? Well, I just want to talk to you about the script. Yi Chen said. Let's talk about the script. Okay. Please take a seat.
Zhang Mao said enthusiastically. Yi Chen said, I just read the script and wanted to talk about my opinion on the character Zhang Yaoxian.
Okay?
Actually, many people think that I'm a big director and don't dare to express their ideas in front of me.
They just flatter me no matter what I say. Actually, I really want to find someone to talk about the script.
Zhang Mao's words made Yi Chen respect Zhang Mao deeply. Yi Chen said, Director Zhang, I think this script is a very exciting spy film, but the protagonist is too smooth and lacks some twists and turns, which makes the protagonist's character not very full.
Zhang Yaoxian is an agent of our party who was inserted into the enemy. He is in a high position. When his comrades were arrested, if he could save them at will, the enemy would be too stupid. It makes people feel like a drama.
In fact, facing a cunning enemy, he would also feel helpless, watching his comrades being killed, and sometimes even having to kill his own comrades himself. However, in order to give the enemy a fatal blow at a critical moment, he had to endure humiliation and even became the sixth brother of the Military Control Commission who was wanted by everyone in the eyes of his comrades. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Mao's expression. After all, Zhang Mao is a famous director in China, and he is just a deedy boy. If others think that what he said is nonsense, then there is no need for him to continue. However, Zhang Mao listened very carefully and nodded continuously, like a devout student. Yes, in fact, I have also discovered this problem, but I have been troubled about how to change the story.
Director Zhang, if the comrade who had a direct line of contact with Zhang Yaoxian was arrested and sacrificed, Zhang Yaoxian would lose his identity.
On the one hand, he would be facing enemies, and on the other hand, he would be hunted by guerrillas. The protagonist would have to survive in a desperate situation.
Wouldn't this make the story more exciting?
Yi Chen expressed his opinion. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, Zhang Mao was stunned. This was the feeling he had always wanted. Yi Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue, making him suddenly enlightened. Yes, if the protagonist is in a desperate situation, the story will definitely be more exciting. When he saw this script, he was actually not satisfied with it. He always felt that something was missing from the script. What is the essence of spy films? Of course, the protagonist is fighting for survival in a dangerous environment. Zhang Mao didn't have high expectations for this drama before, and he expected it to get a passing rating at best, but after Yi Chen's changes, he felt that this drama had a high chance of becoming a big hit in the eyes of the enemy, the arrogant and omnipotent sixth brother of the Military Control Commission. Who would have thought that he was an agent? A person who kills without blinking an eye in the eyes of his comrades and can't wait to kill them. Who would ever think that such a person is his comrade? Zhang Mao was shocked by the character that Yi Chen created for the protagonist.
Chapter 28, Shocking Acting Skills. Zhang Mao stood up and suddenly bowed to Yi Chen. Teacher Yi, your revision of the script is like the finishing touch, it's amazing.
Zhang Mao actually knew that there were problems with the script, but after thinking about it for several days, he still had no idea how to change it. Yi Chen only read it once, and found the script full of spirituality.
Director Zhang, that's too serious. I was just expressing my thoughts on the script.
Yi Chen hurriedly helped Zhang Mao up. After all, he was one of the top directors in the world. In fact, this script was not Yi Chen's idea. He just talked about the plot from his past life with Director Zhang. Teacher Yi, after your guidance, I really understand a lot, which will benefit me a lot in my future filming.
How about this? I will take out 1 million as a reward for your guidance. What do you think?
Zhang Mao said this from the bottom of his heart. Yi Chen shook his head. No need for money, actually I just wanted to try making movies out of curiosity.
My main job is driving Didi.
If possible, Teacher Zhang, please support me more in the future.
Drive Didi?
Zhang Mao was stunned, but he also understood that Yi Chen was not short of money, and whether he was driving Didi or making movies, it was just for fun. After all, he knew Yi Chen, who lived in the royal palace at the foot of the imperial city.
How could he be short of money? How about this? I'm older than you, so from now on you can just call me Brother Zhang.
Okay. Yi Chen agreed readily. I'll revise the script first, you prepare, and then we'll have a tryout. Now, he is looking forward to Yi Chen playing this role more and more. Good. Yi Chen stood up and followed the assistant outside the door to put on makeup. When they came out of the dressing room, everyone was shocked to see Yi Chen. Yi Chen wore sunglasses, a tweed military coat, white gloves on his hands, and a military cap on his head.
He looked so cool.
Hiss, he looks exactly like Zheng Yaoxian in the novel I read.
Yeah, he looks exactly like Zhang Yaoxian, as if he has been resurrected. This temperament really doesn't need to be acted at all. Everyone was shocked when they looked at Yi Chen, and they were looking forward to his performance even more. All departments are ready to shoot.
In the field service, everyone started to get busy. Lighting, props, photography and logistics are all ready.
Teacher Yi, you will sit here for a while, and then come over.
You need to act out the ruthlessness of the KMT's ace, and the feeling of helplessness when you see your comrades. Zhang Mao explained the play to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded to show that he understood. Shooting begins. At this moment, the system voice sounded. Ding, the god level acting skill is automatically activated, your acting value increases by 99 points. Yi Chen felt his mind suddenly go blank. Fragments of memories flooded into Yi Chen's mind. The first memory was of a battlefield with flames rising to the sky and his comrades falling one by one under the enemy's artillery fire. The second memory is the scene where he accepted the mission. He had to hide his identity at all times, like a dagger inserted into the enemy's heart, waiting for the organization's call. In the third memory, he watched his comrades die in front of him. I am an underground party member. My mission is to be like a dagger inserted into the enemy's heart and to give the enemy a fatal blow at any time. Memories flooded into Yi Chen's mind. At this moment, all the cameras were aimed at Yi Chen. He seemed to be the character in the play, the sixth brother of the Military Control Commission lurking within the enemy. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from Yi Chen. Everyone in the crew was stunned at this moment. Yi Chen's eyes exuded coldness and cruelty. One look at it gives people a chilling feeling. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had seen a ruthless KMT executioner. This is the shooting of the first scene. The shooting location is a gloomy interrogation room. A female underground party member still refuses to confess under the interrogation of the other party. At this time, Zheng Yaoxian, played by Yi Chen, appeared. Zhang Mao stared at the screen closely, looking at Yi Chen, holding his breath. Zheng Yaoxian, wearing a military coat, walked towards the female underground party member step by step, put one foot on a stool and slowly bent down. A faint voice came out of Yi Chen's mouth. You've met a good person who gave you a chance to start a new life, but you didn't expect that you would be so ungrateful. You're such a young girl, wasting your youth. This is your last chance before you become a martyr. Everyone was shocked. This is such a great acting. How could this be a DD guy? This is clearly a feeling that only a veteran actor can perform. That kind of insidiousness and cunningness. The words seem very gentle, but they are actually insidious. Many people were even driven by the atmosphere on the scene and felt their hearts beating. You want me to get closer? Ha, you're very cunning. You want to wait for me to get closer and bite off my ear to get a little revenge? This is such a great performance. Yi Chen almost perfectly portrayed the cunning of an ace military spy. The acting is so realistic, many people even forget that this is a movie and feel as if they are actually in the scene. Zhang Mao also took a deep breath while watching Yi Chen's performance in front of the screen, and he knew he had made the right bet. Yi Chen's performance was so brilliant that it could even be said that his portrayal of the character was deep in his bones. He believed that as long as the movie was played, people would remember Yi Chen. Yi Chen will surely be crowned as a legendary actor in the future. Crack. Originally, Zhang Mao still had a feeling that he wanted more, but after all the plot had ended, he had to shout cut. Everyone in the audience only woke up from the plot at this moment. Everyone was stunned where they were, as if they had just been through purgatory. There was a dead silence at first, followed by thunderous applause. Yi Chen's performance was so good that everyone didn't even know what words to use to praise him. Only applause represented everyone's attitude. Only then did Yi Chen recover from the role he played in the play. Zhang Mao couldn't help but say, Teacher Yi, you acted so well. Your eyes, your movements, and the tone of your voice are simply perfect. Over the years, Zhang Mao has worked with many veteran actors, but Yi Chen's performance even surpassed those veteran actors. As a well-known director in China, Zhang Mao has few admirers, but Yi Chen's performance this time really shocked him. Brother Zhang, you are too kind. After all, this is my first time acting, so I am sure there are many shortcomings. Yi Chen had just come back to his senses. His god-level acting skills were so amazing. Just now he really felt like he was Zheng Yaoxian in the movie. He was facing his comrades, but he still pretended to be ruthless and even despicable on his face. The inner struggle and helplessness are too real. Zhang Mao smiled and said, Yi Chen, our script may need to be greatly revised. You should go back and take a rest. I will notify you to continue filming later. Yi Chen smiled and nodded,
no problem. Tong Xiaoya smiled and said, Yi Chen, your performance just now was amazing. Is this really your first time acting? Yi Chen smiled and said, Of course, if there is anything missing, you have to give me some pointers. Tong Xiaoya rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and said, I'm giving you a tip? Didn't you hear what Director Zhang said about you? There are no more than 3 actors in China who can get such an evaluation from him, and you are one of them. Really? Am I that awesome? Yi Chen also laughed at himself. Tong Xiaoya suddenly changed the topic. Is Yi Chen free tonight? Chapter 29, Green Tea Girl Hitchhiking. Yi Chen smiled and said, You are free, you don't want to date me, do you? No, not really. I have a party tonight and everyone has a boyfriend, but I'm still single. Tong Xiaoya said a little embarrassedly. You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Yi Chen said with a smile, Yeah, why don't you just forget it if you don't want to? Tong Xiaoya said deliberately. Okay, I happen to have something else to do tonight. Yi Chen nodded. Hey, why are you like this? Can't you coax a girl? Tong Xiaoya said angrily. Why? Yi Chen smiled and said, Just kidding. I'll send young Mimi to the airport tonight. After I finish my business, I'll go to your class reunion, okay? Okay. If you don't come, I won't let you go. Tong Xiaoya clenched her fists. In front of the audience, Tong Xiaoya looks like an icy beauty, but in front of Yi Chen, Tong Xiaoya looks as cute as a lively little girl. Young Mimi has to go back to Shanghai tonight, so Yi Chen has to send young Mimi to the airport first. Tong Xiaoya made a phone call, and a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle stopped at the door of the crew. As one of the foremost beautiful actresses in China, Tong Xiaoya certainly has her own nanny car. The reason why she always took Yi Chen's car was because she wanted to spend more time with Yi Chen. As soon as Tong Xiaoya got in the car, the phone rang. Xiaoya, I'm at the airport, come and pick me up. Tong Xiaoya was in a dilemma because she still had to shoot several commercials, but they were best friends when they were in college, and if they didn't go, people would definitely say they were a big shot. Suddenly, Tong Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Wasn't Yi Chen going to the airport? So Tong Xiaoya said, How about this? I have something to do. Can I let my friend pick you up? Your friend? Not your boyfriend, is he? Hearing Hu Lili say this, Tong Xiaoya's pretty face suddenly turned red. Hearing that Tong Xiaoya didn't say anything, Hu Lili laughed on the other side. That must be it. Well, I'll wait for him at the airport. I want to see which rich young man can fool our Xiaoya. After hanging up the phone, Tong Xiaoya called Yi Chen. Yi Chen, are you at the airport now? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, I'm just about to leave. Well, I have a friend who happens to be coming to Kyoto. She's at the airport. She's also attending a party tonight. Can you bring her back? No problem. Tong Xiaoya hung up the phone and sent Yi Chen a photo and the other party's mobile phone number. When Yi Chen saw the photo, he was stunned for a moment, because the girl in the photo was standing not far away with a suitcase. He smiled and walked up to the beauty. When the beauty saw Yi Chen, she was also stunned. This guy is so handsome. However, when she saw the DD work uniform on Yi Chen, the surprise on her face disappeared instantly. She is no longer the little girl who just graduated. After so many years in the society, she knows that handsome boys are only pleasing to the eye. If you want to be comfortable with someone, you still need a rich and wealthy man. Yi Chen smiled and said, Beauty, would you like a ride? Hu Lili shook her head. It doesn't make sense. Yi Chen said, Xiaoya asked me to pick you up. Are you Xiaoya's friend? This time it was Hu Lili's turn to be surprised. Tong Xiaoya is a Chinese celebrity. How could she have a friend like this? This girl must have been attracted by the boy's handsomeness. I will definitely persuade her later. Hu Lili forced an awkward smile on her face. So you are Lily's friend, then let's go. Yi Chen said, How about I help you pull the suitcase? Hu Lili shook her head. No, the suitcase is not very heavy. From Hu Lili's frivolous eyes, Yi Chen understood that she looked down on him because she saw that he was wearing the DD driver's uniform. Why are all women nowadays green tea bitches? Yi Chen sighed. By the way, what car are you driving? Hu Lili suddenly asked. She was very worried because Yi Chen was driving a broken Xiaoli or something like that. After all, she is a person of status and position. It would be too embarrassing if she really took that kind of car. Yi Chen saw what Hu Lili was thinking and said with a smile, Oh, it's a Xiaoli, although it's a bit broken, but it can still be driven. Hu Lili was about to collapse.
If she had known this, she might as well have just taken a ride, but now it is difficult to back down. Sure enough, when she walked to the parking lot, Hu Lily saw a broken Xiaoli car at a glance. The car body was covered with rust. Hu Lily had never ridden in such a broken car before. Thinking about taking this car to attend a friend's party, Hu Lily regretted it so much. Hu Lily stopped in front of the Xiaoli and muttered unhappily, "Really? How did Xiaoya know a friend like you who drives a shabby Xiaoli?" Although Hu Lily's voice was very low, Yichen heard it clearly. He smiled faintly and pressed the key in his hand. Next to the Xiaoli car, the taillights of a cool Bentley suddenly lit up. Hu Lily was stunned for a moment. When she saw the Bentley car keys in Yichen's hand, she realized that she had been fooled by Yichen. She let out a long sigh. "I knew it. How could Xiaoya's friend drive a shabby Xiaoli?" Seeing the Bentley, Hu Lily's expression became interesting again. "Hey bro, can you help me put the box in the trunk?" Yichen shook his head. "No, the box is not heavy, you can put it yourself. I am quite precious and never do this kind of physical work." "You?" Hu Lily also realized that Yichen was taking revenge on her for her bad attitude just now. So I had to lift the box onto the Bentley by myself. After getting in the car, Hu Lily was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry, I saw you wearing the Didi boy's uniform. I thought you were Didi boy." Yichen chuckled. "You are right, I am indeed a Didi driver. By the way, remember to submit the order. I still have to rely on running Didi to support my family." "Oh, you must be a rich second generation who likes to experience life. I have never seen a Didi driver driving a luxury car like a Bentley. This car was lent to me by a friend. Isn't there an event tonight? I want to show off. Actually, I drive a Xiaoli." Yichen chuckled. After hearing what Yichen said, Hu Lily was stunned again. After all this time, it turns out that the car was borrowed. Just now, Hu Lily thought Yichen was a rich second generation who was looking for a chance to experience life, but she didn't expect that he was actually a Didi driver. What the hell is Xiaoya doing? She actually found a boyfriend like this. Hu Lily complained in her heart, and her attitude towards Yichen turned cold again. The car arrived at the Phantom Bar. "This is where we agreed to meet." Just as Hu Lily was about to get off the car, Yichen smiled and said, "By the way, remember to submit your order and give it a 5-star rating." "Stingy, you're really a loser who drives Didi." Hu Lily complained, then submitted the order and got off the car. Giving it a 5-star rating is impossible. Hu Lily directly gave Yichen a 1-star rating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1-star rating from the Green Tea Girl and receiving the system reward of the Phantom Bar owner. Chapter 30. Mix the most beautiful wine for you. At the entrance of Phantom Bar, Tong Xiaoya saw Hu Lily coming over. The two old classmates hadn't seen each other for several years, and they hugged each other as soon as they met. At Yichen drove to the parking lot. Seeing Yichen leave, Hu Lily said to Tong Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, why did you find a Didi driver as your boyfriend? What's wrong with the Didi driver? I think he's fine. You, what can I say to you?" At this time Yichen parked the car and walked over. Hu Lily didn't know what to say, so the three of them walked into the bar. The Phantom Bar is different from ordinary bars. This bar adopts a VIP system, and the annual membership fee is 200,000. Therefore, those who can come to this bar are the social elite. The reason why Phantom Bar is so awesome is because of their bartender, Bacchus, the god of Bacchus, also known as Chenjiu, has top-notch cocktail mixing skills in China. Every week, Chenjiu mixes a different type of drink, and 7 glasses are auctioned off at the bar each week. Many people come here because of its reputation. Every day that glass of wine would be auctioned off for a whopping price. Yi Chen and the other two walked into the bar, where a man and a woman were already sitting at the bar. One of the girls who was dressed seductively looked at Tong Xiaoya with a look of obvious displeasure. The girl's name is Lina, and Tong Xiaoya both graduated from Kyoto Film Academy, but she has always been tepid while Tong Xiaoya is extremely popular. The only thing that made her proud was that she found a rich man, Li Tian, one of the 4 young masters of Kyoto. "Xiaoya, why are you here just now? Today's auction is about to start." "Ah Tian, I must drink the wine mixed by the god of wine today." Lina acted coquettishly with a man wearing all designer clothes. Li Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take a picture of this glass of wine for you." "Ah Tian, you are so nice." At this time, Lina noticed Yichen beside Tong Xiaoya that he is very handsome, even several levels better than Li Tian, but when Lina saw the clothes on Yichen, a playful expression appeared on her face. "Xiaoya, this handsome guy is your boyfriend, right? Why don't you introduce him to me?" Just as Tong Xiaoya was about to introduce him, Hu Lily quickly said, he is not Xiaoya's boyfriend, but her driver. No, Yi Chen is indeed my boyfriend. Tong Xiaoya frowned and retorted directly. Hearing the inconsistency between the two people, Li Na showed a playful smile on her face. She had already noticed something. It must be that Tong Xiaoya's boyfriend was not presentable, so Hu Lili covered it up for her. Li Na has been stepped on by Tong Xiaoya for many years. Now she finally has a chance to avenge herself. How could she miss it? Xiaoya, what does your boyfriend do? Please introduce him to me. Li Na asked knowingly. Yi Chen looked at Li Na's weird expression and raised the corner of his mouth. I drive Didi. Yi Chen said without waiting for Tong Xiaoya to respond. Didi driver? Everyone was stunned for a moment. When Li Na heard this, a playful smile immediately appeared on her face. Didi is a good car, Xiaoya, you can save the trouble of using your nanny car in the future. As she said this, she hugged Li Tian and said proudly, Our Tian's father is the chairman of Tianfang Real Estate Company, and the family has more than 1 billion yuan. Seeing Li Na showing off her wealth, Hu Lili snorted coldly and whispered to Tong Xiaoya, Xiaoya, you are really something. Look at Li Na, she is not as pretty as you, and her temperament is also far from yours, but she can find a rich second generation, but you found a Didi driver. Tong Xiaoya smiled bitterly. Didi driver? Have you ever seen a Didi driver driving a Pagani Bentley? Have you ever seen a Didi driver owning a Gulfstream G550 private jet? Have you ever seen a Didi driver owning a mansion in the Imperial City? But Tong Xiaoya knew Yi Chen, I don't like to show off, I just smile faintly. Li Tian also smiled slightly, so you are Xiaoya's friend. When our company has activities in the future, I will definitely support you more and let the employees take your car more often. After all, it's not easy to be a Didi driver. Hubby, you have such a kind heart. Li Na said happily, watching the two of them singing in unison. Yi Chen felt like he was watching a monkey. At this time, accompanied by a burst of loud music, the auction finally began. The spotlights were focused on the stage. On the crystal bar table, there is a colorful cocktail, the dazzling colors were intoxicating, and many girls screamed with excitement. The host smiled and said, Everyone, the wine we are auctioning today is called Mandragora. It is a new product just made by our wine god. The starting price is 30,000. 35,000, 40,000, 50,000. Prices continued to soar amid the chaos. Li Tian stretched out his hand and said very domineeringly, 100,000. When the bidding price of 100,000 was heard, the bar fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Tian. 10,000 yuan for a glass of wine was not worth it, so no one raised the price for a while. Li Tian felt very happy when he saw everyone's envious eyes. Li Na was even more excited and even kissed Li Tian on the cheek. Thank you, Tian. Yi Chen, won't you give Xiaoya a glass of wine? Do you know how many girls dream of drinking a glass of wine from the god of wine? Hu Lili looked at Li Na's smug look and said a little unhappy. Tong Xiaoya said, No, I don't like drinking. Li Na sneered, Ha, you're also a Didi guy, can you earn 100,000 a year? How can you afford to buy you a drink? At this time, the waiter had already brought the cup of Mandragora to Tong Xiaoya. Xiaoya, do you want to drink? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Hu Lili said, You can drink if you want. The god of wine only makes 7 cups a week. This is the last one. Li Na picked up the cocktail in the waiter's glass and shook it. The colors in the cup were like a kaleidoscope, even more gorgeous. Although Tong Xiaoya didn't say it, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. We are all girls, who doesn't want to be the focus of attention, but Tong Xiaoya knew that it was good enough that Yi Chen agreed to play her boyfriend. How could she have the nerve to let Yi Chen buy such expensive wine for her? Li Na looked at Tong Xiaoya jokingly and said proudly, Xiaoya, have you ever heard a saying that it is better to marry well than to be good looking? It is so lucky to be able to drink the cocktail made by the god of wine. As she spoke, Li Na carefully held the wine glass and tasted the cocktail in it with pride. Everyone's eyes were on Li Na, and she felt like the queen of the bar tonight. But at this moment, there was suddenly a noisy sound in the bar, and a handsome young man walked out from backstage. Bacchus? Everyone was stunned when they saw the person walking out. The god of wine only comes out to mix cocktails on weekends. This is an ironclad rule. Today is Friday, why is he here? Yi Chen whispered in Tong Xiaoya's ear, If you want a drink, I will let the god of wine mix the most beautiful wine for you to drink. Chapter 31, Wedding Wine. Tong Xiaoya was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but she had a wry smile on her face. The god of wine mixes cocktails based on his mood. Even if you pay him, he won't mix cocktails for anyone if he's unhappy. She just thought Yi Chen was joking. Got on the side. Lina couldn't help laughing when she heard Yi Chen's words.
Yi Chen, who do you think you are? The god of Bacchus would make cocktails for a DD guy. You are dreaming.
Lina said sarcastically. Hu Lily also sighed. Xiaoya, your boyfriend is a boaster who has no ability.
I think you should break up with him when you get home. Li Tian walked aside and said jokingly, don't underestimate brother Didi. What if the god of wine really took a ride with him and knew him?
After hearing what Li Tian said, several people realized that the other party was mocking Yi Chen, and they couldn't help laughing. At this time, the god of wine walked onto the stage and the music in the entire bar stopped. Chen Jiu's eyes swept across the bar and soon fell on Yi Chen. He had a faint smile on his face. Everyone, you know I only mix drinks on weekends, but today there's a special guest at the bar, so I'm going to make an exception, and I'm going to mix 2 drinks for him.
After Chen Jiu finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Oh my god, who on earth could make Chen Jiu make an exception to mix drinks? That's right, he must be an awesome person. If only the god of wine could make me a drink. All the guests in the bar looked around, fantasizing that they would be the person that the god of wine was talking about. Hu Lily was also stunned for a moment, and she suddenly remembered what Yi Chen had just said. It can't be Yi Chen, but she quickly denied this answer. Why, Yi Chen is just a DD boy, how could the god of wine make cocktails for him? Lina was stunned for a moment.
Just now, he saw that the god of wine was looking in their direction, as if he was looking at Li Tian. Could it be that this was another surprise given to him by Li Tian? She became even more excited. Tong Xiaoya was the calmest. After all, Yi Chen came from the Magic City, so how could he know the god of Bacchus? I don't know who is so lucky to get the wine mixed by Dionysus. The music started and brilliant light shone onto the stage of the bar. Chen Jiu picked up a goblet with both hands and a red cocktail with the other. Under the brilliant lights, Chen Jiu seemed to be performing magic, with the wine glasses and cocktails constantly changing in his hands. Different cocktails are constantly incorporated into tall glasses. The whiskey in the goblet soon became colorful. Oh my god, so beautiful. There was already a sound of shock from the audience. 10 minutes later, 2 cocktails were ready. Chen Jiu picked up 2 cocktails, placed them on the tray, and said with a smile, the names of these 2 cocktails are flying together. I want to give them to the 2 most distinguished guests in the bar. After hearing Chen Jiu's words, the scene fell into dead silence. All eyes were on the 2 cocktails on the tray. Everyone is curious, who is the most distinguished guest in the eyes of the god of wine? Chen Jiu carried the tray and walked towards the stage step by step, actually walking towards Yi Chen and the others stood. Lina covered her mouth with her hands, and at this moment she was finally sure. It must be Li Tian. He must be planning to give me a big surprise. Li Tian, thank you so much. Li Na said excitedly. Thank me?
Li Tian was stunned for a moment, a little confused. The god of wine has an aloof and arrogant personality. Apart from drinking a glass of wine, he has no interaction with him at all. Could it be that the distinguished guest mentioned by the god of wine is himself? It must be true. After all, he is a wealthy man worth tens of billions, so it's not an exaggeration to call him a distinguished guest. Li Tian thought narcissistically. If you don't pretend to be cool now, when will you wait? Li Tian smiled faintly. Shut up, I hope you will like my gift. Hu Lily was almost envious when she saw this scene.
Xiaoya, did you see that? If you want to find a boyfriend, you have to find someone like Li Tian.
Look at other people's boyfriends, and then see how yours compares.
Although Tong Xiaoya was also envious, she said lightly, this is not what I want, so I won't envy it.
TSK, you're just being stubborn. Lina snorted disdainfully. This time, Chen Jiu had already come in front of the few people holding a tray. Lina walked over excitedly. God of wine, thank you for mixing the wine for me.
Oh my god, the lucky one turned out to be this girl. She's so happy.
I wish I were her. There were sounds of envy coming from all around. Lina was even more proud. She felt like she was the queen of the bar.
I'm sorry, this wine is not for you.
Just as Lina was looking forward to it, a cold voice suddenly came to her ears. Chen Jiu jumped over her with the tray in his hand and walked in front of Tong Xiaoya.
Miss, I personally mixed this drink for you. I hope you like it. Me?
Tong Xiaoya was stunned. The scene was dead silent. There's something wrong with this plot.
It turns out this girl is the real lucky one. That girl just now was so funny. She actually thought it was for her. That girl got slapped in the face. She's so pitiful. Listening to the discussions coming from all around, Lina's face turned blue and red, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Tong Xiaoya was still a little dazed as she looked at the red wine handed to her by the god of wine. Chen Jiu smiled faintly. Boss, he asked me to mix this cocktail for you. What? Lina was stunned. Hu Lily was stunned. Li Tian was also stunned. Mr. Yi, could it be Yi Chen? Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Chen. Yi Chen has already picked up another cocktail from the tray. Thank you, Xiaozhou. Go back to the finance department and your bonus will be doubled this month. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Chen Jiu said respectfully. Everyone was shocked, the whole audience was silent. Could it be that Yi Chen is the owner of the bar? You know, Dream Bar is the largest bar in Kyoto, with annual profits of over 100 million. Tong Xiaoya picked up the cocktail, and there was a dancing bird in it. This is simply amazing. Chen Jiu smiled and said, Boss, this cup of wine is called Flying with Wings. Would you like to drink a cup of wine with your sister-in-law? Yes, a toast. Wedding cup of wine. All the girls at the scene looked at Tong Xiaoya with expressions of great envy in their hearts. Although they are all celebrities and children of large corporations, it is very difficult to get the wine mixed by the god of wine himself. Yi Chen glanced at Tong Xiaoya. There was a hint of shyness in Tong Xiaoya's eyes, but she still nodded shyly at the two men crossed their arms and drank their cocktails. This wine is sweet, without any astringency, and very delicious. There was thunderous applause at the scene. She is so happy. Yeah, it would be nice if I had such a handsome and capable boyfriend. Alas, it's a pity that he's someone else's boyfriend. The envious voices of girls could be heard all around. Elina, Hu Lily, and Li Tian were unable to utter a word. They could only look at the two people who had become the focus of the entire bar with envy and jealousy. Think about how they mocked Yi Chen just now. The three of them were so embarrassed. Chapter 32, King of Action. The party ended in an hour. Yi Chen and his friends walked out of the bar. No one expected that Yi Chen was the owner of the famous Dream Bar just now. A few people had been mocking Yi Chen, which made them even more ashamed. On the contrary, Yi Chen has been very low-key from beginning to end, not arrogant or irritable. This is the demeanor of a true boss. That's the GAP. Li Tian even felt a little embarrassed in front of Yi Chen. When he reached the door, he hurriedly greeted him and left. This time, Hu Lily's expression when looking at Yi Chen was completely different. She followed Yi Chen and said shyly, Yi Chen, I really didn't expect that you are the owner of the bar. You are too low-key. Why didn't you tell us? Yi Chen said calmly, he is just a bar owner, what's there to say? It is true that the bar industry is nothing to Jiang Chen, but to Hu Lily's ears, these words sounded more like pretense. Hu Lily asked shyly, Yi Chen, can I take your car? Cannot. Hu Lily, Yi Chen said, I've been drinking and can't drive. Oh, then we can take a ride together. No need, just take a ride. At this time, a handsome young man walked out of the door. Damn, it's actually the god of wine. Yi Chen threw the car keys to the god of wine and said, Xiaojiu, please take Xiaoya and I to the palace at the foot of the imperial city. Hu Lily, who was standing by, was shocked. What? Yi Chen's home is actually a royal palace. Oh my god, how rich is Yi Chen? Lina was also completely dumbfounded. Originally, she thought that with Li Tian, a rich second generation, she could show off in front of Tong Xiaoya. Only now did she understand how big the gap was between Li Tian and Yi Chen. The courtyard house at the foot of the imperial city cannot be bought even if you have money, but they actually have a palace. Isn't that awesome? Yi Chen and Tong Xiaoya returned to the palace together. Chen Jiu parked his car at the door and took a taxi away. Yi Chen, thank you today. It was only after attending today's party that Tong Xiaoya realized that her former best friend had changed. If Yi Chen hadn't been here, she would have definitely been humiliated today. Yi Chen smiled faintly, it's my duty. Remember to take my car often in the future. Back in the room, Yi Chen took a shower. Just as I was about to go to bed, I heard a notification sound from WeChat saying someone had added a friend. I looked at the profile picture and it was Hu Lily. After thinking about it, after all, he was Tong Xiaoya's friend, so Yi Chen approved the application. In the 5-star hotel, Hu Lily was excited to see Yi Chen added as a WeChat friend. Even though Yi Chen is Tong Xiaoya's boyfriend, so what? I am not less pretty than Tong Xiaoya, so I can snatch her. Away. What's a best friend? Your best friend's boyfriend is there to be snatched away. Yi Chen is so handsome, drives a luxury car, owns a bar with annual profits of over 100 million, and also has a royal residence at the foot of the imperial city. If you marry a man like this, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in your life, compared with your own lifetime happiness.
Your best friend is really nothing. Hu Lily held the phone excitedly and said, Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to have a house in the palace, so powerful.
Didn't you see the way those girls looked at you today? They were like hungry wolves, wanting to eat you up. By the way, is being a DD driver a hobby of yours to experience life? Oh, how long have you and Xiaoya known each other? Do I still have a chance?
In one breath, Hu Lily sent more than 10 WeChat messages. However, after sitting by the bed and waiting for half an hour, I received a lukewarm reply.
I go to sleep. Hu Lily felt a little frustrated. This plot seems familiar. Hu Lily usually doesn't bother to pay attention to the boys who pursue her and always uses this excuse to evade them. It doesn't matter. I must have been rude to him today. I will explain it to him tomorrow. Yes, you must be tired after a busy day. Go to bed early. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. By the way, it's cold, remember to cover yourself with a blanket. After a licking, Hu Lily fell asleep with the vision of being a rich wife of the next day. Hu Lily opened her eyes and was full of energy, ready to continue flirting with Yi Chen. Handsome guy, are you awake? However, the reply I received was, the message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. Blocked. Yi Chen came to the crew the next day. A filming of the movie continues. With god-level acting skills, Yi Chen's filming is basically done in one take. This left all the professional actors present stunned. Is this really your first time acting? You must be kidding. Even veteran actors aren't this awesome, but if you think about it carefully, Yi Chen has indeed never been seen in any film or television works. If this is talent, it's really awesome. The day's shooting is over and the progress is very fast. Tong Xiaoya left in a nanny car because of an event. Yi Chen was about to drive away when he was stopped by Zhang Mao. Yi Chen, can I take your car? Ha, of course. Yi Chen said with a smile. Zhang Mao smiled and said, I heard from Xiaoya that if you want to ride your car, you must use the DD app to pay for a 5-star rating. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Well, actually I just want to experience life. Zhang Mao nodded. Yes, if a person can experience all kinds of things in the world during his lifetime, it is also a kind of practice. Yi Chen looked at the address and found it was a 5-star hotel in Kyoto. Yi Chen, your talent is amazing. I have never seen an actor as talented as you. Ha, Director Zhang, please stop praising me. I was just acting blindly. Acting blindly? Zhang Mao smiled bitterly. If Yi Chen's acting is considered blind, then what about the acting skills of those young actors? Every movement of Yi Chen, even every look, is at the master level. Soon, the car arrived at the hotel, and Zhang Mao suddenly remembered something. Yi Chen, I have a friend who wants to make a movie, are you interested? The male lead of this movie is the international superstar Li Lianjie. Li Link? Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the name. Li Lianjie is a famous action star in China, and Yi Chen has always liked him. If I could work with him, it would be like fulfilling my wish. Zhang Mao continued, but this play is a fighting play, which may be a little difficult for you. Fighting scenes? Yi Chen frowned. Although Yi Chen has superb acting skills, he doesn't know kung fu. Yi Chen really couldn't shoot this kind of fighting scene. Zhang Mao had already paid the bill and gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the first praise star, 1/5, and rewarding the King of Action. The King of Action, another skill. In an instant, Yi Chen felt his body change. His body muscles expanded rapidly, and he even felt that his clothes were a little small. Zhang Mao smiled and said, it is true that kung fu movies are a bit difficult for you. I will recommend you roles when I have the chance in the future. Yi Chen quickly said, no problem, I always like to work with Li Lianjie, I can give it a try. You know kung fu? Zhang Mao looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Chapter 33, Fighting against Kung Fu superstar. Filming is purely Yi Chen's hobby. His dream in his previous life was to become a movie star. Unfortunately, his strength does not allow it. Now that he has the help of the system, he naturally wants to realize this dream. The next day, Zhang Chen followed Zhang Mao to another film crew in Hengdian. Old Su, I've brought you a man with superb acting skills. You can let him try out for this role. Zhang Mao said to the people in the room with a smile. Yi Chen looked into the room and saw 3 people sitting inside. One was a middle-aged man, another was a very energetic young man, and the other was a very beautiful woman, handsome and with a spirited look in his eyes. Yi Chen recognized Li Lianjie at the first sight. Another beauty should be the heroine. Tsuku was explaining the play to the 3 people. Tsuku was stunned for a moment when he saw Yi Chen, then he pulled Zhang Mao aside.
Director Zhang, this role is very important to my movie. Why did you find a virgin for me? The villain of this play is a killer, and he needs to be as ruthless as a killer. Originally, an actor in this play had to withdraw due to an injury during filming, so Suka turned to his old friend Zhang Mao to find a replacement. Although Yi Chen is very handsome, he obviously does not have the temperament of a killer. She? Old Su, do you believe me when I say he is the best actor I have ever seen? Zhang Mao had already anticipated Suka's reaction. Don't you believe that his acting is better than Li Lianjie's? Suka said disdainfully. Zhang Mao smiled and said, you will know if you try it. Suka nodded, okay, let him try out the show. Lao Zhang, you know my personality, I won't use him if he doesn't meet my requirements. Zhang Mao said, don't take advantage of me. Yi Chen is my baby. If my play was not about to be finished, would I be willing to lend him to you? At this time, Li Lianjie was also chatting with Yi Chen in the room. Why Yi Chen didn't expect that although Li Lianjie was a kung fu superstar, he didn't put on airs at all. Little brother, have you ever made a movie before? We just shot one, and this should be the second one. The second part? Li Lianjie was stunned. Have you ever filmed a kung fu movie? Li Lianjie continued to ask. No, this is my first time filming a kung fu scene, so I'd like to ask Teacher Li for more guidance. Oh. There was some disappointment in Li Lianjie's eyes. This is no wonder. After all, Li Lianjie is a first-line superstar, and those who work with him are all first-line stars. Li Lianjie doesn't look down on these newcomers, but he is mainly worried that they will affect the quality of the film. The beauty didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes were always looking at Yi Chen. My brother is so handsome. Lianjie is indeed very handsome, but he pales in comparison to Yi Chen. Handsome guy, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhong Lily. Hello, Sister Lily. Yi Chen said with a smile. Ha, come on, I look forward to working with you. Zhong Lily said with a smile. Yeah. Yi Chen nodded. At this time, Zhang Mao and Suka walked in. Suka smiled and said, Lianjie, you fight with this little brother, be gentle. Okay. Li Lianjie stood up. Suka's meaning was very clear. He wanted Li Lianjie and Yi Chen to have a fight. If it didn't work, it would be considered giving face to Zhang Mao. In this drama, Yi Chen, you play a killer, and Lianjie is a bodyguard. Suka briefly talked to Yi Chen about the play. Why Yi Chen was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this the China bodyguard from his previous life? I took a look at the script and found that this was indeed the name. Okay, I got it. Teacher Li, please give me more guidance. Yi Chen clasped his fists and said with a smile, you're welcome. Li Lianjie clasped his fists in the same humble manner. Bite, activate killer temperament plus 9,999. Ding, king of action plus 9,999. Li Lianjie looked at Yi Chen and his expression suddenly changed. Why Yi Chen had a kind expression just now, but now there was a strong murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Standing in front of him, Li Lianjie actually felt a chill. Not only Li Lianjie, but also Su Ku and Zhang Mao's expressions changed. Zhang Mao was especially surprised. Many actors have certain specialties. For example, some are suitable for playing the emperor, some are suitable for playing the domineering president, and some are suitable for playing the villain. Zhang Mao didn't expect that Yi Chen could play the killer so realistically. Suka's eyes lit up. As a great director, he had a keen eye. Just one look from Yi Chen showed that his acting skills were definitely not at the rookie level. Teacher Li, be careful. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Lianjie's right shoulder. Li Lianjie's eyes focused, and he blocked Yi Chen's arm with his right hand. Bang bang bang, the figures of the two people were entangled together. Li Lianjie is famous for his handsomeness in martial arts scenes. His eyes and movements have charmed countless girls. However, Yi Chen's performance was not inferior to Li Lianjie at all. His punches were lightning fast and his kicks were clean and sharp. Li Lianjie's attack was very fierce, and Yi Chen was both offensive and defensive, with his movements being neat and beautiful. With that cool expression, Zhong Lily was instantly fascinated. Zhang Mao was also stunned. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's martial arts skills were so good. Why Yi Chen's fighting was clean and neat. If he didn't have a certain level of martial arts skills, it would have been impossible for him to have such a wonderful fight with Li Lianjie. Suka's eyes were also filled with excitement. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. Yi Chen's eyes were fierce and there was a murderous aura on his body. It's really hard to express this feeling without superb acting skills. What's even more rare is that Yi Chen's strength is comparable to Li Lianjie's. Stop. As Suko called for a stop, Yi Chen and Li Lianjie both stopped their actions.
Thank you, Teacher Li, for your guidance.
Yi Chen bowed and said to Li Lianjie. Li Lianjie praised, Xiaoye, your kung fu is pretty good.
Zhong Lily said excitedly, Yi Chen, your moves just now were so cool. Brother Lianjie rarely praises people for their good kung fu.
Many young people nowadays cannot endure hardship and rely on stunt doubles for special effects and fighting scenes. There are too few actors who can really fight. Suka stood up and said, Yes, Yi Chen, this is the style I want. This role is yours.
Thank you, Director Su.
Yi Chen thanked him. Li Lianjie smiled and said, Xiaochen, let's act together and shoot this scene today.
No problem, but Teacher Li, is your right shoulder injured?
Yi Chen suddenly asked. Li Lianjie was stunned for a moment and nodded, Indeed, my right arm fell while filming a while ago, so I dare not use too much force. Yi Chen said, I know a little bit of massage skills, it should be helpful to massage you.
Really?
The pain in his right shoulder had been tormenting him for a long time, but he had to endure it for the sake of filming. Yi Chen asked Li Lianjie to sit on the sofa and started kneading the Jinjing acupoint and Tianzong acupoint with his hands. Li Lianjie was cheered up.
Xiao Yi, your massage technique is amazing. I don't even feel the pain in my right shoulder anymore.
Li Lianjie said excitedly.
As long as it works, you can give it your all during filming. Yi Chen understood Li Lianjie's status in the entertainment industry.
There were many benefits to making friends with such a person.
Chapter 34, the fighting scene that shocked the audience in the lounge. Yi Chen and Li Lianjie are acting opposite each other. Teacher Li.
Xiao Yi, don't call me teacher.
It seems strange. I'm older than you. Just call me Brother Li.
Li Lianjie said, after the two of them just had a tryout, and with Yi Chen helping him heal his injuries, Li Lianjie's favorability towards Yi Chen increased dramatically. In the entertainment industry, there are not many people who can call him a brother.
Okay, Brother Li, look, I think our fight lacks novelty. And why do we have to fight with fists when we have a target? Don't you think the plot doesn't make sense?
Yi Chen's words made Li Lianjie stunned for a moment. Actually, I have thought about this question, but ours is an action movie, and fighting is the essence of the film.
I can't do anything about it if the script is written this way. In fact, I have an idea.
We can fill the room with gas.
This way it makes sense.
Fighting in a room filled with gas can increase the sense of urgency of the film. We can even use the water source on the kitchen platform as a point of contention for the fight. Yi Chen said seriously while flipping through the script. In fact, these are all the contents of the movie in Yi Chen's previous life. Yi Chen just copied them. Li Lianjie's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yi Chen, your design is amazing. Li Lianjie has been completely conquered by Yi Chen. In fact, he always felt that something was missing in this part of the fight. He discussed this with Suka many times but to no avail, but Yi Chen flipped through the script a few times and elevated the entire plot to a higher level, especially the design of the fight. Yi Chen's creativity made Li Lianjie's eyes light up. This shoot brought huge benefits to Li Lianjie. Li Lianjie has filmed dozens of movies, but he feels that his understanding of films is several levels lower than Yi Chen's. Bang! There was a knock on the door.
Is there anything wrong? Li Lianjie asked.
Teacher Li, Teacher Yi,
everything outside is almost ready. We can start filming soon. The assistant pushed the door open and said, Okay, we'll be there right away.
Li Lianjie responded. Li Lianjie stood up and took Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen, this time I really should call you teacher.
I have learned a lot from acting with you.
No, I also learned a lot from discussing with Brother Li.
Yi Chen finally understood why Li Lianjie could become a superstar.
This kind of demeanor is really rare. Yi Chen and Li Lianjie came to the dressing room, changed clothes, and put on makeup.
Ding, activate God-level acting skills, killer temperament plus 9,999. Ding, activate the King of Action plus 9,999.
As the system voice sounded, murderous aura surged from Yi Chen's body in an instant. The makeup artist behind him felt a chill. The makeup artist even had the illusion that the person in front of her would kill her if they disagreed with her.
Teacher Yi, you will go into the room and start fighting with Teacher Li. The assistant director explained the scene to Yi Chen. No. Yi Chen and I have just discussed how to shoot.
You just watch us perform later. Li Lianjie said from the side. Two people were just in the lounge and had changed the entire script, so of course they couldn't shoot it as originally planned. Zuko understood Li Lianjie's character and knew that he must have a better plan, so he nodded and said, "Okay, you and Yi Chen can play freely."
Scene 88, first shot begins. Shooting begins. A memory emerged in Yi Chen's mind.
His beloved younger brother, his only relative, died at the hands of Li Lianjie because of an assassination mission. He must complete his brother's assassination mission and kill his enemy to avenge his brother. Yi Chen's eyes changed, and a cold murderous aura gushed out. This scene is a fight between Yi Chen and Li Lianjie. It is also the most exciting climax of the whole film. Yi Chen and Li Lianjie were engaged in a real hand-to-hand fight. You come and I go, every punch hits the flesh, and all kinds of fighting techniques are used. The two people's movements are smooth and the fighting scene is exciting. Yi Chen and Li Lianjie were completely unprotected. Everyone's heart was in pain, especially the fight. Scene between two people fighting for water is very exciting. The plot of this section was designed by Yi Chen. Li Lianjie used the wet towel as a weapon, and the effect made the director and the staff on the scene very excited. Zuko stared at the screen with bated breath. This was exactly the effect he wanted. These past few days he has been thinking about how to make this plot more exciting, but he has no idea. He was actually not very satisfied with the final plot, but after seeing the fight between the two people, Zuko finally realized what was missing. What's missing is the sense of urgency. The idea of fighting in a room filled with gas is simply amazing. The fight between the two became more and more intense, and Yi Chen gradually fell into a disadvantage as required by the plot. From beginning to end, Zuko never called for a stop. Yi Chen and Li Lianjie were completely immersed in the plot. It seemed as if the two of them were not filming a movie. They were really mortal enemies. The entire shooting scene was in dead silence. This is the real action scene. Both the staff and actors were very surprised by Yi Chen's performance. I didn't expect this kid's kung fu to be so good. Yeah, when we first met, I thought Yi Chen was a fresh meat. He looks so cool and handsome when he fights. Many female staff members at the scene were attracted by the cool temperament displayed by Yi Chen. In the end, Yi Chen was stabbed to death by Li Lianjie with a bayonet. Yi Chen acted very realistically in this scene. The distorted expression on his face and the unwilling look in his eyes were very well placed. Crack. It took Zuko a few seconds to recover from the shock of the plot. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Everyone was shocked by the wonderful fight between Yi Chen and Li Lianjie. It's just brilliant. It's awesome to shoot it all in one take. This is the most exciting fight scene I have ever seen. I feel that just based on the fighting scenes, our film will be a hit. The staff and the actors watching were talking about it. Xiaoye played well, it was awesome. Both of them were covered in wounds at this time, but Li Lianjie had a happy smile on his face. Experts are afraid of loneliness, so how can they not be happy when they meet a real opponent? Yi Chen smiled and said, "Thanks to Brotherly for letting me go, otherwise I would have been sent to the hospital now." At this moment, the voice of the system came from Yi Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the system to level 2 and opening the system mall.
System mall?
Yi Chen was stunned. It is detected that the host has suffered 8 minor injuries.
Do you want to exchange for the God-level traumatic injury medicine for treatment?
Yi Chen looked at the price and found that a bottle of God-level traumatic injury medicine cost 1 million. I looked at the description and it said, God-level bruises and injuries potion. Apply it on the wound and the bruises and injuries will heal immediately. So awesome, although 1 million is a little expensive. Does Yi Chen need money now? Directly exchanged, a small medicine bottle appeared in Yi Chen's bag. Yi Chen applied it on the wound and felt a cool sensation, and the bruises quickly disappeared. It really worked immediately. Please collect the new book and recommend it.
Thank you everyone. Chapter 35 Charity Auction. Yi Chen gave the medicine for bruises and injuries to Li Lianjie.
Brotherly, this medicine for injuries and trauma is a folk remedy given by an old Chinese doctor.
You can try it. Thank you.
Li Lianjie took the medicine and applied it on her body, and instantly felt that all the pain in her body disappeared.
Oh my god, it's amazing.
Li Lianjie has been injured frequently while filming over the years. I've used many medicines, but none as effective as this one. Natsuka came over and said with a smile, Xiaoyi, the film is well shot. By the way, what did you do before? Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Chen. They are also very curious. With such good kung fu and great acting skills, even if he is not an actor, he must be engaged in a related profession. I used to drive a Didi. Beep? Everyone was stunned. Brother Didi? How can he have such good acting skills? Are all the Didi guys so talented nowadays? With such great acting skills and fighting ability, it's such a waste for him to drive a Didi. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's answer. Suko patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. It doesn't matter what you did before, but from now on, you don't have to drive a Didi anymore. With Yi Chen's good looks, acting skills, and kung fu, it would be very easy for Suko to make Yi Chen famous. There was envy in everyone's eyes, being noticed by director Su. It won't be difficult for Yi Chen not to become famous in the future. No, driving Didi is my job, and acting is just a hobby. Yi Chen said seriously. What the hell? Didi driving is a profession, and acting is a hobby? Apart from anything else, an actor has hundreds of millions of fans, is in the spotlight every day, and can earn tens of millions from a movie. How prestigious it is. Didi drivers are at best just a job at the bottom of society to make a living. How much can they earn in a year? Yi Chen, you are so humorous. Zhong Lili said with a smile. Li Lianjie also smiled. Obviously, many people took Yi Chen's words as a joke. By the way, Yi Chen, there is a charity auction tonight. Come with us. Suka suddenly said. Suko is now training Yi Chen as a star, otherwise he would not have allowed Yi Chen to participate in such an important auction. Yi Chen nodded. Okay, you can take my car. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen, Suko, Li Lianjie, and Zhong Lili got in the car and headed straight for the art center. After getting in the car, Zhong Lili said with a smile, Yi Chen, I'll submit an order to support you. Okay. Yi Chen smiled. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Kyoto Art Center. Zhong Lili submitted the order and gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the second praise star, 2/5, and rewarding 10 billion cash. Can only be used for charity. 10 billion can only be used for charity. In previous lives, many celebrities liked to do charity work, such as Principal Gu, who built hundreds of Hope primary schools in China. Yi Chen originally wanted to do some charity work, and seeing this reward just happened to fulfill his wish. The 4 people walked into the venue, and Zhong Lili whispered, all those who come to participate in this charity auction are famous Chinese tycoons, and there are also some international superstars. You can just take a look, and it doesn't matter if you don't take any pictures. Director Su brought you here just to broaden your horizons. I understand, Sister Lily. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. 4 people came to the auction site. This auction will also be broadcast live. The items being auctioned include calligraphy and paintings, antiques, and some precious theatrical props. Whether it is the Chinese tycoons who come to participate in the auction, even for big stars, some do it truly out of charity, while others do it to gain some fame. Therefore, the entire auction was extremely hot, and in just 1 hour, more than 100 million yuan was raised. Suku and Li Lianjie also each spent 1 million to show their love. Yi Chen had not made a move because he did not want to be too conspicuous in such occasions. After all, he was a newcomer in the film and television industry, and it would not be good if he surpassed Suku and Li Lianjie. On the stage, the host He Jiong said with a smile, everyone, the next part is the live talent auction. We all know that Miss Zhong Lili has a good handwriting and Li Yaoyao is also very good at painting. The next 2 people will write a calligraphy and painting on the spot. Please auction it. Zhong Lili frowned. Li Yaoyao and she both graduated from the Kyoto Film Academy. However, Zhong Lili relies on her acting skills and takes one step at a time. Although Li Yaoyao's acting skills are not that good, she has been involved in many scandals because of her charming looks. Over the years, Li Yaoyao has filmed several bad dramas, but her popularity is much higher than Zhong Lili's. Originally, the talent show at this auction was only by Zhong Lili, but apparently Li Yaoyao used her connections to get included. Before Li Yaoyao went on stage, she said to a handsome man wearing international brand name clothes beside her, Brother Zhang, you have to show your support for me this time. Zhang Shui smiled and said, don't worry, with me here, your painting will definitely fetch the highest price. That's nice, handsome guy. I'll treat you to a meal after the auction.
Li Yaoyao smiled charmingly and walked onto the stage. Li Yaoyao looked at Zhong Lili beside her with a playful smile on her face. This time, Zhong Lili was just serving as a foil for her. Her paintings will definitely fetch sky-high prices because she has someone supporting her, even though Zhong Lili writes well. So what? If no one supports her, it's good enough if she can sell her works. Over the years, Li Yaoyao has risen to fame countless times by stepping on other artists. She even thought of the headlines for tomorrow's news. Ms. Li Yaoyao painted on the spot and offered a high price to show her love for charity. The two people walked onto the stage. Zhong Lili began to write, and Li Yaoyao began to draw. When two artists show their talents together, it creates a bit of a PK mood. Soon, Zhong Lili finished writing. Zhong Lili's father is a calligrapher. Influenced by her family, Zhong Lili also has beautiful handwriting. This calligraphy is magnificent and awesome. On the live broadcast platform, many netizens express their praise. Lily's handwriting is amazing. It's almost the level of a calligrapher. On the other hand, Li Yaoyao's paintings are too amateurish. What she drew was actually a picture of a chick eating rice. You can just barely make out it's a chick. Fuck, is this kindergarten level? What is this drawing? It's a chicken eating rice. It's similar to what my daughter drew. Two hostesses wearing cheongsams presented the two works to everyone. Hee-jeong smiled and said, "Okay, now please auction the two works. The starting price is 100,000. The proceeds from the auction will be donated to the children in the mountainous areas." Li Lianjie raised her hand. "I'll give you 1 million for Lily's painting." After all, they are actors who work together, so Li Lianjie must show her support. Teacher Li gave 1 million, "Thank you for your love." Hee-jeong said with a smile. Zhong Lili also bowed to Li Lianjie to express her gratitude. "I'll offer 10 million for Yaoyao's little chicken eating rice." Zhang Shuai said arrogantly. 10 million? There was an uproar at the scene. After all, Zhong Lili and Li Yaoyao are both first-line stars, but the prices of their works are so different. Li Yaoyao said smugly, "Sister Lily, your handwriting is good, but it's not as popular as my paintings. You were already stepping on others and openly provoking them." Li Yaoyao's behavior was a bit too much. Chapter 36. I am a Didi driver. Li Lianjie also frowned. The other party suddenly had 9 million more than him, which was clearly a lack of respect for him, but after taking one look at the other person, he had no choice but to endure it. Zhang Shuai, one of the 4 young masters of Kyoto, has a family fortune worth tens of billions. No one can compare to him in terms of wealth. Hee-jeong smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Miss Yaoyao's painting would be so popular." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang Shuai, for your kindness." Zhang Shuai looked very proud, thinking that 10 million was worth it to buy the heart of a beauty. Zhong Lili sighed. "There's nothing she can do. She has someone to support her, but she doesn't like to be with those rich second generations, so she can only swallow her anger." Hee-jeong looked at the audience. "Is there anyone offering a higher price?" Yi Chen saw that Li Lianjie was unhappy, and also saw the helplessness in Zhong Lili's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand. "I will bid 100 million for Miss Lily's calligraphy." 100 million. The scene was dead silent. No one expected that someone would be so generous as to donate 100 million words for charity in one go. Li Lianjie and Suku were both stunned when they saw the people bidding. Yi Chen, how could it be him? In the eyes of Suku and Li Lianjie, Yi Chen is just a newcomer who has just debuted, and Yi Chen just said that he was just Didi brother before. How could he be so generous as to bid 100 million at once? Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Chen. Oh my! What a handsome little brother! He spent 100 million, he must be the son of some wealthy family. I love him, he's rich and handsome, he's mine. The female celebrities and socialites at the scene looked at Yi Chen with shining eyes. Zhong Lili was also stunned. She never dreamed that Yi Chen would suddenly make an offer, and it was 100 million at a time, but she knew that Yi Chen was just a Didi boy. How could he have so much money? On the stage, Hee-jeong was also stunned for a moment and looked at Yi Chen. Who is this guy? He is so rich. There was another stir at the scene. Hee-jeong smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your love of over 100 million yuan. I thank you on behalf of the poor children in the mountainous areas." Li Yaoyao's face looked extremely ugly, because only those who raise the most funds will have the chance to make tomorrow's headlines. Recently, Li Yaoyao is striving to become a superstar, so popularity is very important to her. That's why she tried her best to please Zhang Shuai, letting him spend a lot of money at this auction and put her in the headlines. The original plan was foolproof, but unexpectedly, Yi Chen suddenly appeared. She looked anxiously at Zhang Shuai in the audience. "Oh, Zhang,
Shuai's face looked extremely ugly. He originally wanted to show off at this auction, but he didn't expect that Yi Chen would appear and steal his limelight. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Shuai said, 150 million for Miss Yaoyao's painting. There was an uproar at the scene again. As expected of the eldest son of Zhang family in Kyoto, his moves are awesome. During the live video broadcast, the audience also felt great. Two young masters of wealthy families are fighting like gods, and their moves cost hundreds of millions. This is too awesome. Zhang Shuai looked at Yi Chen with provocation in his eyes. Yi Chen smiled faintly. 1 billion. Anyway, this money will be donated sooner or later, so why not show off now? At this time, someone in front of the video recognized Yi Chen. Isn't this Mr. Yi who donated 1 billion at the charity gala last time? It's him. I've seen the video. Fuck, this guy is so rich, he donated another billion. The auction site was completely silent. There was no shortage of wealthy tycoons at the scene, but if you asked them to spend tens of millions, few people would be willing to spend over 100 million. Yi Chen directly offered 1 billion in one breath. This almost stunned them. Most importantly, this young man looked unfamiliar and did not seem to be from their upper-class circle. Where did this rich man come from? Zhong Lili was stunned standing on the stage. In her eyes, Yi Chen was just a handsome newcomer. But after all this time he turned out to be a big shot. Li Lianjie and Su Ke were also completely stunned. They were impressed by Yi Chen's acting skills, and they didn't expect that he was so rich. Now they believed what Yi Chen said, that acting was indeed a hobby. As for driving Didi, people just want to experience life. Zhang Shuai's face turned pale. 10 billion was beyond his ability. Although Li Yaoyao kept winking at him, he pretended not to notice. Is it crazy to donate 1 billion? Dad will skin him alive when he gets home. Mr. Yi, could you please come to the stage? He Zhong said to the audience. Yi Chen came to the stage. Zhang Shuai in the audience was almost going crazy. Originally, he should have been the one to go on stage, but after all, Yi Chen donated 1 billion, which was simply beyond his ability. Mr. Yi, thank you for your kindness. You donated so much money at one time. What job do you do? He Zhong said with a smile. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I am just a Didi driver. Didi driver? Everyone was stunned. What a joke, a Didi driver donated 10 billion in one go. Mr. Yi really knows how to joke. He Zhong said awkwardly. I'm not kidding, I'm serious, look at my Didi uniform. Everyone then noticed that Yi Chen was actually wearing the work uniform of Didi brother. As a Didi driver, I hope that children in poor areas can also have brand new school buildings and brand new desks. In the future, I will build 1,000 Hope primary schools across the country. Although I am not very rich, I also hope to contribute my meager strength to China's Hope project. The scene was dead silent again. Damn, aren't you very rich, donating 1 billion in one go to build 1,000 Hope primary schools? How dare you say you don't have money, especially when Yi Chen said that he would contribute his own little bit of strength. The big guys in the audience blushed. Many of them have assets worth hundreds of millions, but they really can't do it like Yi Chen did, which is 1 billion. There was thunderous applause at the scene. During the live video broadcast, the screen was filled with barrages of comments. Is this how much money a Didi driver can make? I want to be a Didi driver, too. People who drive Didi must be second-generation rich people who are experiencing life. I don't have much money, I'm just a Didi boy. It instantly became the most awesome and pretentious sentence on the internet. After the auction, Zhong Lili sat in the passenger seat, staring at Yi Chen infatuatedly. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to be the legendary rich second generation. Who said I'm a second generation rich? I'm a first generation rich, okay? Yi Chen corrected. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I would be embarrassed. Haha, nothing. I also want to do something for poor children. Yi Chen drove to Zhong Lili's door. Zhong Lili suddenly remembered something. By the way, the light bulb in my bedroom is broken, can you help me fix it? Yi Chen nodded, okay. After parking the car, Yi Chen and Zhong Lili arrived home. Yi Chen took a ladder, climbed up, and replaced the light bulb in no time. Just as he was about to get down from the ladder, his foot slipped and Yi Chen fell off the ladder. Fortunately, Yi Chen had the magical skills of the king of Kung Fu. He turned his body in the air and fell towards the bed, but Zhong Lili was sitting on the bed watching Yi Chen fix the lamp. It's too late to hide. Result, Yi Chen's body pressed heavily on Zhong Lili. Almost at the same time, the bedroom door was pushed open. Then, a woman in her 50s stared at Yi Chen and Zhong Lili on the bed in amazement.
Chapter 371. Let's climb the mountain together, Mom.
Zhong Lili shouted when she saw the middle-aged woman at the door with her pretty face blushing. Yi Chen was also a little embarrassed. The posture of the two people now is too ambiguous. It's over. I can't explain myself by jumping into the Yellow River this time. Yi Chen even thought that the mother would definitely scold him as a hooligan when she saw her daughter being bullied. When the middle-aged woman saw the ambiguous posture of the two people, she was stunned at first, and then her face was filled with smiles. It's okay, you guys continue. I'll buy you some black chicken to make soup for you. The middle-aged woman slammed the door shut. Yi Chen, Zhong Lili struggled and pushed Yi Chen away, and ran out. Mom, it's not what you think. Seeing her daughter's shy look, Li Xiuhua became more certain of the relationship between the two. Mom is an experienced person, I understand everything, there is nothing to be shy about. Yi Chen tidied his clothes and came out. Auntie, you misunderstood, okay, don't worry. It's a different era now. I'm not an old-fashioned person. I understand everything. Yi Chen looked depressed. I don't know anything, there was nothing wrong with us originally. But after the other party brought up the issue, something really happened. Li Xiuhua looked up and down at Yi Chen, handsome, with an extraordinary temperament. Yi Chen's charm bonus is not only effective on young girls, but is also extremely attractive to middle-aged women like him. Li Xiuhua is a mother-in-law who likes her son-in-law more and more the more she looks at him. Oh, someone finally wants our Lily. Li Xiuhua couldn't help but sigh. Zhong Lili blushed when she heard this. Mom, what are you talking about? After all, she and Yi Chen had just met, and her mother actually told Yi Chen that no one wanted her. To be honest, Zhong Lili is really interested in Yi Chen, but how can she pursue Yi Chen in the future when her mother slanders her daughter like this? Auntie, Lily is so beautiful and a big star, how could no one want her? Yi Chen said with a smile. That's right, this girl actually hid the fact that she had such a handsome boyfriend from me, and I had to arrange a date for her outside. Auntie, actually Yi Chen decided it would be better to explain. However, Zhong Lili's mother did not give Yi Chen any chance at all. You two, hurry up and do your work. Have you booked a hotel or anything? Don't worry, when you have a child, leave it to me. I dream of holding my grandchild every day. Yi Chen, this is too hasty. These two people haven't got anything yet, but they have already arranged everything for the child. Li Xiuhua smiled and said, look how ignorant I am. You two continue, I'll go out and buy you some black chicken to replenish your bodies. Having said that, before Yi Chen could explain, Li Xiuhua left in a hurry. Two young men with red faces were left behind. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, my mother is like this. Yi Chen smiled bitterly and said, it's okay, Lily, why don't I go first? Auntie is too enthusiastic. Yeah. Zhong Lili nodded. By the way, I haven't given you a 5-star rating for the ride just now. As she spoke, Zhong Lili took out her mobile phone and gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the 3rd praise star, March 5th, and receiving the system reward King of Comedy. Another acting skill, activating 5-star reviews can activate new career attributes, so keep going. Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Yi Chen? I'm your brother Zhang. Hello, Director Zhang. Xiao Yi, you really surprised me this time. Yi Chen smiled and said, no, actually I'm just a DD driver, and my family has some money. Zhang Mao complained in his heart. DD drivers drive to support their families, but you drive to play games, can they be the same? Yi Chen, let me introduce you to a new play, Zhou Xingxing, do you know it? Of course I know. I like his movies very much. He just called me and asked me to help him find an actor. I thought of you, but I don't know if you can do comedy. What a coincidence, having just won the title of King of Comedy, he was able to work with comedy master Stephen Chow. No problem, I can go and try out the play with teacher Zhou. Okay, he's at the Magic City Film City, you can just go there. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen drove straight to the airport. His private jet is on standby at the airport 24 hours a day and he can take off at any time. After getting on the plane, Yi Chen quickly returned to the Magic City. After getting off the plane, Yi Chen found the broken Xiaoli in the parking lot. Opening the DD app, Yi Chen wanted to try his luck and see if he could get another business. Ding, someone is taking the ride. Yichen parked the Shally car at the airport exit and saw a young man and an old couple standing on the roadside. The young man was very diligent and helped the old couple put their luggage in the car. After getting in the car, the young man sat in the passenger seat, while the old couple sat in the back seat. Why Yichen drives? The young man next to him suddenly asked, "Master, are there any higher mountains around here?" Lufeng Mountain is quite high, and the scenery is also beautiful.
Mom and Dad, I'll take you to Lufeng Mountain tomorrow.
Well, okay. The old man behind said in a cold voice. The atmosphere in the car was very solemn, and no one spoke along the way.
Dad, do you think Xiao Jun and I still have a chance? Chance? What chance do you still have?
I think you should leave as soon as possible. It will be good for you and Xiao Jun as well.
Oh, okay then.
I'll take you guys hiking tomorrow, and then we'll leave when we get back. Yichen suddenly felt that the young man next to him was emitting a murderous aura. Damn, this plot seems very familiar. Isn't this the plot of The Secret Corner? This movie does not exist in this parallel world, but Yichen has a feeling that the real version of The Hidden Corner is about to be staged.
Actually, there's nothing much to do in Lufeng Mountain. You can go to the park and the Bund. The scenery is pretty good there.
Although Yichen was not sure whether the plot in The Secret Corner could happen, but when Yichen heard that his son-in-law and his father-in-law and mother-in-law were climbing a mountain, he felt a chill. "Well, let's go hiking," said the young man next to him, pushing his glasses. "Let's climb a mountain together. The kind that can be climbed down in a second." A very popular saying from his previous life suddenly popped up in Yichen's mind, but after all, this was a TV drama in the previous life, and people might really just be climbing a mountain, so this kind of thing shouldn't happen. Why Yichen sent the 3 people to the hotel and received 3 stars of praise from the young people. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 stars and winning a Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. The Rolls-Royce
Cullinan is one of the few SUVs worth tens of millions. The car has a noble and elegant temperament, and its interior is extremely luxurious, even with a folding cocktail table. In terms of power, the 6.75T engine with a maximum power of 570 horsepower can fully handle special environments such as deserts and snow. With this Cullinan, he can finally replace his broken Shally. A Cullinan is perfect for Didi. If the designer of Cullinan knew that someone actually used such a luxurious Cullinan to run Didi, he would probably cried. I had just finished taking a shower when I heard a knock on the door. A beautiful woman with wet hair and wearing a bathrobe stood at the door.
Chapter 38. I drive very steadily. Jia, why are you here?
Yichen was stunned for a moment. I saw the lights were on in your house, so I came to see if you were back.
Oh, you missed me, didn't you?
Yichen said with a smile. Jia blushed. No way. Yichen led Jia into the room. Jia had just finished taking a shower. Her hair was wet and exuding a faint fragrance. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous.
Yichen, thanks to you our company didn't go bankrupt. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. No problem, call me tomorrow.
Yichen glanced downstairs and saw a woman in her 50s pacing anxiously downstairs. He couldn't help laughing.
Did your mother ask you to come find me?
Yichen said. Jia blushed when she heard this. Well, I wanted to call you and ask you out for dinner, but my mom insisted that she come in person if I didn't come.
Yichen was speechless.
Our mothers-in-law so hot nowadays. Jia and Zhong Lily are both beauties with a score of over 95. Logically, they should have no shortage of men chasing after them, but their mothers are afraid that their daughters will not be able to get married. Second, Yichen finished washing up, changed into a casual outfit, and went out. A domineering Cullinan has already parked in the parking space at the door. At this moment, a beautiful woman was broadcasting live to the Cullinan SUV. Everyone, today I actually encountered a Rolls-Royce Cullinan here.
This model is known as the luxury SUV.
It is named after the world's largest diamond, Cullinan, to show its nobility. Yichen stood behind, looking at the beautiful woman who was broadcasting live with a smile. The beauty was broadcasting live, and the audience saw Yichen standing behind the beauty.
Anchor Heart, there's a pervert behind you.
Yes, that man kept staring at you, his eyes were so obscene. Yichen didn't know that the audience of the live video had already listed him as a wretched man. Suya was broadcasting live. When she saw the fans' comments, she turned around suddenly and saw Yichen looking at her jokingly.
What are you doing? Suya asked nervously. Why Yichen smiled faintly. Why are you standing in front of my car and asking me what I am doing? Suya was stunned for a moment and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew that director Zhou Xingxing had a casual personality and didn't like formality, so he wore a casual suit that was very casual. Before this outfit only costs a few $100s. How is it possible for someone dressed like this to drive a luxury SUV? My boy, what about Sister Taolu? Work hard, maybe in the future, you will have a chance to own an SUV like this one. Yi Chen directly took out the car key and pressed the button. Cullinan's cool headlights flashed instantly. Yi Chen joked, it seems that I don't need to work hard anymore, because this car originally belongs to me. Fuck. Host, you actually met a tall, rich and handsome guy. It's amazing that you own a Cullinan worth tens of millions at such a young age. Come on, sister. Sister Anchor, the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family is right in front of you, don't miss it. Suya was also stunned. She never dreamed that this handsome guy in ordinary clothes was actually the owner of the car. Facing Yi Chen's ridicule, the female anchor blushed and snorted, TSK, this car must have been bought by you with the help of your family, not by yourself. What's there to be proud of? Whose car is this? I worked hard to earn this car. You earned it? What do you do? Suya asked. Yi Chen's tone was full of vicissitudes. I am an old driver. Every time I drive, I go through the streets and alleys, wandering between various districts, business clubs, and five-star hotels all day long. Sometimes I get tired, but those women don't let me go at all. They keep calling me and want to get in my car. Suya was suddenly confused. Damn, what kind of job is this? All the beautiful women want to get in his car. To be honest, even Suya wants to drive this Cullinan. After all, she had never ridden in such a luxury car. In the live broadcast room, the fans went crazy. What kind of job is so awesome? Brother, show me the way. I want it too. What a handsome brother, I want to get in his car too. Brother, give me a contact number. I want to get in your car, too. Old driver, please take me. Suya took a deep breath and asked in confusion, what do you do? Yi Chen, I'm a DD driver. Suya almost fell down. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also confused. Damn, the arrogant guy turned out to be a DD driver. That's right. There are indeed many women who want to get in the DD driver's car. Awesome blast. Can a driver drive a Rolls-Royce? Are you kidding me? If I can make money this way, I'll go drive DD tomorrow. Suya took a deep breath and said, don't try to fool me. How could he be DD good driving a Rolls-Royce SUV? Yi Chen smiled faintly. If you don't believe me, you can try taking a ride. It happens that I can also take orders for business. Damn it, the old driver wants you to get in the car. Anchor, this is a good opportunity. It's easy to get on the bus but hard to get off. Yeah, you better be careful. Suya took a deep breath. Okay, I must expose your true face. Suya opened the DD ride-hailing app and called a taxi directly. Yi Chen took the order directly. Suya was stunned to see that the order was successfully accepted. It's actually true. The rich man driving a Rolls-Royce is actually DD brother. Fuck, driving a Rolls-Royce to drive a DD, that's too luxurious. This is absolutely outrageous. DD brother has a hard time already, and you, a rich second generation, are trying to steal his business. Driving a Rolls-Royce and driving a DD, is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? In the live broadcast room, many netizens were commenting crazily. Boss, can I broadcast live in your car? Suya said excitedly when she saw the popularity of the live broadcast room. No problem, you can live stream your driving, but you can't film me. By the way, are you sure your destination is the hotel? Yi Chen suddenly asked. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned again. Fuck, are we going straight to the hotel like this? Female anchor, aren't you going to stick to your bottom line? I finally understand that money really can do whatever you want. Wow, is my goddess going to be taken advantage of? Suya's pretty face flushed. She came here to travel, so of course she had to stay in a hotel. I didn't expect this bastard to show up during the live broadcast. It's not what everyone thinks. I'm staying in the hotel alone, not with him. Suya was too embarrassed to come out. Yi Chen's painful and bold action made Suya's scalp numb. Fasten your seatbelts. Don't worry, I drive fast but very steadily. After hearing what Yi Chen said, Suya almost fainted from tears. She really couldn't clear herself this time. Chapter 39, Interview with Master Xing. Suya looked at Yi Chen speechlessly and said, "Dear viewers, let's continue the live broadcast. This handsome guy is really a DD driver. I have just verified it." Yi Chen suddenly glanced at Suya's live broadcast platform. "Anchor, you are so beautiful, why do you have so few fans?" Suya sighed, "There's nothing I can do. Although I'm pretty, I don't show my body, I can't dance, and I can't sing well. I always end up talking to death, and I can't lick the big brother like other anchors. I can only barely make a living. So that's it." Yi Chen suddenly understood. Nowadays, there are beauties almost everywhere on live streaming platforms. Are beauties really everywhere? Of course not. Many female anchors rely on makeup and photo beautification techniques. There was even news a while ago that an extremely ugly old lady was photoshopped into a beautiful woman, and she has millions of fans. Are you scared? After Yi Chen's appraisal, Suya's beauty is real. Suya suddenly said, "Boss, you are so rich, do you want to support me as a host?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Sure. But you have to praise my driving skills and give me a 5-star rating." The live audience went crazy again. Fuck, it turns out that this is how rich people flirt with girls. Good driving skills? You should drive in the hotel. Host, we are optimistic about you. If you can take down this rich man, you will be the top anchor of Maya Live. Live broadcast, the history of a host's downfall. Suya's pretty face flushed with shame, but she calmed herself down. "It's okay for me to praise you. Brother drives really steadily, and sister sits very comfortably in the car." "Thank you for the compliment, the beauty has arrived." Suya smiled and said, "I have already praised you and given you a 5-star rating. Can you please give me a rocket, rich brother?" Yi Chen parked the car in the hotel's parking space and smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, I don't have a Maya Live broadcast account. I have something to do now. If we meet in the live broadcast room in the future, I will definitely give you 10 rockets." Suya got out of the car and was stunned for a moment. Just when she wanted to add the WeChat account, she could only see the taillights of Yi Chen's car. Looking at the taillights, Suya felt a little confused. She thought that Yi Chen had flirted with her for a while, so he should at least leave her his WeChat or contact number. In the end, Yi Chen just left like that. At 9:50, Yi Chen arrived at the Magic City Film and Television City on time. Director Zhou Xingxing had not arrived yet, so Yi Chen found a chair and sat down. It has to be said that Yi Chen's temperament is eye-catching wherever he goes. His appearance immediately became the focus. The female crew members, and even some of the female extras, were a little hesitant to take a step when they saw Yi Chen. "This boy is really handsome." "Handsome guy, are you here to apply for the extra role as well?" At this time, a young man came over with a smile. "Oh, no, I'm here to interview for the lead role." "Wow, that's amazing. Did you graduate from Beijing Film Academy or China Film Academy?" The young man laughed. "I am a DD driver, and being an actor is just my hobby." "DD driver?" The young man was stunned. "Dude, are you kidding me? The DD driver is interviewing the main character. It's just a personal hobby." Yi Chen smiled. The young man smiled jokingly. "My name is Han Shui, and I'm here to interview for the leading role as well." "Well, my name is Yi Chen, let's work hard together." Originally, Han Shui was a little worried about Yi Chen, but when he heard that Yi Chen was a DD driver, he breathed a sigh of relief. Arguing with a DD driver is a joke. This time, the sound of footsteps was heard at the door. A man wearing a baseball cap and with a weathered look on his face walked in. His eyes were a little unruly and his hair was a little messy, but he was very manly. This person is none other than the king of Chinese comedy, Stephen Chow. There was a beautiful woman beside him. The beauty is tall, with a well-proportioned figure, and every smile and frown is charming. Yi Chen recognized at a glance that this beauty was Zhang Yuyu, a beautiful and charming lady with a powerful aura. Yi Chen suddenly remembered her famous saying, "I have a pretty face and a nice figure, and the people chasing after me line up from here to France." This may seem crazy, but it is indeed not inconsistent with her words. Yi Chen stood up and went over to meet him. "Hello, Director Zhou. I'm Yi Chen, and I was recommended by Director Zhang Mao." When he heard that Zhang Mao recommended him, Stephen Chow's eyes lit up and he looked Yi Chen up and down for a moment. The young man in front of him was very handsome and had an outstanding temperament, but what he needed was a comedy star. Yi Chen had no problem acting in idol dramas, but he seemed to be lacking in comedy. But after all, he was recommended by director Zhang Mao, and Stephen Chow knew Zhang Mao very well. Director Zhang was also extremely demanding towards actors. Yesterday, Zhang Mao praised Yi Chen as a future movie star over the phone. This made Master Xing even more curious about Yi Chen. In fact, Stephen Chow has already chosen an actor for the leading role this time, and that actor is Han Shui. However, when he heard director Zhang recommend Yi Chen and praised Yi Chen's acting skills so well, he became tempted again. Mr. Xing smiled and said, "Yi Chen, right? I heard from director Zhang that your acting is great." Although Mr. Xing is a big star at the level of an actor, he is not arrogant at all. In recent years, Stephen Chow has rarely made films and mainly worked as a director. I'm just starting out in acting and still have a lot of shortcomings. I still need more guidance from Master Xing, Yi Chen said modestly. Let's go in. There are 2 other actors interviewing with you. Stephen Chow said with a smile. Zhang Yuyu kept looking at Yi Chen from the side. This brother is really handsome, especially he exudes a special masculine charm. Zhang Yuyu has seen countless men, but ordinary men are not attractive to her at all, but Yi Chen really made her feel brightened. My name is Zhang Yuyu, nice to meet you. Zhang Yuyu suddenly stretched out her hand. The star girl next to him suddenly greeted Yi Chen, which shocked many extras at the scene. Zhang Yuyu is famous for her aloofness, and it is rare to see her take the initiative to greet other men. Yi Chen knew that Zhang Yuyu was the star girl, so he smiled and reached out to hold Zhang Yuyu's slender hand that seemed boneless. If an ordinary man were to hold a girl's hand, he would have become short of breath and his heartbeat would have quickened. However, Yi Chen's performance was very calm. Zhang Yuyu is indeed very beautiful, but there are also many beauties around him who score above 95 points. My name is Yi Chen, and I hope teacher Zhang can give me more guidance, Yi Chen said humbly. Well, I hope your performance can impress Master Stephen. I'm looking forward to working with you. Zhang Yuyu teased. Damn it, it turns out to be a seductive demon. The 3 of them walked into the director's studio together. There were 2 other people sitting in the room. One of them was Han Shui, whom he had just greeted, and the other was an equally young man. It seems that these 2 people are my competitors. Dear friends, please vote for recommendation and collect it. Chapter 40 Interview. The other young man is named Gao Ming, who graduated from Kyoto Film Academy. This time, it was also through a friend's connection that I had the opportunity to be interviewed by Stephen Chow. He looked at Stephen Chow, his expression obviously very nervous. Han Shui has worked with Stephen Chow before and played supporting roles in his films, and his expression is obviously much calmer. In the Chinese entertainment industry, Han Shui is also a third-tier actor. He has filmed several web dramas and is quite famous. This time, being noticed by Stephen Chow is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Han Shui. Stephen Chow is famous for his advice to newcomers. Han Shui believes that as long as he stars in The Mermaid, he will soar to become a top actor. However, something unexpected happened to the things that had been planned. Yesterday, Stephen Chow informed him that there were 2 more actors who wanted to interview together. However, after learning about the 2 Rao's information, Han Shui finally felt relieved. One is Didi Gu, and the other is a rookie who just graduated from Beijing Film Academy. There is no way they can compare with me, this role belongs to him. However, when Han Shui heard that Yi Chen was introduced by director Zhang Mao, he was also surprised. In Han Shui's eyes, Yi Chen has no redeeming qualities except for his good looks, but how could this guy be favored by director Zhang? In other words, judging from Stephen Chow's attitude, this interview was actually specifically for Yi Chen. Han Shui knows Stephen Chow's character very well. He cannot tolerate any flaws in the film industry and everything depends on his acting skills. Even if you are recommended by director Zhang, if your acting skills are not good, he can still ask you to get out. Zhang Yuyu sat next to Stephen Chow and looked very imposing. This time, Master Xing and I are interviewing for the male lead of The Mermaid. I hope you will perform well. Now you will start a performance. The plot is that the female lead, the mermaid, wants to assassinate the male lead. You 3 can perform freely. You have 5 minutes. Come on. Zhang Yuyu looked at the 3 people with a charming smile. Who will go first? I was just given a simple plot and was asked to express myself freely, so this question was indeed a bit difficult. After all, you have to design lines for a 5-minute plot and show your acting skills in the shortest time possible. The most important thing is to perform from beginning to end without an opponent. You have to act against the air, which is too difficult. The most important thing is that they are interpreting a comedy, and in this case, they also have to perform a comedic effect, which doubles the difficulty. When Gao Ming heard this topic, his mind went blank.
This was completely different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that the director would give him a script and he would just act according to the script, but now, he has to design everything. Although Gao Ming graduated from a professional school, he was not very hardworking in school. He has no problem with simple performances, but it is really too difficult for him to create a plot. When Yi Chen heard the question, a scene from his previous life emerged in his mind. That's right, I also watched the movie The Mermaid in my previous life, and the same plot appeared in it. Yi Chen already knew how to act out this scene. Just as he was about to step forward, Han Shui took the lead and confidently came to the center of the living room. Han Shui bowed politely to Stephen Chow and Zhang Yuyu. Director Zhou, Teacher Zhang, my name is Han Shui, and I have worked with Director Zhou before. Stephen Chow nodded. He was already very familiar with Han Shui. Zhang Yuyu smiled charmingly. Okay, start your performance. Han Shui nodded, and the next moment, his eyes suddenly changed. His expression was very exaggerated, as if he had seen something very scary, and then he turned around and wanted to escape, but his feet slipped and he seemed to step on something, and he fell on it. Looks very embarrassed and funny that he wanted to get up, but because he was too nervous, his feet slipped. Finally he stood up. Please don't kill me. I can give you money, and I can also give you people who are not mine. Han Shui's eyes were very melancholy and funny. Before you kill me, I have something to say to you. I once had a true love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I regretted it when I lost it. This is the most painful thing in the world. If God could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to that girl: I love you. If I have to put a time limit on this love, I hope it is 10,000 years. This section is Han Shui copying lines from Stephen Chow's previous films. I have to say, his performance was very good. With some of Stephen Chow's style, being able to quickly get into a role and design good plots already meets the standards of a good actor. When Stephen Chow saw Han Shui's performance, he nodded to show his satisfaction. Han Shui was ecstatic when he saw Stephen Chow's reaction. It was obvious that he had already gained Stephen Chow's recognition. He bowed again and returned to his seat confidently. Stephen Chow's affirmation has made him believe that this role will definitely be his. Gao Ming was already unsure, and he felt even more disheartened after seeing Han Shui's performance. If you let him learn, he can learn to act, but if you let him design the character, he really doesn't know the lines. Gao Ming gritted his teeth and stood up. Director Zhou, Teacher Zhang, I'm Gao Ming from Kyoto Film Academy. Gao Ming stood in front of Stephen Chow and Zhang Yuyu and was completely frightened by the aura of the two people. His body was shaking and his words were stammering. Zhang Yuyu frowned and said impatiently, okay, start your performance. After all, Gao Ming graduated from a film academy. Although his performance of this scene was a bit stiff and nervous, he finally finished it, but the effect is really bad. The expressions are empty, the movements are stiff, and they don't even qualify as extras. Such a performance made Stephen Chow shake his head constantly, and it was obvious that he had been rejected. Seeing the brilliant performance, Han Shui was ecstatic. In his mind, the only competitor is Gao Ming. If he is eliminated, he will be sure to win.as for that Didi brother. He even began to sympathize with Yi Chen in front of the aura of Stephen Chow and Zhang Yuyu. Even the top students of Kyoto Film Academy are no match, let alone Yi Chen, a layman. It is true that a while ago there was a rising star in the Chinese film industry named Wang Baobao, but Wang Baobao also worked as an extra for several years before he became successful. You are a Didi driver, so what can you do even if you have talent? Yi Chen stood up and walked to the middle of the living room. Director Zhou, Teacher Zhang, I am Yi Chen. Master Xing is very much looking forward to Yi Chen's performance. He really wanted to know if Yi Chen's acting skills were as amazing as Director Zhang Mao's. Zhang Yuyu also heard that Yi Chen was highly recommended by Director Zhang Mao, and she was also very curious about how Yi Chen would perform. Yi Chen, let's start. Master Xing smiled at Yi Chen. Han Shui's performance just now has been recognized by him. If Yi Chen wants to grab this role, he must give a more eye-catching performance. I beg for collection and recommendation here. If there is any reward, the author bows here to thank you. Chapter 41, Invincible. Yi Chen took off his coat, revealing a tight black T-shirt. In the previous life, the actor who played this role was Brother Chow. He interpreted this role in an unexpected way. Ding, God-level acting activated. Ding, King of Comedy skill activated. A system prompt sounded in my mind. At this moment, the image of the protagonist in The Mermaid has been integrated into Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen took a deep breath and raised his head, his eyes showing an uninhibited and even somewhat arrogant expression. When Xing Yi saw Yi Chen's eyes, they lit up. As a master-level director, Stephen Chow knew from Yi Chen's eyes that he had already immersed in the role, being able to instantly slip into a role is the mark of a good actor. Stephen Chow finally understood why director Zhang Mao recommended Yi Chen. This guy really has something. At this time, Yi Chen has transformed into a domineering president. He has endless money and unlimited power.
His ambition is expanding. In his eyes, money is just a number, and in his eyes, everything is like an ant. His eyes were arrogant and domineering, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with contempt. Suddenly, Master Xing felt his breathing quicken. He was immediately attracted by Yi Chen's performance. This was the feeling he wanted. Master Xing stared at Yi Chen, carefully appreciating every detail of Yi Chen's performance, even every look in Yi Chen's eyes. How invincible is how lonely, how invincible is how empty. Alone at the summit, the cold wind keeps blowing my loneliness. Who can understand? Meth plot designed by Stephen Chow is a scene from the script of The Mermaid. For this plot, Stephen Chow has been racking his brains over how to design it more reasonably. However, Yi Chen's performance gave Master Xing a feeling of enlightenment. This guy actually performed this scene through singing and dancing. It's absolutely amazing. At this moment, Master Xing suddenly had a new understanding of the protagonist Lu Xian. Countless inspirations burst out from his mind. Yi Chen's performance continues. Yi Chen's dance steps were full of confidence. It was as if he was the omnipotent, spendthrift, arrogant and domineering president. His aura, his expression, and every move he made were nonsensical but full of tension. Next to Master Xing, Zhang Yuyu's heart was pounding as she watched Yi Chen dancing and singing in the living room. This brother is so handsome. Every word of his lyrics and every movement seemed to be stirring her heart, melting her proud heart little by little. As for Diao Ming standing next to him, he was almost dumbfounded. So this is how the plot can be played out. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen was filled with admiration. He swallowed hard and was convinced by Yi Chen's performance. Yi Chen's performance had no lines, and was even just a song and dance of his own creation. If Han Shui performed the comedic effect, then Yi Chen performed the soul of the character. Especially when he was in front of the table, he deliberately crushed it hard with his feet. Everyone could see that this action seemed to be stepping on the heroine's hand. It was an unintentional action, but it made people want to laugh. Cool moves, accompanied by a somewhat childish song. He perfectly portrayed the arrogance, narcissism, and domineering nature of Lu Xian, the protagonist of The Mermaid. Let people feel the protagonist's lonely and arrogant heart while laughing. Yi Chen's performance has captured the hearts of the audience and given them endless expectations. That's right, Yi Chen brought this person to life. He has completely integrated into the role of the male protagonist and portrayed all of Lu Xian's temperament perfectly. For Stephen Chow, he was completely excited when he saw Yi Chen's performance. He has been trying to find his successor over the years. Yi Chen's nonsensical dance that touched his soul and this invincible song that was the finishing touch made him believe that Yi Chen was exactly the successor he was looking for. How invincible is how lonely, how invincible is how empty she who is hiding. Can you listen to me? My loneliness, endless loneliness. There was a narcissistic smile on Yi Chen's lips, but loneliness flickered in his eyes. Yes, my loneliness, endless loneliness, because no one understands me. I am lonely. I am lonely because I am too rich and have lost my goals in life. I want someone who understands me and who can give me a purpose in life. Yi Chen's entire performance didn't have a single line of dialogue. One song and one dance were enough. Master Xing felt his heart pounding and his body was shaking. Yi Chen's song helped Stephen Chow find his long-lost passion. Zhang Yuyu couldn't help but even cover his mouth with his hands. At this moment, he was completely overwhelmed by Yi Chen's charm. Yi Chen was so handsome that her heart melted and beat for him. Kiao Ming and Han Shui were completely stunned by Yi Chen's acting skills. Yi Chen's performance was beyond everyone's expectations, and he portrayed this character to the core. It's a movie emperor-level performance, domineering, arrogant, narcissistic, and aloof. Yi Chen portrayed all the characteristics of this character vividly. In fact, his performance had no lines, just a song and a dance, but from Yi Chen's eyes and his actions, he has fully interpreted all the characteristics of the character. Everyone was instantly drawn into the story by Yi Chen. Stephen Chow took a deep breath. He hadn't seen such a performance for a long time. He even felt his eyes getting wet. It's perfect. This is the hero in his mind. Although Han Shui's performance just now was also excellent and had a comedic effect, but he only performed for comedic effect, but failed to show the inner thoughts of the hero. Yi Chen's performance fully demonstrated Stephen Chow's nonsensical style. The character of Lu Xian is displayed vividly. Yes, he is arrogant, he ignores everything. But he also has his vulnerable side. He is lonely and wants to find someone who understands him. Under Yi Chen's interpretation, this character has flesh and blood and soul. The whole living room was in deathly silence. Yi Chen's performance shocked everyone. Even Han Shui looked at Yi Chen in a daze. Is he really brother Didi? He is truly self-taught. How is it possible that he has such amazing acting skills?
Han Shui understood that he could only look down upon Yi Chen's acting skills and could never reach them. Why Yi Chen has brought the character of Lu Xian to life. His acting skills were simply a joke in front of Yi Chen. He even found it funny that he had just shown contempt and disdain for Yi Chen. My face is burning. This slap on the face hurt so much. Bang bang bang. Master Xing was the first to applaud. At this moment he had stood up excitedly, with approval in his eyes. Only then did everyone come to their senses and thunderous applause broke out. Applause echoed in the room. That's right, Yi Chen's acting skills conquered everyone present, including his opponents, thanks to the #1 mean emperor in history for the reward. The new book needs your care. Please recommend and support me. I bow to thank you. Chapter 42. Zhang Yuyu is moved. Yi Chen, your acting is so great, you are the only one who can play the male lead of The Mermaid. Stephen Chow made the decision right away. Master Xing has been trying to find his successor over the years. Today he finally found him. Yi Chen is the successor to the king of comedy in his heart. Yi Chen not only acted well, but also made Stephen Chow feel that he had opened a window for him. In recent years, Stephen Chow has stopped acting and has been working as a director. However, in the past 2 years, he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. He even filmed several dramas that all flopped, but today, Yi Chen gave him a lot of inspiration. Yes, times have changed, and the audience may no longer like the previous things, so they have to change. With the movie The Mermaid, Stephen Chow always feels that something is missing, but he has no way to make up for it. Yi Chen gave him inspiration and gave him a new understanding of this role and even the entire play. That's right, watching Yi Chen's performance, as a master-level director, actually gave me a feeling of enlightenment. From Yi Chen's performance, Stephen Chow saw the soul that the male protagonist lacked. Countless ideas have emerged in Stephen Chow's mind to improve the script and perfect this character. Yi Chen, thank you so much. I have learned a lot from your performance and it has given me a lot of inspiration. Thank you, Mr. Xing, for your recognition. Yi Chen said modestly. Yi Chen likes Stephen Chow's movies very much. He can make you laugh and then cry. A Chinese Odyssey, The King of Comedy and Fight Back to School are all classics in Yi Chen's memory. Even Yi Chen's dream when he was young was to act with Stephen Chow. Unexpectedly, with the help of the system, this dream really came true. I'll ask my secretary to draft the contract and we can sign it right away. Do you have any other questions? Asked Stephen Chow. No, I am very honored to work with Stephen Chow. Yi Chen said from the bottom of his heart. On the side, Zhang Yuyu was stunned. As a star girl, she knows Stephen Chow very well. There are very few people in the entertainment industry who are valued so much by Stephen Chow. Moreover, Zhang Yuyu is now considered a big star, and many stars have worked with her, but Yi Chen is the first man who can make her so restless. This man is so charming and his acting skills are amazing. As for Han Shui, he accepted his defeat with all his heart, even towards Yi Chen. His heart was filled with admiration. Mr. Yi, I have been acting for more than 10 years. I never thought that you have such great acting skills at such a young age. I am impressed. Your performance has inspired me a lot. I have learned a lot. Thank you. Han is handsome. He bowed respectfully to Yi Chen to express his gratitude. He walked up to Master Xing and said, Master Xing, I wish your new film will be a big hit. I hope I can work with you if I have the chance. Although Han Shui lost, he lost with great acceptance. As for Yao Ming, knowing the gap between himself and Yi Chen, he also followed Han Shui and left. After Yi Chen signed the agreement, Xing said, I still need to make some changes to this script. I'll let you know when we start filming. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. By the way, have you really never acted before? Stephen Chow suddenly asked curiously. Yi Chen's acting skills are really great, and his performance is definitely something that can only be achieved by a veteran actor who has been acting for decades. No, apart from the one with director Zhang, this should be considered the second movie. Yi Chen said. Zhang Yuyu asked curiously, what did you do before? I was a DD driver, and I still am. Acting is my part-time job. Quiet. There was deathly silence in the hall. Damn, our DD driver's so awesome now. Yi Chen's acting skills are so amazing. He is so talented. DD driver? Zhang Yuyu's eyes lit up. Yi Chen, I just happened to be going home, can I call your DD? Master Xing knew Yuyu too well, and he laughed to himself. This Yi Chen is really capable. He even made such a proud Yuyu fall in love with him, but he certainly won't break. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded, of course. Master Xing was going back to the hotel to revise the script, so Yi Chen brought Zhang Yuyu to the hotel entrance. Seeing a broken red Xiaoli in the parking space, Zhang Yuyu frowned. Yi Chen, come on, act well, and you will be able to drive a BMW. Yi Chen took out the car key and pressed it. Next to the Xiaoli, a cool Pagani sports car spread its wings.
Sorry, this one is mine. Zhang Yuyu was shocked. You're driving a Pagani and running Didi?
Today, Yi Chen completely overturned Zhang Yuyu's worldview.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I have to make a living.
Zhang Yuyu, Yi Chen and Zhang Yuyu got in the car. Zhang Yuyu sometimes went to nightclubs and occasionally took a Didi. Submit the order and Yi Chen accepts it. Pagani sports car. Speeding on the road, Zhang Yuyu supported her chin with her hand and looked at Yi Chen's profile.
Ah, this brother, the more I look at him, the more handsome he becomes.
Zhang Yuyu was distracted for a moment and actually became obsessed with him. She casually lifted her hair, and her beautiful eyes were full of charm. Why Yi Chen had noticed long ago that Zhang Yuyu had been looking at him. What's going on? Why does he look like he wants to eat me? Yi Chen sent Zhang Yuyu back home. Zhang Yuyu lives in a private villa, which is very luxurious.
Yi Chen, come up and sit down and have a cup of coffee.
Zhang Yuyu said with a smile, let's just forget it. Zhang Yuyu is simply a flirting fairy. She has been flirting with him all the way out. Why Yi Chen was really worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself when he went to the villa. Zhang Yuyu snorted coldly. Are you afraid that your sister will eat you?
Be afraid. You must be afraid.
Yi Chen had seen Zhang Yuyu's personality on the news. She dared to love and hate. Why Yi Chen felt just like Tang Monk entering the spider cave. But is Yi Chen Tang Monk?
Obviously not. Let's go. Don't you even give me this little bit of face? Otherwise, I won't give you a 5-star rating.
Zhang Yuyu didn't hesitate and pulled Yi Chen into the villa. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the 4th star, 45, and rewarding Maya Live with 1 million Maya coins. Phew, one more star of praise can activate a new career attribute. Passenger. What will be the next career attribute? Yi Chen was speechless about the 1 million Maya coins. What's the use of this? You can't just start a live broadcast and reward yourself. If it were in the past, Yi Chen would have done it, but now he is a future movie star, and being an internet celebrity is not what he pursues. What surprised Yi Chen was that the room of Zhang Yuyu, who looked domineering and mature, was decorated in Korean style. There are also many stuffed toys in the house, and even a few girls' comics. Zhang Yuyu poured Yi Chen a cup of coffee. You take a rest first, I'll go take a shower.
Then, Zhang Yuyu went into the bathroom, taking a bath. What does this mean?
Yi Chen was full of imagination. After a while, the sound of a shower was heard from upstairs. Why Yi Chen couldn't help but imagine the scenes in his mind. And oh, I can't think about it anymore. Yi Chen picked up a comic book at random, trying to distract himself. After turning a page, Yi Chen suddenly felt like spurting blood. Zhang Yuyu was actually reading such a dirty book at home. Comic book pictures. Yi Chen took a quick glance and estimated that Zhang Yuyu would not be able to come out yet, so he continued to watch with interest. In the bathroom, while Zhang Yuyu was taking a shower, Yi Chen's figure was all in her mind, but at this moment, an embarrassing thing happened. There
are so few recommendation votes, the author is a little panicked. Dear friends who like it, please remember to recommend and support. Let the flow know that everyone is still here. Thank you. Chapter 43 Accident. Since Zhang Yuyu often shoots movies outside, the shower equipment in the villa is rarely used. Suddenly, there was a bang. The pipe was cracked. In an instant, water gushed out like a spring. Zhang Yuyu screamed and ran out wrapped in a bath towel. Upstairs, Yi Chen was also startled and quickly ran upstairs. Just then I saw Zhang Yuyu rushing out wrapped in a bath towel. At this moment, Zhang Yuyu was still in shock. When had she ever encountered such a thing? When she saw Yi Chen, she got so nervous that her feet slipped. Seeing that Zhang Yuyu was about to fall from the building, fortunately Yi Chen was quick to catch her. The two postures are very ambiguous. Zhang Yuyu was just startled and curled up in Yi Chen's arms like a frightened rabbit. Why? Yi Chen asked, what's wrong? Zhang Yuyu pointed to the bathroom and said, it seems like the bathroom pipe is leaking and water is spraying out. Yi Chen had already seen water continuously overflowing from the bathroom. Yi Chen, can you help me? Zhang Yuyu looked pitiful, even a little coquettish. Damn it, looking at Zhang Yuyu, who was all wet and looked so pitiful, Yi Chen really couldn't stand it anymore. She is worthy of being the charming queen. When she acts coquettishly, no man can resist her, Yi Chen said, let me give it a try. After all, Yi Chen is not a plumber, so he really can't do this kind of technical work. Zhang Yuyu got some money, and now Yi Chen is her only hope. Why? Yi Chen walked in front,
and Zhang Yuyu followed closely behind Yichen like a frightened rabbit. At this time, Yichen looked even more handsome. Yichen came to the bathroom door and saw that the water pipe had burst. Water was gushing out of the hole, turning the entire bathroom into a vast ocean.
It seems that this is not easy to do. Yichen frowned. Zhang Yuyu came up to Yichen and asked timidly, Yichen, what should we do now?
Yichen said, the water pipe is broken, so we can only find a professional plumber. What we can do now is to find the water valve and close it so that the water will not spray out. Then, Yichen took off his shirt. Zhang Yuyu was shocked when she saw Yichen's actions.
What are you doing? She wrapped herself tightly in her bathrobe, worried that Yichen might have some bad intentions. Yichen said, the water valve is in the bathroom. If you don't take off your clothes, you'll get wet all over.
Zhang Yuyu's pretty face turned red. Knowing that she was overthinking, she thought for a moment and said, wait for me.
Then, Zhang Yuyu turned and ran towards the bathroom. After a while, Zhang Yuyu took out a pink bathrobe and said, put this on first, don't catch a cold.
Yichen looked at the pink bathrobe with some embarrassment. Zhang Yuyu said, don't worry, no one saw it except me. Put on your bathrobe first to avoid getting your clothes wet. Yichen nodded, came to an empty room and changed into a bathrobe. After coming out, Zhang Yuyu and Yichen each wore a bathrobe, looking like a home-based couple. Although Zhang Yuyu has an unrestrained personality, her pretty face blushed when she saw Yichen's strong muscles and sexy collarbones under his bathrobe. The atmosphere at this moment was too ambiguous. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, wearing couple bathrobes. Yichen's heart was also beating wildly at this moment. Zhang Yuyu looked so seductive now. Taking a deep breath, Yichen didn't dare to look at Zhang Yuyu again and rushed into the bathroom. What Yichen is thinking about now is to quickly turn off the water valve and leave this dangerous place. He had a feeling that the evil fire in his heart was burning more and more fiercely, and he might lose control at any time. Facing the gushing water column, Yichen finally found the water valve. After it was turned off, the water stopped spraying quickly. Seeing that the water pipe stopped spraying water, Zhang Yuyu, who was standing at the door, breathed a sigh of relief. Yichen now looks very embarrassed. I just came in under the water column and my whole body is soaked. Yichen is already very handsome, and he also has the added charm of the system. Now that my whole body is wet, I feel even more manly. Your water pipes are seriously old. You need to replace them, Yichen said after checking. Zhang Yuyu's attention was completely on Yichen, and she only reacted after hearing what Yichen said. Although Zhang Yuyu is a popular actress, she still has a girlish heart. Faced with Yichen's seductive body, she still almost fell. Yichen is so charming that women have no resistance in front of him. At this time, a van stopped at the door of the villa. This van comes from Mango TV. It turns out that Zhang Yuyu was a guest on a variety show. The purpose of this trip is to broadcast some clips of Zhang Yuyu's life according to the arrangement of the program. After everyone got off the car, they saw the Pagani sports car parked in front of Zhang Yuyu's house. Is this luxury car you use? The host He Jiong asked in confusion. The Pagani sports car at the door has a red body and a streamlined design, which is very cool and domineering. Zhang Yuyu's agent, Sister Bai, was stunned for a moment and shook her head. Yuyu seems to be driving a Ferrari, and her home is in Kyoto. The villa in Magic City was rented for her by the company. If it's not Yuyu's car, whose car is it? Could it be that a neighbor parked in front of her house? Very likely. Because the program is broadcast live, there are countless viewers watching in the live studio. This sudden situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Damn, Sister Yuyu's Pagani is so cool. I looked up Hennessy poison. What about 160 million? Where's Sister Yuyu? Host, please come into the villa quickly. Sister Bai frowned and said to He Jiong, Teacher He, can you turn off the live broadcast and figure out the situation before going in? No, it's live now. If I turn it off, even if nothing is wrong, the audience will think something is wrong. What's more, turning off the live broadcast will affect the audience's impression of the program. Okay, I've already greeted Yuyu in advance, so there shouldn't be any problem. Sister Bai took a deep breath and said. At this time, a staff member was about to ring the doorbell, but the door of the room opened automatically. All the audience held their breath before the live broadcast. Our Yuyu will appear soon. Netizens were all staring at the door, looking forward to seeing their beloved Yuyu, but the door was pushed open, and a man with wet hair walked out. What's going on? Everyone was stunned to see a man walking out of Yu Yu's house. Yi Chen was even more confused. Oh shit, what's going on? Yi Chen turned off the water valve, changed his clothes, chatted with Zhang Yuyu for a few words, and then slipped away as Zhang Yuyu was too attractive, and he was afraid something might happen if he stayed any longer. But as soon as he went out, Yi Chen found a group of people holding cameras and microphones,
staring at him in amazement. Oh my god, what is going on? Chapter 44, savoring when they saw the man coming out, everyone in the program crew was stunned. Didn't Zhang Yuyu live alone?
How come a man walked out of her room? The most important thing is that the man was disheveled and wet, which made everyone imagine a lot. Yi Chen was also confused. He looked at this group of people cautiously just as the two sides were in an awkward standoff. Zhang Yuyu also noticed something strange outside and walked out. He slapped his forehead when he saw the host Jiong and the program crew along the way. Her mind was entirely on Yi Chen, and she even forgot something as important as recording the show. Seeing the camera, Zhang Yuyu quickly wrapped herself in a bathrobe. Seeing Zhang Yuyu wearing a pink bathrobe, the audience in the live broadcast room went crazy. Oh my god, Yuyu looks so sexy in her bathrobe.
Who is this man who came out? Is he arranged by the production team?
This is too exciting. Yuyu is wearing a bathrobe, and the man is wet. You can appreciate it carefully. The current appearance of Yi Chen and Zhang Yuyu really makes people imagine a lot. Both of them were wet, and Zhang Yuyu was still wrapped in a bathrobe. A single man and a single woman were living under the same roof, and most importantly, their bodies were all wet. This is too ambiguous. At this time, some viewers had their imaginations run wild.
Damn, this can't be Yuyu's boyfriend.
It's very likely, otherwise why would there be a man in Yuyu's family? In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded. Netizens were all excited instantly. At this point, Sister Bai was going crazy. For the sake of the show, she specifically withdrew her bodyguards, drivers, and all male staff for fear of causing misunderstandings among netizens, but she never expected that a wet man would walk out of Yuyu's room. He Jeong was also a little confused. Although he was an experienced host, he didn't know how to respond to this situation. Yi Chen also came to his senses. He understood that he needed to do something, otherwise he would be on the headlines soon. He doesn't want to take the blame for this. Zhang Yuyu smiled awkwardly and said hello to the screen. Hi, everyone, let me introduce you.
This is my friend. My water pipe is broken, so he came to help me fix it. Fix the pipes? Are all netizens students? This excuse is too low. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Actually, I am a DD driver. I just sent Zhang Yuyu home. Her water pipe was broken, so I went upstairs to help fix it. I won't disturb the recording of the show. I'm leaving now. After that, he glanced at Zhang Yuyu and slipped away. In this situation, Yi Chen knew that the more he explained, the worse it would get, so the best strategy was to run away. As for how to clean up the mess, that is the business of Zhang Yuyu and the program director. Zhang Yuyu nodded awkwardly. Thank you. At this time, everyone was still in a daze, watching Yi Chen get on the cool Pagani and speedaway. This time, netizens suddenly exploded. Fuck, driving a Pagani, are you kidding me? Director, do you think our audience's IQ is 0? It's confirmed. He must be Yuyu's boyfriend.
The entire live broadcast room was almost crazy. Yi Chen returned home and breathed a sigh of relief. He took a shower and lay on the bed, and suddenly remembered the 1 million cat tooth coins he had just obtained. This reward is a bit ridiculous. What does the cat tooth coin do? Yi Chen suddenly remembered the anchor Suya whom he met before. A very interesting girl. Yi Chen opened Maya Live and searched for Suya's name. Suya looked worried in the live broadcast room. She had just received a notice from the live broadcast platform that because her performance was too poor, if she lost the chat in tonight's live broadcast event, she would lose her guaranteed bonus. Suya didn't earn much to begin with, and without the guaranteed bonus, she couldn't even pay the rent. Looking at the dozens of netizens in the live broadcast room and the pitiful reward list, Suya sighed. It seems that I am really not suitable to be a host. Dear friends, I will be interacting with other anchors via live broadcast tonight. This is related to whether I can continue to broadcast live on the live broadcast platform. I hope you can give me some support and reward me. Thank you. However, as expected, most of the people in her room were freeloaders and no one paid any attention to her. Suya was desperate. She had seen her opponent in this live broadcast. He was an anchor with more than 100 VIP guests. The most important thing is that the anchor has a big brother supporting him, and he will receive tens of thousands of tips every time he has a live broadcast event. Suya is an introvert by nature, and doesn't like to use explicit words to ask her elder brother to praise her, so she has no backing and no popularity. She is bound to lose this time. Yi Chen entered the live broadcast room and was immediately speechless. He was very curious about how a beautiful woman with a beauty score of over 95 could ruin the popularity of the live broadcast room. "Anchor, your popularity is so pitiful." Yi Chen sent a message. "Yes, welcome, Brother Jianlu. We are about to connect to the microphone for interaction. I am still a VIP, so can you give me some flowers and add me as a fan? Thank you." "Flowers are only $1. Suya said pitifully. "That's right, $1 is really nothing to an ordinary person. Even if they see a $1 coin on the ground, most people are too lazy to bend down to pick it up. And normally, Suya seldom asks others for flowers, but today she really has no choice. For her, today is the decisive battle. If she loses, she can only quit the live broadcast." Yi Chen smiled and typed, "Does the host sing well? I can't sing tune deaf." "Oh, and what about the hot dance?" "I can't dance either," Suya said timidly. "Then what talents do you have?" Yi Chen finally understood why Suya's live broadcast room was so miserable. "Me, I can do squats and radio gymnastics." "Yi Chen, Brother Jianlu, can you give me a flower?" Suya pleaded. Yi Chen laughed. With Suya's looks, it would be easy for her to be on the list of rich second generation and own a luxury car, but this silly girl insisted on relying on her own ability to beg for $1. "Sorry, I like to get things for free," Yi Chen replied directly. Suya felt bitter when she saw Yi Chen's reply. "I begged so humbly," but was still rejected. She originally thought that with her good looks she would be able to find a place for herself in the live streaming industry, but after entering this circle, I realized that the rumors about people making millions a month through live streaming and hundreds of thousands by selling goods are just rumors. Those are the treatments only available to internet celebrities at the top of the pyramid. Suya has no resources, no background, and is unwilling to do revealing performances. In addition, her talent is mediocre, so it is impossible for her to become famous. In fact, there were big brothers who wanted to support Suya before, but Suya rejected all the excessive demands made by them. Don't people spend money just to play with beautiful women? If you don't pay, they will naturally ignore you. Oh, forget it. It seems that I am really not suitable for live streaming. Tonight will be my last live streaming." Suya sighed deeply. "Dear friends, tonight may be the last time that I will be with you all. Thank you for your continued support and attention," Suya said sadly with tears in her eyes. Chapter 45, Turning Defeat into Victory. Suya saw the notification from the system about connecting to the microphone. She took a deep breath and calmed down, looking at the single-digit fans on the platform. Suya felt desperate. If she loses this live broadcast, she will lose her guaranteed job, and her income will be less than 1,000 yuan. With such little money, it was not even enough for rent or food, so she had to find other ways out. Byte, the system prompts that the microphone connection is successful. A very beautiful girl appeared on the screen. Yi Chen took a look and judged that the girl was only about 80 points at best, but she knew how to dress up and had beauty effects, so on the screen, her appearance was comparable to Suya's. Suya took a deep breath and made up her mind that if the live broadcast failed this time, she would just quit. "Hello, sister, I'm Annie. I'm happy to connect with you." Annie greeted Suya politely with a smile on her face. She had just opened an account and watched the situation in Suya's live broadcast room. There are 9 fans in total and no more than 30 netizens. Facing such a weak opponent, she basically won without any effort. Now Annie has won 9 games in a row. If she wins one more game, she will get a good recommendation position and her rank will be raised to the next level. "Sister, shall we compete in singing or dancing?" Annie asked with a smile. Suya looked embarrassed. She was not good at either of these two. "I'm sorry, I'm not very good at either of these." After hearing Suya's answer, Annie smiled proudly. When Annie saw how beautiful Suya was just now, she was a little worried. Annie was afraid that her elder brother, who had always supported her, would be seduced by Suya. As a result, this woman has no other merits except her beauty. No wonder the live broadcast room is so deserted, and now she doesn't have to worry about her elder brother being seduced away. The live broadcast competition is divided into 3 rounds, each round is 10 minutes, and 2 out of 3 rounds are best. The competition is about gift PK. A health bar appeared on the screens of both teams. The PK had just begun, and Annie was in a crushing position. There were only a few gifts from Suya, but there were a lot of gifts from Annie soon. Suya's health bar was reduced to only 1/5. The PK is no surprise. At this time, a royal level account appeared in Suya's live broadcast room. The other person's name is very domineering and arrogant brother only favor Annie. Yichen had been watching the live broadcast room. This arrogant guy had just used 5 rockets in one breath, which was 5,000 yuan, and directly crushed Suya's health bar until only a trace was left. Beauty, with your number of fans, it's too unchallenging to compete with our Annie. I'll give you 10 flowers, and $10 as a subsidy.
Just admit defeat.
Afterwards, he returned to Annie's live broadcast room and directly sent a rocket. There is only a trace of health left on Suya's side. Yi Chen frowned. This is too much, $10 to send away a beggar?
There are 1 million Maya coins in his Maya account.
If you compete with him in arrogance, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? 10 flowers. This was actually the most reward Suya received tonight. She smiled bitterly, and even though she felt bitter in her heart, she still had a smile on her face. Thank you, Brother Haohong, for the subsidy. The 10 yuan subsidy was actually a naked humiliation. How could Suya not understand that? However, she understood that this was the reality, and if you were weak, you had to endure being bullied. On the other side, Annie was ready to end the battle.
Thank you, sister. Do we need to compete again in the next round?
Hey, a 10 yuan tip is too stingy.
Do you think we are beggars?
Yichen typed on the public screen. Hao Changgu only favor Annie. I have plenty of money, but I only favor Annie.
Do you have a temper?
Just because you're so rich, you can do whatever you want? Yichen sneered. Hey Haohong only doting on Annie. That's right, young man, your account still has 0 followers, a loser.
Even if I had money, you wouldn't understand. Jianlu, in that case, I will do whatever I want for once.
Suya thought Yichen was joking. Brother Jianlu, you are not going to help me turn defeat into victory.
Yes, it's necessary. Suddenly I want to do whatever I want to the anchor.
There were still more than 10 seconds left in the first round of PK, and Yichen directly swiped 2 treasure maps. The rocket costs 1,000 Chinese yuan, and the treasure map costs 5,000. Yichen directly swiped 2 treasure maps. After the first round of PK, Suya miraculously completed a counterattack. When Suya saw the winning message on the screen, she covered her mouth in complete shock. There was also an uproar in the live broadcast room.
Fuck, a treasure map. Ya's luck has changed.
Big Brother actually got 2 treasure maps directly.
Here he comes. Yeah, your hero is finally here.
Bao, kneel down to Zhang. The surprise came so suddenly that Suya was still in a daze.
Thank you so much, Brother Jianlu. The anchor is so grateful that he is acting cute. Please continue to support me.
Suya originally thought that Jianlu was just a freeloader, and she never dreamed that he was actually a Big Brother level. 2 treasure maps at once, that's 10,000 Chinese yuan. She always thought that Big Brother was just a legend to her, but she didn't expect that a miracle really happened at the moment when she was about to exit the live broadcast room. 10,000 Chinese yuan, at least, she had enough money for rent and she wouldn't have to go hungry next month. On the other side, Anne's face turned pale. I thought I would win the game easily, but there was a reversal in the end. Haohong only doting on Annie. Annie, don't cry.
I was careless this time. I will definitely make it back next time.
Annie, Brother Haohong, Annie is counting on you.
If you can win this round, I will agree to go out to dinner with you.
Brother Haohong's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why he spent so much money was to ask the girl out. Before, Brother Haohong had been rejected several times when he asked her out, but he didn't expect that this time Annie would take the initiative to agree to have dinner with him. Brother Haohong is in high spirits and is determined to help Annie win the game no matter what. Don't worry, you won't lose with your brother here.
Brother Haohong said seriously. The second game begins. Suya was very nervous, because he didn't know whether Brother Jianlu would take action. After all, Brother Haohong's account level is that of a king, and he is obviously a wealthy local tycoon. Annie got the assurance from Brother Haohong, and although she lost a game, she was still full of confidence. The 2 sides connected to the microphone, and Annie said, "Sister, I want revenge in this round."
Suya sent a smiley face, because she was unsure. She could only hope that Brother Jianlu could still help her through this game. The arrogant brother who only loves Annie. Brother, you were not fair in the last round.
You stole a round at the last minute.
Be a man and let's play this round fair and square. Yichen smiled faintly. No problem, stop talking and get to work. Chapter 46, Radio Gymnastics Arrangement 1. Yichen swiped 2 treasure maps, and Annie's health bar dropped by half in an instant. When Suya saw Yichen generously buying 2 treasure maps for her, she knew that brother Jianlu would still support her.
Brother Jianlu, you are so strong. Thank you so much. Fuck, that's awesome. Just 2 treasure maps lead the way. Yeah, you have finally turned things around. This big brother is so awesome.
Suya was in tears. As the anchor, she had finally waited for her big brother. Brother Haohong was not to be outdone. He directly obtained 3 treasure maps, allowing Annie to take the lead again. The arrogant guy on the opposite side had red eyes. He never imagined that an unknown anchor would have such a powerful big brother backing him up. Annie was also very nervous because she couldn't afford to lose this round, but the next second, Yichen dropped 4 more treasure maps without hesitation. The entire live broadcast room was in deathly silence.
Fuck, that's awesome. This is the real boss.
I finally met the rich guy in the live broadcast room. Netizens in the live broadcast room wailed, completely stunned by Yi Chen's arrogance. On the other side, brother Haohong was a little dumbfounded. He had already spent more than 20,000 yuan, which was beyond his limit. He can only surpass Yi Chen if he obtains 5 more treasure maps. Why Yi Chen didn't feel sorry at all for the cat tooth coins given by the system to brush treasure maps. It's different with brother Haohong, those are all real money. Seeing that brother Haohong was not taking any action, Annie became anxious.
Brother Haohong, hold on a little longer. Maybe this is their limit.
Brother Haohong, after dinner, I can go shopping with you and watch a movie.
You must support me.
If I lose, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Annie had no choice but to act coquettishly and cutely in front of the arrogant brother. Brother Haohong took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and swiped 5 more treasure maps. This is his limit. All the pocket money for half a year was spent. He stared at the live broadcast room with bloodshot eyes and prayed silently. Don't brush anymore. Don't brush anymore. Annie was also staring at the live broadcast room nervously. She even hoped that time would pass quickly. Seeing that brother Haohong had obtained 5 more treasure maps, the live broadcast room went crazy.
Fuck, 2 big guys. So damn rich. How arrogant. 5 treasure maps for 25,000.
Suya was also frightened by brother Haohong's 5 treasure maps. She secretly sent a private message to Yi Chen.
Brother Jianlu, thank you for your support. Please don't brush for me anymore.
Suya understood that in order to win, she had to brush 6 treasure maps, which was 30,000. After all, Jianlu had just entered the live broadcast room, and she really couldn't bear to let Yi Chen spend so much money on her. Looking at Suya's message, Yi Chen smiled. This silly girl, if it were someone else, she would definitely act coquettishly and cutely to get Yi Chen to continue spending money, but this girl took the initiative to persuade him to back out. Why Yi Chen didn't hesitate and threw out 6 treasure maps. In an instant, the live broadcast room was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Oh shit, I got 6 more treasure maps directly.
This is too rich. The sword master is awesome. I'm so depressed. I finally saw what a rich person is. What do you mean by arrogant and awesome? I kneel down.
Seeing that Yi Chen had obtained 6 more treasure maps, brother Haohong was stunned. He could no longer afford it, and although he was unwilling to accept it, the other party was obviously richer and more powerful than him.
Brother Haohong, they must have reached their limit. Let's fight again.
This time, brother Haohong did not reply and sighed. She could understand every time. Brother Haohong gave her around 5 or 6,000. Today, the other party has really tried his best, but the other party is too awesome and too rich. I really can't beat him. Seeing that the other party had stopped brushing, Yi Chen typed on the public screen.
Where's Haohong? Keep brushing. I'm not satisfied yet.
At this time, brother Haohong opened an account and re-entered the room. The corner of his mouth twitched when he saw Yi Chen's message. You've spent all my annual pocket money, and you're not happy about it. The time is up and is defeated again, and was really unwilling to give up, as she was only 1 show away from getting a big recommendation. I didn't expect to meet a real rich man in the last game.
Annie lost and posted a message on the public screen. Master Jianlu, I lost. I feel so bad. You are welcome to come to my live broadcast room to play in the future. I am good at singing and dancing.
Although I lost, it was still a gain because I was able to hook up with this rich man. Suya's heart tightened, thinking that someone was trying to snatch her elder brother away. Yi Chen replied directly, sorry, I prefer pure beauties. The implication is that Anne's beauty is the result of makeup and photoshopped images. Suya breathed a sigh of relief. Her brother was not seduced by this fox.
Sister Annie, I'm sorry. I'm grateful for your kindness this time. Big brother is mine, and no one can take him away from me. The momentum of Suya's words was completely different from before. Strength is king. Now that Suya has an older brother, she naturally has some power. Annie was hinted by Yichen that the photo was photoshopped with a beautifying filter. Although she was very angry, there was nothing she could do because he had money and could do whatever he wanted. She is a host, what can she do? After the live broadcast ended, Suya said excitedly, "Brother Jianlu, thank you for your support. What do you need me to do for you?" Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth. What was your best skill just now? Radio gymnastics, right? Then give us a set of radio gymnastics. Ah! Suya was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Chen to really ask her to do radio gymnastics. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Fuck, the boss has a heavy taste. He actually likes to watch radio gymnastics. Boss, isn't squatting good? Why do you like radio gymnastics? Suya was also a little embarrassed. He was just joking just now, but he didn't expect that the boss actually wanted to watch him do radio gymnastics. Well, brother, are you sure you want to watch me do radio gymnastics? Suya asked. Yes, don't you know how to do it? Yi Chen replied. Suya understood that if it weren't for Yi Chen, she would have to say goodbye to her career as a host. So she has to do this gymnastics no matter what. Brother Jianlu, please wait a moment. Radio gymnastics will be arranged soon. Suya tuned up the music very seriously, accompanied by exciting music. The 9th set of radio gymnastics begins now. Marching in place, stretching exercises, chest expansion exercise. Suya actually did a set of radio gymnastics for Yi Chen. I have to say, Suya's figure, coupled with her miniskirt, makes her very pleasing to the eye when she does radio gymnastics. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. It turns out that radio gymnastics is so pleasing to the eyes. It turns out that the radio gymnastics performed by the anchor is even more awesome than the hot dance. What's squatting? Let's see some radio gymnastics. Suya wiped the sweat off her face and said, Brother Jianlu, are you satisfied? After a moment, Yi Chen replied, What, it's over so soon, I just went to wash up and didn't see it, how about doing it again? Suya, where's Pao Piao? Lu Shui was so sad that he didn't see Pao Piao for the whole afternoon, so he acted cute and begged for Pao Piao. Chapter 47, My Secret Weapon. Money. Seeing Suya's embarrassed expression, Yi Chen smiled and said, Just kidding, let's go to bed, good night. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to go offline, Suya quickly sent a message, Brother Jianlu, can I add your WeChat account? Soon Suya received a reply, No, I am a very pure man. Damn it, Suya was suddenly confused. I just added you as a WeChat friend, what's not pure about that? Suya wanted to send another message but Yi Chen was already offline. Who could this mysterious big brother be? I don't know why, but Suya always feels like she has seen this person before. A figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Could it be him? Second, Yi Chen continued to run Didi and now you have obtained 4 stars of praise, and getting 1 more star will activate the new attribute passenger. Yi Chen ran for the whole morning but gained nothing. At this time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. When the call was connected, it turned out to be Tongya. Yeah, you are in the Magic City? Yi Chen said with a smile. After the last filming of the movie, Yi Chen returned to Shanghai. The two chatted occasionally on WeChat, but they hadn't been in touch for a long time. Well, Yi Chen, can you do me another favor? Tanya said a little embarrassedly. What favor? Why are you so polite? Tanya said, How about this, I'm at the Magic City airport, you come pick me up. Okay. Yi Chen drove straight to the Magic City airport. Although she was wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, Yi Chen recognized Tanya by her iconic devilish figure. Tanya took off her mask only after getting in the car. Oh, it's so hard to be a star. It's like being a thief wherever you go. Tanya complained. Ah, by the way, do you have business in Demon City? Tanya nodded and said, It's a reunion for our film school classmates. I'm here to attend the party. Oh, so that's the case. You won't ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend again, will you? Yi Chen said with a smile. Yes, that's right. Lina met you last time, so she can only ask you for help. Tanya was a little embarrassed. Why Yi Chen nodded, No problem, but you have to give me a 5-star rating later. Don't worry,
it must be 5 stars.
Tanya said with a smile. Where is the meeting place? Yi Chen asked.
In Pujiang Hall, this time they are all classmates from our university, and they are required to bring their boyfriends.
Li Na is a big mouth, and now the whole class knows that you are my boyfriend. It doesn't matter, at worst, I can just become a regular employee.
Yi Chen said jokingly. Tanya blushed. You wish. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Pujiang Guild Hall. After getting off the car, Tanya gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the 5th praise star, 55, and rewarding 30% of Huayun Shipbuilding's shares. Finally got a 5-star rating, 30% of Huayun Shipbuilding's shares. Yi Chen has read the news.
The boss of Huayun Shipping is Dong Yun, who is known as the shipping king of China. He was called the world's largest independent shipowner by the New York Times, owning ships of more than 13 million tons. Even in the world, he is a tycoon in the shipping industry. This reward is awesome. Huayun Shipbuilding.
What?
Someone bought 30% of our shares?
At the Huayun Shipbuilding headquarters, a middle-aged man was somewhat surprised to hear the news.
Yes, the acquisition was suddenly completed yesterday. Do you know this Rao's background?
Dong Yun said in a deep voice.
The person who acquired the shares is called Yi Chen.
We don't have much information about him, but what we know now is that he is a major shareholder of Yida Group and China Airlines Group, and his background is very strong. Well, this young man is not simple, as he was able to acquire our shares overnight. Give me a call and I will contact him to communicate with him. Yi Chen parked the car and got out with Tong Ya. As soon as I reached the door, I saw a man and a woman holding hands and talking.
I heard Tanya is here too.
You are so lucky.
You found me. If you had found Tanya, would you be here today? Don't rekindle your old feelings when you see her later. How is that possible?
How can Tanya compare with you? The man said flatteringly. After listening to the conversation between the two, Tanya's expression turned visibly ugly. This time, hearing footsteps behind her, the woman turned her head and then she laughed playfully.
Oh, isn't this Tanya?
The man's expression changed slightly when he saw Tanya. Tanya looked at the man, her eyes clearly dimmed. She smiled self-deprecatingly and introduced Yi Chen. Yi Chen, let me introduce you, this is my ex-boyfriend Fong Bo. Fong Bo smiled awkwardly after listening to Tanya's introduction. Tanya continued to point at the woman and said, this is my ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend, Yu Lily. Tanya originally treated Yu Lily as her best friend, but she didn't expect that she would guard against fire and theft instead of her best friend, and her boyfriend was actually taken away by her best friend. This is the pain that Tanya can't forget. Why, Yu Lily sneered, yeah, this handsome guy can't be your boyfriend. When Yi Chen saw Tanya's expression, he knew there must be a story between the two of them.
Yes, I am Tanya's current boyfriend.
Hearing Yi Chen's self-introduction, Fong Bo raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Chen with hostility in his eyes. Although Fong Bo married Yu Lily, he still liked Tanya deep down in his heart. Unfortunately, in order to get ahead, he had to abandon Tanya and be with Yu Lily. Why, Yu Lily's father is a local real estate tycoon. Over the years, he has been unable to hold his head up in the Yu family and has not been happy at all. Fong Bo smiled and said, yeah, I haven't seen you for so many years, you are still so beautiful.
Tanya snorted coldly, really?
How can I be as pretty as your girlfriend Yu Lily?
Fong Bo smiled awkwardly.
Yu Lily looked very ordinary, and there was a huge difference between her and Tanya. If it wasn't for money, why would he choose this woman? Several people entered the private room, where 7 or 8 people were already sitting. These people were basically classmates and knew each other, except Tanya's boyfriend Yi Chen, who was a stranger. After everyone sat down, Fong Bo sneered and asked, I wonder where Mr. Yi made his fortune. Yi Chen smiled faintly, I drive a Didi.
Open Didi?
The scene was dead silent. Suddenly, a laugh broke out in the box, especially Fong Bo laughed particularly happily. Fong Bo also laughed and said, no way, Mr. Yi wouldn't be joking.
Yi Chen said seriously, why not, I am indeed a Didi driver.
By the way, this is my business card.
If you want to take a taxi, you can find me.
Everyone was stunned. You are a Didi driver, are you awesome? And I'm still handing out business cards. Yu Lily laughed and said, yeah, I didn't expect you to be so sincere.
You only look for handsome men. Is being handsome useful?
Look at us girls.
We all look for rich and wealthy men.
Fong Bo also smiled and said, yeah, are you upset because we broke up?
Actually, you really don't have to be like this. Tanya was about to say something when Yichen spoke first. Who told you that driving a Didi car means you have no money? Although I run Didi, I have several side businesses. For example, I own shares in Yida Group, China Airlines Group, and even Huashang Bank. The box was dead silent again. The several groups that Yichen mentioned casually are all among the top 10 companies in China, and each one is more awesome than the other. Didi is your main business, and these top 10 Chinese conglomerates are your side businesses. Don't you think carefully before you brag? Everyone looked at Yichen with strange eyes, as if he was a fool. Why? Yichen continued proudly. In fact, I was able to catch up with you. I didn't have any other tricks. I just threw money at her and knocked her out. Then she became my girlfriend. Chapter 48. Liar. Yichen's words surprised everyone even more. The people present were all extraordinary, but this young man is too boastful. A Didi brother is actually a major shareholder of several major groups. No one believed this when it came out. Fang Bo snorted coldly. Mr. Yi is so powerful, but he still drives Didi? Do you think we are all 3-year-old children? Yichen said in an unfathomable manner. Boy, you don't understand that if you have money, you can save the world. Yichen continued. In order to make it convenient for Hia to travel, I bought a G550 private jet. Recently, I also plan to buy a luxury cruise ship. There is no other way. The money is too much. Everyone at the scene looked at each other in bewilderment. Buying a cruise ship, this guy is crazy. Fang Bo looked at Yichen with a joking expression. Oh, you want to buy a cruise ship? I know a friend, Mr. Dongyun of Huayun Group. You know him, right? He is the shipping king of China. We have a very good relationship. I can introduce him to you. You can contact him if you want to buy a cruise ship. In Fang Bo's eyes, Yichen was just bragging, so he did it on purpose. Everyone looked at Yichen jokingly. A luxury cruise ship costs billions. How can a Didi driver afford it? Yichen nodded. Well, then you can contact him. By the way, I want to buy the largest and most luxurious one, at least 3,000 yuan of cruise ship. There was dead silence in the box. No one expected that Yichen actually wanted to buy a cruise ship, and it's a luxury cruise ship worth 3,000 taels. Wow, how much does that cost? Fang Bo was also stunned. He originally wanted to give Yichen a warning, but he never dreamed that this guy actually wanted to buy a cruise ship. Seeing Fang Bo in a daze, Yichen smiled and said, Hurry up and call the shipping king. Fang Bo blushed and said, I just changed my phone and his number is not saved. Just then, Yichen's phone rang. Hello, is this Brother Jian? Who are you? I am Dong Yun. Mr. Dong, the shipping tycoon of Huayun Group? Yichen was stunned after hearing Yichen's words. The scene fell silent again. Everyone was stunned. Is it true that Dong Yun actually took the initiative to call Yichen? This is such a coincidence, especially Fang Bo. His expression looked even uglier, but there was suspicion in his eyes. What a coincidence, Dong Yun called Yichen. No need to ask, it must be designed. This guy might just be a liar. Why? Yichen glanced at everyone and deliberately turned on the speakerphone. Brother Yi is quite clever. He quietly absorbed 30% of the shares of our Huayun Group. Yichen smiled and said, No, it's mainly because I am optimistic about the strength of Mr. Dong's company, so I just want to invest a little. Dong Yun's mouth twitched when he heard Yichen's words. To acquire 30% of Huayun Group's shares, the capital required would be at least 10 billion. This guy actually invests randomly. Brother Dong, how about we sit together if we have a chance? No problem, Mr. Dong. I have one more thing to ask. I want to buy a cruise ship. Do you have a suitable one? Cruise ship? Brother Yi is too polite. What to buy? We are partners now. I will just give you a newly produced luxury cruise ship that can accommodate 3,000 people as a greeting gift. Thank you, Mr. Dong. That's the point. Dongyun laughed. Yichen continued, Mr. Dong, I have a friend named Fang Bo, he is a friend of yours very well. Fang Bo, who was sitting next to him, blushed. Just now he was just bragging about knowing the shipping king. How could he possibly know what level the shipping king is at? Dongyun was stunned for a moment. Fang Bo, I don't know this person, Mr. Yi, there are a lot of scammers now, you have to be careful and don't let the scammers cheat you. Everyone looked at Fang Bo. Fang Bo's face was as red as a monkey's, but the face was slapped. Yichen hung up the phone, and the box was dead silent. Everyone's eyes changed completely when they saw Jiang Chen. He can be on good terms with the shipping tycoon Dongyun,
who gave Yi Chen a luxury cruise ship right away. This is too awesome, however, a sneer was heard in the box.
You keep making it up.
Yeah, you should be careful when dating a boyfriend.
This guy is obviously a liar. Liar? Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Fang Bo continued, what level is the shipping king Dongyun? Would he personally call him a Didi brother?
Also, he acquired 30% of the shares of Huayun Group. Think about it, Huayun Group is the largest shipbuilding company in China, with a market value of hundreds of billions.
How much is 30% of the shares? More than 30 billion. How can a Didi brother like him have 30 billion?
We just mentioned the shipping tycoon Dongyun, and Dongyun called him.
Don't you think it's a coincidence?
Fang Bo stared at Yi Chen with a teasing look in his eyes, so I concluded that he is simply a liar.
After hearing Fang Bo's words, everyone suddenly understood.
That's right, yeah, your boyfriend is too much.
How could he do this? Yeah, have you been deceived by him? I am just like that. How can a Didi brother be so rich? TSK, buying a cruise ship is hilarious. Do you really think you are the richest man in China? Yi Chen is not a liar.
Tanya stood up and said angrily. Why you Lily sneered, yeah, I know you are vain. Even if you are looking for a temporary boyfriend, you have to find a reliable one.
Isn't it humiliating to find a liar?
At this moment, Lina suddenly looked at her phone with a dazed look.
Hurry up and take a look at the news headlines.
Lina said hurriedly. Everyone was stunned for a moment and opened their phones.
Huayun suddenly announced a new shareholder.
Yesterday, a mysterious shareholder named Ji acquired 30% of Huayun Group's shares and became the second largest shareholder of Huayun Group. Everyone looked through Huayun's information. The largest shareholder was Dong Yun, and the second largest shareholder of the company had been updated and was called Yi Chen. There was dead silence in the box. Fang Bo was stunned, Yu Lily was stunned, Lin Xianer was also stunned, everyone in the class was stunned.
Yi Chen, 30% of the shares. The second largest shareholder of Huayun Group. They all match up. All eyes were focused on Yi Chen. The whole audience was silent. The girls looked at Yi Chen one by one, with stars in their eyes. Yi Chen is actually a shareholder of Huayun Group. Then he must be a billionaire. Fang Bo and Yu Lily couldn't believe it at all. What's funny is that they were just laughing at Yi Chen for being a liar. Why Yi Chen smiled faintly. Now everyone knows who the liar is.
Everyone looked at Fang Bo. That's right, if the person who called just now was really Dong Yun, then Ming Fanbo's call was fake. He was just bragging when he said he knew Dong Yun just now.
Fang Bo, you're going too far. Is it fun to brag in front of your classmates? You framed Mr. Yi. We almost fell for your trick.
Fang Bo was so embarrassed by his classmates that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 49. I'll help you solve the case. After Yi Chen demonstrated his strength, he did not feel superior at the banquet, but rather very low-key. The classmates were very enthusiastic towards Yi Chen and toasted him frequently. No one paid any attention to Fang Bo and Yu Lily, which was very awkward. After attending the party, Yi Chen and Tanya walked out of the hall surrounded by everyone.
How was my performance today? Yi Chen asked with a smile.
That's perfect. I didn't expect you to be the second largest shareholder of Huayun Group. Yi Chen smiled and said, actually, my main job is just a Didi driver.
Okay, you're a Didi driver, you're awesome. At this time, a message came over the radio.
Yesterday, an elderly couple fell off a cliff while climbing a mountain and died.
The police are investigating the cause of the fall. Damn it, no wait. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly remembered the man who took the ride and the old couple. The story of the secret corner really happened in this world. Tanya sighed, hey, I saw that news too.
I heard that the son-in-law took the old couple hiking in the mountains, but he accidentally fell down while taking pictures.
It was terrible.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it really a slip? If it was the old couple and son-in-law who were hitchhiking, it would be very suspicious. Alas, I advised them not to climb the mountain. Don't you know that climbing a mountain with your son-in-law is dangerous? Yi Chen had just sent Tanya to the hotel and was about to leave when he received another order. The order pickup location is at the hotel soon. A beautiful policewoman in uniform came over. The beauty's appearance score is around 96 points, and her tight police uniform shows off her figure to the fullest. The policewoman was also stunned when she saw Yi Chen's Pagani sports car. He looked at the license plate and then saluted Yi Chen. Please show me your driver's license and ID card.
The policewoman said coldly. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. then took out his driver's license and ID card and handed them to the policewoman. Any questions? After the policewoman looked at it, she opened the car door and got in. No problem, I'm just curious, a person driving a Pagani actually runs a Didi. Yi-Chen smiled awkwardly, so I was suspected. It's great to drive Didi. I can meet all kinds of people, like the beautiful policewoman I met today. Well, I hope you drive honestly and don't do anything illegal under the pretext of driving Didi. The beautiful policewoman said coldly. Officer's sister, you think too much. Yi-Chen smiled awkwardly. The beautiful policewoman said calmly, drive. Yi-Chen was speechless. After being interrogated for a while, it turned out that he was just hitchhiking. He thought he had done something wrong. I looked at the destination, the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. Yi-Chen started the car, and the beautiful woman looked worried. At this time, the policewoman's phone rang. Director Chen, I still feel that this matter is strange. I always feel that Zhang Dong is a big suspect. According to our investigation, he and his wife are not getting along, and he has a motive for murder. Although there is no evidence, we can't let a bad guy get away with it. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating 5 stars of praise, activating new passengers with special attributes, and completing the selected tasks. You will receive the ultimate reward and help the host become a global boss. Passenger occupation, policeman. Option 1, become a qualified Didi driver, safely send the beautiful policewoman to the police station. The system rewards female security plus 10, Dongsheng Travel Agency Lufeng Mountain one-day tour coupon, free photo taking. Option 2, defend Zhang Dong and help him clear his suspicion. The system rewards him with a killing skill plus 10 and Zhang Dong gets a reward of 300,000 yuan. Option 3, help policewoman Zhou Susu solve the case and make Zhang Dong plead guilty. The system rewards you with 20% of Ferrari Automobile Company shares and God-level driving skills. The first option is definitely not what Yi-Chen would choose, the one-day tour to Lufeng Mountain with Dongsheng Travel Agency, climbing a mountain? The kind that offers free photo taking, Yi-Chen would not go even if it was free. As for helping Zhang Dong defend himself, since the system gave option 3 for Zhang Dong to plead guilty, he must be the murderer. Yi-Chen is a man with a sense of justice, so he will only choose option 3. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20% of Ferrari's shares. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level driving skills. Zhou Susu hung up Ling and frowned. The bureau requested to close the case, but Zhou Susu felt there were many suspicious points. Comrade police, did that couple really fall to their death? I've also been to Lufeng Mountain. Although the place where the old couple took the photo was a bit steep, many people have taken photos at that scenic spot. Why were they fine while others were fine? Yi-Chen said. Zhou Susu was stunned for a moment. You continue. I feel that unless there is some external force, the possibility of falling down at that spot is very high. Zhou Susu sighed. Yi-Chen's analysis was the same as what she thought, but what was the use of that? Investigating a case requires evidence. There were no cameras at the scene and no eyewitnesses, so it was impossible to prove that Zhang Dong pushed people down. Yi-Chen said, we can reverse the reasoning. What Zhang Dong is most afraid of now is, of course, evidence. Zhou Susu smiled bitterly and said, do you think all of us police officers are vegetarians? Zhang Dong has a very good psychological quality. We tried every method, but he insisted that the couple accidentally fell down while taking the photo. If we had evidence, we would have arrested him long ago. If there is no evidence, we can create evidence. If there are no witnesses, we can create witnesses. I can help you solve the case. Yi-Chen suddenly said. You? Zhou Susu was stunned for a moment. Yi-Chen smiled faintly. I like to read detective books. I have read about a similar case before. We can create an eyewitness and then blackmail him. If he has a clear conscience, he will naturally ignore it and even report it to the police. If he feels guilty, it means that he has a problem. We can use this as bait to make him confess voluntarily. Zhou Susu's eyes lit up after hearing Yi-Chen's words. But how are we going to get the evidence? Zhou Susu said with a frown. Yi-Chen smiled and said, don't worry about the evidence. I know some directors who can just shoot a shot. At such a long distance, as long as the color of the clothes matches, he won't be able to tell. Well, you are such a talent. I'll leave it to you. Zhou Susu said excitedly. Haha, it's police-civilian cooperation. Tell me what happened at that time. Yi Chen said. Well, at that time, Zhang Dong wanted to take a photo of the two elders, so they sat on the cliff. Then the old lady seemed to have high blood pressure and leaned back. The old man tried to grab the old lady, but they fell down together. Yi Chen smiled faintly when he heard Jin's words. Zhang Dong's ability to make up stories is indeed not inferior to Zhang Dongxing in the movie, but unfortunately his opponent this time is not the three children, but him. Don't worry, I will definitely expose his true colors. Yi Chen said confidently, 1,000 recommendation votes will add more chapters to thank you. There are still 265 votes and 2,000 votes to add more chapters. During the new book period, as long as the recommendation votes reach 1,000 turnover, more chapters will be added. Dear friends, what are you still hesitating about? Throw your votes into the turnover. Chapter 50, Excellent Acting Skills. Zhou Susu chatted with Yi Chen for a while, and after getting off the car, she gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the first praise star, 15, and rewarding lines plus 9,999. Lines plus 9,999, this skill allows Yi Chen to quickly become familiar with the lines, and the tone of the lines can achieve the most perfect effect according to Yi Chen's role. Why Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. God level acting, the king of comedy, plus the lines plus 99.99, his strength has reached the level of best actor. Second, Yi Chen came to the Magic City Cinema. The filming of The Mermaid officially began. In addition to Yi Chen, the main actors of this drama are also two other actresses, Zhang Yuyu and Lin Yunyun. One is a sexy goddess, the other is a really cute sister. Yi Chen walked into the crew and immediately attracted the attention of the crew members. What a handsome guy! Is this a new extra discovered by Master Xing? It's possible, but Stephen Chow likes to use uglier ones with characteristics. This guy is so handsome. Could it be that he is a rich young man, here to pursue you? It's possible. Wasn't there a mysterious man coming out of the house during Yu's variety show? I remember you look a lot like this guy. Damn it, it really is him. Yi Chen's appearance immediately caused quite a stir. After all, Zhang Yu's mysterious man on the variety show has become a hot search. Although Yi Chen covered his face with clothes, he was still recognized by many people. Handsome guy, you are looking for Yu, right? Ha, brother is awesome. He can even catch up with our Yu. What does a handsome guy do? Several staff members asked enthusiastically. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Actually, I'm a Didi brother. Brother Didi? The scene was dead silent. That's impossible. How could you possibly find a Didi brother as her boyfriend? Zhang Yu is well known for being aloof in the entertainment industry. Even some rich young men who want to date her will not give her face. At this time, Master Xing came over. What are you doing? Not working? Seeing Master Xing, everyone hurried back to their respective jobs. Master Xing walked over with a smile. Hey man, that's fine. What happened yesterday? Actually, Sister Zhang's water pipe burst. I fixed her plumbing. Well, fixing the water pipes. I've made note of this joke. I can use it in my next movie. Yi Chen, at this time, Zhang Yu also walked in. Yi Chen, you killed me yesterday. Zhang Yu still blushed when she thought about what happened yesterday, because of Yi Chen, she was scolded by her agent, Sister Bai. Sister Yu, I am the victim, okay? Now I have to wear a mask when I go out. Yi Chen said speechlessly. Okay, Yi Chen, you and Yu will act together later. You are the protagonist in this play, so you must perform well. When the staff at the scene heard what Stephen Chow said, they were all stunned. Countless eyes turned to Yi Chen. Oh shit, this handsome guy is actually the protagonist. Is this guy okay? Does he look like he can act in a comedy? Many people thought that Yi Chen was just a supporting role at best, and no one expected that Stephen Chow would let Yi Chen play the leading role. Doesn't Stephen Chow never allow actors to take back doors? What's going on here? He's a newcomer, he's never acted in a movie before. I heard that Mr. Xing is short of money recently. I guess there's nothing I can do. A staff member who had seen Yi Chen perform said, you may not know this, but this guy's acting skills are super awesome. Even Master Xing praised him highly. Is it that powerful? Everyone was talking about Yi Chen. Yi Chen followed Master Xing and Zhang Yu straight to the director's office. After a while, Lin Yun also came. Yun, let me introduce you.
This is Yi Chen, the protagonist of this film.
Please cooperate with me, said Master Xing. Linyan was a little surprised to see that her partner was a newcomer. After all, Stephen Chow has very strict requirements for actors, but this young man seems to have no fame at all. Although Linyan is a popular star, she is very humble. Teacher Yi, please give me more guidance. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Don't call me teacher, I'm a newbie too. Master Xing began to explain the scene to the three of them. The scene they were filming today was a scene where Yi Chen and Lin Yun were eating chicken legs at a stall, and Yi Chen was reminiscing about his miserable life. Chen, in this scene, your expressions need to be rich and exaggerated, said Stephen Chow.
Yeah, I know.
Yi Chen nodded.
Yun, you should learn more from Yi Chen later, especially the expressions on his face, said Master Xing. Lin Yun was stunned for a moment. Even Master Xing was so fond of him.
This young man must have amazing acting skills. Well, I will study hard with Teacher Yi. Yi Chen went to the dressing room and changed into a black suit and black trousers. Ding, God level acting activated. Ding, King of comedy skill activated. Ding, lines plus 9,999 skills activated. When Yi Chen walked out, everyone was stunned. Not everyone can play the role of a rich man, what is needed is a temperament, but when Yi Chen put on the suit, he instantly looked like a wealthy man. Seeing Yi Chen walking out of the dressing room, even Zhang Yuyu and Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh. Both of them are celebrities and have worked with many young actors, but it can't be compared with Yi Chen's temperament at all. That's why Yi Chen is handsome to the core. Every movement, even every look, is fascinating. When Xing Yi saw Yi Chen coming out, he nodded. Yeah, very good. The lights are ready. The props are ready. Photography ready. Shooting begins. Yi Chen walked in. As soon as he appeared, Yi Chen's temperament instantly attracted everyone. The rebellious expression, the puzzled eyes, and the pride in his bones all make people's eyes light up. Those who just thought that Yi Chen had taken the back door gasped, this guy's acting is so awesome. Master Xing also nodded, and was very satisfied with Yi Chen's performance. This part of the plot is the story of Yi Chen's recollections. Yi Chen was holding a chicken drumstick in his hand. The expression on his face suddenly became very sad. Even tears couldn't help but flow down. He lowered his head, as if he didn't want to be seen crying. This part of the performance is just awesome. Yi Chen raised his head and started a conversation. I think of my dad. At that time, my family was very poor, we can only pick up food from the streets. One day, my dad brought back half a chicken leg. Yi Chen's voice is very contagious. Everyone present was moved by Yi Chen's story. Yi Chen couldn't help crying. He looked at the chicken drumstick and said like a child, this is the taste. Without using eye drops or even expressing much emotion, Yi Chen really cried. Yi Chen's eyes, expression, and even his magnetic and vicissitudes voice infected everyone present. Many people even felt the same way as Yi Chen did when he spoke in such a sad voice, and couldn't stop crying. This acting is amazing. Yi Chen's performance stunned all the actors on the stage. Chapter 51, Nothing Can Be Solved with Money. Crack. Only after Stephen Chow's shout did everyone come back to their senses. I don't know why, but Stephen Chow saw his younger self in Yi Chen. Mr. Xing stood up himself and said, Yi Chen, your acting was so great. Your movements, expressions, and language were all perfect. Yi Chen is so awesome. Acting with you makes me feel like my own scenes have become longer. Lin Yun exclaimed. When Master Xing asked Lin Yun to learn from Yi Chen, she was still a little unconvinced. However, after performing a scene, she was completely impressed by Yi Chen's acting skills, especially the expression on Yi Chen's face when he was telling his life story just now. It was so amazing. This young man is amazing. He must have graduated from a film and television academy. Is he the child of some veteran actor? Otherwise, how could he act so well? Hearing that Yi Chen was driving a Didi, everyone stared at him in a daze. Are Didi drivers so awesome now? Yi Chen's acting skills are simply beyond their reach. The show just now was so exciting. It was textbook level. Yes, I have to study hard. Didi drivers have such great acting skills, so why shouldn't we work hard? Based on Yi Chen's acting skills, this drama will definitely be a hit. At this time, Zhang Yuyu, who was watching the show on the side, couldn't help but applaud. Yi Chen, you are so strong. There are not many people whose acting skills I, Zhang Yuyu, admire. You are the one I admire the most. Applause suddenly broke out at the scene, which was an affirmation of Yi Chen's acting skills. No matter if they were professional actors, extras, or theater staff, they all gave Yi Chen applause generously. Thanks to Yi Chen's superb acting skills,
the filming of the scene was completed in just half an hour, crack. Everyone has performed well, so we will have a half-day break in the afternoon so everyone can take a break. The filming went very smoothly and Stephen Chow was in a particularly good mood. After everyone dispersed, Yi Chen did not leave, but found the assistant director. Director Chen, can you do me a favor? I want to take a shot. What lens? Yi Chen smiled and said, it's the case of the old man being pushed off the mountain that happened some time ago. I want to recreate the scene. You just need to help me find someone, and I'll pay for it. Director Chen was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't understand why Yi Chen wanted to shoot this kind of clip, he still nodded. After all, Yi Chen is now a big celebrity in Stephen Chow's eyes, and his future prospects will definitely be good. The shooting of this shot is actually very simple. Just find 3 extras with similar looks and have them hold a green cloth, the rest are post-production special effects. Second, Yi Chen received the sample sent by Director Chen. It is made very realistically. Why Yi Chen called Zhou Susu. Officer Zhou, I'm ready. Let's meet in the cafe. Zhou Susu listened to Ling Ling 2 and said, okay, see you in the cafe. An hour later, Yi Chen and Zhou Susu arrived at the coffee shop. After Yi Chen showed the video to Zhou Susu was stunned. It's so realistic, it's indistinguishable from the real thing. Yi Chen said, I will do this in the early stages. I will test his background first. If he is really the murderer, he must buy this video back. Zhou Susu nodded and took out a miniature camera from her bag. This camera is placed on your button, you must be careful. Yi Chen nodded, don't worry. If it succeeds this time, I really want to thank you. Zhou Susu said gratefully. Zhou Susu believed in her intuition. She felt that there must be something wrong with Zhang Dong, but no one believed her. Zhou Susu listened to the grief-stricken cry of the old couple's daughter and made up her mind to find out the truth of the matter, but she investigated a lot and found no clues. The appearance of Yi Chen gave her hope of solving the case. The two discussed for a while, and Zhou Susu smiled and said, thank you so much, I'll treat you to Nyo's pie at noon. Nyo's pie is a food that has become very popular on the internet recently. The moments and short videos on mobile phones are all showing how delicious this pie is. Yi Chen smiled and said, okay, I'm craving it. The two of them came to Nyo's pie store together. This store is really popular, and the waiting line stretches from the inside of the store to the door. Zhou Susu sighed. It seems that I can't invite you. If it is scheduled, it will take at least 2 or 3 hours. Just then, a teasing voice sounded. Hey, isn't this Susu? The person speaking was a girl with a beauty score of around 70. Zhou Susu frowned when she saw the girl coming. Sun Mei, you are here too? This is your boyfriend, right? He's so handsome. By the way, you're so beautiful, your boyfriend must be very outstanding. What does a handsome guy do? Sun Mei said with a smile. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I drive Didi. Driving Didi, Sun Mei was stunned at first, but suddenly couldn't help laughing triumphantly. Zhou Susu and Sun Mei were high school classmates. Sun Mei liked a boy at the time. Although she tried every means to pursue the boy liked Zhou Susu instead. Sun Mei began to hate Zhou Susu. Although it has been several years since graduation, she still feels very unhappy when she sees Zhou Susu. When she heard that Zhou Susu's boyfriend was a Didi driver, she naturally would not miss such a good opportunity for revenge. Oh, drive Didi, that's great. You guys want to have a seat too, right? There are too many people. My boyfriend spent 1,000 yuan and found someone to buy a seat for him. There are still 2 or 3 people left before it's my turn. Sun Mei said proudly. Sun Mei deliberately said, alas, this pie is limited to 2 per person, otherwise I will bring it for you, or you can ask your boyfriend to spend 1,000 yuan to buy a seat? Zhou Susu frowned after hearing this. Forget it, Yi Chen, there are so many people, why don't we eat something else? Before Yi Chen could say anything, Sun Mei said, Susu, your boyfriend wouldn't be reluctant to spend even $1,000 on you, right? Hey, you are so beautiful, it would be so good to be a rich wife, but you want to be a police officer? Look at me, I have brand name bags and jewelry. In this world, nothing can be solved without money. I suggest you change your boyfriend. Zhou Susu raised her eyebrows and said, it's none of your business what kind of boyfriend I find. Yi Chen, let's go. Although Zhou Susu and Yi Chen had just met, she was very upset when she heard Sun Mei insult her friend. Wait a minute. Yi Chen called her. Sun Mei looked at Yi Chen jokingly. Oh, are you too embarrassed to show your face? You should think carefully.
This 1,000 yuan is what you earn from driving Didi for a week. Yi Chen smiled faintly and took out his phone. Hello, is this Manager Wang? Do you know that there is a very popular Nyo's pie shop in Food Street? I'll give you 10 minutes to buy this shop. After hanging up the phone, Sun Mei and Zhou Susu were both stunned. What did Yi Chen just say? He wants to buy this store, Yi Chen said calmly. You are right, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Chapter 52, Guilty Conscience. Yi Chen wants to buy Nyo's pie shop. Sun Mei was stunned when she heard the news. Damn, buying the entire pie shop just to let his girlfriend eat pie, this is too generous. However, Sun Mei rolled her eyes and then laughed jokingly. Zhou Susu, your boyfriend is really good at bragging. This store is worth tens of millions. Can your boyfriend afford it? She glanced at Yi Chen with disdain. You're playing with the things that I left behind. That's too lol. You're too young to brag to me. Zhou Susu's face also looked ugly. She secretly blamed Yi Chen for bragging too much. Sun Mei snorted coldly. Susu, I didn't expect you to find such a boyfriend. I want to see how he buys this pie shop. At this time, a young man ran over with a hot pie. When he saw Yi Chen, the young man's face changed. Boss Yi, why is it you? Mr. Yi, seeing her boyfriend's flattering attitude in front of Yi Chen, Sun Mei was stunned for a moment. Xinwei, you are stupid, he is just a Didi driver. What, Mr. Yi? Sun Mei, why didn't you apologize after talking to Mr. Yi? He is the major shareholder of our Yida Group. As the department manager of the Yida Group branch, Xinwei had read Yi Chen's information before. So when he heard his girlfriend mocking Yi Chen, he was almost scared silly. What? A major shareholder of Yida Group? Sun Mei was completely confused. Zhou Susu beside Yi Chen was also stunned. In fact, she knew that Yi Chen's identity was not simple, so she specifically checked on the public security website. However, to her surprise, Yi Chen's information was actually at S level, and she couldn't access it at all. Only now did she know Yi Chen's identity. He was actually a major shareholder of Yida Group. Almost at the same time, the side door of Nyo's pie shop opened, and a young man in a suit walked out quickly with several waiters and came to Yi Chen. The young man and the waiter behind him bowed respectfully. Boss. Sun Mei was completely dumbfounded. What is heroism? What is awesome? This guy actually bought out the entire store so his girlfriend could eat pie without waiting in line. Now do you think I'm bragging? Yi Chen asked jokingly. What? You just ridiculed Mr. Yi? Apologize to Mr. Yi immediately. Xinwei said angrily. You? Xinwei, what do you mean? Why should I apologize to him? Whose boyfriend are you? Sun Mei asked angrily. Xinwei gritted his teeth. Why, Yi Chen is a major shareholder of the company. He can fire her from the company with just one word. She cannot afford to offend him. Sun Mei, if you don't apologize to President Yi, we will break up immediately. You're breaking up with me for him, you scumbag. Sun Mei never dreamed that her boyfriend would be such a scumbag. It was clearly her who was angry, but she actually asked me to apologize. Xinwei's eyes turned cold, and he slapped Sun Mei in the face with his hand. Sun Mei covered her swollen face and was stunned. Xinwei has always loved her and obeyed her in everything. I didn't expect that I would slap myself for this man, Xinwei said respectfully. Mr. Yi, my girlfriend is ignorant and has contradicted you. I am breaking up with her now. Yi Chen was a little embarrassed. In fact, he was fine from beginning to end. Why Yi Chen originally wanted to give her some advice. After all, Sun Mei was Zhou Susu's friend, but Sun Mei pointed at Zhou Susu like a shrew and cursed. Zhou Susu, you must have done this on purpose. Why do you treat me like this? Why do you always try to sabotage me whenever I have a man? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Let's just break up with a girlfriend like Xinwei. Then, Yi Chen directly pulled Zhou Susu's hand and walked into the pie shop. Those in the queue were stunned. I just heard that this man bought the entire pie shop so that his girlfriend could eat pie without waiting in line. Oh, that's really grand. This is really awesome. Why isn't this man mine? Didn't you see that couple broke up because of this? Seeing Yi Chen and Zhou Susu enter the pie shop, many people were envious and jealous. There's nothing you can do about it. People with money can do whatever they want. The manager specially arranged Yi Chen and Zhou Susu to stay in the VIP room. In order to please Yi Chen, the master chef of the pie shop personally made pies for Yi Chen and Zhou Susu. Looking at the fragrant pie, Zhou Susu had no appetite at all. What? Are you still thinking about your classmate? Jo Susu said, I feel bad. She broke up with her boyfriend because of me. Yi Chen shook his head, Susu, you are too kind. That woman is just a green tea. Some people can be regarded as friends, but some people are ungrateful no matter how good you are to them. After hearing what Yi Chen said, Jo Susu nodded, well, thank you Yi Chen. After the two of them finished eating the pie, Yi Chen came to the door of the estate group. Why Yi Chen didn't expect that Zhang Dong actually worked in Su Wani's company. Originally Yi Chen thought he would be in the children's palace. Why Yi Chen called Su Wani. Wani, is there a person named Zhang Dong in your company? Su Wani was stunned for a moment. I have heard of this person. What's going on? Yi Chen asked.
Zhang Dong is a clerk in our marketing department. He was supposed to be promoted to director, but then his wife suddenly came to the company to make a scene. He had an affair with a female director of the company, but Zhang Dong didn't bring it up later.
Oh, I see.
I heard that Zhang Dong went hiking with his father-in-law and mother-in-law.
The old couple fell down while taking pictures.
They took a leave recently and just came to work today.
Su Wani continued. Oh, how is his performance in the company? Yi Chen asked. His performance is okay. He's a very honest and down-to-earth person.
He's been in the company for 7 or 8 years.
But he's unlucky. He got into this kind of trouble.
I heard his wife is divorcing him.
By the way, why are you interested in him?
Yi Chen thought for a moment and suddenly said, by the way, if Zhang Dong invites you to go hiking, don't go.
After hanging up the phone, Su Wani was confused. Climbing a mountain, what does that mean?
Yi Chen figured out Zhang Dong's situation, and with a cigarette in his mouth, he sat in the broken chalet waiting for Zhang Dong. It's time to get off work, and beautiful long-legged ladies from the estate group come out one after another. Damn, Wani's company is really good? There are so many beautiful women. Why Yi Chen even had the idea of coming to the company with Su Wani to work as a security guard or something. This time, a man wearing glasses and carrying a briefcase came out. When Yi Chen saw the young man, his eyebrows raised, and the prey came. Zhang Dong looked hurried, with his head down, walking quickly towards the subway station. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder from behind. Zhang Dong subconsciously turned around suddenly when he saw Yi Chen. Zhang Dong's expression changed slightly.
Is it you?
Zhang Dong recognized that Yi Chen was the Didi brother who picked him up at the airport. Why Yi Chen said with a joking smile, why are you so nervous?
Are you feeling guilty? Chapter 53, Do I Still Have a Chance? Zhang Dong's face changed after hearing Yi Chen's words. What do you mean? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, want a ride? No need?
Zhang Dong said coldly. If you don't need it, I'm sorry, I have to drive to the Public Security Bureau. I think the police will be very interested in my things. Yi Chen turned around indifferently and walked towards his broken chalet car. Jo Susu was sitting in a car not far away, feeling very nervous. She knew that if Zhang Dong didn't follow her, it meant that he had a clear conscience and she had made a wrong judgment, but if Zhang Dong followed Yi Chen into the car, it would mean that there was something wrong with him. Why Yi Chen took a few steps, and Zhang Dong behind him suddenly said, wait a minute, I'll take a ride. After hearing Zhang Dong's words, Yi Chen raised the corners of his mouth. There is indeed something wrong with this GUI. Why Yi Chen sat in the driver's seat and Zhang Dong opened the back door. Sit in the front so we can chat more conveniently. Yi Chen said calmly. Zhang Dong has already killed someone, so he is now a demon. It's too unsafe to sit in the back seat. Zhang Dong was stunned for a moment, then sat in the passenger seat. What do you want from me? Zhang Dong asked coldly. Why Yi Chen smiled faintly. Actually, I also went to Lufeng Mountain to play. I wanted to take pictures of the scenery, but I accidentally took some pictures. While driving, Yi Chen said lightly. I don't understand what you are talking about. Zhang Dong's expression remained calm. I have to say that Zhang Dong has a very good mental quality. Why Yi Chen clearly felt panic in his eyes, but there was no sign of panic on his face. The red light is on. Well, let me show you something. The car stopped and Yi Chen took out his cell phone. A video played on the phone. The camera is far away, but you can vaguely see an old couple sitting on a rock on the opposite mountain. The young man started by taking a photo of them and then moved very close to the two elderly people. Suddenly, something strange happened. The young man pushed the old man off the cliff with his hands. At this time, the green light came on. Yi Chen put away his phone and continued driving as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang Dong's expression next to him became extremely ugly. Yi Chen even saw beads of sweat on Zhang Dong's temples. Zhang Dong felt panicked when he saw the video. He originally thought he had done this perfectly, but he didn't expect it to be filmed. That's right, that video was the scene where he pushed the old man down, although it is a telephoto lens, but he could clearly see himself and the two old men. Zhang Dong took a deep breath and said to Yi Chen, "What do you want?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Why did you kill two old men?" Zhang Dong's expression suddenly turned grim. "I could have been promoted, but those two old fools allowed their daughter to go to my company and cause trouble, causing me to lose the chance of promotion. Do you know how many years I have waited for this opportunity?" After calming down, Zhang Dong continued, "Later, their daughter found a rich second-generation man and wanted to dump me. Guess what they did? I was incompetent, so they forced me to divorce their daughter. What should you and I do? I work hard outside day and night, isn't it just for this family, so that their daughter can live a good life? How dare they treat me like this?" Zhang Dong's voice was a little hysterical. Yi Chen sighed. It has to be said that Zhang Dong in this world has many similarities with Zhang Dongxing in the TV. He is not a bad person at heart. It can even be said that Zhang Dong is an honest man, but honestly, there is a demon living in everyone's heart, and when it is awakened, it will be even more terrifying. Zhang Dong calmed down and said, "We are all men, you should understand my feelings." Yi Chen sighed, "Go and turn yourself in, maybe you can get a lighter sentence." Zhang Dong's eyes were cold. "Turn yourself in? Let that bitch marry the rich second generation? I'll go to jail? Impossible. Even if I want to die, I'll kill her first." Yi Chen saw a hint of madness in Zhang Dong's eyes. Zhang Dong suddenly smiled and said, "Do you and I still have a chance?" Hearing this familiar line, Yi Chen felt a chill. He understood the murderous intent in Zhang Dong's eyes, and knew that this man was beyond redemption. 300,000. Yi Chen said calmly. "Okay, but the bank card is at my house. You have to come with me to get the bank card." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, because he had seen murderous intent in Zhang Dong's eyes. "Okay." But Yi Chen still agreed. Although the video evidence has just been recorded, Zhang Dong can still change his confession. You can be a huao yourself. In order to make the case ironclad, he had to force Zhang Dong to take action against him. Yi Chen knew that Zhou Susu was following him, so he decided to take a risk. Zhou Susu drove and followed Yi Chen's Shelly closely. Why did this guy drive the car towards Mr. Zhang's house? Zhou Susu frowned. The fact that Zhang Dong got on the car proved that there was something wrong with him. Now Yi Chen actually drove the car to Zhang Dong's house, which was very dangerous for Yi Chen. After all, Zhang Dong is a murderer. If he kills one person, he can kill a second one at any time. What on earth is this guy doing? Zhou Susu was also a little worried. After all, Yi Chen participated in the case for her. If something happened, how could she be worthy of Yi Chen? Yi Chen's Xiaoli car stopped at the door of Zhang Dong's house. "Wait for me, I'll get you a bank card," Zhang Dong said in a deep voice. Yi Chen nodded, "Okay." Zhang Dong got out of the car and Zhou Susu called, "Yi Chen, what are you doing? Why don't you act according to the plan? Zhang Dong is too cunning. Although we have recorded the evidence, he can easily turn against us in court. If we want to make this case a solid one, we must let him kill again." Yi Chen said. "What? You want to use yourself as bait? I don't agree." Zhou Susu said in surprise. She had never expected that Yi Chen would be so courageous. In order to make Zhang Dong plead guilty, he even risked his own life. The other party is a murderer. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, since I dare to do it, I must be sure of it." At this time, not far away, Zhang Dong came back and got back into the Xiaoli car. "Okay, here's the bank card for you. There's 300,000 yuan in it. I want the video." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Okay." Then, Yi Chen threw the phone to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong stared at Yi Chen. "How do I know if you copied this video?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "I'm not a greedy person. After I take your money, I won't embarrass you." Zhang Dong suddenly smiled. "Okay, I want to go find my wife, can you drive me there?" Yi Chen nodded. "No problem, where is it?" 138 Weiming Road. Yi Chen turned on the navigation directly.
This location was a very remote shanty town. Coincidentally, Yi Chen had just seen the news 2 days ago that this area had just been demolished some time ago. This guy really wants to kill people to silence them. Chapter 54. The devil forced out. Yi Chen was driving, keeping an eye on Zhang Dong's movements. Zhang Dong looked outside, as if he was thinking about something. Actually, why bother? If we can't be together, just separate. Yi Chen broke the silence in the car. Zhang Dong sneered, separate? Do you know how much I have paid for this family? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dong continued, at home, I served them like a grandson. I endured all the scolding from his parents. At the beginning, I just had dinner with my boss a few times because of official business, and they sent their daughter to the company to make trouble. I have waited for so many years for the opportunity to be promoted, but it was delayed. But their daughter cheated on me and I have no ability to do it. Yi Chen also sighed after hearing this. Zhang Dong was really forced to do such a thing. I love my wife and this family, but they are forcing me to this dead end. But you shouldn't have killed her parents. I've given them a chance, but they didn't give me one. Zhang Dong said, gritting his teeth. Why? Yi Chen changed the subject. Do you want to kill me too? Zhang Dong trembled slightly and looked at Yi Chen. Why? Yi Chen parked the car on the side of the road. Your location was just demolished a while ago, and there's no one there. You led me there to kill me, right? You. Zhang Dong's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that Yi Chen actually knew his plan. I'm sorry, I don't trust anyone in this world anymore. Only the dead can keep secrets. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Dong took out a dagger from his pocket and stabbed Yi Chen. Why? Yi Chen was prepared and grabbed the dagger that Zhang Dong was stabbing at him. After all, Zhang Dong is just a weak scholar, and Yi Chen's body has been strengthened, so how could he be Yi Chen's opponent? Soon, the car lights flashed and Zhou Susu rushed over in a car. Zhang Dong has been subdued by Yi Chen. Zhou Susu handcuffed Zhang Dong. When he saw Zhou Susu, Zhang Dong suddenly understood something. So you two are in the same group. Yi Chen nodded. Zhang Dong, you are not a bad person at heart, you were just unlucky and married a green tea wife, who forced you to become a demon. Zhang Dong was taken to the police station, and Yi Chen handed the evidence to Zhou Susu. Thank you, Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. It's okay, it should be. Does her wife know? Yi Chen asked. We have informed her. Just then, a seductively dressed woman walked in. Zhang Dong, you, Wang'an, actually killed my parents. The police must sentence him to death. The woman cursed in the police station. Why? Yi Chen frowned. Good and evil are just a thought away. Zhang Dong is not a bad person at heart. If this woman lives a good life with him, perhaps they can live a peaceful life. Ame, don't cry. This bastard will be punished by law. The young man comforted the woman. Why? Yi Chen was stunned when he saw the watch on the rich second generation's wrist. His watch was exactly the same as mine. Why? Yi Chen remembered that this watch was a limited edition and there was only one in China. Zhou Susu pointed at Nu Rang and said, that's Zhang Dong's wife. By the way, can you help me check the background of that rich second generation? Yi Chen asked. Zhou Susu was stunned for a moment. What? Is there something wrong with that person? Yi Chen said, it's just intuition. Zhou Susu opened the police communication system and her expression became excited after checking it. We found out that this man is called Tian Chao and has a criminal record. He was released from prison 6 months ago for fraud. Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth. I know. Zhang Dong is indeed a devil now, but his downfall is directly related to this green tea girl. Hu Mimi and Tian Chao walked out of the police station. Akeo, I will rely on you from now on. Hu Mimi said with a loving look on her face. Tian Chao's face was gloomy. Mimi, I'm sorry, let's break up. Hu Mimi was stunned. Why? Now that Zhang Dong has been arrested and will definitely be sentenced to death, she can be with Tian Chao without any worries, but Tian Chao actually wanted to break up with her. Tian Chao sighed. Mimi, there is something I haven't told you. Our family's business went bankrupt. I originally wanted to make up for it by investing in stocks, so I borrowed high-interest loans. But now, I have lost money in stocks and can't pay back the high-interest loans. Now Ran, who was collecting debts, is looking for me. If I stay with you, I will implicate you. How much money did you borrow? Hu Mimi asked through gritting her teeth. 100,000. Tian Chao took a deep breath. Akeo, I will help you pay back the money. If I borrow some from you, my savings should be around 100,000 yuan. Hu Mimi gritted her teeth and said, Mimi, are you really willing to help me pay back the money? Of course, I have nothing now, and you are my support. A smile appeared on Tian Chao's lips. Idiot woman, who the hell would be with a slut? If I drain your money, I will disappear immediately. At this moment, a Pagani sports car suddenly stopped beside the two of them. When they saw the sports car, Tian Chao and Hu Mimi's eyes lit up. Wow, this sports car must be worth tens of millions. Tian Chao looked at the sports car with envy. I'm so damn rich. How many women did I have to cheat to buy such a luxury car? At this time, the door of the sports car opened and a very handsome young man walked out. The young man was wearing an Armani suit and looked very handsome, especially the Patek Philippe watch on the wrist, which is even more luxurious. Not only Tian Chao, even Hu Mimi was stunned when she saw Yi Chen. Tian Chao is indeed handsome, but his looks are nothing compared to Yi Chen. Why, Yi Chen is handsome to the core. Whether in terms of temperament or appearance, he is a male god. Looking at Yi Chen, Hu Mimi's heart beat faster. She sighed secretly in her heart. If she had not married that loser Zhang Dong and found such a handsome man, her parents might not have died. Yi Chen walked towards Hu Mimi and said excitedly, why are you here? I miss you so much. Hu Mimi was stunned and looked at Yi Chen in front of her in confusion. Yi Chen suddenly sighed, Beauty, I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. You really look like my ex-girlfriend. With disappointment in his eyes, Yi Chen turned and walked towards the sports car. Tian Chao and Hu Mimi are still in a state of confusion. Yi Chen suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Tian Chao, Brother, can you give me your girlfriend? She looks too much like my first love. I can give you money as long as you let her accompany me for one night. What? Let me stay with you for one night? Hu Mimi shouted. Tian Chao snorted coldly, What are you talking about? She is my girlfriend, accompanying you? You want to be beaten, don't you? Yi Chen said sincerely, I really like her. How about this, I give you 100,000? If Tian Chao was sincere to Hu Mimi, he would definitely be angry and even beat Yi Chen up. After all, no man can tolerate another man wanting to spend the night with his woman, but unfortunately, what Tian Chao likes is money, not Hu Mimi. Chapter 55, All is lost. When Tian Chao heard the price offered by Yi Chen, he raised his eyebrows, but he was not tempted. He had already swindled 100,000 yuan from Hu Mimi, so it was still not enough to impress him. What? You want to buy my girlfriend for 100,000 yuan? You're just dreaming. When Hu Mimi heard Tian Chao's words, a hint of happiness flashed in her eyes. Did you hear that? My boyfriend is not the money-grubbing person you think he is. Then, Hu Mimi kissed Tian Chao directly on the face. Husband, I really didn't make a mistake. Yi Chen felt sick when he saw Hu Mimi's look. Her parents are dead and her husband is in prison, yet she still has the mood to flirt with others. Yi Chen really felt sorry for Zhang Dong. He even felt that the plot of his previous life was more reasonable. This woman should be killed by Zhang Dong. Yi Chen smiled faintly. 200,000. 200,000? Tian Chao's eyes widened instantly when he heard the price Yi Chen offered. He could remain unmoved by the 100,000 yuan because Hu Mimi had already promised to give him it. Now that Yi Chen offered 200,000, his heart was already beating wildly. He was doing it for the money in the first place. How could he refuse 200,000 yuan when a fool gave it to him? Hu Mimi was stunned for a moment when she saw that Tian Chao did not refuse this time, and then she pulled Tian Chao's arm and said, Brother Chao, tell him that no matter how much money he gives you, you will not give me up. Tian Chao swallowed. Are you kidding? 200,000, how could I not want that? He was about to agree when Yi Chen spoke again. 300,000. This is my bottom line. If you don't agree, then forget it. Yi Chen said lightly. Oh shit, what a rich man, I am so lucky that I met a rich man. This is $300,000 picked up for free. I agree. Tian Chao said quickly when he saw Yi Chen was about to leave. Tian Chao, what are you saying? Hu Mimi was stunned. Hu Mimi thought that Tian Chao would refuse sternly, but she didn't expect that he actually agreed right away. Tian Chao said awkwardly, Mimi, I love you, but love also needs money as a foundation. Just sleep with him for one night. Haven't you already slept with your husband? One night, 300,000. If we have money, I can take you around the world. Bullshit, you let your woman sleep with someone else, do you have any shame? Hu Mimi was angry for this man. Her parents died and her husband was thrown into prison,
but now he actually sold herself out.
Tian Chao, are you still a man? You sold your woman for 300,000? Hu Mimi cursed angrily. Nini, it's not like you haven't slept with men before, so what's the big deal?
300,000 a night, even those celebrities are not worth this price. Hearing the two people arguing, Yi Chen had a sneer on his face. The scumbag and the green tea girl are together. This drama is really good.
Tian Chao, do you want the 300,000 or me? Hu Mimi asked through gritting her teeth. I want both the 300,000 and you. Nini, just be good and listen to me. I don't mind.
Tian Chao said flatteringly.
Pa!
A slap hit Tian Chao's face hard.
Wangan, I was so blind that I met a scumbag like you. Nini, I'm also doing this for our happiness, fart.
Hu Mimi gritted her teeth and her expression became increasingly cold. Yi Chen's mouth curled up. He knew that his plan was successful. Hu Mimi took a deep breath. Tian Chao, don't you want me to sleep with this man?
As you wish, sir, I am willing to be your girlfriend and sleep with you. Then, Hu Mimi walked towards Yi Chen's supercar. Yi Chen turned around and followed. Tian Chao was anxious. Brother, you haven't paid yet? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Are you deaf? She volunteered to be my girlfriend, and I give you money? You are out of your mind. Tian Chao was stunned. What the hell is going on? I've been working on this for months and nothing is achieved. Hu Mimi sneered and said, you want to sell me for money? I'm telling you, don't even think about getting a penny. Sir, let's go.
Yi Chen smiled at Tian Chao and said, I'm sorry, buddy, thank you for giving me your girlfriend for free. How could Tian Chao agree when he saw Yi Chen driving away? He had gone to great lengths to save Hu Mimi, renting a luxury car and buying fake brand name products, but now he hadn't made a penny. How could he just give up? Tian Chao stopped the two and said coldly, boy, you can take this woman away, but give me 300,000.
Tian Chao, do you have any shame? I voluntarily checked into a room with this guy, why should I give you money?
Hu Mimi has already made up her mind that she must get together with this rich man. In the future, I will marry into a wealthy family, drive a luxury car, and live in a big house. 300,000, that was her own money in the future. How could she let Yi Chen give it to this scumbag?
Hu Mimi, forget it. If you want to break up with me today, you have to give me 300,000 yuan as a breakup fee. You are a second-hand commodity. What do you think I am doing this for? Do you think I will be with an old woman like you without money?
Seeing that the relationship had already been torn apart, Tian Chao just didn't care anymore. Bullshit, my family was destroyed because of you, and you still want money from me. In the end, the two people actually wrestled with each other. On the street, there were already a lot of people gathered around the quarrel. Damn, this plot is awesome. A local tycoon paid 300,000 yuan for his girlfriend to spend a night with him, and the man actually agreed. Even people on TV wouldn't dare act like this. The man is so cruel. A local tycoon spent 300,000 yuan to buy his girlfriend to spend the night with another man. The man actually happily sold his girlfriend. What is behind all this? Is it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature? Many people were shocked by the plot. Some people even took videos and posted them on video websites. The video immediately went viral. Yi Chen watched the two people wrestling with each other, raised the corner of his mouth, and drove away directly. The two men fought until their heads were bleeding and they only stopped when the police came. Zhou Susu was stunned when she saw Hu Mimi. Why is it you? Only then did Hu Mimi and Tian Chao realize that Yi Chen had disappeared. Where is my Prince Charming? Hu Mimi looked around and was instantly dumbfounded. When Tian Chao saw the police, he quickly said, Police comrade, I want to call the police. There was a liar just now. He cheated 300,000 yuan. Zhou Susu snorted coldly, liar? You are crying thief. We have checked and found that you are involved in many cases of deceiving women. Come with us, fraud. Hu Mimi turned pale when she heard this and sat down on the bed with a thud. For this man, her parents died and her husband was thrown into prison, but in the end, the man she loved deeply turned out to be a liar. The more Hu Mimi thought about it, the more upset she felt. She sat on the ground and burst into tears. Yi Chen drove away and his cell phone rang. The call was from Su Wani. Yi Chen, our employee has been arrested. It's terrible that he is the murderer of his father-in-law and mother-in-law.
Yi Chen smiled faintly. Now you know why I don't let you climb the mountain with him. That was a close call. Our company was planning a mountain hiking trip, but I cancelled it because of what you said. By the way, Yi Chen, are you free? Su Wani said. Of course I'm free. What can I do for you? Yi Chen said with a smile. My mother wants to introduce a boyfriend to me, and I can't refuse no matter how hard I try. Su Wani said. Oh, you want me to be a flower protector? Why don't you want to? Su Wani said angrily, don't worry, leave it to me. No matter how outstanding the other party is, they will be dimmed by my brilliance. Yi Chen said confidently. Chapter 56, Fake Watch at Shangdao Western Restaurant. Su Wani and her mother Li Wen sat on one side of the cafe. Sitting opposite was a young man and a girl with a look score of about 80. Wani, Mr. Lin is a returned overseas doctor and is now the general manager of Dahua Group. Looking at the young man in front of her, Su Wani's mother Lin Wen liked him more and more. Wani, look at how talented and handsome Mr. Lin is. I think he's good. That's right, cousin. It took me a lot of effort to find such an outstanding man, you know? There are a whole row of girls chasing Mr. Lin, but he just likes you. Su Wani's cousin Su Qing said with a smile. Sister Su, I really like you. I hope you can give me a chance. Lin Ping smiled very elegantly. Su Wani looked embarrassed. Yes, this guy is very handsome, but who should he be compared with? It's really much worse than Yi Chen. Why hasn't Yi Chen come yet? Oh, so handsome. Is he a movie star? This must be the tall, rich and handsome man that is said to be handsome. Suddenly, there was a scream from a girl outside. Lin Ping curled his lips in disdain. Handsome. Lin Ping has been the school idol since junior high school. Who can be as handsome as him? However, when he saw the man walking into the cafe, the disdain in his eyes instantly disappeared. The young man in front of him was so handsome that I could only use two words to describe Yi Chen's handsomeness: perfect. Even Lin Ping's expression changed from disdain to envy for the first time. He felt inferior in front of the man. Yi Chen walked over with a smile and sat next to Su Wani. Hello, auntie. Hello, cousin. I am Wani's friend. Seeing Yi Chen, Li Wen and Su Cheng were all stunned. Su Wani already has a boyfriend, but Li Wen doesn't believe it. She didn't expect that Su Wani has such a handsome boyfriend. Even Su Qing was stunned by Yi Chen's handsomeness. Although Su Wani is beautiful and is an iceberg female CEO, she has always been weak in the emotional aspect. She didn't expect that Su Wani's boyfriend was so handsome. Yi Chen smiled and said, I was a little busy at work, so I came late. I'm sorry, auntie. I'll treat you to dinner today. Lin Ping frowned. He has always liked Su Wani, so he asked Su Wani's sister Su Qing to create this opportunity for him. Unexpectedly, Su Wani brought a man with her, which made him very unhappy. Lin Ping snorted coldly. Mr. Yi is so busy at work? Which big company does he work for? Yi Chen smiled calmly. I am running Didi. Puff. Lin Ping spat out the water he drank. Just now he was worried that Yi Chen would become his competitor, but he was instantly relieved when he heard about Yi Chen's profession. Auntie, let me treat you, otherwise this guy will be heartbroken. Lin Ping sneered with disdain. It doesn't matter. I can still afford a meal. Yi Chen smiled indifferently. Hey, now Didi brother is busier than me, a manager of a company with thousands of employees. Lin Ping looked at Yi Chen with pride in his eyes and his heart was full of anger. So what if you are handsome? I am the manager of one of the top 10 groups in China. When it comes to work and money earned, I completely crush you. This is no longer a society where looks matter. What matters now is how much money one earns, what kind of house one lives in, and what car one drives. Su Wani's mother Li Wen also frowned. I originally had some good feelings towards Yi Chen, but was very disappointed to hear that he drove Didi. Although Yi Chen is handsome, he has to separate them anyway. Su Qing was even more delighted when she heard Lin Ping's identity. Lin Ping is her immediate superior. If her cousin can become Lin Ping's girlfriend, it will be very easy for her to get a promotion and a raise in the future. So she made up her mind to let her sister marry Lin Ping. As for this Didi guy? Just kidding, my sister is a famous beautiful CEO in Shanghai, and marrying a Didi driver is hilarious. Wani, being handsome is useless in today's society. It may be pleasing to the eyes, but you need an economic foundation to live at home. Su Qing said to Su Wani with a smile. Su Wani naturally heard that her cousin's words were referring to Yi Chen, and her pretty face turned red with anger. Yi Chen saw Su Wani's emotions and patted her palm gently to reassure her. Li Wen said,
Wani, I have no objection to you making friends, but my requirement is that the annual salary must be 1 million, and the car must be a BMW 740. Lin Ping was very happy to hear this, thinking that this must be him. At this time, he said to himself, "Hey, the air conditioner in the room is so hot." Lin Ping took off his coat. He deliberately raised his hand and looked at the Rolex on his wrist.
Oh, it's almost 7 o'clock. Let's order some food.
I'll pay for this meal. After all, it's not easy for this Didi brother to make money. Li Wen was also delighted when she saw Lin Ping's watch. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. The watch Lin Ping is wearing must be worth at least 1 million. This has already demonstrated Lin Ping's strength. Yi Chen smiled and took off his clothes as well.
Yeah, it's a bit hot.
When Lin Ping saw the watch on Yi Chen's wrist, his eyes froze. Damn. Patek Philippe, Li Wen and Su Qing were also stunned when they saw the watch on Yi Chen's wrist, because they also recognized that the watch on Yi Chen's wrist was a Patek Philippe watch. It's too incongruous that a guy who works at Didi is wearing a Patek Philippe watch. Lin Ping likes watches very much and is also very familiar with Patek Philippe watches. The watch on Yi Chen's wrist is a limited edition watch produced by Patek Philippe to celebrate its 175th anniversary, worth 17 million. Lin Pingting heard that this watch was bought by a major shareholder of Yida Group. In other words, Yi Chen's watch must be fake. Lin Ping snorted coldly. You are too young to show off in front of me. You wore a fake watch to pretend to be rich, but unfortunately you met me. Lin Ping deliberately sent a text message to Su Qing. Your cousin's boyfriend is so interesting. He actually wears a fake Patek Philippe watch to show off. It makes me laugh to death. He's handsome, but he's so hypocritical. I must let my sister know his true face. Su Qing deliberately said, Aunt, I have a friend who rented a luxury car to attend a class reunion, but accidentally crashed it. Not only did he fail to show off, but he also had to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. He cried to death. There's something even more interesting. I have a friend who borrowed a duplex villa as his own mansion, but the owner suddenly came back and caused great embarrassment. Lin Ping sneered. Some people are obviously poor, but they always want to pretend to be rich. Such people are really pitiful and ridiculous. The two of them sang in unison, and Li Wen could also hear that they were mocking Yi Chen. Lin Ping looked at Yi Chen and suddenly asked, Mr. Yi, your Patek Philippe watch is quite nice. It seems to be a limited edition for the 175th anniversary. It's very expensive, right? Yi Chen smiled faintly. It's not very expensive, just over 10 million. Just over 10 million? Lin Ping even felt a little impressed. He was so calm even when he was caught wearing a fake watch to show off. This guy has such a good mentality. Chapter 57. Does your face hurt? Lin Ping didn't even need to think about it. Yi Chen's watch must be fake. He wears this Rolex and likes to roll up his sleeves to show off when he has nothing to do. Why Yi Chen had kept this watch hidden in his clothes. If Yi Chen's watch was real, would he not roll up his sleeves? Moreover, is it possible for a Didi driver to wear a watch worth tens of millions? It was obvious that Yi Chen's watch was definitely fake. He looks handsome, but I didn't expect him to be so hypocritical. Lin Ping smiled and said, Mr. Yi, as far as I know, there is only one watch like yours in China, and it was bought by a big shot. As he spoke, Lin Ping observed the changes in Yi Chen's eyes. He originally thought that Yi Chen would have a panic expression on his face, but to his disappointment, Yi Chen's expression remained calm. Shit, even after saying so much, this guy is still breathing heavily. Su Qing also sneered. The real watch was bought by the big boss, so the watch Mr. Yi is wearing can't be a fake watch. Lin Ping and Su Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now that things have come to this, if you are sensible, you should admit that the watch is fake. Li Wen also frowned. This man is not only poor but also hypocritical. There is no way I can let my daughter marry him. My watch is real. I bought it at Patek Philippe in Guangzhou for 17.58 million. It can't be a fake. Yi Chen said calmly. Lin Ping was speechless. Are you still being stubborn at this time? 17.58 million. How many lifetimes can a Didi driver like you earn that much money? In Lin Ping's eyes, Yi Chen was simply a clown. Lin Ping said, how about this? I happen to have a friend who is the manager of a Patek Philippe store. Usually, this kind of famous watch will leave the buyer's contact information, so we can verify whether it is a genuine watch. Li Wen frowned. After all, Yi Chen was Su Wani's friend. If it was fake, not only Yi Chen would be embarrassed, but her daughter would also be embarrassed. Forget it, that's not necessary. Li Wen's attitude was very clear. She had already determined that the watch Yi Chen was wearing was a fake. Su Wani frowned.
Her cousin and Lin Ping were going too far.
I believe Yi Chen's watch is real,
Su Wani said seriously.
My silly sister, how can a guy like Didi wear a watch worth tens of millions? And Lin Ping just passed by. This watch was bought by a big boss with a strong background.
This guy is a liar.
Su Qingsheng and Su Wani whispered, but Yi Chen was sitting next to them and heard it clearly.
It's okay. Don't you want to verify it? You can call the Patek Philippe store.
Yi Chen said calmly. Li Wen was almost driven crazy. I gave you a way out, but you refused to give up.
Are you satisfied only when you are exposed?
This man is not only hypocritical but also brainless. How could she marry her daughter to such a man? Lin Ping nodded. Okay, Yi Chen, if this watch is fake, just give it a try.
It's okay. We won't laugh at you.
If I finish the call and someone says your watch is fake, it won't look good.
Yi Chen smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, fight. Now that the relationship has fallen out, Yi Chen is too lazy to waste any more words.
Lin Ping, Su Cheng, and even Li Wen all looked down upon him. Still being stubborn at this time, Lin Ping called Ling and said, Hello, is this Manager Chen? By the way, did your store sell a limited edition watch some time ago?
The 175th anniversary limited edition?
Yes, there is only one such watch in the whole of China.
Can you give me that guy's contact information? I want to consult him about the watch.
Okay, thank you. Lin Ping hung up the phone, and WeChat rang after a while.
I've got the phone number. Yi Chen is giving you one last chance. Just admit it.
In fact, many losers like to wear fake watches to show off their wealth.
I don't want you to look too bad.
Lin Ping even made the call, clearly wanting Yi Chen to embarrass himself in front of Su Wani and Li Wen, but now he is still pretending to be a good person, saying that he doesn't want to embarrass Yi Chen. So hypocritical.
Yi Chen, I advise you to admit it.
If the phone call is made, your face will be swollen.
Su Cheng said sarcastically. Why? Yi Chen sneered, really? It's not certain whose face was swollen.
Lin Ping sneered when he heard Yi Chen's words. Su Qing and Li Wen also looked down on him. Even at this time, you are still trying to be brave. Let's see how you step down later. Lin Ping nodded. Wani, I gave your friend enough face, but he insisted that I beat him. Su Wani actually felt that Lin Ping was a pretty good person just now, but now, she only felt disgust and hypocrisy. Others may not know, but Su Wani certainly knows Yi Chen's identity. A watch worth more than 10 million is a fantasy for others, but it is too normal for Yi Chen. They all looked down on Yi Chen, not knowing that they were the ones who were the ugliest. Lin Ping sneered and dialed Ling's number. Almost at the same time, Yi Chen's phone on the table rang. In an instant, there was dead silence in the box. Lin Ping's hands were shaking as he looked at the caller ID on Yi Chen's phone. Su Qing and Li Wen were completely stunned when they heard the ringing tone of Yi Chen's cell phone on the table. Even their minds were blank. Originally they were planning on how to mock Yi Chen. In particular, Lin Ping also planned to show off his Rolex watch, but they never expected that the person who bought the watch was really Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen is the one who broke the rumor about buying a watch. Especially Lin Ping was about to see her. Why Yi Chen is the second largest shareholder of their company, which is equivalent to his boss. Trying to show off in front of your friends and classmates will, at best, fail, but you're showing off in front of your boss. Aren't you a fucking idiot? The most important thing is that he is actually competing with his boss for a woman.
Isn't this courting death? Yi Chen smiled and picked up the phone. Hello, does your face hurt?
Lin Ping stood up and bowed to Yi Chen, saying, Boss Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you.
Please forgive me.
Su Cheng was also stunned and stammered, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Yi Chen waved his hand and said generously, It's okay, I have forgotten what happened just now. Li Wen had a happy smile on her face at this time. Just now she felt uncomfortable everywhere she looked at Yi Chen, but now she is like a mother-in-law who likes her son-in-law more and more. What is vision?
Look at my future son-in-law.
He is not only handsome and rich, but also generous. He is simply perfect. Su Wani laughed as she saw those people who were so arrogant just now suddenly turned into grandsons. I asked you to show off. Don't you know that Yi Chen is the king of showing off? Now you are stupid. Lin Ping felt very uncomfortable and bowed to Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do at the company. You guys eat, I'll leave first. He originally came here for a blind date, but his competitor is the boss, so what's the point of having a blind date? After Lin Ping left, Su Qing asked flatteringly, Yi Chen, driving Didi is your hobby, right? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, no, it's good to drive Didi. It's free, and you can meet all kinds of people, and you can make money. Li Wen smiled and said, my daughter has good taste. She found a boyfriend who was handsome, talented, and able to endure hardships. Yes, yes. I will let my useless husband drive Didi later. Billionaires are driving Didi. How can he have the nerve to pick his feet? Su Qing echoed. Yi Chen smiled faintly. It seemed that this meeting with his mother-in-law tonight was very successful. Chapter 58 Loans. After returning from the hotel, Yi Chen drove Su Wani home. Thank you, Yi Chen. It doesn't matter. Why are we being so polite? Yi Chen, how do you feel about me? Su Wani asked. You are beautiful, smart, and kind, which is good. Yi Chen thought for a while and said, since you praise me so much, I'll give you a 5-star rating. Su Wani said with a smile. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the second praise star, 25, and rewarding reasoning plus 9,999. Reasoning plus 99.99, skills again. In the evening, Yi Chen returned home and received a call from Zhou Susu. Yi Chen, I was able to help with the last case thanks to you. By the way, I'll treat you to dinner after get off work tomorrow. Okay, see you then. Yi Chen hung up the phone the next morning. Yi Chen continued to film. However, Yi Chen discovered that Master Xing was not in a good condition today. Several times he noticed flaws in the filming, but Stephen Chow didn't. Yi Chen frowned. What happened to Star Lord? I'm fine. Yi Chen knew Stephen Chow's personality and was very strict with every shot he took. If nothing had happened, Stephen Chow would not be in this state. Yi Chen found Zhang Yuyu. Do you know what happened to Master Xing? Zhang Yuyu sighed. Originally, Master Xing wouldn't let me do it. There would be zero problems with our film. What's the problem? Yi Chen asked. Zhang Yuyu said, I also heard from a friend by chance that the producer wanted to replace you with a fresh actor to play your role, but Stephen Chow refused, so the producer withdrew its investment. Is that so? Yi Chen frowned after hearing this. But don't worry, I heard that Stephen Chow is selling his villa, so don't worry, this movie will be completed. Yi Chen nodded. Nothing. Today's producers only care about traffic, which is why there are so many great TV series and so many bad movies released in the market. Master Stephen Chow has always been very strict about the quality of his films. That's why he rejected the producer's proposal to replace Rao. Because Yi Chen is the best candidate for the protagonist. Why Yi Chen came to Master Xing's director's office. I saw Master Xing getting ready to go out. Master Xing, where are you going? Take my car. Yi Chen said with a smile. I'm going to the bank. It's just right for you to go with me, said Mr. Xing. Yi Chen was about to leave Hengdian when he saw several police cars roaring towards him. He saw Zhou Susu in a police car. Could something have happened in Hengdian? Yi Chen collected his thoughts and said to Master Xing, Master Xing, did you encounter any trouble during the filming? Mr. Xing sat in the back seat and said with his eyes closed, don't worry, with me here, this movie will definitely be filmed. Well, Mr. Xing, thank you. Yi Chen thanked Master Xing from the bottom of his heart. After all, Stephen Chow would rather the investors withdraw their capital and mortgage his own house so that he can be the protagonist of this film. Yi Chen was really touched by this persistence. Yi Chen and Xing Yi came to Silver School. A bank general manager met Stephen Chow in his office. Master Xing, it's an honor to meet you. Mr. Xing smiled and said, Manager Zhang, can the loan I mentioned on the phone be processed today? I'm sorry, Mr. Xing, we've had a meeting. I'm afraid it can't be correct, said Manager Zhang with a dry laugh. Why not? I have already mortgaged my house, why not? Master Xing said excitedly. We have evaluated your film. The protagonist of the film is an unknown character. We cannot guarantee the box office success of such a character. I've made many movies before, and I used only newcomers. Didn't they all become famous? Stephen Chow said angrily. Master Xing, personally, I like your films very much, but you are old now, and this era is no longer the era you once were in. Manager Zhang said coldly. Bullshit. Although Stephen Chow doesn't make movies anymore, his foundation is still there. He is a guarantee of box office success.
Yi Chen said, unable to bear it any longer. Stephen Chow was his childhood idol, and now he admires his dedication to movies even more, so he doesn't allow anyone to mock him. Who are you? Is there any place for you to speak here? Mr. Xing's expression changed slightly. Chen, don't get excited. I have something to say slowly. Manager Zhang looked at Yi Chen with disdain. Master Xing, since you have this attitude, we don't have to talk. If it was 10 years ago, it would be easy for you to get a loan, but now. I can only apologize. After hearing this, Master Xing's face looked a little ugly. His face twitched slightly. That he was once a guarantee of box office success, and any movie he starred in would basically be a big hit. Later he focused on directing and made several films which became quite popular, but in the past 2 years, he did have 2 movies fail in a row. That is why he is working so hard to make this movie a success. But if the loan cannot be obtained, the filming of this drama will have to be stopped. There was a hint of disappointment and helplessness in Master Xing's eyes. Forget it, Chen. I'll find a way to sell the house. I must make this movie. Stephen Chow sighed. In fact, Yi Chen could pay for the filming of this movie, but he had to vent his anger on behalf of Stephen Chow. Who is the biggest leader here? Yi Chen asked lightly. Manager Zhang said, I am the person in charge here. Do you have anything else to do? If not, please leave. I am very busy. Yi Chen glanced at the label on Manager Zhang's clothes and said calmly, You are just a deputy manager, right? Let your general manager come to see me. You are not qualified. You. Manager Zhang suddenly laughed. Boy, don't think you're so great just because you filmed a few movies. Don't be an unknown actor like you. Even those big directors and big stars have to behave properly in front of me. Manager Zhang said arrogantly. Really? Yi Chen smiled jokingly. Tell your general manager that I'm the guarantor for this play. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Manager Zhang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. So you are the lead actor of this drama. Let me tell you, if it was a popular star, we might have approved this loan. But because of you, the filming of the entire drama cannot be completed. What qualifications do you have to be a guarantor? Manager Zhang said coldly. Master Xing pulled Yi Chen and said, Chen is fine, let's think of a way. After all, Stephen Chow understands that banks are the big guys, and if you offend them, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Yi Chen said, Don't worry, Mr. Xing, I will definitely get this loan. After hearing what Yi Chen said, Manager Zhang looked down on him. That he is in charge of credit and no one can get a loan without his approval unless the manager comes forward, and based on Yi Chen's attitude, Manager Zhang has already decided that no matter who comes forward, he will not lend them a loan. Then, Yi Chen made a call. Is this Mr. Li? Hello, Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Chen originally acquired 35% of the shares of Huagua Bank and was the bank's major shareholder. Even Yi Chen's words could directly dismiss him from his position as manager, so how could he dare not be disrespectful? Mr. Li, you are such a big shot. I don't seem to be qualified to see you as your deputy manager. Chapter 59. Hennessy Poison. Li Ming was frightened when he heard Yi Chen's words. Mr. Yi, where are you? Yi Chen said calmly, I'm in the office of Manager Zhang of your bank. Boss Yi, I'll be there right away. Yi Chen hung up the phone, and Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. Could it be that this Yi Chen knows Mr. Li? Just then, the office door was pushed open with a bang. A middle-aged man rushed in hurriedly. Zhang Tao saw Li Ming and said quickly, Mr. Li, you. However, Li Ming didn't even look at Zhang Tao, and quickly came to Yi Chen. Boss Yi, I am negligent in my work, please forgive me. Zhang Tao opened his eyes wide and was stunned for a moment. Stephen Chow was also stunned for a moment. Li Ming was the general manager of the Shanghai branch of Huagua Bank. With this identity, all the bigwigs in the circle want to curry favor with him. Last time at the cocktail party, Stephen Chow specifically toasted Li Ming together with the investors. This guy was very arrogant at that time. What Master Xing didn't expect was that this arrogant guy would act like a grandson in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen said calmly, Boss Li, Manager Zhang, I am not qualified to see you. It seems that you are quite impressive. Li Ming was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and glared at Zhang Tao fiercely. Boss Yi, I didn't know you were coming, otherwise I would have come to the door to greet you in person. Seeing Li Ming acting like a pug in front of Yi Chen, Zhang Tao was also confused. Li Ming is the general manager of the Shanghai branch.
Even the big businessmen have to give him some respect when they see him. Why are they so afraid of this young man? Suddenly a name flashed through his mind.
Yi Chen.
By the way, the protagonist of this drama is called Yi Chen. Zheng Tao suddenly remembered that a mysterious young man had recently acquired 35% of Huagua Bank's shares and became the largest private shareholder. That person is also called Yi Chen. No way. Could he be the mysterious major shareholder? Zhang Tao's face suddenly turned ugly, and now he finally understood why Li Ming was so respectful to Yi Chen. There is only one possibility, that Yi Chen is the company's major shareholder. Zhang Tao took a
deep breath and his face turned pale instantly.
Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the major shareholder.
I was wrong, please forgive me.
Zhang Tao came to his senses, hurried to Yi Chen, bowed and apologized. Master Xing was also stunned when he saw the two arrogant bank executives in front of him acting like grandsons in front of Yi Chen. Who on earth is Yi Chen that could make two bank executives be so respectful in front of him?
Isn't it true that a film with you and I as the protagonists has no investment value? Yi Chen said indifferently. How is that possible? The movies you starred in must be classics.
Zhang Tao said with a pale face.
Oh, so how much do you plan to borrow, Mr. Zhang? Yi Chen said lightly. Mr. Yi, whatever you want is fine. Zhang Tao wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yi Chen said calmly, Master Xing is a person who truly loves movies.
We should support such artists.
Zhang Tao nodded continuously. Mr. Yi is right. Mr. Yi is really far-sighted.
Yi Chen did not make things difficult for Zhang Tao. Although Zhang Tao was a little arrogant, he was still serious about his work. To be honest, if Yi Chen had not seen this movie in his previous life and knew it would be a big hit, he would not have the confidence that this movie would be a hit. Yi Chen and Xing Yi left the bank, and the two executives respectfully escorted Yi Chen to the door. Li Ming personally opened the car door for Yi Chen, and Zhang Tao stood beside him like a guard. Sitting in the car, Stephen Chow still felt a little
unreal. Yi Chen, you are so awesome. Master Xing couldn't help but say.
Sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Xing.
Yi Chen said. I didn't expect that you are the real boss.
Just from the conversation, Master Xing already knew Yi Chen's identity. The major shareholder of Huagua Bank is simply a giant. Even now, Master Xing and Yi Chen were speaking cautiously.
Master Xing, you should just treat me as the Yi Chen from before. There is no need to be so polite between us.
Many of the characters I play in movies are very pretentious, but none of them are as pretentious as you. Stephen Chow said with a wry smile.
Really?
Thank you, Mr. Xing, for the compliment.
Yi Chen, you have so much money, why do you still want to make movies? Stephen Chow asked curiously. Because of passion. Yi Chen thought for a moment and responded. Love.
Stephen Chow suddenly felt like he had met a close friend. In fact, isn't he the same? He has stopped acting due to his age, but continues to work in the film industry as a director because of his love for movies. Just now he almost sold his villa in order to make a movie. This kind of love is something that others cannot understand. Yi Chen sent Master Xing to the villa, and Master Xing smiled faintly and said, The old rules are 5-star reviews, right?
Thank you, Master Xing.
Yi Chen said. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-star rating. Activating the third rating star, 35, and rewarding the Hennessy Poison GT sports car. Another supercar. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. His Pagani costs about 30 million, but this Hennessy Venetian is more than twice as expensive as that sports car and is worth 70 million. The Viper GT can produce 1,200 horsepower.
The entire car is made of carbon fiber.
It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.4 seconds and has a top speed of 440 km/h. It is one of the fastest sports cars in the world. The most important thing is that this brand of sports cars only produces a few a year, so you can't buy it even if you have money. Yi Chen parked the Pagani in the parking lot. By this time, he had already spotted the cool Hennessy Venom in the hotel parking lot. This time, there were many people surrounding the Poison.
Wow, what kind of sports car is this? How cool! This car is so cool.
Oh my god, I just checked, this car is called Hennessy Poison and costs over 70 million.
It's a sports car worth over 70 million. Let's stay away from it. If we accidentally scratch it, hundreds of thousands of dollars will be gone. Damn, this car is parked next to mine. I'm so nervous.
Yi-Chen walked over and saw a beauty with a score of over 80 taking a selfie. Seeing Yi-Chen staring at her, the beauty became unhappy.
Hey, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Yi-Chen was speechless.
This woman was too narcissistic.
Is an 80-point beauty?
Even the women around him who scored 90 points are not pleasing to him, let alone 80 points.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at my sports car. Your sports car?
The beauty suddenly heard the key words.
Handsome guy, this sports car is yours. Can you tell me what you do?
The beauty was very excited when she heard this.
I'm a DD driver. Yi-Chen said seriously. DD driver, is this poison car yours? The 80-point beauty was stunned at first, and then suddenly couldn't help laughing. Chapter 60, A True Wealthy Family. Fuck, are men nowadays so shameless? A DD driver dares to claim to be the owner of a sports car worth 70 million? The beauty looked at Yi-Chen jokingly. Hey, man, do you know what this car is called? Hennessy Poison, more than 70 million?
You can't earn that much even if you deliver couriers for several lifetimes. Yi-Chen smiled faintly, took out the key from his pocket and pressed it lightly. I'm sorry, but I don't think I need to earn it because it already belongs to me. Under the stunned gazes of the people, Yi-Chen got into the driver's seat of the poison car. With the roar of the sports car, Yi-Chen disappeared into the night, leaving everyone confused. Fuck, is Didi brother so awesome now? Driving a 70 million sports car to run Didi? Yi-Chen drove straight to the Magic City Public Security Bureau. He has already made an appointment with Joe Susu to have dinner together. Now that I have a new car, of course I have to pick up girls. A cool Lamborghini is parked in front of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. A young man in an Emmanuel suit stood proudly in front of the car. He also held a bouquet of flowers in his hand.
Joe Susu glanced downstairs and frowned. This guy is a rich second generation who was kidnapped by gangsters. A month ago. Joe Susu rushed into the room and subdued the gangsters.
From then on, this rich second generation has been sticking to her. Send flowers downstairs. Saving the rich second generation is her duty, but she has no good intentions towards them. She also formally told the other party that there would be no future between the two of them. However, this rich second generation is thicker skinned than tree bark, and now he is blocking the entrance of her workplace waiting for her.
Susu, you are so lucky.
I heard that Zhang Han's family is in real estate and has made hundreds of millions.
Policewoman Chen Dao said. That has nothing to do with me.
You didn't seize such a good opportunity to marry into a wealthy family.
If it were me, I would have gone on a date a long time ago. If you like it, I'll give it to you for free. I have so many cases on hand, how can I have the time?
Joe Susu frowned as she looked at the information in her hand. Policewoman Chen also sighed. Liwana was my favorite star, it's a pity that she died like this.
Joe Susu also frowned. Several suspects have been interrogated and the evidence has been tested, but there are no results.
At this time, music suddenly sounded downstairs. Susu, I love you. Susu, give me a chance. Hearing the noise outside, Joe Susu became furious. She was already upset because of the case, and now the rich second generation was making trouble outside. How could she not be angry? Joe Susu went downstairs and came to the door. Seeing Joe Susu, Zheng Han was very excited. He knelt on one leg in front of Joe Susu with flowers in his hand. Susu, marry me. Then, Zheng Han took out a ring from his arms. A lot of people had gathered at the entrance of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, and everyone was stunned when they saw the diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg, especially some girls' eyes were shining.
This girl is so lucky. If it were me, I would definitely accept it.
He has a luxury car, he's rich, and he's good looking too. The girl will definitely accept him. Marry him, marry him. Even many people around started shouting. Joe Susu's face was as cold as ice. She said coldly, get out of here right now, or I will arrest you for disturbing public order.
Zheng Han was not angry after hearing this.
Instead, he raised his hands with a happy look on his face and said, Susu, please handcuff me.
I am willing to be your prisoner for the rest of my life. Joe Susu almost vomited.
She even regretted that she should not have saved him in the first place. It would have been better to let the kidnappers kill him directly if the people around started to make a noise.
Beautiful lady, marry him. He is so handsome and rich. How wonderful. That's right, where can you find such a rich bachelor? Just get married, girl.
Lamborghini, pigeon egg diamond ring, so happy, girl, don't miss the opportunity.
Catch him. Catch him. Catch him.
Several of Zheng Han's lackeys started shouting rhythmically. At this time, more and more people gathered at the gate of the Magic City, and Zhou Susu's face became more and more ugly. She intended to take Zheng Han to the police station, but that was exactly what the other party wanted. Just when she was at a loss, accompanied by a beast-like roar, a cool sports car did a beautiful tailspin and stopped in front of Zhou Susu.
Zheng Han was kneeling in front of Zhou Susu waiting for her response.
When he felt the smoke and dust flying around, choking him and causing him to cough violently.
Who parked the car in the wrong place?
The romantic atmosphere he had created with great difficulty was completely messed up by Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked out of the car and looked at Zheng Han, who was kneeling on one leg, and Zhou Susu, who had a livid face, and he immediately understood everything.
Susu, I'm sorry I'm late. Who is this idiot kneeling on the ground? Idiot. Zheng Han almost went crazy. He stood up suddenly. Who are you?
Yi Chen smiled faintly. I am Susu's boyfriend. Where did you come from? I am. Zheng Han was about to respond when he realized that there was something wrong with Yi Chen's words. When Zhou Susu heard that Yi Chen was her boyfriend, her pretty face blushed slightly, but she glared at Yi Chen without saying anything. After all, Yi Chen helped her out. Seeing another handsome guy suddenly appear, the spectators became even more excited.
Fuck, this guy is so handsome.
And the sports car this guy drives seems to be much better than a Lamborghini.
You're kidding, don't you recognize it? I've seen this car online.
The poison costs over 70 million, and that Lamborghini is only over 10 million.
No wonder the policewoman looked down on him. In front of her boyfriend, he is just a scumbag.
Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Zheng Han's face turned ashen with anger.
Do you understand first come first served? I was obviously here first. Yi Chen sneered. Are you as handsome as me? Are you as cool as me? Do you drive as luxurious a car as me?
Zheng Han was suddenly speechless. It was true that Yi Chen was much more handsome than him. In terms of Yi Chen's suit and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, he is far better than Yi Chen. As for cars, his Lamborghini is just an entry-level one, while others' Vengeance is one of the top 3 luxury cars in the world.
Yi Chen patted Zheng Han on the shoulder and said, hey, next time you show off, drive a better car. The entry-level watch costs at least $1 million. This green submariner is too cool. Zheng Han took a deep breath. Susu, I really love you. I know you are not a materialistic girl, right?
Zhou Susu looked at Zheng Han and said calmly, I'm sorry, I'm very materialistic.
You are not qualified to pursue me. Don't come again.
How could Zhou Susu miss such a good opportunity to get rid of the dogskin plaster? Zheng Han looked at the handsome Yi Chen, and then at the awesome Hennessy Venomed. He never dreamed that he would lose to the person he was most proud of. Although he was unwilling, Zheng Han stomped his feet, got into the sports car dejectedly and drove away.
Fuck, this guy is so handsome.
I just thought that guy was quite generous, but it turns out this group is the real rich and powerful.
The guy is so handsome and the girl is so beautiful, I feel like they are a perfect match.
Zhou Susu listened to the discussions around her and her pretty face turned red.
Chapter 61, God-level reasoning. Zhou Susu dragged Yi Chen into the Demon City Public Security Bureau. Yi Chen, I'm afraid I can't go to dinner with you tonight.
I have a difficult case on hand.
Oh, it's okay. By the way, can you tell me about the case and see if I can help you solve it? Yi Chen suddenly remembered his reasoning plus 9999. His reasoning ability should be as good as Conan's now.
Maybe he can solve the case. Zhou Susu was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. Wasn't it Yi Chen who helped solve Zhang Dong's case last time? Zhou Susu said, okay, come with me.
Yi Chen followed Zhou Susu to the office. Seeing Yi Chen, Chen was stunned.
Sister Susu, no matter how much my Zheng Han pursued you, you just ignored him. It turns out that you already have your true love. You little bitch, if you keep talking nonsense I'll tear your mouth apart.
This guy is my friend.
He helped me solve the case. Zhou Susu said with a red face. Zhou Susu and Yi Chen briefly reviewed the case. There are now 3 suspects. One was a food delivery chef who had plenty of time to commit the crime, but he had no conflict with Li Wanner and had no motive to commit the crime. The second one is Li Wanner's assistant.
The two have been in conflict recently over contract issues.
Before the incident, the assistant made a cup of coffee for Li Wanner. She is the most suspicious one. The third one is the assistant director. After our investigation, we found an indecent video between assistant director Fang Hua and Li Wanner in her mobile phone. And according to the WeChat chat records we retrieved, Li Wanner had been using this video to threaten Fang Hua to give her more scenes. The two had an affair, and Li Wanner had been forcing Fang Hua to divorce, so she is also a key suspect. The fourth one is the second female lead in the play.
The two of them are in the same entertainment company. Because of Li Wanner's joining, she changed from the first female lead to the second female lead. However, she did not have the time and opportunity to commit the crime, so she has been ruled out. Yi Chen looked at the information of the 3 people and had already made an inference in his mind. Just then a middle-aged man walked in. The man was tall and strong, with a weathered look on his face, yet still a bit handsome. There's been a breakthrough in the case. The suspect is Assistant Director Fang Hua. The man said confidently after entering the house. Fang Hua? Zhou Susu was stunned for a moment. Yes, it's him.
According to investigation, Fang Hua bought potassium cyanate the day before, and he has a very obvious motive for committing the crime, so we can conclude that it is him. Zhou Susu said, according to the investigation, Fang Hua gave Li Wanner potato chips at that time.
Could it be that it was in the potato chips? Smart.
Ren Ping showed a gratified smile on his face. He saw Yi Chen, who was sitting next to him, frowned out. Why Yi Chen is so handsome, and Ren Ping has always liked Zhou Susu. So seeing such a handsome man with Zhou Susu, he was very unhappy. The most important thing is that Yi Chen gave him a sense of crisis.
Who is this? This is my friend.
He helped solve Zhang Dong's case last time.
I'm going to ask him to give it a try this time. Nonsense, do you think you're in a movie? Can anyone solve the case just by opening their mouth?
Ren Ping became famous overnight.
Moreover, the information we are handling the case is all confidential.
Zhou Susu, you are violating work discipline, do you understand?
Ren Ping continued sternly. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat tense.
Ren Ping, who had always been gentle to Zhou Susu, got angry for the first time. Zhou Susu was also frightened and didn't dare to say a word. Yi Chen stood up and looked at Ren Ping. It's true that I'm not a policeman, but I can solve the case, and your direction of investigation is completely wrong. The murderer is not Fang Hua, but someone else.
What?
Yi Chen's words caused the office to fall into silence again. Ren Ping is known as a detective in the police station, and his crime-solving rate is an astonishing 98%, and in the police station, no one dared to question him. But now, Yi Chen actually openly admitted that Ren Ping's direction of handling the case was wrong and that the criminal suspect he identified was wrong. Ren Ping was also stunned for a moment, and then a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Are our approaches to handling the case wrong? Have we targeted the wrong suspect? Well, then tell me who the real criminal is.
Ren Ping said coldly. Everyone looked at Yi Chen.
Where did this guy come from? How dare he question Captain Ren?
I think he's watched this detective too much.
He thinks he's a real detective. There are so many people in our criminal police team. How could the suspect we identified after so much hard work be wrong? This guy is too crazy.
The other detectives looked at Yi Chen with some dissatisfaction. Zhou Susu also looked at Yi Chen nervously. After all, this result was determined by the criminal police team based on investigations and interviews as well as all the clues. But how could Yi Chen identify the suspect just by looking at the case transcript? Yi Chen raised his lips and said, Your Fang Hua is a criminal, but from the transcript, it can be seen that the potato chips Fang Hua gave to Li Wanner were given by the staff on the set. The packaging was sealed, and then Fang Hua opened it directly and gave the potato chips to the deceased.
He didn't have time to poison the victim at all.
After hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was shocked. That's right, they all watched the surveillance video at that time, just like Yi Chen's.
But if he was not the murderer, why did he buy potassium cyanide? Ren Ping asked. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Is the person he bought potassium cyanide to kill really Li Wanner? You mean the person Fang Hua wants to kill is his wife? Joe Susu's eyes lit up. Ye Chen nodded and said, "It is very likely that although Li Wanner's assistants are not on good terms, they have not yet reached the point of life and death, so the real murderer is the second female lead, Zhou Linlin." Zhou Linlin? Ren Ping suddenly laughed after hearing Yi Chen's analysis. "Yi Chen, your reasoning ability is indeed good. It's a good detective story. After our investigation, Zhou Linlin didn't have the time to commit the crime. She was the first one to be ruled out. Yes, according to our investigation, Zhou Linlin and Li Wanner have a very good relationship." "How could it be her?" another criminal police officer also questioned. "Okay, don't waste our time. Everyone, get ready and arrest Fang Hua." Ren Ping said impatiently. Ye Chen said calmly, "According to the transcript, the assistant once said that before filming, Zhou Linlin had borrowed Li Wanner's lipstick, right?" "Lipstick?" Everyone was stunned. "That's right, their focus has always been on what Li Wanner ate and drank before filming, and the lipstick was indeed overlooked by them. Could the poison be on the lipstick?" Everyone was shocked. However, Ren Ping suddenly laughed. "Do you think we policemen are just here to do nothing? When we tested all of Rao's belongings, there was no poison on the lipstick." As expected of Captain Ren, he pays attention to such details. Everyone shook their heads. Although Yi Chen's analysis was correct, there was no poison in the lipstick, so Zhou Linlin could be ruled out. Ren Ping was like a victorious general. "Do you have anything good to say now?" Yi Chen smiled and said confidently, "My inference is not wrong, the murderer is Zhou Linlin." Ren Ping was stunned. Zhou Susu was stunned. The other detectives were also stunned. "The lipstick has been tested, so what evidence does this guy have to prove that Zhou Linlin is the murderer?" Chapter 62. A mysterious mantle. The detective's eyes fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen said calmly, "There are two key people in this case, Fang Hua and Zhou Linlin. First of all, Fang Hua and Li Wanner did have a love affair, but Fang Hua also had another lover, Zhou Linlin. The reason Zhou Linlin rose so quickly was largely due to Fang Hua, as can be seen from the directors of the two films Zhou Linlin starred in. But after Li Wanner joined the company, everything changed." Yi Chen paused and continued, "Li Wanner is better than Zhou Linlin in both appearance and scheming, so she not only took away Zhou Linlin's resources, but also took away Zhou Linlin's backing. From then on, she could only be the second person in the company and was always stepped on by Li Wanner. Of course Zhou Linlin hated Li Wanner and even more than Fang Hua, so she directed this play. She first told Fang Hua's wife about Li Wanner and Fang Hua, which caused Fang Hua's family conflicts to escalate and made Fang Hua want to kill his wife. On the other hand, she instigated Li Wanner to make Fang Hua confront his wife. In the last step, she spit potassium cyanide on her lipstick during the filming of a movie, causing Li Wanner to die on the set. With Li Wanner's death, Fang Hua would become the most suspected person. She was very smart and arranged everything in a chain, so that some idiots really took the bait. Idiot. Upon hearing these two words, the police at the scene twitched their lips. Everyone knows who the idiot is. The office is full of experienced criminal police, and many of them are veteran detectives who have handled hundreds of cases. Hearing Yi Chen's reasoning, the detectives were all stunned. It's well reasoned and very logical. Ren Ping snorted coldly, "Your reasoning is indeed very convincing. But where is the evidence? How do you explain that there is no potassium cyanide on the lipstick?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Chen again. It's true that evidence is needed to solve a case. No matter how fancy your reasoning is, without the crucial evidence, everything is just empty talk. There is no evidence, everything is just your imagination. That's right, you can write reasoning, but you are not qualified to handle cases. Ren Ping snorted coldly. The other detectives also shook their heads secretly. Yi Chen's reasoning is very brilliant, but we can't just arrest people based on his reasoning. Of course there is evidence, Yi Chen said calmly. Is there any evidence? Yi Chen's words shocked everyone again. The lipstick has been tested and is not toxic at all. Where is the evidence? Everyone looked at Yi Chen with doubt in their eyes. It's very simple. Zhou Linlin prepared two lipsticks, one was poisonous and the other was not. After she gave the poisonous potassium cyanide lipstick to Li Wanner, she immediately switched the two. You can search the trash can on the set, and you should be able to find the lipstick. Ren Ping's eyes narrowed after hearing this. That's right, if Zhou Linlin committed the crime, this possibility is very high. Search the trash cans on set right now.
Ren Ping immediately gave orders to the police who were still at the scene. 10 minutes later, news came that the lipstick wrapped in paper was found in a trash can on the set. After being sent to the laboratory, it was quickly discovered that the lipstick contained potassium cyanide and that there were fingerprints of Li Wanner and Zhou Linlin on it. Zhou Linlin was arrested, and after interrogation, her analysis was exactly the same as Yi Chen's. The criminal police office was dead silent. Ren Ping was the most embarrassed. If it weren't for Yi Chen, this case might even have become a wrongful conviction.
Yi Chen, thank you.
Ren Ping smiled awkwardly.
It's nothing. It's police-civilian cooperation. This is what I should do.
Yi Chen smiled faintly. The other detectives also looked at Yi Chen with admiration. Why Yi Chen's reasoning ability is so strong that he can restore the case 100%, which is simply amazing. Zhou Susu was very proud. How about it?
Yi Chen is my friend, isn't that awesome? Your friend is your boyfriend, right?
Chen teased. There was laughter in the office. Zhou Susu's pretty face flushed, but she did not refute. Yi Chen also smiled and said, Captain Ren, I have helped you so much, and I need you to do me a favor.
What help?
Ren Ping was stunned.
Give Susu a holiday. She promised to treat me to a meal.
Ren Ping was extremely unwilling, but after all, Yi Chen did help them solve the case, and the brothers in the criminal police team were watching. He had no choice but to nod. Okay, let's leave the follow-up work of the Susu case to others.
Please ask Brother Yi for us. Yes. Thank you, Captain Ren.
Yi Chen and Zhou Susu left the criminal police team. Zhou Susu was excited when she saw Yi Chen's sports car. The Hennessy Venom GT is the fastest car in the world at 270 miles per hour.
How come Yi Chen has such an awesome sports car?
You are very familiar with sports cars,
Yi Chen said with a smile. Of course, I'm a racing fan, and Ferrari Shugu is my idol.
Zhou Susu found a photo in her circle of friends.
Look, this is my best friend.
Her father is a Ferrari dealer. Last time when Shugu came to China for a competition, she took a photo with him and showed it off to us.
I'm so jealous. Zhou Susu looked at the photo with envy. If you like, don't take pictures. It's fine for you to have dinner with him,
Yi Chen said with a smile. Yi Chen is now a major shareholder of Ferrari, so it is very easy for him to meet Brother Shu.
You? Who do you think you are? Brother Shu is the driving god, can you just meet him casually? Zhou Susu rolled his eyes at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly and took out his cell phone. Hello, is this Mr. Wei?
Wei Xiang, director of Ferrari China.
Boss Wei, is Brother Shu in China now? Are you there? We are eating. Oh, where is it?
My friend likes Brother Shu very much and wants to have dinner with him.
We are at the Magic City Hotel, you can come over now. Okay, I'll be there now.
Yi Chen hung up Ling and said to Zhou Susu, I will take you to see Brother Shu now.
Is this true? If you lie to me, I will beat you up. Zhou Susu waved her fist. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Zhou Susu was different from any other girl he knew. She has a very lively personality, sharp eyes, strong momentum, beautiful and cool, very charming. Yi Chen drove the poison and headed straight to the Magic City Hotel. At first, Zhou Susu thought Yi Chen was joking, but when she really arrived at the Magic City Hotel, Zhou Susu was a little confused. No way, does Yi Chen really want to take me to see Brother Shu? Zhou Susu was even more curious about the man next to her. It's an S-level secret. He drives a luxury car worth 70 million and actually runs Didi. And if he wants to see Brother Shu, he can get it done with just one phone call. It's so awesome. Yi Chen parked the car and brought Zhou Susu to the private room in the Wang Hall. After pushing the door open, everyone in the box stood up when they saw Yi Chen. When Zhou Susu saw the person in the middle of the table, she was so shocked that she covered her mouth. It turned out to be his idol Shugu. Hello, Mr. Yi. Please come in, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen was treated like a star and sat in the main seat. Zhou Susu was even more surprised to see that everyone was so respectful to Yi Chen. Even Shugu was standing beside Yi Chen. Yi Chen is really a mysterious man. Chapter 63, Challenging the God of Cars. Mr. Yi, I'm so glad you have come. Wei Xiang said excitedly. Before, Wei Xiang called Yi Chen several times, wanting to invite Yi Chen to dinner, but Yi Chen always refused. This time, Yi Chen was finally invited. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I came here this time because of Brother Shu. My friend is a fan of Brother Shu.
Brother Shu smiled and said, Mr. Yi, if your friend likes it, you can always find me.
I have no problem taking her racing. Really? Zhou Susu shouted excitedly. Of course, we have training in the evening and you can join us. Shu Gu said with a smile. That's great, Brother Shu, can we take a photo together? Zhou Susu said excitedly, no problem. Brother Shu took the initiative to come to Zhou Susu and took a photo with her. Yi Chen smiled faintly when he saw Zhou Susu acting like a fangirl. Zhou Susu posted the photo to her moments. I'm having dinner with Shu Gu tonight, and will be training with Shu Gu later. Oh Gu. As soon as this circle of friends was posted, it immediately went viral. Susu, you actually had dinner with Brother Shu, that's awesome. Can I have an autograph? Shu Gu is so handsome, and Susu is also very beautiful. The circle of friends is filled with voices of praise from friends. However, there is a message from a fan of Shu Shin below that really catches the eye. TSK, this picture must be photoshopped. I heard that Brother Shu had dinner with Ferrari executives tonight. How could he have dinner with her? Some people have no bottom line when it comes to showing off. A photoshopped picture? This is too bad. I thought it was real, but it turned out to be photoshopped. Susu, you are so unkind. Zhou Susu was unhappy when she saw the message, who photoshopped this picture. I have to go to the training ground with Shu Gu later. Shushin fans, okay, we are waiting for Shu Ji's autograph at the training ground. Waiting for you. After turning off the phone, Zhou Susu snorted coldly, just wait and see how I'm going to slap you in the face. Yi Chen, thank you for making my dream come true. Zhou Susu said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. I also had an idol when I was young, but unfortunately I never had the chance to meet him. Who is your idol? Zhou Susu asked. Yi Chen thought about it, with a look of aftertaste in his eyes. Her name is Sora Aoi. Sora Korai? Zhou Susu was stunned for a moment. There is no beauty in this world, but in her past life, she was the dream of many men. After dinner, Yi Chen drove to the Magic City racing circuit. Zhou Susu was almost excited to death looking at the cool Ferrari racing cars. Yi Chen became interested in watching the racing cars, and he remembered his god-level driving skills. It's a good time to give it a try. Wei Xiang said with some concern, Mr. Yi, the speed of the car is too fast. You have not received professional training. I am afraid, it's okay, I've driven it before. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Shu Gu smiled and said, it's okay, I can slow it down. Yi Chen and Shu Gu each drove an F1 car and stopped on the track. Many people feel that this game is just a game. Who is Shu Gu, the world's racing king? Even if Yi Chen has driven an F1 car before, it was at best an entry-level one. If Yi Chen wasn't a major shareholder of Ferrari, why would Brother Shu lower himself to race with him? At the racetrack, a host is broadcasting live among the crowd. I have good news for everyone. Shu Shin is going to race with someone. This person seems unfamiliar. He doesn't look like a racing driver. It seems like there is no suspense in this game. Someone is challenging Shu Shin? Are you kidding? I feel like he's Chinese. Is he looking for trouble? I really admire this guy's courage. He dared to race with Shu Shin. I bet you $10 that he'll be left behind so quickly that he can't even see his taillights. The comments were all full of ridicule for this ignorant young Chinese man. Almost all the people who come here to watch the live broadcast are fans of Shu Shin. In their eyes, Shu Shin is unbeatable. An amateur driver challenging the god of racing. Is that crazy? Zhou Susu stood in front of the two cars and threw the handkerchief in her hand into the air. Boom, accompanied by the roar of F1 cars, the two cars rushed out quickly. It started. Look, two cars are rushing out together. The anchor pointed the camera at the racetrack. Hey, this car seems to have a pretty good start. Fuck, host, are you sure this is an amateur driver? This start seems to be no worse than Shu Shin's. I can't be seeing things. It looks like the young Chinese guy is in the lead. This start is simply at the god level, not even inferior to Brother Shu. As soon as Yi Chen took action, he surprised everyone. Brother Shu didn't consider Yi Chen as his opponent at the beginning, but he lost half a body length at the beginning. As a driving legend, how could he fall behind others? So he started to speed up, but the sad thing is that Yi Chen's driving skills are too amazing. Shu Gu even tried his best,
but after a few turns the gap between the two sides not only did not decrease but became larger. The Ferrari executives and some team members who were watching the game were all stunned. How is this possible? Brother Shu actually fell behind. As the track champion, Shugo has never fallen behind others. Moreover, the speed of both cars was extremely fast. Brother Shu obviously tried his best, however, the distance between the two cars was getting bigger and bigger. The racetrack was dead silent. At this point, the host had forgotten about the live broadcast and was staring blankly at the two speeding F1 cars on the track. On the live streaming platform, those fans went even crazier.
Fuck, I didn't see it wrong. The one leading is actually an amateur driver. Is that driver Chinese? How come he's so awesome? Did Shushin let him do this on purpose? How is that possible? Didn't you see how fast the two cars were going? Who is the Chinese who can't drive? Come out for a walk. Everyone was stunned by this scene, especially the professional drivers were completely dumbfounded. Is this an amateur driver? He is a god-level racer. They even had a terrifying feeling that Yi Chen's strength was above Shushin's. Zhou Susu was also stunned when she saw Yi Chen's car leading the way. Yi Chen is actually ahead of Brother Shu. Boom boom boom. Two cars rushed across the zebra crossing one after the other. The recorder was almost dumbfounded looking at the stopwatch in his hand. 1 minute 28 seconds to 38. Yi Chen actually broke the single lap record that Shugo had just set. The host went crazy when he saw this result. Guess what I saw? This young man actually broke Shushin's fastest lap record of 1 minute 28.238 seconds. That's amazing.
Damn, I thought I was a bronze player, but I turned out to be a king.
That's awesome. He actually beat Shushin. The most important thing is that he is from China.
The fans in the live broadcast room went crazy.
Chapter 64. 10 sets of Thompson first grade rewards. Over the years, China has not produced such a great driver among F1 teams. The best result is still dozens of places away. Today, a Chinese man actually broke the fastest lap record of the god of cars and also beat Shushin. How can Chinese car fans not be crazy? They have even seen the birth of a car god belonging to China. The two cars stopped after passing the buffer. Shugu excitedly took off his helmet and walked towards Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I have never admired anyone, but today I am impressed by your driving skills. There was thunderous applause at the scene. These were all professional drivers, and their applause was for Yi Chen. Yi Chen's driving skills conquered everyone. Zhou Susu was also completely stunned. Yi Chen actually won and defeated Shushin. This completely impossible thing actually happened. The anchor excitedly asked, Mr. Yi, were you a racing driver before? Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not a racing driver, but I drive often. I'm a DD driver. DD driver. Everyone at the scene was shocked. On the live streaming platform, the audience was even more confused. What, DD driver? The DD driver beat the car god in 1 second? How is that possible? Did I hear correctly? Are DD drivers so awesome? You are obviously a king of driving skills. You drive DD. Shushin, who was standing next to him, looked even more dazed. DD driver, Mr. Yi, is this your first time driving an F1 car? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, it's the first time. Luckily you let me, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself. Brother Shu smiled bitterly. Mr. Yi, you just broke my record. Your strength is above mine. Yi Chen showed an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, I was actually running slower just now, but I couldn't stop. What? The people at the scene were shocked again. Netizens on the live streaming platform went even crazier. Fuck, you're still holding it and running away. Is this human language? You're really forcing God. You broke Shushin's record. You're just running away. It's running so fast even if it's retracted. If it's not retracted, it will fly into the sky. Shushin was even more surprised. This is when Yi Chen was running at a slow speed. If he had let go of the speed, what a horrible result he would have achieved. Mr. Yi, please join our team. The two of us will definitely become a legend in the history of F1 racing. Shushin said seriously. Yi Chen shook his head. Actually, being a DD driver is pretty good. I don't like driving fast, and I don't like driving alone. It's more romantic when two people drive together. The live broadcast room exploded again. That's true. I also like driving with two people. Damn, it's a waste of talent for a racing god like him not to run F1. With your driving skills, please don't steal our Didi driver's business, okay?
Soon, the news that the Didi driver defeated the god of cars spread on major racing websites, causing a sensation in the racing world. Mysterious Didi guy defeated the god of cars. The expert Didi driver broke the lap record of the god of cars. Looking for the mysterious Didi boy. Even the live video was uploaded to the internet after the training. Brother Shu personally saw Yi Chen and Zhou Susu off the racing track. When I arrived at the entrance of the training ground, I suddenly heard the fans shouting, Brother Shu, Brother Shu. Zhou Susu looked at a girl outside the fence. It was Kong Min, a fan of Shushin, who questioned her own photo editing in the circle of friends. Seeing Zhou Susu next to Shushin, Kong Min was completely dumbfounded. She just took a photo at the beginning, but now Zhou Susu and Shushin are chatting and laughing like friends. Just now I saw Susu and Shushin chatting together. I'm so envious that I can be friends with Shushin. Where is the person who just said the photo was photoshopped? Should he apologize to Susu? Kong Min took a long time to post a picture. I'm sorry Susu, that photo is real, and I apologize.
Zhou Susu looked at the messages on her circle of friends and felt extremely happy. Thank you everyone, but now I have become a fan. I have a new idol.
Yi Chen drove the poison car in the night.
Yi Chen, thank you. I am so happy today. Of course I'm happy to see my idol. Yi Chen said. But now, my idol is not Shushin anymore. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Who is that? Guess. Zhou Susu smiled and got out of the car. 5-star review, right, Didi boy? Zhou Susu said jokingly. Thank you.
Yi Chen waved while sitting in the car. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the 4th praise star, April 5th, and rewarding 10 sets of 767 duplexes in Thompson-Epine. I think this reward is pretty awesome. The value of 1 unit of Tangchen-Epine is about 200 million yuan, and 10 units will be 2 billion yuan. Yi Chen called his father.
Dad, don't you always like to see the scenery of the Pujiang River? I have a suite here. If you get tired of your villa, you can live here. The transportation here is convenient. You can go to any place for fun by the subway. What property? Tumsun 1 is a 767 square meter duplex.
On the other end of the phone, all the aunts and uncles were at Yi Chen's house.
Xiaochen is a really promising child.
Look how magnificent this villa is, said the uncle with envy.
That's right. I've always felt that Xiaochen is a promising kid.
I'd be content if I could live in a villa like this in my lifetime. Yi Zhang said, Hey, Xiaochen asked me to move. Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Zhang's words.
What happened to Yi Chen? Is he bankrupt? The uncle asked hurriedly. I heard that the economy is in a downturn now. Is your business going to be bad?
Second uncle also looked expectant. Because of Yi Chen's sudden rise, everyone in the Yi family was very jealous of Yi Chen's family with a duplex villa and luxury cars to drive them around. The old couple is living a life like gods. When the relatives heard Yi Zhang say that he was going to move, they all looked expectant. After all, they used to step on Yi Chen's family, but now Yi Chen's family has become an unattainable wealthy family. Although they say nice things, they really hope that Yi Chen will go bankrupt. From the bottom of their hearts, relatives all hope that you are not as good as them. When you are not as good as them, your relatives will step on you. When you are better than them, they hope that you will be in trouble. Yi Zhang smiled and said, No, Xiaochen's business is doing well. My child knows that I like to see the scenery of the Huangpu River, so he just bought us a house. I think it's called Thompson-Epine.
Tangchen-Epine?
Upon hearing this name, all the relatives of the Yi family were dumbfounded. This is the most expensive house in Shanghai. 1 unit costs more than 200 million.
Oh my, Xiaochen is such an amazing kid. You two old people are so blessed. Thinking of my disappointing son, I am so angry that he has to ask me to prepare a wedding room for him now. Your Xiaochen is doing so well, you should take good care of our Xiaotao in the future.
Hearing that Yi Chen not only did not go bankrupt, but also bought a Tangchen-Epine villa worth more than 200 million yuan, all the relatives became bootlickers again. 1 house was given to his parents, 1 house was kept for himself, and Yi Chen decided to rent out the other 8 houses. After thinking about it, he called Lin Shanshan. Chapter 65. Pick Me Up. Yi Chen called Lin Shanshan and said, Shanshan, I have 8 houses in Thompson.
Please help me find a friend in the real estate agency to rent them out. No problem, Brother Yi, you are so awesome.
You own 8 Thompson houses at once.
It's so luxurious. Lin Shanshan exclaimed. It's troublesome to have too many houses. You have to collect rent for them. You can just help me rent out these houses.
You can transfer the money directly to me later and you can keep 10% commission. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Shanshan was stunned. A house in Tangshan costs 2 million yuan a year, and 8 houses cost 16 million yuan, so she can earn 1.6 million yuan this year.
Brother Chen, what does this mean? Do you want to support me?
Lin Shanshan began to imagine. After settling the renting issue, Yi Chen drove to Thompson to look at houses when his cell phone rang.
Hello, are you the owner of the car with license plate number A1698? Yeah, what's up?
Your Xiaoli has been parked here for a long time.
Can you move it? Okay, I'll be right there.
In fact, Yi Chen could have just thrown away the broken Xiaoli car, but after all, the car had been with him for 2 or 3 years and he had developed feelings for it. Originally Yi Chen was not short of money, so staying to watch was also a way of thinking. Why Yi Chen parked his car downstairs of Thompson first floor, and then took a taxi in his Xiaoli car. The Xiaoli car has not been driven for half a month and is covered in dust. Why Yi Chen wiped the car, then drove the broken Xiaoli home. Just then, he
heard a piece of news on the radio.
Internal data of many companies in our city were stolen by unknown hackers, and the technology was sold to foreign companies. Now the police have set up a special investigation team to investigate cases of hacker theft of data and are soliciting clues from the public.
Damn, this hacker is too rampant. He actually stole other people's information and sold it to foreign companies.
He is simply a modern traitor. It's a pity that Yi Chen's computer skills are limited to playing games and killing viruses.
As for hacking, Yi Chen doesn't understand it at all.
Yi Chen called Su Wani and said, Wani, I just heard that many companies in China have been hacked by hackers.
Is your company okay? Our company was also hacked. Our core technology was stolen by hackers.
The other party asked for 20 million yuan, otherwise they would leak the information.
Don't transfer money yet, the police are involved now.
But the other party only gave us 8 hours, and now there are 4 hours left. Oh, I'll call my friend at the Public Security Bureau. Yi Chen's cell phone rang just as he hung up. The call was from Zhou Susu.
Yi Chen, can you come back to pick me up? I'm going to the airport to pick up an expert from the Ministry of Public Security. I've been drinking tonight and can't drive. Okay, no problem.
Yi Chen had just hung up the phone when he heard a bang. It turned out that when changing lanes, he accidentally hit a Honda in the Honda car. Chao Chen was startled to see that the door had been dented by the Xiaoli. Chao Chen opened the car door immediately. You know, this car has been with her for 3 years and she drove it very carefully. But today it was hit by a broken Xiaoli.
How could she not be angry?
How do you drive? Chao Chen rushed out of the car and shouted angrily. Why Yi Chen opened the car door and got out. When Chao Chen saw Yi Chen, she was stunned.
Why is this handsome guy so handsome? In an instant, the anger just now disappeared without a trace. Why Yi Chen said awkwardly, Excuse me, beautiful lady. I'm a DD driver. I just took an order and accidentally did it. I'm fully responsible. I'm willing to compensate.
Seeing the car crash, many people gathered around. Poor Didi guy, he got into a car accident and probably has wasted his work this month.
That's right, beautiful lady, why don't you go for insurance? It's not easy for Didi brother.
The Didi driver must be too tired after driving all day, so he can't concentrate.
Beautiful girl, please use insurance and don't let the driver pay for it. Seeing Yi Chen so handsome, the onlookers around spoke well of Yi Chen. Forget it, let's go with insurance.
When Chao Chen saw the handsome Yi Chen, her voice became extremely gentle. For such a handsome boy, she would be willing to bleed even if he even had a car accident or committed fraud. Why Yi Chen hurriedly looked at his watch and said, Beautiful lady, why don't we settle this privately? Chao Chen was now completely conquered by Yi Chen's handsomeness and kept nodding, no problem. She is obsessed with looks and has no immunity to the handsome guy Chao Qian. Now she only has eyes for the handsome guy, and has long forgotten about losing money. Even Chao Qian couldn't help but unbutton the first row of buttons of her shirt, revealing a glimpse of her beauty.
Brother, how do you want to chat privately?
Yi Chen was speechless when he saw the female car owner with peach blossom eyes. Is this woman sick? Even after the car was hit, she could still smile so happily.
Give me an estimate of the price of your car.
Yi Chen said directly, not wanting to waste time. The Honda woman thought about it and said, I've had this car for 3 years. I bought it for 180,000 yuan, so it's worth at least 150,000 yuan now. Yi Chen nodded, okay, let's do this, I'll give you 150,000 and I'll buy the car.
Chao Qian was stunned. Just buy the car?
That's too arrogant. You have to know that she obviously said too much just now. Her car has been crashed several times. Selling it as a used car would at most be worth 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. She would make a lot of money with 150,000 yuan.
You really want to buy my car? Well, I can transfer the money to you right away.
Okay. Chao Qian agreed readily. Yi Chen took out his mobile phone, added Chao Qian's WeChat, and then transferred 150,000 yuan to the other party. The people around were all dumbfounded. Just now they felt sorry for brother Didi, but they didn't expect the plot to be so completely beyond their expectations. The guy actually bought the crashed car. I thought Didi was pitiful, but it turns out I'm the one who's pitiful.
If I'm not mistaken, this Didi guy must be the legendary rich man.
Brother Didi, this is a showdown. He is actually a rich second generation.
I have seen what arrogance means.
Damn, it turns out that Didi brother is so awesome now. Ding, 150,000 has been credited to your bank card. Chao Qian felt it was unreal when she saw the payment notification on her mobile phone. This guy is handsome, but he is also so arrogant. Just now, Yi Chen said he wanted to buy her car, and she thought he was joking. I didn't expect it to be true. It's confirmed. This Didi guy is definitely a rich second generation who was experiencing life. This guy must have bought my car just to get my WeChat ID.
He must be trying to seduce me. Could it be that after waiting for so many years, the wealthy family of my dreams has finally opened up for me? Are the ways that the second generation rich used to pick up girls so arrogant now?
Chao Qian deliberately pulled her clothes to reveal her shoulders. There was hunger in her eyes, as if to say, pick me up, pick me up.
Chapter 66, Hacker Master. Chao Qian threw a coquettish glance at Yi Chen. Handsome boy, did you buy my car because you want to pursue me?
Yi Chen glanced at the other party calmly, a customer who was in a hurry to pick up a car. What the hell? Chao Qian was stunned. Just because you were in a hurry to take a Didi bus, you bought my car out of sheer arrogance. Chao Qian was just being self-indulgent, but her heart was broken when she got this answer. She knew she was overthinking, so she took out the car key and handed it to Yi Chen. Chao Qian looked at Yi Chen lovingly. This car has been with me for 3 years, you must treat it well. Yi Chen ignored Chao Qian's flirting and said coldly, please do me a favor and drive this car directly to the scrap collection station to scrap it. Chao Qian was confused again. A car bought for 150,000 yuan was directly thrown into a scrap collection station. Yi Chen waved his hand and drove away in the broken Xiaoli. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Damn, this is what it means to be rich and willful. Is this the legendary saying that if you have money you can do whatever you want, just because you need to pick up a ride-hailing customer? You buy a car for 150,000 yuan and then throw it directly into a scrap collection station. How much money can you make from one Didi order? Even if you make money from one Didi business, you can't make 150,000. Is this a rich person? Looking at the taillights of the broken Xiaoli, there was a group of people left disheveled in the wind. Yi Chen came to Zhou Susu's door again. Seeing the broken Xiaoli, Zhou Susu was stunned for a moment. Why did you change the car? You have to be low-key and don't like to show off. Zhou Susu glanced at the Patek Philippe watch on Yi Chen's wrist and rolled her eyes at him. It was not until Yi Chen got in the car that he found out that Zhou Susu was approached by a hacker expert named Lu Weiwei, who was specifically responsible for dealing with this hacker case. Yi Chen drove to the airport. When he got off the car, Zhou Susu gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating out of habit. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the 5th praise star, 5/5, and rewarding Qilong 360 Technology Company, Limited. Qilong 360 mainly operates free network security platforms represented by 360 antivirus, but the company is still in the development stage and there is still a big gap between it and the previous 360. In its past, 360 was not only an antivirus company, but also had browser, cloud platform, and other businesses. At this time,
Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Mr. Yi, I'm Wang Xiaoyu, CEO of Qilong 360. I just received news that you acquired our company. I wonder if you have any work instructions? What do you think of this hacker virus?
Wang Xiaoyu sighed. Our technicians are also trying to crack the virus, but this hacker is too powerful. Our technical defense system has been breached by him.
Yi Chen nodded. This hacker virus is an opportunity for our company. We must seize it.
Also, we should not only focus on antivirus software, browsers, Baidu Cloud, or even online games. The market in these areas will be huge in the future, and we must occupy a part of the market share. Wang Xiaoyu took a breath after hearing what Yi Chen said. He had read Yi Chen's information before making the call and thought that he knew nothing about the internet, but he never dreamed that Yi Chen had such insights into the development of the internet.
Yes, boss. We will adjust the company's deployment right away.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen also frowned. Hacking skills. It would be awesome if the system could give you the skills of a master hacker. The most important thing is that the hacker's methods are too cruel. It's okay for you to make money through these methods, but you actually sold the information of domestic companies to foreign companies. This is a bit crazy for money. This will cause great losses to domestic companies and is simply selling out the country for money. At this time, Zhou Susu got into the car with a woman wearing sunglasses and holding a notebook.
Let's drive directly to the Internet Monitoring Center.
Zhou Susu said. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating 5 stars of praise. Activate new passengers with special attributes and complete selected tasks to receive the ultimate reward, helping the host become a global boss.
Passenger occupation, Hacker Master.
Option 1, help Lu Weiwei crack the hacker virus code, bring the hacker to justice, and receive the system reward of Hacker Master, 8.8% of the shares of Ali Group. Option 2, pursue Lu Weiwei and make her your woman, gain 10% of Manly Power and 20% of Durex Group's shares. Option 3, safely send Lu Weiwei to her destination, receive a 5-star rating from Lu Weiwei, and be awarded Didi's Best Driver of the Year. Yi Chen looked at the 3 rewards. Although option 2 was quite tempting to Yi Chen, the Hacker Master skills and 8.8% of Ari's shares were more tempting to Yi Chen. Hacker Master skills are what he needs most now. Ali Group is the most powerful internet company in China. In the future, Alibaba Group ranked 10th on the Forbes Global Digital Economy Top 100 list. Fortune's Future 50 list was released, with Alibaba Group ranking 11th. The company has a market value of over 400 billion yuan, of which founder Ma Gu owns 7% of the shares, and Yi Chen directly owns 8.8%, becoming the person with the largest individual shareholding. Yi Chen had almost no hesitation and directly chose option 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hacker Master skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 8.8% of the shares of the Ali Group. In the back seat, although Lu Weiwei was sitting in the car, she was operating the computer. Suddenly, Lu Weiwei's computer screen turned blue. Asshole. Lu Weiwei was so angry that she cursed. Zhou Susu looked at the laptop with a blue screen and asked, "What happened to Sister Weiwei?" "My computer was hacked by that guy and it's broken." Lu Weiwei said dejectedly. Lu Weiwei graduated from Huaqing University. After graduation, she joined the China National Security Bureau with her hacking skills and became a network expert. Over the years, she has captured many master hackers and is known as the Hacker Terminator. But this time, Lu Weiwei met her match. The hacker's methods were so powerful that Lu Weiwei tried to track the other party's IP several times, but she fell into the trap every time and her computer was hacked. The car stopped at the Cyber Security Bureau. Lu Weiwei was about to get out of the car when Yi Chen suddenly said, "Is your computer broken?" Lu Weiwei said in a deep voice, "It's not broken, it was hacked and has been scrapped." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "That's not necessarily the case, maybe I can help you fix it?" After hearing what Yi Chen said, Lu Weiwei suddenly laughed. "Can you help me fix it? If you have that ability, I will take you as my teacher. I will give you the computer when it's fixed. Call me when you're done." Although there are many confidential information in the computer, Lu Weiwei is not worried because the entire system of the computer hacked by the hacker has completely collapsed and is no different from scrap metal, and is destined to be thrown into the trash. Lu Weiwei and Zhou Susu got out of the car and walked into the Cybersecurity Bureau, while Yi Chen turned on his laptop. Countless codes instantly flooded into his mind. Chapter 67 Sensation in the hacker world. The atmosphere in the Internet Monitoring Center's conference room was heavy. Now the confidential files of 6 companies have been stolen.
This hacker is simply too rampant.
The director slammed the table fiercely. Lu Weiwei said solemnly, "This hacker's skills are very powerful. His virus can directly penetrate the target server and complete control of the server. It is very difficult to deal with. Are we just going to let him be so arrogant and do nothing about it?" the director asked angrily.
"We are now trying to crack the computer virus, but it will take time." Just then, Jo Susu's cell phone rang and she took a look at the content.
"Your colleague's computer has been repaired. Ask her to come down and get it." Jo Susu was stunned for a moment. "Whisper, Sister Weiwei, my friend said that your computer has been repaired."
"What? This is impossible."
Lu Weiwei's face changed. Her computer had been infected with a virus while tracking the hacker's IP address, and it could not be restored unless the virus was removed. As for this computer virus, dozens of network security experts have been studying it for 3 days and have not been able to crack it.
How could a DD driver crack a computer virus? He must be lying to you. It's impossible. Lu Weiwei said firmly, but at this moment, her phone suddenly showed that WeChat was logged into the computer device.
How is this possible? Lu Weiwei's face changed. She remembered that WeChat on her laptop was logged in. In other words, her computer has returned to normal.
"I'm going out for a while."
Lu Weiwei took a deep breath and walked out of the meeting room quickly. Yi Chen sat in the Xiaoli car, operating the computer skillfully. This virus is indeed very powerful, but Yi Chen now possesses the skills of a master hacker. No matter how powerful a hacker is, he is nothing but child's play in front of him. Although there were some minor setbacks, Yi Chen still easily removed the computer virus. Yi Chen called Wang Xiaoyu and said, "I have already prepared the antivirus program for the computer virus and will publish it on the website immediately."
"What?"
Wang Xiaoyu was almost stupefied when he heard what Yi Chen said. Cybersecurity experts across the country are trying to crack this virus, but they have no clue.
Yet Yi Chen says he has cracked it? "Mr. Yi, where did you get this antivirus program?" Wang Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. "I just did it," Yi Chen said lightly. "You did it?" Wang Xiaoyu was stunned. "I have sent it to your email, please check it."
After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone. The Ali Group, Ma Go had a worried look on his face. Their company's network system was hacked, key data was stolen, and the other party offered $1 billion. This data is very important to the Ali Group. "Boss Ma, we just got the news that someone has acquired 8.8% of our group's shares."
"What?"
Ma Go was stunned for a moment. The company's market value is over 400 billion yuan, and 8.8 shares are worth more than 35 billion yuan. The person who can come up with so much money at once and acquire so many shares without anyone noticing must have a terrifying background.
"What's the other person's name?" "Yi Chen." "Yi Chen?"
Brother Ma thought for a long time, and there was no such person in the business world.
"Give me a call and I'll meet this mysterious Yi Chen,"
Ma Go said in a deep voice. Yi Chen typed the code quickly, and soon a super powerful firewall was completed. Yi Chen completed this firewall in less than 20 minutes. This time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang.
"Hello, is this Mr. Yi?" "It's me, who are you?" Yi Chen said. "My last name is Ma, and I'm the CEO of the Ali Group." "Hello, Mr. Ma."
Yi Chen knew that the other party was a big shot in China, so his tone was very humble.
"Mr. Yi, I just got the news that you acquired 8.8% of our Ali's shares."
"Well, yes, I would like to ask Mr. Ma to take care of me in the future."
"Mr. Yi, you are too polite. I don't know where your home is. I will visit you when I have the chance."
Yi Chen smiled faintly. He did not report the address of the Magic City, because for a big shot like Ma Go, whether it was Thompson First Class or the Lakeside Villa, he had no impression of it, so he would just say the most awesome one. "My home is at number 168, Dongsi Hadong, Kyoto,"
Yi Chen said lightly. "Oh, Dongsi Hadong, Sihiyuan?"
Brother Ma was stunned for a moment. In China, owning a courtyard house at the foot of the imperial city has become a symbol of status.
Okay, Mr. Yi, I will definitely come to bother you if I have the chance."
At this time, Brother Ma felt that Yi Chen's identity was indeed extraordinary.
Okay, I'll have some good tea waiting for you. By the way, is Brother Ma's company in trouble now?
Ma Go was stunned for a moment. Well, our database was hacked and some data was lost. Oh, I'll give you a big gift for our cooperation.
You can just receive it via email later. Okay. Ma Gu hung up the phone suspiciously. AT360 Group. Wang Xiaoyu opened the email sent by Yi Chen. This is? He immediately called the technicians and said, please check the antivirus system. At the same time, Ma Gu also opened the email. Is this software?
Ma called the director of the network security department and said, Lao Chao, come over here. Yi Chen hung up the phone, and hurried footsteps were heard outside. Lu Weiwei walked over quickly. When she saw the laptop in Yi Chen's hand working properly, she was completely stunned. Could it be that he really cracked the virus? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, Miss Lu, you seem to be calling me master. Lu Weiwei stared blankly at the computer in Yi Chen's hand. Did you really fix my computer? Yi Chen nodded. Well, thank you. I have installed my firewall on your computer, so ordinary viruses can't attack your computer. Lu Weiwei took the computer, operated it with her fingers, and the look of shock on her face became even more intense. You cracked the computer virus? Yi Chen nodded. Yeah, that kind of rubbish computer virus is too simple. It's very easy to crack it. Mr. Yi, can you help me track down the IP address of the person who created the computer virus? Yi Chen thought for a while and said, let me try. You'd better go to our internet monitoring center. Lu Weiwei couldn't believe that Yi Chen had cracked the virus that was giving all the Chinese security experts a headache right in this broken shally car. Yi Chen nodded and followed Lu Weiwei into the internet monitoring center. In the conference room, several senior executives were looking worried. Suddenly, an urgent phone call rang. Kylin 360 Company has just released the latest antivirus software, which can kill this latest virus.
What?
Almost at the same time, at RA headquarters, Chao Yun looked excited.
Boss Ma, this firewall is top-notch. Its strength is even not inferior to that of the M Country Intelligence Agency's firewall.
With it, we no longer have to worry about data being stolen. Yi Chen did not expect that the antivirus software and firewall he made shocked the entire hacker world.
Chapter 68, Peeling the Cocoon and Drawing the Silk. Yi Chen and Lu Weiwei walked in. Who is this? Director Li was stunned when he saw Yi Chen walking in. Lu Weiwei quickly said, this is Yi Chen. He just cracked the virus. I think he should be able to help us catch the hacker. Director Li was delighted when he heard this. Mr. Yi, what do you do? I'm a DD driver. Yi Chen replied. The smile on Director Li's face disappeared instantly. Nonsense. How could a DD driver crack a computer virus? Director Li said angrily. Lu Weiwei quickly explained, Director Li, my computer was infected with a virus just now, and Yi Chen helped me fix it. He was able to crack the virus so quickly. I think he really has a chance to help us catch the hacker. Director Li snorted coldly. Did he fix it? We just received a report that Qilong 360 has just developed an antivirus software. Weiwei, you are still too young. This DD guy is really bold. He clearly used 360 antivirus software to kill the virus, but he actually said that he killed the virus. It's ridiculous to come and make trouble at a time like this. Lu Weiwei was stunned for a moment and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was already sitting at his desk, typing away on the keyboard. He turned a deaf ear to the accusations against him. When Lu Weiwei saw the characters on the computer screen, she was stunned. A look of shock came over her face. Oh my god, it's so strong. Director Li continued, now that we have found a way to kill the virus, the other party will definitely be desperate and sell the data to foreign countries. If that happens, our losses will be too great. We must find the other party as soon as possible. At this time, he looked at Yi Chen. Why don't you go out? Don't talk. If you want to find a hacker, be quiet. Yi Chen suddenly scolded. There was a sudden silence in the conference room. Everyone was stunned. Yi Chen was just a DD boy, but he openly scolded his leader. Director Li was also stunned for a moment. He was about to say something, but Lu Weiwei gave him a shushing gesture. Could this guy really catch the hacker? He suppressed the fire and stopped the noise. Lu Weiwei stared at Yi Chen's computer screen. This time, Yi Chen was tracking the hacker's IP address. This hacker is very cunning. His virtual IP address is like a spider web.Yi Chen must peel off the silk from the cocoon and find the real hacker IP address from the numerous fake IP addresses. The conference room was dead silent, and everyone was staring at Yi Chen, crackling. In the entire conference room, the only sound was Yi Chen typing on the keyboard. Found it! Yi Chen suddenly said. Found it? Everyone in the conference room was shocked. Yi Chen said. The other party is in Building 16 of Wanxin Villa in Magic City. There was dead silence in the conference room. No one expected that Yi Chen could find the hacker's lair in such a short time. Lu Weiwei was the first to come to her senses and said quickly, Director Li, give the order quickly. Yes, notify the SWAT team immediately to arrest them. 10 minutes later, an armed special police team had tightly surrounded 16 of Wanxin's villas. There are 3 luxury cars parked in the yard, a Lamborghini, a Ferrari, and a Pagani. It is obviously the home of a wealthy person. The SWAT captain made a gesture, and a SWAT team member quickly jumped onto the wall and opened the door. The special police rushed into the villa and kicked the door open. A fat white man was making out with 2 beautiful women in bed, but was subdued by the special police. In another room, several computers were still running. Cyber experts recovered all the stolen company data from the computer. When the news came, thunderous applause broke out in the conference room. Director Li stood up excitedly and said, Young man, you are amazing. I was too abrupt just now. Although Yi Chen had just scolded him, Director Li had long forgotten about the matter after the case was solved. It doesn't matter. It's just a piece of cake. The opponent is too weak. There is no challenge at all. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the network experts in the conference room blushed. Is this even human language? National network experts and hacker masters worked day and night but still failed to catch this master-level hacker. In your eyes, he is just a rookie. Zhou Susu looked at Yi Chen blankly. He actually did it at Yi Chen just said that he could catch the hacker, but Zhou Susu didn't believe it at all. Unexpectedly, it only took Yi Chen 10 minutes to lock on the other party. This guy is Superman, he can solve cases in his hacking skills. He is capable of doing anything. Yi Chen, you are so strong. Can I become your disciple? Lu Weiwei said with a blushing face. Want to be my disciple? I was just joking just now. Yi Chen said with a smile. No, I'm serious. Lu Weiwei's attitude was very sincere. Actually, I think I'd better forget it. I still have to drive Didi to make money. Yi Chen said with a smile. Open Didi? When everyone heard that Yi Chen was still thinking about driving Didi, they were all speechless. Damn, you have such awesome hacking skills, but what the hell is this? Mr. Yi, please join our police force. I will directly make you a deputy director. Director Li said excitedly. After hearing what Director Li said, everyone at the scene was stunned. Damn it, this is the legendary overnight success. Being promoted directly to deputy director upon joining the company is unprecedented and will never happen again. There was envy in everyone's eyes. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in being the deputy director. I just want to be a DD driver. Yi Chen replied calmly. Everyone was shocked again. Is this kid crazy? He actually gave up the opportunity to reach the sky in one step. The deputy director refused to do his job and actually started Didi. Are young people nowadays so individualistic? Yi Chen smiled faintly. The problem is solved. I still have to continue driving Didi to make money. By the way, Officer Lu, do you want to take a Didi? Lu Weiwei nodded. The criminal had been caught, and the subsequent work would naturally be handled by the people from the Magic City Public Security Bureau. She had nothing to do, because Zhou Susu was a member of the special task force. She needed to stay, so Yi Chen drove a Xiaoli car to take Lu Weiwei to the hotel. Master, how did you track down that guy? Lu Weiwei asked coquettishly. Yi Chen was speechless. This girl looked so cold just now, but now she is simply a seductive fairy. It's simple. Even though he has woven a huge spider web, there is always a main thread. Just find that main thread and everything will be fine. Yi Chen said it lightly, but Lu Weiwei understood how difficult it was to find the main thread. Otherwise, there wouldn't be hundreds of network experts across the country who are completely helpless against this hacker. In fact, this guy just has a gun, he doesn't have this ability. Yi Chen said lightly. What? You mean there is someone behind this? Lu Weiwei asked in surprise. Yi Chen nodded. I have found the mastermind through the ID, and I just gave them a big gift. Just then, Lu Weiwei's cell phone rang. Weiwei, something big happened. Chapter 69, Counterattack. Lu Weiwei was also stunned when she opened her cell phone. A virus software called Panda Burning Incense swept across a certain country. This virus is very powerful. A virus that has the ability to spread automatically infect hard drives, and has powerful destructive capabilities. It can not only infect exe, com, pif, src, html, asp, and other files in the system, but it can also terminate numerous antivirus software processes and delete files with the Go extension. This software seems to be able to identify and only works on computers in one country. Looking at the news on her phone, Lu Weiwei was shocked and asked, "Did you do this?" Yi Chen smiled faintly. "You think too much. I don't have this ability. What do you call it? You will suffer the consequences if you do evil." Of course, he would not admit that he created the virus. After all, Lu Weiwei was an official. Moreover, no matter how sophisticated the other party's methods are, they will not be able to find out about me. Lu Weiwei is a smart girl. She shook her head speechlessly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Before getting off the car, Lu Weiwei gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-star rating. Activate the first rating star, 1/5, and be rewarded with 30% of the shares of Ren AI Hospital. Ren AI Hospital, the #1 private hospital in China. This hospital has the best medical facilities and the most authoritative medical resources in the country. It is the first choice for wealthy Chinese people and celebrities when they are sick or have children. Ren AI Hospital has branches in all major first-tier cities in China. The registration fee is 5,000 for a general appointment and 10,000 for an expert appointment. The horrific registration fee alone has scared away many people. The most important thing is that owning this hospital will allow Yi Chen to have a lot of connections, which will be of great benefit to Yi Chen's future development. A certain country, all network security experts are troubled by this Panda Burning Incense software. This software is so cunning that it can automatically terminate antivirus software. Even all official computers in the country were paralyzed. Department of Cybersecurity. "What the hell is going on?" a blonde man asked angrily. "Maybe our action failed, and this is the other party's revenge." A young man with dark circles under his eyes said with a grim expression. The young man's name is Thomas. He was the one who created the virus for China and gave it to a hacker in China. The plan was flawless. This was a cyber attack they launched with the aim of inflicting a fatal blow to China's leading companies. However, they never dreamed that their computer virus would be cracked so quickly. What he didn't expect was that the opponent's counterattack was so sharp. Their experts have been working for a day and a night, but they can't find a way to crack it. "Assholes, didn't you swear to me that you could bring down the other party's network? Now, they are fine, but our network is about to be paralyzed. Find a way for me immediately." The blonde man roared angrily. Thomas returned to the studio. Dozens of computers are running quickly. "How about it? Do you have any idea?" Thomas asked. "This virus is so fucking evil. I don't know which bastard created it. It feels like his technology is a century ahead of ours." Thomas rubbed his head and sat in front of the computer. He had just entered a few codes when the computer suddenly went blue screen. On his computer screen, a cute panda holding 3 incense sticks appeared. ****. Thomas cursed angrily and slammed the keyboard in his hand. Now he understood what kind of opponent he had provoked. The other party's hacking skills are so amazing that I am just a rookie in front of him. At this moment, a row of large blood red words suddenly appeared on the blue screen of the computer. "Whoever offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are." Nima. Thomas was going crazy. How is it? How does it feel to be hacked with a virus? A dialog box suddenly appeared on Thomas's computer screen. Thomas's eyes lit up when he saw the dialog box. "Are you the maker of Panda Burning Incense?" Thomas typed hurriedly. "Yes, it's me. This is a response to your cyber intrusion. What do you want in exchange for letting us go?" Thomas typed rapidly, and now the computer virus has swept across the country. If it continues, the consequences will be disastrous. Apologize and promise not to play dirty tricks on China again. This is impossible. They are the world's overlord. How could they possibly apologize to China? Well, I'm sorry, but Panda Burning Incense will cover 80% of the computers in the country within one day. You will have to consider the consequences yourself.
Thomas trembled slightly when he heard Yi Chen's words. Soon, a piece of news appeared in newspapers of various countries. A certain country actually took the initiative to apologize and promised not to take the initiative to provoke cyber wars in the future. The whole of China was in jubilation. This must have been done by our Red Alliance. Awesome! Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. Awesome! Salute our hacker warriors. Since the entire incident was kept secret by the authorities, no one would have thought that Yi Chen won this war alone. Ali Group Cybersecurity Department. Boss Ma, we have invited the top 10 hacker masters in China to conduct an attack test on our firewall. Okay. Let's get started. Ari Group is too arrogant. They even dare to challenge our top 10 hacker experts. My friend, even if a certain country's intelligence agency has free access, what can a corporate website do to me? Haha, we'll teach them how to behave in every minute. Time passes by every second. The top 10 masters were instantly stunned. This is fucking amazing. Even if the firewall is very powerful, they can still break through a few lines of defense, but they were basically blocked outside. After a day, the top 10 masters gave up one after another. Fuck, this is too awesome. I have no idea what to do about it. Who is the god who built this firewall? I'm so ashamed. Great God, you are awesome. I want to be your disciple. Yi Chen's firewall shocked the top 10 hacker masters. If two people work together, they can break through a certain country's firewall, but they couldn't even break through the first line of defense of Yi Chen's firewall. Boss Ma, our firewall has blocked the attacks of the top 10 hackers. That's amazing. Mr. Ma looked excited. This data leakage incident also made Mr. Ma realize the importance of network security in the future. The development of many of their fields will be based on network security. With the firewall provided by Yi Chen, it is like having a stabilizing force. Yi Chen, this person is not simple. I want to meet him immediately. Mr. Yi, do you have time for us to meet? Brother Ma said on the phone. Okay, let's do it tomorrow. Yi Chen said, "It just so happens that the 3 movies shot by Yi Chen will be released during the prime time of National Day. Yi Chen also has to cooperate with the film company in promotion and will go to Kyoto tomorrow." Okay, then tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Yi Chen said. Ma Gu hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Perhaps, because of this person, our Ali Group will make a qualitative leap. Chapter 70, shocked Ma Gu. Kyoto. Ma Ji's car had circled the imperial city several times, but still couldn't find the courtyard house number 168 that Yi Chen mentioned. Boss, is the address Yi Chen told me wrong? Vice President Luo Bin asked doubtfully. Then I'll give him a call. Ma Gu said as he picked up his phone and made a call. Mr. Yi, I'm Brother Ma. Where is your home? We've walked around here several times but can't find the courtyard house you mentioned. That's right. Number 168, Donsi Hudong. Brother Ma glanced at the side of the road. We are now at number 168 Donsi Hudong, but this is the palace. Yi Chen smiled and said, my home is in the palace. By the way, I'll come out to pick you up now. What? The palace? Ma Gu was stunned for a moment. Although Ma Gu is very powerful, he even has the ability to buy a courtyard house under the imperial city, but he didn't have the money to buy a palace. After hanging up the phone, Ma Gu looked at the palace, still with a bit of shock in his eyes. This is impossible. How could Yi Chen's home be a royal palace? Ma Gu has seen many powerful bosses, but this is the first time he has seen a royal palace as a home. This time, the door of the palace creaked open. Yi Chen walked out of the palace. Seeing Yi Chen walking out, Ma Gu and Luo Bin were completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, Yi Chen's home is really a palace. Not everyone can live in a place like a palace. It is obvious how terrifying Yi Chen's background is. If, in Ma Ji's eyes before, Yi Chen was just a young man with a good background, but now Ma Gu has some awe in his heart. Yi Chen came out and said apologetically, Brother Ma, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that my home is in the palace. Ma Gu nodded awkwardly. Brother Yi, you really scared me. Yi Chen smiled and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Brother Ma. The house is a bit old, so please bear with it. Damn, the palace, I feel wronged, this guy is too hypocritical. Ma Gu even wanted to swear in his heart. The palace has flowing water under small bridges, long corridors, and quaint buildings.
Even a worldly wise man like Ma Gu couldn't help but be intimidated by the palace's pressure. Walking in this palace, even Ma Gu, who was used to the ups and downs of life, felt a little guilty. This is at the foot of the imperial city, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and Yi Chen actually has a palace. How could Ma not be shocked by this? Yi Chen and Ma Gu came to the reception room and the host and guests took their seats. Brother Ma was a little surprised and said, "Brother Yi, I didn't expect that you were so young and have such wealth. I wonder what business you are in." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "My main job is to drive Didi." "Drive Didi?" Ma Gu was a little confused. "Brother Yi, you must be joking. Starting Didi? The money you spent on acquiring our Ali's business alone is 35 billion. I think you can buy 10 Didi companies." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Didi is my main business, and I also have many side businesses, such as China Airlines, Huagua Bank, Yida Group, and several other companies, all of which I have shares in." "Ma Gu, it turns out that all these awesome companies are your side jobs, and your main job is actually running Didi." Ma Gu is also a great pretender, but he suddenly feels that his pretending ability is a little behind Yi Chen. "By the way, the firewall I gave you is working well for you, right? It's amazing. I found one of the top 10 hackers in China to crack it, and there are no loopholes at all," said Ma Gu excitedly. As the two chatted in the palace until late at night. Brother Ma looked at Yi Chen with new eyes. This young man's vision was so advanced that it even gave him a lot of inspiration. On the way back to the hotel, Ma Gu took a deep breath and said to Luobin, "This person is unfathomable. We must be in awe of him. We can only make close friends and not enemies." Luobin was also stunned by Yi Chen's palace and nodded continuously. Yi Chen had just taken a shower and was about to go to bed when he received a call from Master Xing. "Shaochen, there is a problem with our movie, and the promotion may be delayed." "What's going on? What happened to Yu?" Yi Chen was stunned. Mr. Xing said, "You attended a cocktail party 2 days ago, drank too much, and was filmed in an indecent video. Now this video has been posted on some foreign websites and it is expected to be spread to China soon." Yi Chen frowned. "The entertainment industry is very complicated. Why Yu's personality is too bold. I guess this was a setup by someone. Why?" Yi Chen said, "Master Xing, leave this matter to me. I won't let these videos spread." Then Yi Chen called Zhang Yuyu. "Yuyu, what's going on?" Zhang Yuyu's voice was a little haggard. "That day, I was drinking with my friends, and a star named Luo Hao gave me something to drink. I felt dizzy after drinking it, and then I didn't know anything. Later, I received a video from him. He said that if I didn't agree to do that with him, he would post the video on domestic websites. Of course I wouldn't agree, so I just refused. He has now posted my video on a foreign website and it will soon be transmitted to China." "Oh, I see." Zhang Yuyu cried in grievance, "If these videos are transmitted to China, I will be finished. Tell me the person's information, WeChat ID, mobile phone number and email address, and I will help you solve it." "Yi Chen, can you really help me?" "Don't worry, these videos won't be transmitted to the country with me." Following the information provided by Zhang Yuyu, Yi Chen quickly found the video of Zhang Yuyu uploaded to the foreign website. In fact, there is nothing wrong with the video itself. Zhang Yuyu just drank too much and kept saying it was hot, exposing her shoulders. The most unethical thing is that Luo Hao later played a blurry video. In fact, the protagonist of the video is not Yuyu, but the clothes are very similar. The two clips together can easily make people think of something bad. Fortunately, the video was uploaded to a high-end VIP video website abroad, which has a very high entry threshold, so it has not been spread yet, but it has now been downloaded 1,232 times. The number of views also reached 12,221 times. Yi Chen frowned. "This guy is such a bastard." The person threatening Zhang Yuyu has already uploaded the video. Yi Chen understood that this kind of video spread very quickly. It won't be long before it is uploaded to domestic websites. So Yi Chen must delete these videos as soon as possible. Yi Chen turned on the computer and quickly entered a series of codes. Half an hour later, Yi Chen let out a long sigh. All websites, including videos on mobile phones, have been deleted. From now on, there will be no such video in this world. Yi Chen called Zhang Yuyu and said, "Yuyu, I have deleted all your videos. Do you want revenge?" "Of course, I thought about it. That bastard actually set me up." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Okay, I'll vent your anger for you." Yi Chen just hacked into Luo Hao's phone,
and he saw a lot of explosive information on it. Although this guy is a popular star, his private life is a mess. If Yi Chen posted a few of these videos online, his acting career would be over. Yi Chen would certainly not show mercy to this kind of scumbag. Soon, a piece of explosive news appeared on the websites of major entertainment channels. Chapter 71, Revelations. The chapter was just blocked, so I changed the name to Luo Hao and reposted it. If you have read this chapter, please skip it. A shocking piece of news from China's entertainment industry has appeared on the homepages of major mainstream entertainment channels. This is a video, and the protagonist of the video is Luo Hao, and netizens were stunned. Oh my god, is that Brother Hao? That's awesome. It turns out Hao is so good at playing. Brother Hao is so awesome. These news quickly fermented, and the entire entertainment industry was in an uproar. In a high-end apartment in Kyoto, Luo Hao's agent looked extremely unhappy. What's up with this video? Luo Hao was also confused. I don't know either. This video was clearly in my phone. I don't know how it got out. What? You actually kept this kind of video on your phone? Has anyone touched your phone recently? The agent said with a grim expression. No, Beige, what should I do now? What should we do? We need to find a way to get the news removed. Baiyu is also a very powerful agent. He called the editor-in-chief of the Huagua Entertainment website. Editor-in-chief Chen, this is your brother Bai. Can you remove the news about Xiao Hao for us? No. Lao Chen, we have been friends for so many years. How much is it? Just name your price. What can't be withdrawn? Why can't it be withdrawn? Chen Chong said helplessly, Brother Bai, to be honest, this news was not posted by our editor at all. It suddenly appeared on the front page, and we cannot delete or edit this news. Chen Chong, are you kidding me? You manage this website. You can't take it down, are you kidding me? Baiyu made several phone calls in a row, and received the same response as Chen Chong. What's going on? Baiyu was also confused. He asked Luo Hao, did you offend anyone? No, by the way, could it be Zhang Yuyu? How dare this stinky woman to do something to me? I won't let her off. After I'm done, she won't be able to have an easy life either. Luo Hao quickly logged into the VIP website. He originally wanted to watch Zhang Yuyu's video but found that the video was no longer available. How is this possible? It's on my phone, I want to expose it. Luo Hao turned on his cell phone, but still nothing. How is this possible? I clearly have that video on my phone. Luo Hao called a few friends again, and the video miraculously disappeared. This is really fucking weird. Baiyu took a deep breath and said, fortunately, the video was not very clear. This is the only way we can do it. 8 o'clock in the evening, Kyoto Hotel. This drinking party was convened by Stephen Chow. Those who came to the drinking party were all actors who had worked with Stephen Chow. Luo Hao and Zhang Yuyu have both worked with Stephen Chow before, so they both came. Although Yi Chen is a newcomer, he is now a popular figure in Stephen Chow's eyes, so he was naturally invited. The reason why Stephen Chow convened this banquet was actually because of the grudge between Zhang Yuyu and Luo Hao. Xiao Hao, Yuyu, I brought both of you up here. I hope that everyone can get along and make money. Zhang Yuyu snorted coldly, Master Xing, some people are too dishonest in this matter, using despicable means to force me. Humph, Zhang Yuyu, you think you're a good guy, but aren't you the one who put my videos on the front pages of all the major websites? You farted. Zhang Yuyu said angrily. Luo Hao, you were indeed wrong in this matter. You must apologize to Sister Yuyu. Yi Chen said coldly. Who the hell are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Luo Hao pointed at Yi Chen and cursed. Enough! Master Xing slammed the table angrily. Luo Hao snorted coldly after hearing this. Master Xing, I'm giving you face by calling you Master Xing, but you're old now, and you're no longer qualified to teach me a lesson. What are you talking about, Luo Hao? That's right, you've gone too far. Several other actors who had worked with him also expressed anger. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He originally just wanted to teach this kid a lesson, but he didn't expect that he would dare to be so arrogant. Luo Hao stood up and said coldly, it's impossible to apologize. Zhang Yuyu, this matter is not over yet. Having said that, he was about to walk out. However, Yi Chen reached out to stop him. You haven't apologized yet. Yi Chen said coldly.
Get out of here, Luo Hao said domineeringly. Pa!
A loud slap was heard. There was dead silence in the box. No one expected Yi Chen to take action against Luo Hao. Luo Hao covered his face with an expression of disbelief in his eyes.
You dare to hit me?
Yi Chen said coldly, you deserve a beating, how dare you fight back? Luo Hao knew that Yi Chen was skilled in martial arts, and he would not be able to gain any advantage if he attacked him.
Okay, kid, I'll remember you. Just wait for me. If I don't kill you, I'll write the word Luo backwards.
Luo Hao gritted his teeth and left angrily. Mr. Xing was so angry that his face turned blue. He never dreamed that the person he had raised up turned out to be an ungrateful person. Master Xing, I'm sorry, I have caused you trouble. Zhang Yu said with tears in her eyes. Mr.
Xing waved his hands and said dejectedly, maybe he is right, I am old. There was a flash of coldness in Yi Chen's eyes. He originally posted the video just to teach the other party a lesson, but this scumbag became even worse. Such a person is not worthy of being an idol for young people. Soon, Luo Hao Studio issued an announcement.
Recently, some videos about our artist Luo Hao have appeared online.
The person in the video is not Mr. Luo Hao. We will retain the right to pursue legal responsibility for the actions of individual websites.
The news of the video has been fermenting on the internet, and Luo Hao's fans all jumped out as soon as the announcement came out. Our brother Hao is definitely not that kind of person.
Yes, the video is so blurry, it must be a frame-up. Brother Hao is such a nice guy, how could it be him?
When Yi Chen saw this announcement, the corner of his mouth raised. The fun was about to begin. While people online were still trying to determine the authenticity of the news, Luo Hao's circle of friends became popular again. Luo Hao actually posted several videos on his moments, and the clarity of these videos is crystal clear.
What the hell? What is Brother Hao doing? Did Brother Hao slip? That's awesome. Is Brother Hao letting himself go?
The slap in the face was too loud. As soon as the economic company issued the announcement, Luo Hao posted a video of himself exposing himself on his WeChat. Moments of this outrageous operation shocked everyone, and it was confirmed that it was him. The most important thing is that these videos were posted on Luo Hao's circle of friends. How can you clean yourself up after you expose your own secrets? Baiyu was almost driven crazy when he saw Luo Hao's circle of friends.
Luo Hao, are you crazy or stupid? What the hell do you mean?
Looking at the video in the circle of friends, Luo Hao was confused. What the hell is going on? He had clearly deleted these videos, so how come they suddenly appeared in his circle of friends? This is too weird.
Chapter 72, Work Hard, Young Man Luo Hao's hand slipped.
This piece of news topped the trending search lists of major websites. The Chinese entertainment industry handles negative news about artists very strictly. This news became a fact, and Luo Hao's acting career was over. In the evening, Yi Chen received a call from Zhang Yu.
Yi Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be finished. It doesn't matter. We are friends.
Besides, someone like Luo Hao is not qualified to be an idol.
I am just getting rid of a scourge for the people. The promotion of the film went very smoothly, and Yi Chen returned to the Magic City. Lin Shanshan called Yi Chen and told him that several of his houses in Thompson Epine had been rented out. Yi Chen smiled slightly. You can help me take care of these houses and just pay the rent to me.
Well, thank you, Brother Yi.
By the way, Brother Yi, are you free tonight? Lin Shanshan said hesitantly. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and asked, do you have time? What's the matter? Lin Shanshan nodded and said, Brother Yi, my classmates are having a reunion, can you accompany my boyfriend? No problem. Yi Chen nodded with a smile.
Great, 7 p.m. at the Universal Hotel.
Okay.
Yi Chen nodded. At 6:30 in the evening, Lin Shanshan stood at the door waiting for Yi Chen.
Shanshan, you are not waiting for me, are you?
A young man walked over excitedly. The young man's name is Gao Yuan, and he is Lin Shanshan's college classmate. When he was in college, Gao Yuan had been pursuing Lin Shanshan, but unfortunately he was rejected by Lin Shanshan. At that time, Gao Yuan was thin and came from an ordinary family. He felt that he was not worthy of Lin Shanshan, so he gave up, but Gao Yuan is different now. He is so lucky that his father, who has been lost for many years, suddenly finds him. A silkman became the president of a listed medical equipment company in the blink of an eye, and now he wears all branded clothes and goes to high-end gyms every day. His figure and temperament are completely different from before. Over the years, Gao Yuan has had many women around him, but he could never forget Lin Shanshan. Later I heard that Lin Shanshan was at the sales office, so he organized this party. He had only one goal, which was to take advantage of this party to get close to Lin Shanshan, win the goddess of his dreams, and fulfill the last dream of his life. Lin Shanshan stared at the person in front of her and was stunned for a moment. Excuse me. Who are you? Gao Yuan looked extremely embarrassed. The goddess in his dreams didn't even recognize him. However, even though he was forgotten by the goddess, he was not disappointed but excited instead. What does this mean? It means that I have changed a lot over the years. That's right, he is now well dressed and is a successful business elite. He is now a completely different person from the guy he was when he was in college. Shanshan, I'm Gao Yuan. I sent you flowers before. Gao Yuan? Lin Shanshan was stunned for a moment and looked at him for a long time before recognizing him. Hello, sorry, I'm face-blind, so I didn't recognize you. It's normal that you didn't recognize me. I've changed a lot now. I organized this party just for you. What do you think of this hotel? Gao Yuan said proudly. Lin Shanshan smiled and said, very good. Gao Yuan was obviously not satisfied with Lin Shanshan's answer. He said, Shanshan, this hotel is not ordinary. It is one of the 4 largest hotels in China. The cooking skills of the hotel chefs are all first class in all major cuisines in the country. The environment of the hotel is even first class. The consumption here starts at 10,000 yuan. Ordinary people can't afford to come here to eat. Lin Shanshan was worried that Yi Chen hadn't come yet, so she didn't listen to Gao Yuan's words at all. Oh. Lin Shanshan responded perfunctorily. This time, several more classmates came to the door and were very enthusiastic when they saw Gao Yuan. Mr. Gao, thanks to you, I can come to such a high-end restaurant this time. That's right. I heard that the cost of living here is very high. If it weren't for Mr. Gao's treat, I probably wouldn't have had the chance in my life. Listening to the flattery of several old classmates, Gao Yuan became even more proud. He originally thought that he would see an expression of admiration or even shock on Lin Shanshan's face. However, what made him depressed was that Lin Shanshan was absent-minded and looked around as if she was waiting for someone. Shanshan, are you waiting for someone? Gao Yuan asked. Yeah, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Lin Shanshan replied casually. Boyfriend? Gao Yuan's face darkened instantly. You have a boyfriend? Gao Yuan frowned and glanced at Li Hong beside him. Li Hong is Lin Shanshan's best friend, and she can swear that Lin Shanshan doesn't have a boyfriend. Otherwise, how could he spend so much money to organize this party? Li Hong said awkwardly, Shanshan, are you kidding me? You never said you have a boyfriend. Yes, we just met, said Lin Shanshan. Just then, a handsome man walked by. Shanshan, I'm sorry, I'm late. Seeing the handsome Yi Chen, many students at the door exclaimed. Shanshan, your boyfriend is so handsome. You've done a great job keeping secrets, little girl. A group of girls were whispering, and many of them were even attracted to Yi Chen when they saw him. Looking at the handsome Yi Chen, Gao Yuan's expression became more and more ugly. In terms of handsomeness, he is indeed inferior. However, Gao Yuan was not discouraged. Although Yi Chen was more handsome than him, he was rich and the president of a company. Such a status was enough to make up for the difference in appearance. Moreover, today's society does not value appearance, but values money. Gao Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, Shanshan, please introduce your boyfriend to us. Lin Shanshan was stunned for a moment. She really didn't know how to introduce Yi Chen. She only knew that Yi Chen was rich and had many houses, but she really had no idea what Yi Chen did. Why Yi Chen didn't wait for Lin Shanshan to speak before he said with a smile, I'm a DD driver. DD driver? Everyone was stunned. The beautiful lady who had just looked at Yi Chen with peach blossoms in her eyes now showed disappointment on her face. I thought he was a young man because he was well dressed. What a waste of emotion. Gao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. With a playful expression on his face, meet Gao Yuan, the president of Kangda Medical Devices. Oh my god, isn't Kangda Medical Devices a listed company? Yes, but it's the leader in medical devices. I didn't expect Gao Yuan to be the president of such an awesome company. The way everyone looked at Gao Yuan was completely different. In the eyes of his classmates,
Gao Yuan has always been mediocre in the class. I didn't expect that when he revealed his identity, he would reveal such an awesome identity. Gao Yuan felt very proud as he saw the envious and admiring looks from all around him. In fact, we are just a small company with a market value of several billion yuan, and my annual salary is only tens of millions, which is far behind those real big bosses. Yi Chen nodded and patted Gao Yuan on the shoulder. Indeed, your strength is a little lacking. Keep working hard, young man. Gao Yuan, students. Chapter 73, Blacklist. All the students were shocked. How could a DD driver make the president of a listed company with an annual salary of tens of millions work hard? How can you be so thick-skinned? Do you have any shame at all? Gao Yuan was also confused. Didn't you hear that I was pretending? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Everyone, stop standing there stupidly, let's go in. As he spoke, Yi Chen took Lin Shanshan's hand and walked into the hotel. It felt like he was the one treating them. Gao Yuan was confused. Didn't this guy understand the situation? It was clearly his own money, but Yi Chen pretended to be the one who made it. When the hotel waiter saw Yi Chen, his expression suddenly changed slightly and he bowed and saluted quickly. Upon seeing this scene, the students praised it one after another, saying that it was indeed a 5-star hotel. Look at the service attitude of the waiters. Gao Yuan was also stunned when he saw the receptionists bowing on both sides. I've never enjoyed this kind of treatment when I came to a hotel before. The group arrived at the hotel and Gao Yuan took a deep breath. Thought why Yi Chen was forced to pretend just now, and he must get back at me. He gritted his teeth as he looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting at the table chatting and laughing with Lin Shanshan. He is just a DD boy. How dare you compete with him for a woman? You are overestimating yourself. Except for Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan, other students were very respectful to him after hearing about his identity, toast frequently, but this is not what he wants. What he wants is Lin Shanshan's admiration for him, but Lin Shanshan and Yi Chen were like a young couple, chatting and laughing, completely ignoring him from beginning to end. At this time, the waiter brought the food. Gao Yuan coughed. It was time to show off his abilities. I carefully selected these dishes. Each one is a masterpiece from various cuisines. This table of dishes doesn't cost much, maybe 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. When they heard the price of the vegetables, all the students gasped and started praising them. 30,000 or 40,000. Mr. Gao is so awesome. This is almost my salary for several months. That's right, as expected of President Gao, he is so arrogant. I guess I'll only get to enjoy such a grand feast once in my life. It's nothing. We are all old classmates. We should eat the best, right? Gao Yuan felt happy listening to his classmates' flattery. Many girls in the class cast ambiguous glances at him. However, when he looked at Yi Chen and Lin Shanshan, he was almost mad with anger. The two people were whispering something and didn't even listen to him, pretending to be cool. He took a deep breath and said to Yi Chen, Brother Yi, this is your first time to have such a grand feast, right? Eat more. As a DD driver, such opportunities are rare. Yi Chen glanced at the dishes on the table and shook his head. The dishes you ordered are the lowest grade dishes in this restaurant. After all, you are the CEO of a listed company, why are you so stingy? Yi Chen said something shocking again. This table of food costs 30 or 40,000, and you are still so stingy. How much can you earn in a year as a DD driver? The classmates were speechless about Yi Chen. Gao Yuan's eyes turned cold and he slammed the table. Boy, I have tolerated you for a long time. I know you are jealous of my wealth, so you deliberately show off in front of Shanshan, but you have to be qualified to show off. Why do you, a DD driver, have the right to be so arrogant with me? That's right. Mr. Gao is kind enough to invite us to dinner, but you are still picky. Have you ever eaten a dish that costs 30 or 40,000 yuan? Mr. Gao, don't be angry with this kind of person. Shanshan, how come you found a boyfriend like this? It's really too much. All the students blamed Yi Chen in unison. Gao Yuan snorted coldly. You are showing off to me. Do you know how much I spend in this restaurant every year? He pulled out a gold card from his pocket and slapped it on the table, then said to the waiter, Call your manager for me. Manager Li hurried over to Gao Yuan, said to the manager arrogantly, Manager Li, tell him how much he has to spend here to get this gold card. And I'm tired of this guy, throw him out. As the situation got worse, the classmates hurriedly advised, Gao, just let it go. That's right. After all, he's Shanshan's boyfriend, so give him some face. Yes, Yi Chen also has good intentions and wants everyone to eat something good.
When Manager Li heard Gao Yuan's words, he broke out in a cold sweat. Just now he heard the waiter say that Mr. Yi had arrived, and he was just about to come over to pay him a visit, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. That he glanced at Yi Chen, who was sitting in his seat and was almost frightened to death. I in the group, Yi Chen has the power of life and death, and he can get rid of him with just one word. This idiot actually dared to yell at Mr. Yi and tell him to get out. Manager Li had a gloomy face. He picked up the gold card on the table and said coldly, "Mr. Gao, you are no longer a gold card member of our hotel. You have been blacklisted by our hotel. From today on, you can no longer step into our Huanyu hotel. Please get out of the hotel immediately." Everyone around was stunned. No one expected such a dramatic twist in the plot. What is going on? The hotel manager actually revoked Gao Yuan's gold card and put him on the blacklist. Could it be because of Yi Chen? Gao Yuan was confused and looked at Manager Li in disbelief. He never dreamed that the manager of the Universal Hotel would directly revoke his gold card membership. You know, he spends hundreds of thousands of dollars in this hotel every year. Could it be because of Yi Chen? But isn't Yi Chen just a needy boy? How can he have such power? If the news that Gao Yuan was blacklisted by Universal Group spreads out, how can he survive in the aristocratic circle? Where would Gao Yuan put his face? And how could he bear being embarrassed in front of so many classmates and goddesses? Why did you cancel my gold card? Gao Yuan shouted angrily. Is it because of him, a loser who drives Didi? Gao Yuan pointed at Yi Chen and cursed. Manager Li was almost mad when he heard Gao Yuan insulting Mr. Yi for the second time in front of him. This idiot, Manager Li said to the security guard behind him, throw him out. What? Everyone at the scene was stunned. Who exactly is Yi Chen? He has such great power that Gao Yuan was thrown out of the hotel just because he offended Yi Chen? Several security guards dragged Gao Yuan out without saying anything. All the students were stunned. Manager Li came to Yi Chen respectfully and said, Boss Yi, we just looked at the dishes you ordered. The quality of the dishes is too poor and does not suit your status at all. We have added a few more hard dishes. Please enjoy your meal. Several beautiful waitresses wearing cheongsams came in and started serving the dishes. Everyone was stunned when they saw the dishes the cheongsam woman was carrying. Buddha jumps over the wall, orchid bear paw, wolfberry shark fin soup. Each of these dishes is worth the price of the entire table of food. These dishes and wine cost more than 300,000. Thank you. Yi Chen nodded. Mr. Yi, enjoy your meal. Please ask the waiter to notify me if anything happens. Manager Li bowed slightly and left the box. There was dead silence in the box. Mr. Yi, could it be that Lin Shanshan's boyfriend is actually the boss of Universal Group? The whole audience was silent just now. Yi Chen said that the food on this table was of low quality and everyone thought he was bragging, but when I saw the new dishes, I realized that there was a big difference between the two. Yi Chen looked at Shan Shan and smiled. Shan Shan's classmates are having a party today. I'll treat you all. Just eat and drink well. Outside the hotel, Gao Yuan got up from the ground and roared angrily, You dare to throw me out? Okay, just wait for me. Chapter 74 Yi Chen's methods. Gao Yuan angrily dialed the phone. Dad, the manager of the Universal Hotel just cancelled my gold card and blacklisted me and kicked me out of the hotel. What? How dare such a thing happen? How dare you bully my son? I'll be there immediately. Gao Tian said angrily. Gao Tian is a major client of Universal Group and has a very good relationship with the vice president of Universal Group, and now the manager of Universal Group even dared to kick his son out of the hotel. Isn't this a slap in Gao Tian's face? As Gao Tian immediately terminated the meeting and headed straight for the Universal Hotel. Soon, Gao Tian arrived at the entrance of the Universal Hotel in a menacing manner and saw his son in a very miserable state. Gao Tian's eyes became increasingly gloomy. The Universal Hotel is very good. Gao Tian has been running a medical equipment business for many years. His company has been thriving and he also has a certain status in the Gao family in Shanghai. Now their son has been blocked and kicked out of the hotel. If they don't give him an explanation, the Gao family will lose all face. This place must be taken back. Gao Tian led his son straight to the hotel and rushed into Yi Chen's box. When Manager Li saw that the situation was not good, he rushed over immediately. Gao Tian stared at Manager Li, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Li Song, you are very good. I will give you a chance. Apologize to my son immediately and kick this Didi guy out of the hotel. Otherwise, you will no longer be a manager. Gao Tian relied on the fact that he was a big customer of the Universal Hotel and had a good relationship with the hotel's vice president, so his family had always been very domineering in the hotel. Manager Li saw Gao Tian but didn't buy it. This time, their family offended Mr. Yi, someone they could not afford to offend. I have offended Mr. Yi.
Being blocked is already the lightest punishment.
Yet you still dare to come to my door, Manager Li said coldly. Mr. Gao, please leave and don't disturb the guest's meal.
Damn it, didn't you understand what I said?
You blocked my son and kicked him out for a Didi guy.
Are you a small manager who has the guts to do that?
Gao Tian said this with a proud look on his face, and sat down on a chair in a very stylish manner. Gao Yuan saw that his father was so arrogant and took advantage of his power. Manager Li, you must apologize to me immediately and kick this guy out of the hotel, otherwise my dad will make you lose your job. Manager Li said righteously. Impossible, Mr. Gao, I advise you not to cause trouble and leave immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude.
You're being rude to me? Are you going to kick me out of the hotel? Fine, I'll call your boss right now.
At this time, the atmosphere in the box was very tense. Gao Tian glanced at Yi Chen with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He is so young and drives Didi. What kind of remarkable background can he have? Gao Tian directly called Lu Gang, the vice president of Universal Group. Gao Tian is so arrogant because he has a good relationship with Lu Gang, the vice president of Huanyu. The two often drink together and call each other brothers. That's why he has the confidence to be so arrogant.
Hello, is this Brother Lu?
Li Song from your Universal Hotel actually blocked my son and threw him out of the hotel because of a Didi boy.
You must give me an explanation for this matter. What? There is such a thing. Give the phone to Li Song. Li Song picked up the phone and heard Lu Gang's roar. Do you want to do this? Do you know who Gao Tian is?
He spends millions of dollars with us every year.
How did you do that?
Manager Li whispered. Mr. Lu, that Didi driver is Mr. Yi.
Mr. Yi Chen? Give the phone to Gao Tian.
The person on the other end was stunned for a moment and his tone became even colder. Manager Li handed the phone back to Gao Tian and Gao Tian heard Lu Gang's roar from his phone. Mr. Gao, we are no longer friends today.
Don't call me brother anymore. I don't know you.
I advise you to apologize to Mr. Yi immediately, otherwise you will die miserably. By the way, starting today, not only your son, but your entire Kangda medical devices will be blacklisted by our Huanyu group. Take care of yourself. Bang, the call was hung up, and Gao Tian was confused. Gao Tian was almost mad with anger. Isn't he just a Didi boy? It would have been fine if Manager Li didn't give him face, but this Mr. Lu actually broke off his relationship with him for this Didi. Gu Lu Gang's voice was very loud just now, and everyone heard what he said. What is going on? I tried to vent my anger for my son, but not only did I fail to vent my anger, I got blocked myself. How powerful is Yi Chen? Gao Tianchi gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not take advantage today, and turned around to leave with his son. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. First find out the identity of this kid before taking revenge. However, at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly said coldly, you disturbed my meal and left just like that? Gao Tian stopped, raised his eyebrows, turned around and stared at Yi Chen. You're a Didi driver. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Yi Chen said calmly, really? If you don't apologize, the consequences will be serious, you will regret it. Regret? I, Gao Tian, have never regretted anything. With that, Gao Tian strode out of the hotel with Gao Yuan. Everyone looked at Yi Chen. For some reason, they always felt that what Yi Chen had just fired was not a blank. Why Yi Chen took out his cell phone and made a call. After hearing what Yi Chen said on the phone, everyone gasped, damn, this is the real boss. Gao Tian and Gao Yuan got into the car angrily. Dad, let's just leave it at that. Forget it? How can I just let it go after offending my Gao family? First, check this kid's background and then deal with him. At this time, Gao Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from the director of Renai Eye Hospital. Dean Wang, what do you want? What? The cooperation with us is terminated? Why? But the call was disconnected. Gao Tian no longer had the calmness he had just shown, and his face looked as pale as death. The reason why Kangda Medical has developed so well is because they have the strong support of Renai Eye Hospital. It can be said that it is Renai Eye Hospital that supports Kangda Medical. If the cooperation is terminated, their sales channels will be cut off. There is still a warehouse of newly produced medical equipment in the factory.
This loss is enough to bankrupt them. Gao Tian was totally confused. He had just had dinner with the dean 2 days ago, and the cooperation was going well, so why did it suddenly end? Could it be that I did something wrong and offended the senior management of Renai Hospital? At this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He remembered what Yi Chen said in his mind. Could it be him? Gao Tian immediately called his secretary. Please check the relationship between Yi Chen and Renai Hospital for me. Soon the news came back, and Gao Tian looked as pale as death. Gao Tian yelled at the driver, turn around, and go back to the Universal Hotel immediately. Chapter 75 Sky Eye System. Gao Tian's face turned pale. Only now did he understand the seriousness of the problem. If Yi Chen doesn't forgive himself and Renai Hospital doesn't cooperate with them, their company will be finished. The more Gao Tian thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his whole body was shaking. Jiao Yuan was filled with remorse. Only now did he understand what kind of person he had offended. He would never have dreamed that the real identity of an ordinary Didi boy was actually a major shareholder of Renai Hospital. Dad, what should we do? Gao Yuan said with a grim expression. What should I do? You still have the nerve to ask me what to do, you loser. Why did you pick on him when you could pick on anyone else? You are going to cause great harm to our Gao family. Soon, the car stopped in front of the hotel. Gao Tian jogged all the way and rushed into the hotel. Yi Chen and his group had just finished their meal and were walking out when they saw Gao Tian and Gao Yuan arguing with the security guard at the hotel entrance. Security brother, please let us in. I was wrong, let's go in. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. At this moment, Gao Tian and Gao Yuan no longer had the arrogance they had just shown. The two men looked extremely unhappy and begged desperately to the security guard. Lin Shanshan's classmates were shocked. They all thought of the call Yi Chen had just made. Could it be that Yi Chen's phone call worked? Everyone looked at Yi Chen with fear in their eyes. Why Yi Chen is so terrifying that just one phone call can make the Gao father and son come back to beg. When the two men saw Yi Chen, they ignored the security guard's attempts to stop them and rushed towards Yi Chen with their butts and urine running down their spines. Gao Tian and Gao Yuan both looked pale and knelt down in front of Yi Chen. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gao Tian is the chairman of Kangda Medical Group, the boss of a listed company with a market value of billions, but he actually knelt in front of a Didi driver. Fuck, what's going on? Yi Chen is so awesome. It turns out that Didi is a big shot who was pretending to be a pig but is actually a tiger. This is just like a scene from a TV show. Gao Tian knelt on the ground and banged his head. Boss Yi, please forgive me. I am blind because I didn't recognize the real master. Everyone was stunned. The dignified chairman of Kangda Group actually knelt down in front of Yi Chen and kowtowed. Who is Yi Chen? The entire hotel lobby was dead silent, and the only sound that could be heard was Gao Tian's kowtow. Boss Yi, please don't terminate the cooperation between Renai Hospital and us. Please spare us. Gao Tian's forehead was covered in blood. Yi Chen simply sat on a chair in the hall, looking coldly at the Gao father and son kneeling on the ground. Gao Tian saw Yi Chen's cold expression and glanced at Gao Yuan next to him. He suddenly put his hand on Gao Yuan's neck. What the hell are you still doing standing there? Why don't you kowtow and apologize to Mr. Yi? Dong dong dong. The sound of father and son kowtowed could be heard again in the hall. Lin Shanshan was secretly happy when she saw this scene. Who made these two men so arrogant just now, especially Gao Yuan, who was showing off everywhere just because he had some money? Yi Chen didn't even look at it, but started playing Candy Crush on his phone. Gao Tian saw that Yi Chen hadn't reacted yet, so he slapped Gao Yuan twice. Why don't you beg Mr. Yi? Gao Yuan finally came to his senses and knelt in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about your woman. I shouldn't have looked down on others. Please be magnanimous and spare our Gao family. This time, Gao Yuan was really scared. He knew he was in big trouble. If the company is gone, the halo around him will disappear without a trace again, and he may even go from being a rich second generation to a worthless person again. Having been used to the life of a rich man, making him live the life of a poor man again is more painful than killing him. Finally, Gao Yuan started to cry like a child. Mr. Yi, I really didn't know you were the major shareholder of Renai Hospital, otherwise I wouldn't dare to think about your woman even if I had the courage. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Gao Yuan is regretting his decision now. He originally wanted to realize his last dream in life and pursue his campus goddess, but he never dreamed that the goddess was the woman who could decide his own destiny. Isn't this just courting death? Gao Tian said at the side. Boss Yi, please give us a way out. If Renai Hospital doesn't cooperate with us, our factory will go bankrupt. Hundreds of people in our factory are supported by an AI hospital. Yi Chen looked at the two of them coldly and said, "Didn't you want to show me what you were doing just now? Are you scared now? If I didn't have a background, you would definitely try every possible way to bully me. You are used to bullying the poor, but this time you messed with the wrong person." Gao Yuan suddenly thought of Lin Shanshan. He knelt in front of Lin Shanshan. "Shanshan, please beg for mercy on me." Lin Shanshan glanced at Gao Yuan coldly and said nothing. Everything Yi Chen did today was to help himself, and what Gao Yuan did today was really too much. The friendship between classmates disappeared the moment Gao Yuan asked Yi Chen to get out of the hotel. Yi Chen snorted coldly, stood up, took Lin Shanshan's hand and left the hotel. Everyone looked at Yi Chen, who walked out and swallowed their saliva. Yi Chen's cold eyes and cool temperament just now were so handsome, only now do they understand what a real boss is. Lin Shanshan's classmates only now realized how terrifying the background of this Didi guy was. His words can determine the life or death of a multi-billion company. What is awesome? This is awesome, this is what a real boss is. Yi Chen drove Lin Shanshan home. Lin Shanshan's pretty face flushed. Yi Chen was so handsome just now. "Thank you, Yi Chen." "Ha, it's okay, it's just a small favor." The car stopped at the door of Lin Shanshan's house. "Brother Yi, am I qualified to be your woman?" Lin Shanshan suddenly asked. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and then smiled and said, "You want to be my woman?" Lin Shanshan's pretty face turned red, and she suddenly moved closer to Yi Chen, kissed him on the cheek, and then ran out of the car. "This girl." Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the second praise star, February 5th, and rewarding the Sky Eye system. Ding, the Sky Eye system can locate the position of any target person at any time. Sky Eye system. Yi Chen's mind moved, and an image of the Earth appeared before his eyes. Shenwani's image appeared in my mind. Find Shenwani. The Earth zoomed in rapidly. First the map of China appeared, then the map of Demon City, and finally Shenwani's home was located. Yi Chen could even clearly see from the picture Shenwani sitting in the living room working on a laptop. This is so fucking awesome. If Shenwani was taking a bath now, ding, the Sky Eye system has installed the green program. The target person's privacy has been violated and the system will automatically block it. Damn, such an excellent feature is blocked. Damn, bad review. Just then, a message popped up on Yi Chen's phone. When our city's criminal police team was trying to capture the murderer's son, they encountered resistance from the criminals, resulting in 3 deaths and 1 injury. Yi Chen was shocked and quickly called Zhou Susu. Chapter 76, Poison Rose. When Yi Chen heard that something happened in the criminal police team, he quickly called Zhou Susu. Zhou Susu is the captain of the criminal police team, so she will definitely be the first to rush to the front in this kind of mission. "Yi Chen, is there something wrong? I heard on the radio that something happened in the criminal police team. Are you okay?" "It's okay, just a minor injury. I'm still in the hospital." "Oh, I'll be there right away." Yi Chen arrived at the hospital and saw Zhou Susu lying on the hospital bed, her face still looking very ugly. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Susu was fine. Zhou Susu's eyes were filled with self-blame. "It's all because of me that those brothers died." Zhou Susu gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. "I'm going to catch that bastard." Yi Chen frowned and asked, "Do you have a photo of that guy? Show it to me." Zhou Susu nodded and pulled out a photo from her phone. "This woman's name is Su Jing. She is known as the Poison Rose in the underworld. Her poisoning methods are very sophisticated and she has committed many murders." Yi Chen listened to Ling Ling too. "Don't worry, I will help you catch him." Yi Chen's mind moved, and he activated the Eye system. The Eye system is actually an upgraded version of hacking methods. It will hack into all surveillance camera systems in a short period of time, summarize the collected images, and find the target among nearly 100 billion data in the shortest time. Although every country has an Eye system, no country can find a person in a short time. In front of Yi Chen's eyes, the image of the Earth kept zooming in. China, Magic City. What surprised Yi Chen the most was that the target was actually the Magic City People's Hospital. How is that possible? "That guy is in the hospital." Yi Chen's eyes fixed and he asked, "Is there any important person in the hospital who needs protection?" "How did you know?" Zhou Susu's face changed. There was indeed an important person in the hospital. He was a Chinese scientist named Zhang Yifei,
who was being treated in the hospital for illness. Their police force sent out a lot of plainclothes police officers to protect the other side. Yi Chen nodded and said, "That's right, her target should be that person. Your arrest at the beginning was just a smokescreen she released to make you focus on arresting her. You would never dream that she had sneaked into the hospital." Zhou Susu looked very unhappy after hearing this. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure she's in the hospital right now, ready to take action." At this time, Su Jing was wearing a nurse's uniform and walking in the corridor of the Magic City Hospital. She was waiting for the black. As soon as it gets dark, she can take action and quickly escape under the cover of darkness. She had already chosen a retreat, which was a window in the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Once she succeeded, she could easily jump out of the window. There was a vegetable market not far away. She blended into the crowd, so even the police would find it difficult to catch her. Her plan was flawless. The police were now focused on searching for her throughout the city and never thought that she would appear in the hospital. As a top killer, Poison Rose is very good at using poison. This time, a mysterious buyer offered 100 million to buy the target person's life. As long as she completes this deal, she can retire and live the rest of her life in peace. Although her killing methods are superb, she also understands that if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. After completing this mission, she can live a carefree life for the rest of her life. How can she not be excited? Poison Rose graduated from the medical school of Country M and was even a doctor of medicine. The hospital was very familiar to her. She walked in the hospital corridor and looked at her watch. A nurse was pushing a cart with infusion bottles to change Jiang Yifei's dressing. The Poisonous Rose and the nurse passed each other. Suddenly, Poison Rose stopped and called the nurse. "Why are your clothes dirty?" The nurse looked down and found that her nurse uniform was stained with black ink at some point. "Oh, when did this happen?" The nurse's uniform was white, and the black ink was particularly eye-catching. While the nurse was distracted by her uniform, Poison Rose had already switched the infusion medicine package. Poison Rose's hands were too quick, and the nurse didn't even notice that the infusion medicine had been switched. The nurse raised her head and Poison Rose smiled faintly. "Be more careful next time. It's such a pity to dirty the freshly washed nurse uniform." "Thank you, sister, for the reminder." The nurse thanked Poison Rose gratefully. Because Poison Rose was wearing a mask, she just thought he was a new doctor from some department and never imagined that her medicine had turned into poison. Once Jiang Yifei changes the bottle of medicine, it will only take a few seconds to kill the other person. Poison Rose's lips curled up slightly. Her mission was going too smoothly. The nurse pushed the medicine cart to the ward and was about to change the medicine when Yi Chen said calmly, "Nurse, your medicine has been swapped." At this time, a voice came from the intercom. "The target has entered the encirclement." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said to Zhou Susu, "Let's meet this Poisonous Rose together." Poison Rose walked quickly out of the hospital. She had calculated the time, and the nurse would change the dressing so that she could leave the hospital smoothly. At that time, drive directly to the airport and leave China. Everything was arranged seamlessly. Suddenly, Poison Rose's eyes fixed. Her years of experience as a killer made her smell danger. The corridor was so quiet, she was alone. "Damn it! Is it exposed?" Poison Rose's face turned cold and she turned around and ran towards the escape route she had prepared. Just then, a young man appeared at the window. Yi Chen was also stunned when he saw the Poisonous Rose. "This girl is very beautiful. It's really a poisonous rose." Poison Rose saw someone blocking her way in front of her, so she turned around and saw Zhou Susu and a dozen armed policemen surrounding her. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Poisoning is fun, but it's a pity that this is your end." Poison Rose gritted her teeth and laughed miserably. "How did you know my plan?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "China is not a place for you killers to run wild. Since you are here, just stay here." Chapter 77. Let me give it a try. Poison Rose glanced at the armed detectives around her and sighed helplessly. She knew she couldn't escape this time. Over the years, she traveled all over the world and killed countless people, but unexpectedly, she died in China. I originally wanted to retire after finishing this business, but I didn't expect it to fail." Zhou Susu said coldly, "Surrender immediately." Poison Rose's eyes turned cold. "Surrender? If I die in your hands, someone will avenge me." As soon as she finished speaking, Poison Rose suddenly bit the capsule in her mouth, twitched, and fell to the ground and died. The Poisonous Rose was eventually killed by its own poison. The second shocking news spread throughout the killer world. The world's third-ranked Poison Rose was defeated in China. In the bar, a man with a scar on his face looked gloomy. "Poison Rose, I told you that you can't go to China, but you just won't listen. So what do you do?" His eyes turned cold. "Don't worry, Rose, I will definitely avenge this." Second, Yi Chen continued to run Didi. It was rush hour and the streets were filled with people hurrying along to why Yi Chen felt that life was wonderful, that he was once like these passers-by, not knowing what the future would be like, but now his life has changed. Just then, Yi Chen saw a message sent in the class group. It turned out that the high school class monitor was suddenly hit by a car on the way to work, but he is now receiving emergency treatment in the hospital. The monitor's name is Li Yuan. She used to be very good to Yi Chen. Yi Chen remembered that one time when he had spent all his money, Li Yuan would always save half of her meals for him. She called it losing weight, but Yi Chen knew that she was actually trying to help herself. In his senior year of high school, his father fell ill and needed money for treatment. In order to raise money, Yi Chen had to drop out of school and work. It was Li Yuan who lent me her 2,000 yuan New Year's money. Why Yi Chen always kept these feelings in his heart. Hey, the squad leader is so nice, how come he encountered something like this? Let's go to the hospital to see her. I hope it's safe. Soon many students had signed up to go to the hospital. The squad leader's city was Suzhou and Hangzhou, so Yi Chen also signed up and decided to drive there. We were all high school classmates and hadn't seen each other for a long time. So this can also be considered a class reunion. Why Yi Chen drove his domineering Cullinan directly to Suzhou and Hangzhou. When we arrived at the hospital, many classmates were already gathered inside. At this time, a young man in an Hermes suit said proudly to his classmates, "Don't worry, I've asked my father to entrust the best experts in the hospital, and there will definitely be no problem." The person who spoke was Li Shuang, who was also Yi Chen's high school classmate. Li Shuang comes from a wealthy family, but this guy has a problem, which is that he likes to be in the spotlight. What he likes most is the feeling of being the center of attention. This time the classmates came together to see the class monitor. The others were all sincere, but this guy was definitely here to show off his wealth. He was wearing an Emmanuel suit, all branded goods. The sleeves are rolled up high to show the Rolex Green Water Ghost on the wrist. He was holding a BMW X6 key, waving it around for fear that no one would notice. At this time, the classmates saw Yi Chen making a commotion. Especially those girls. Why Yi Chen is the most handsome in the class and very popular among girls. Yi Chen, you are here too. Ha, Yi Chen, I haven't seen you for so many years. You look handsome again. Hearing his classmates being so enthusiastic about Yi Chen, Li Shuang frowned. He heard that Yi Chen was running Didi, so he deliberately said, "Yi Chen, you can't make much money running Didi, why are you running here?" Yi Chen said calmly, "The squad leader helped me before. If she was hit by a car, I would definitely come to see her." "It sounds nice, but what good can your presence do?" Li Shuang snorted coldly. The lights in the operating room came on and everyone gathered around. "How is the doctor?" Li Yuan's parents asked anxiously. The doctor frowned and said, "The patient is not in good condition right now. He has damaged brain nerves and we can't treat him here. There is only one doctor who can perform this operation." "Which doctor?" Li Yuan's parents asked anxiously. The doctor said, "Mr. Hua from Renai Hospital." "Renai Hospital? Mr. Hua?" Everyone frowned when they heard this. Renai Hospital is a famous private hospital in China. Although it has the best resources in the country, this hospital has only one word: expensive. Mr. Hua is a national-level master. The registration fee is 100,000, and ordinary people can't even make an appointment with him. Li Yuan's parents originally thought that their daughter could be saved, but their expressions immediately darkened when they heard the news. The other students all sighed. Suddenly, Li Shuang said, "Don't worry, I have a solution." "What? You have a solution?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Li Shuang said, "My uncle seems to know Mr. Hua. I'll give him a call and try." Li Shuang is really capable. That's right, thanks to the fact that we have a capable classmate like Li Shuang in our class. Li Shuang called Ling and told his uncle about the situation. However, when he hung up the phone, there was a hint of dejection in Li Shuang's eyes. "No, Mr. Hua won't treat patients easily now. Although my uncle knows him, he can't invite him." After hearing Li Shuang's words, everyone's hopes were dashed again. Even Li Yuan's mother couldn't help crying. Yi Chen suddenly said, "Let me try to contact Mr. Hua." "You?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Chen's words. Isn't Yi Chen just a Didi brother? Mr. Hua is a national player of China. Even if some big guys want to invite him, he won't show up. How can a Didi brother like you possibly get an appointment with them? Li Shuang snorted coldly. "Yi Chen, do you know who Mr. Hua is?" Just relying on you, a Didi brother. If you can make an appointment with him, I will call you dad.
Yichen smiled faintly. This is yours, remember it.
Then, Yichen called Director Wang of Renai Hospital. Yichen said on the phone, Dean Wang, a friend of mine is sick and would like to ask Elder Hua to perform an operation.
I wonder if he has time. Mr. Hua is currently conducting research.
If it were someone else, he really wouldn't help.
But you are different.
I'll help you get in touch.
Wait for my call.
Yichen hung up Ling and said, the other party asked us to wait for a call, let's wait a little longer. Li Shuang snorted coldly at the side, it looks just like the real thing.
Who do you think you are? A Didi driver? Will Mr. Hua give you face? Yichen, I know you.
Do you just want to show off in front of your classmates, and then when they call you, you can't do it?
I'm tired of your tricks.
The other students also shook their heads secretly. Li Shuang's uncle was heard to be a city leader, but he couldn't invite Mr. Hua.
How could a Didi brother invite such a person?
Chapter 78, Loyalty and Righteousness. At this time, Yichen's cell phone rang. Mr. Jiang, Dr. Hua agrees to the surgery.
You can bring the patient over now. Okay, we'll be there soon.
Yichen hung up the phone and said to Li Yuanyuan's parents, uncle and aunt, they have already contacted them.
Mr. Hua is willing to perform the surgery on Yuanyuan himself. What?
All the students at the scene were stunned. They never dreamed that Yichen could actually do it. Li Shuang, who was about to laugh at Yichen's joke, was also dumbfounded.
Yichen, you are awesome. I didn't expect that Yichen is so capable now. Ha, who just looked down on me because I'm Didi brother? What's wrong with Didi brother? I can do things that others can't do.
Li Shuang's face turned pale. Yichen looked at Li Shuang and said jokingly, you don't have to call me dad.
Be low-key next time. There are many people in this world who are more powerful than you.
Li Shuang gritted his teeth and said nothing. The classmates all went to the hotel, and Yuanyuan's father contacted Renai Hospital. After hanging up the phone, Yuanyuan's father's face suddenly turned ugly.
How's it going? Have you made contact?
Yuanyuan's father nodded and said, Mr. Hua did perform the surgery on Yuanyuan himself, but the surgery cost 1 million.
What? So expensive?
Yuanyuan's mother's face also looked unhappy. In the early days, they had already spent a lot of money on Yuanyuan's treatment. Yuanyuan's family conditions were indeed good before, but later both of them were laid off and their lives fell into a slump. All the money in the family has been spent. Where can I raise 1 million? Yuanyuan's mother cried in pain.
Yuanyuan's life is so miserable, it's all our fault for being incompetent. Yuanyuan's father also sighed. Yuanyuan, I'm sorry, it's not that your parents don't want to save you, we really don't have any money.
Just then, a notification sound came from Yuanyuan's father's cell phone. Ding, 1 million has been transferred to your bank card with the last number 8831. This, Yuanyuan's father was stunned when he saw the prompt on his phone. As the classmates were preparing to return to Shanghai, Li Shuang said to Li Qing, Xiao Cheng, take my car.
My car is a BMW X6, which is more comfortable.
Duan Chang was one of the 4 golden flowers in the school. There were 3 of the 4 golden flowers in high school in their class, namely Lin Xianer, Duan Chang, and Li Yuanyuan. Lin Xianer didn't come. Li Yuanyuan was lying on the hospital bed, and the most beautiful one was Duan Chang.
Yichen, what are you going to do? Duan Chang asked with concern. I drove here too.
Yichen said with a smile. Li Shuang snorted coldly, driving, what car can a Didi driver like you drive?
It's probably only at the Xiaoli level. Li Shuang, why are you like this? What's wrong with someone driving a Didi? Didi is also a car. I am willing to ride in Didi.
Duan Qing snorted coldly. As they were talking, everyone arrived at the parking lot.
Look at that SUV, it's so cool.
This car is so awesome, it looks like it's worth a lot of money. I wonder which young master is driving this car.
Li Shuang said proudly, you don't understand this, right?
This car is called Cullinan, it's the most luxurious SUV in the world, and it's a limited edition with only 10 in the world. This car is the king of SUVs, and the person who drives this car must be someone special, definitely a big shot. Hey, my dream is to have the opportunity to drive a Cullinan. As expected of Li Shuang, he is well informed.
Ha, I'm content as long as I can drive a BMW. Young Master Li is indeed so ambitious. Following Li Shuang is a great way to gain new insights.
Listening to his classmates' flattery, Li Shuang felt very proud, with a sense of superiority on his face.
Excuse me, could you please make way? Yi Chen said from the side. Yi Chen, you really are something. Haven't you ever seen a luxury car? By the way, please stay away from this car.
If you damage this car, Didi won't be able to afford the compensation even if you drive it for the rest of your life. Li Shuang said jokingly. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Sorry, this car is mine. Take out the car keys. With a slight dimming, Cullinan's cool headlights light up. The scene was dead silent. Li Shuang was stunned, Duanqing was stunned, the other students were also dumbfounded.
Yi Chen, are you driving this Cullinan to run Didi? A classmate asked in shock.
Sometimes, I drive a Pagani. Yi Chen responded calmly. Everyone was shocked and the whole place was silent. The girls all had little stars in their eyes. No wonder Yi Chen could make an appointment with a national player like Mr. Hua, and drive Cullinan to drive Didi. Who would believe it? Yi Chen's identity is definitely that of an unfathomable boss. Yi Chen, it turns out that you are the real boss of our class.
That's right, you deceived us so much, it's amazing. Yi Chen, can I sit in your Cullinan worth tens of millions?
Seeing Yi Chen becoming the focus again, Li Shuang was almost going crazy. After arriving at the hotel, Li Qing gathered everyone together.
Everyone, you should know that Ren AI Hospital is a private hospital, so the medical expenses must be very expensive. I think we should help Yuan and organize donations.
When they heard about the donations, everyone looked a little embarrassed. This time, Li Qing said, let me set an example first.
I'll give you 10,000 yuan.
I'll give you 5,000. I'll give you 3,000.
I'll give you 1,000.
The students donated money one after another. This time, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was driving a Cullinan, and he just said he also had a Pagani. Yi Chen had actually just transferred 1 million to Yuan's father, so he was worried that his classmates would think he was showing off, so he said, I will just donate 10,000. 10,000 is indeed a lot for others, but it is too little for Yi Chen. You know, Yi Chen drives a car worth tens of millions, and it's too stingy of you to only donate 1,000. The classmates looked at Yi Chen with some disappointment. It seems to be true that the richer you are, the more money you are obsessed with. He's so rich, but he only donated 10,000.
Yuan helped him before. Oh, what is a local rich man? It's so disappointing.
After listening to his classmates' words, Li Shuang, who had just been hit hard, became energetic again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show off. Li Shuang said proudly, I will donate 50,000 yuan. Beginning Li Shuang heroically. That's right, this is what a loyal old classmate looks like. Li Shuang is still a man of loyalty and righteousness. Listening to his classmates' flattery, Li Shuang felt even more proud. Alas, some people, what's the use of having money? They are completely heartless and ungrateful. Although the other students didn't say anything, they all looked at Yi Chen. Li Shuang enjoyed this feeling. 50,000 yuan is nothing to me, it's just a meal, but I am very happy to be able to help my classmates. At this time, footsteps were heard outside and Li Yuan's parents came to the hotel. Seeing Li Yuan's parents, Li Qing quickly said, Uncle and Aunt, our classmates just donated some money, about 100,000 yuan, which is our token of appreciation. Li Shuang was even more proud. Uncle and Aunt, I donated 50,000 yuan, no need to thank me, after all, we are classmates. Although he said you're welcome, Li Shuang's expression clearly said, I donated 50,000, the most, come and thank me. Li Yuan's father shook his head and said, thank you all, we have raised all the money for Yuan's treatment. As they spoke, Li Yuan's parents walked towards Yi Chen and suddenly bowed to him. Xiaochen, thank you for saving our daughter. When the students saw this scene, they were all stunned. Chapter 79, Make the Goddess Bow. Li Shuang looked a little ugly. He was the one who donated the most money, but it was Yi Chen whom Li Yuan's parents thanked. He quickly said, Auntie, among our classmates' donations, I donated the most, 50,000, and Yi Chen only donated 10,000. After saying this, Li Shuang looked very proud. Although other students felt uncomfortable after hearing this, it was indeed the fact. Father Li shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness.
No need. Yi Chen gave us 1 million, which is enough for the medical expenses. What?
Suddenly there was dead silence all around. Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Chen. Just now, everyone was still ridiculing Yi Chen for being a money grubber who didn't care about friendship. It turns out that he had already secretly donated 1 million. Now they understood that Yi Chen didn't say anything just to give everyone face. Li Shuang, who had been so arrogant just now, fell to the ground again in an instant. 1 million, he does have money, but he is reluctant to take out 1 million at once. Fatherly held Yi Chen's hand and said, "Kid, you didn't even tell me that you transferred money to me. If I hadn't checked the bank, I wouldn't have known it was you." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Uncle, when I was young, our family was in financial difficulty, and Yuan gave me her New Year's money. This 1 million is my way of repaying her, and it's what I deserve." Yi Chen's words moved all the students present, who said Yi Chen was heartless. He borrowed 2,000 and returned 1 million. This is true loyalty and righteousness. Mr. Hua is now in Beijing and Hangzhou, so he needs to fly directly from Beijing and Hangzhou to Kyoto. Li Shuang failed to show off repeatedly, so he decided to get his face back. "How about this? We have an RV at home, a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 1 million yuan, which is specially used by big stars. It has a nice environment. Why don't you take our RV to Kyoto? It will only take a dozen hours." "That's great. I was worried that the train ride would be too bumpy, and Yuan can't take a regular plane in her condition. Brother Shuang is awesome. A Mercedes-Benz sedan. I heard that only big stars can afford it." "That's right. I heard that those who can own a Mercedes-Benz are all big shots. Brother Shuang is awesome." Hearing his classmates' exclamations, Li Shuang regained his confidence. He looked at Yi Chen provocatively. "What do you think? In terms of style, you are still inferior to me." Yi Chen suddenly spoke, "It takes too long to sit in the RV, I think it's better to fly." "Plane?" "Yi Chen, Yuan must take a private plane in this situation." "Do you know how much it costs?" "Yi Chen, thank you for your kindness. A private plane is a waste of money. You have already given us so much money, we can't waste it." Fatherly also said. Yi Chen smiled faintly, "Uncle, it's okay, the plane is my private plane, it's idle anyway." The scene was dead silent again. Private jet. All the students were stunned. Yi Chen actually owns a private jet. "Fuck Yi Chen, you even have a private jet, so luxurious. I decided to quit my job as a civil servant and drive Didi. It was so inspiring. Now I know what a real boss is. It's so awesome." Li Shuang, who was extremely proud just now, turned into an idiot again in an instant. There is absolutely no comparison between $1 million Mercedes-Benz RV and a private jet. His heart finally broke. Every time he tries to show off, he gets slapped in the face. He finally understood that Yi Chen was someone he looked up to when he was in school, but now he can only look up to him. The ambulance took Li Yuan and her family directly to Suzhou and Hangzhou Airport. Classmates also came to the airport to see them off. "What does Yi Chen's private jet look like?" "That's right, I really want to see it." Li Shuang looked at the tarmac outside and said sourly, "Yi Chen's ability is at best the lowest level private jet worth millions. I really don't dare to sit in it." At this time, a classmate pointed to a cool plane and said, "Look, that plane is so beautiful. That's a Gulfstream G550. It's worth more than 300 million. You know Ma Ge from China, right? His private jet is a G550. I guess this is Ma Ge's." "Oh, I thought this plane belonged to Yi Chen," the classmate said with some disappointment. "As for Yi Chen, a plane worth 300 million is a joke. Although he has some money, he is just a small rich man. Is he qualified to ride in such a luxurious plane?" Li Shuang said disdainfully. At this time, the ambulance drove into the tarmac. "That's not right. Did the ambulance go in the wrong direction? Why did it stop next to the Gulfstream G550? Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, several medical staff carried Li Yuan onto the plane on a stretcher. The students were shocked again. Fuck, that plane actually belongs to Yi Chen. Li Shuang's face turned pale. The Gulfstream G550 is the standard equipment for Chinese bigwigs. Yi Chen actually also has such an awesome plane. Who said Yi Chen was not qualified to sit here? A classmate said jokingly. Li Shuang, Yi Chen's awesomeness really exceeded his imagination. At Kyoto Renei Hospital, with the help of Yi Chen, Li Yuan was admitted to the intensive care unit as soon as possible. Yi Chen came to the nurse station. Miss Nurse, where can I pay the deposit for hospitalization? Although Yi Chen is the senior executive of the hospital and his hospitalization is free, it costs millions of dollars and Yi Chen is too lazy to use his privileges. The nurse raised her head, and Yi Chen was stunned when he saw the beauty in front of him. The silky hair falls gently under the white hat, the bright and deep eyes exude moving fluctuations, the fair skin is as smooth as cherry snow. With a 90-point appearance and an 8-point temperament, this beauty Yi Chen can score 98 points. Hello, do you need any help? The beautiful woman's voice was as sweet as a lark. Beauty, do you believe that I have the ability to make money? Yi Chen suddenly asked. The beautiful nurse was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, what kind of money ability? I like you so much. The beautiful nurse chuckled, you are so funny. In order to use my money power, can you give me your WeChat account? Yi Chen continued. Many people sneered when they saw this scene. Tang Lu is the #1 goddess in the hospital. Countless doctors in the hospital and rich second-generation people who came to the hospital wanted to pursue her, but Tang Lu simply ignored them. Seeing that another boy was trying to chat up Tang Lu and ask for the goddess WeChat, everyone was waiting for Yi Chen to be rejected. Even a few security guards who had a crush on Tang Lu were ready to make a move, waiting for the goddess's order to throw this ignorant guy out. Okay. However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Lu actually agreed and added Yi Chen on WeChat. Damn it, what is going on? The nurses, doctors and even security guards at the scene were stunned, especially the boys around the nurses' station were wailing. It turns out that this world is still a society that values appearance. The goddess rejects you because you are not handsome enough. When you are handsome enough to conquer the goddess, she will also bow down to you. Chapter 80, a different Didi brother. Seeing that Tang Lu actually added Yi Chen on WeChat, many young nurses began to tease her. Oh my, our Lulu is actually moved. Lulu, there are so many rich second generations, and there is also a returned PhD who asked for your WeChat, but you didn't give it to him. Did your heart also melt that handsome guy? Yeah, I didn't expect that our Lulu would be moved too. Listening to her colleagues teasing, Tang Lu's pretty face turned slightly red. That's right, she was indeed moved just now. I don't know why. It's just a feeling. In the past, if someone wanted to add him on WeChat, Tang Lu would definitely refuse, but from the moment she saw Yi Chen, her heart was moved. Yi Chen's smile was like a refreshing breeze, and his temperament was like refreshing spring water, which instantly melted her heart. Let's see who this handsome guy is. That's right, let's see which young man has attracted Miss Tang's attention. Encouraged by everyone, Tang Lu opened Yi Chen's mobile phone. When everyone saw the above introduction, they were stunned. Didi brother, there is also a broken Xiaoli in the picture. What? I thought he was some rich young man, but he turned out to be a Didi boy. That's right, and he drives a shabby Xiaoli. I don't know where he got the courage to chase Lulu. Lulu, please don't be confused. You absolutely cannot want a man like this. That's right. This society values money, not looks. The female nurses at the nurses' station were disappointed when they saw Yi Chen's identity. They all started to complain about Yi Chen, causing Tang Lu to cut off contact with Yi Chen. Tang Lu smiled faintly. Actually, I think he is quite good. You, Lulu, you are still too young. Lulu, you are so well off, you can't date a poor bitch like this, you will regret it for the rest of your life. You'd better delete him to avoid him harassing you. Just then, Li Yuan's father came to the nurse's station. Miss Nurse, did you see a handsome young man just now? I saw it. He said he had to pay a deposit for hospitalization, so I asked him to pay it. Ah, he has donated 1 million to us, how can he still spend the money? Donate 1 million? Suddenly everyone at the scene was stunned. Wasn't that the guy just now, Didi brother? How could he possibly donate 1 million in one go? Uncle, what's going on? A nurse asked curiously. A fatherly recounted what had happened. Yi Chen came to see his daughter when she was sick, then gave him 1 million, registered with Mr. Hua, and took his private plane to Kyoto. Everyone was stunned after hearing what Mr. Li said. 1 million, registration with Mr. Hua, private jet. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was Mr. Hua? A national player from the Gen AI hospital. Because Mr. Hua is old, he seldom sees patients. Those who can make an appointment are All big shots with incredibly powerful backgrounds. The fact that Yi Chen was able to make an appointment with Mr. Hua with just one phone call was enough to show how terrifying his background was. A nurse was shocked and said, "We saw the plane when we went to pick them up at the airport.
I thought it was a cool plane and I looked it up online.
It's called the Gulfstream G500 and is worth more than 300 million." The scene was dead silent.
Lulu, you have such good taste.
I was wondering why you added him as your friend. It turns out he's tall, rich, and handsome.
Lulu, you must cherish this opportunity. It's not easy to meet such a rich bachelor. Yes, Lulu, if you don't want it, give it to me.
I like tall, rich, and handsome men like this the most. The female nurses who had just ridiculed Yi Chen changed their expressions instantly and turned into bootlickers in the blink of an eye. Tang Lu shook her head helplessly. In fact, she didn't know Yi Chen was so rich. The reason she added Yi Chen's WeChat account was just because she felt something strange about him. This time, Tang Lu's cell phone rang.
Mom, I told you I don't want a boyfriend right now.
Okay, this is the last one. After hanging up the phone, Tang Lu shook her head helplessly. Another important reason why Tang Lu is coveted by so many rich second generations is because of her strong family background. Her mother, Li Hui, is the chairman of Meta Group. Li Hui is a strong woman in the business world. The only thing that worries her is her daughter's marriage. I don't know how many rich second generations and children of high-ranking officials I have been introduced to over the years, but my daughter doesn't like any of them. Sister Hui, don't worry about our Xiaobo. He has good character, loves his wife, and is handsome.
There will be no problem with them.
Li Hui sighed, I hope so. After get off work, Tang Lu took a Didi to the meeting place. This time, a Volkswagen sedan drove over, and the license plate number 1588 was the Didi she had booked. After getting in the car, Tang Lu was stunned for a moment. It's you. Yi Chen was also stunned. What a fate, I didn't expect that the first business in Kyoto would be yours. Just now Yi Chen went to the Forest store and bought a Volkswagen sedan. I have been coming to Kyoto frequently recently, so I bought a car just to make it easier to use Didi. The reason why Yi Chen bought a Volkswagen was that he didn't want to be too high profile. After all, as a Didi driver, it is not appropriate to always drive away luxury cars. Yi Chen glanced at Tang Lu, who was sitting in the back of the car. He had to admit that Tang Lu looked more beautiful in casual clothes than in a nurse's uniform.
Kyoto Commercial Street, are you dating your boyfriend? Yi Chen said with a smile.
Yeah, it's so annoying. My mom seems to be worried that I won't be able to get married, and she introduces boyfriends to me every day. A girl as beautiful as you, do you still need someone to introduce you to me? There must be a lot of people chasing after you. Yi Chen teased. For some reason, Tang Lu felt very happy chatting with Yi Chen. Other boys always act like flatterers in front of her. You are so beautiful. I'll buy you whatever bag you like.
But Yi Chen is different. Being with Yi Chen is like being friends. Yi Chen, can you do me a favor for a moment? Tang Lu asked.
Let me be a shield?
Yi Chen said with a smile.
Well, if I feel disgusted by that boy later, I will raise my glass. In that case, you will come over and help me out. Yi Chen nodded. Okay, but you have to give me a 5-star rating later. No problem. When they arrived at the location, Yi Chen parked the car in the parking lot and went to the cafe with Tang Lu one after the other. This time, a man sitting near the window saw Tang Lu, stood up excitedly, and waved. Tang Lu glanced at Yi Chen, then walked towards the boy reluctantly. Yi Chen sat at a seat not far away and ordered a cup of coffee. This moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Yi Chen, why are you here? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and saw a girl with a beauty score of about 80 points, who walked over excitedly and sat directly opposite Yi Chen.
It's you?
Yi Chen also recognized the other person. The girl's name was Su Ku. She was one of the girlfriends introduced to him by his landlady when he was in Shanghai. In Yi Chen's memory, when this girl heard that he was a Didi driver earning 4,000 to 5,000 a month, she directly said, "Why are you looking for a partner with only 4,000 to 5,000 a month?" and then left arrogantly. But why is this girl so enthusiastic when she sees me today? Chapter 81. The feeling of love. Su Ku looked at Yi Chen with great excitement. Yi Chen, do you know? I now understand that you are the man who deserves my love the most. Yi Chen, but I can only make 4,000 or 5,000 a month. It doesn't matter, we can fight together. Su Ku didn't mind at all and said very seriously. But I don't have a house, I just have a car and I drive Didi.
It doesn't matter if we don't have a house, we can save money together to buy one, and what's wrong with driving a Didi? I like boys who drive Didi the most. Yi Chen, actually I'm different from other girls. I don't like brand name bags or watches. I just want to be with the one I love. Suka stared at Yi Chen lovingly and said. Why? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Suka had changed a lot. She was such a green tea girl at the beginning, but now she is a pure girl who only cares about love and not whether the other person is rich. Can human nature change? Maybe, but it is impossible for a green tea girl to become an innocent girl so quickly. Why? Yi Chen guessed correctly. Suka was still a green tea girl, and a high-level green tea girl. Suka was chatting with her landlady one time, and she mentioned that Yi Chen had become rich. She regretted so much at that time that she drove a luxury car and lived in a villa. Missed out on such a diamond bachelor. Later, as she did not develop well in Shanghai, she came to Kyoto and is now a clerk in a company. She was fed up with working from 9 to 5 every day and had been looking for a rich man. This way she doesn't have to go to work and can live the life of a rich wife. She didn't expect that God would be so good to her and let her meet Yi Chen again. She had made up her mind that she would not let Yi Chen go this time no matter what. Ms. Su, you are so beautiful. I, a Didi driver, may not be able to meet your needs. Suka laughed and said, you keep pretending. Keep pretending. Little guy, now that I have caught you, I will never let you escape from my grasp. It doesn't matter. As long as my physical needs are met, I don't need money or anything. I just want to find a man I love and live happily for the rest of my life. Yi Chen had actually seen through Suka's true nature a long time ago. You don't like famous brands at all, you carry a fake Gucci bag and a fake brand name watch. However, seeing that the other party acted so well, Yi Chen did not expose it. On the other side, Tang Lu saw a girl suddenly sitting in front of Yi Chen, chatting with Yi Chen lively, and she was a little curious. Could it be that I had misjudged Yi Chen? Is the other person simply a playboy who likes to flirt with girls, opposite Tang Lu? A man wearing international brand names was excitedly telling Tang Lu how outstanding he was. The man's name was Zheng Pang, and he fell in love with Tang Lu at first sight. And there is another important reason why he wants to be Tang Lu's boyfriend, because he is the daughter of Li Hui, the chairman of Meta Group. Tang Lu is Li Hui's only daughter. If he can become Tang Lu's husband, then the Meta Group will be his in the future. Therefore, this time he asked someone to meet Tang Lu and appeared very attentive. However, what made him a little depressed was that he found that Tang Lu's attitude towards him was very cold, and her eyes were always looking at the man not far away. What Zheng Peng could not tolerate the most was that the other person was much more handsome than him. Although she was on a date with him, the girl kept looking at other men. Zheng Peng felt very upset. Lulu, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I am willing to give everything for you, even my life. Tang Lu felt like vomiting after listening to Zheng Peng's confession. She couldn't bear it any longer and raised her glass towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen got the signal and stood up. Miss Su, I'm sorry, let's stop here today, I have something else to do. Ah, what's the matter? I have a car, I can drive you there. Seeing Yi Chen was about to leave, Suka quickly stood up and said, no need, I'll go chat with that beautiful lady at the next table. Suka, I'm chatting with you here with great affection, but for a long time your mind is on another woman. Besides, you are too direct. Although Suka was very angry, he could only endure it. Yi Chen is a rich man, and her future still depends on Yi Chen, so she doesn't want to annoy him. Ms. Tang, let's go. Oh, that's your friend? Tang Lu asked curiously. No, I met you once before on a blind date, but we are not familiar with each other at all, so we can't even say we know each other. Suka, I confessed to you for a long time, but it turns out that we are not familiar with each other, and when you say this in front of me, have you considered my face? Zheng Peng standing by was also confused. I tolerated the two of you flirting with each other just now, but we were on a blind date and you suddenly came here and wanted to take the girl away. What do you mean? Zheng Peng couldn't bear it any longer and was about to stand up and argue with Yi Chen, but what he didn't expect was that Tang Lu actually stood up first. Zheng Peng, it's nice to meet you, but my friend and I have something important to do, so we'll leave first. After saying that, she followed Yi Chen and walked straight out of the cafe. As Zheng Peng, what the hell is going on? The blind date candidate was actually seduced away by the other party in this way. From childhood to adulthood, Zheng Peng had never been insulted like this. At this moment, Zheng Peng felt as if there was a vast grassland on his head, and his face was burning as if he had been slapped in the face. I could hear a lot of discussions from the crowd. Damn, this guy is so miserable. He went on a blind date with someone, but the girl was stolen away by someone else. That's right. I heard that guy is a DD driver. Did you see that dazed girl? She tried to flirt with the boy, but the boy didn't want her. Ah, young people nowadays really don't understand.
Zheng Peng was almost going crazy listening to the discussions around him. I am the general manager of a listed company, but I lost to a DDGU. Let's just let this matter go. I must get my woman back. Tang Lu is mine, not on the other side. Suka's face turned blue with anger. The man she liked just abandoned her and left with another woman.
Yi Chen, I will not give up. You are my man.
You can't escape from my palm.
I must tame you and make you my man. Under the resentful gazes of the two people, Yi Chen and Tang Lu had already left the cafe. Thank you, Yi Chen. Ah, you don't like that boy? Well, that's too hypocritical. Tang Lu complained. So what kind do you like? Yi Chen asked. Tang Lu glanced at Yi Chen, her pretty face blushed, but she didn't say anything. Two people were walking on the street, chatting happily. Tang Lu hasn't had this feeling for a long time, and she just discovered today that she is in love. The two of them went shopping and ate snacks, having a lot of fun. Yi Chen had actually noticed a long time ago that there were always two tails behind them, following them stealthily. Dear friends, the flow is in PK, please support with recommendation votes. Chapter 82. Identifying green tea girls. Zheng Peng and Suku had been following Yi Chen and Tang Lu stealthily, seeing the two of them being as intimate as a couple. Zheng Peng and Suku were almost going crazy. After shopping for more than 2 hours, Yi Chen drove Tang Lu home. Tang Lu smiled and said, "By the way, I still owe you a 5-star review." Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the 3rd praise star, March 5th, and rewarding the green tea girl identification skill. How to identify a green tea girl? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. I took a look at Tang Lu and sure enough, there was a number above her head, a green tea value 0. It seems that my vision is good. Tang Lu is indeed an innocent girl. There are several data points for evaluating the green tea value. A green tea value of 60 or above means that a woman has slept with 3 men. The lower the green tea value, the purer the girl. After saying goodbye to Tang Lu, Yi Chen drove back to his home in the palace. This time, Yi Chen saw a Land Rover following him in the rearview mirror. Yi Chen had already seen the Land Rover, so he deliberately slowed down. The Land Rover overtook Yi Chen's Volkswagen and parked the car on the side of the road. Yi Chen got out of the car, and Zheng Peng got out of the Land Rover in a menacing manner. While getting off the car, Zheng Peng turned on the recording switch on his mobile phone. Yi Chen saw Zheng Peng's little movements clearly. You want to play secret photography? Okay, let's see who's better at it. Yi Chen also turned on the secret camera function. After getting off the car, Zheng Peng snorted coldly. Boy, you are not worthy of Lulu. You can't give Lulu happiness. I advise you to leave her. Yi Chen smiled faintly. How do you know that I can't give Lulu happiness? Zheng Peng snorted coldly. Let's not beat around the bush. Aren't you with Lulu just for money? I can give it to you. As he spoke, Zheng Peng took out a pen and paper and wrote a check. 1 million, is it enough? Zheng Peng waved the check in his hand. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Boy, as long as you accept this check, I will send your video to Lulu to expose your true face. He deliberately wrote a wrong word on the check, so even if Yi Chen took it, he couldn't withdraw the money. The effect he wanted was for Yi Chen to take the check and then take a video to in this way. Tang Lu can see clearly the scumbag nature of Yi Chen, and Zheng Peng believed that Yi Chen would definitely accept the check. 1 million is too tempting for a poor guy like Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the check and sneered. Are you trying to bribe me with money? Zheng Peng sneered. 1 million, this is something you can't earn in your lifetime. Driving Didi, it can change your life. How about as long as you leave Lulu, this money is yours? Yi Chen suddenly laughed. Do you think Lulu is a commodity? Can you clearly mark the price and buy and sell it? I like Lulu, but I love her as a person. Ha, kid, why are you pretending to be nice to me? Aren't you and I both because she has a rich mother? As long as I become his boyfriend, all his family assets will be mine. Kid, if you don't have the ability, don't get involved in this mess. Just give Tang Lu to me. After hearing this, Yi Chen reached out and snatched the check from Zheng Peng's hand. Seeing Yi Chen take the check, Zheng Peng was overjoyed. However, the next second, Yi Chen tore the check in his hand into pieces and threw it at Zheng Peng. You scumbag, I will not give Lulu to a piece of trash like you. Having said that, under Zheng Peng's shocked gaze, Yi Chen turned around, got in the car, and drove away. Zheng Peng was stunned. He never dreamed that Yi Chen would tear up the check he wrote. Asshole, you're trying to steal my woman. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Zheng Peng was almost going crazy when he saw the taillights of Yi Chen's Volkswagen. Yi Chen drove the car and sent the video he had just sent directly to Tang Lu. Tang Lu was very happy to see the WeChat message from Yi Chen, but when she saw the content of the video, her pretty face turned red with anger. She forwarded the video directly to her mother Li Hui and then called Li Hui. Li Hui is chatting with Zheng Peng's mother. The two have even been discussing where to hold their wedding. Li Hui's phone rang, and she smiled and said, "The meeting must have ended." Mother Zhang said confidently, "Don't worry, Sister Hui, my son will definitely satisfy your daughter." When the call was connected, Tang Lu's angry voice came from the other end. "Mom, who are these people you introduced to me? Watch the video yourself." Li Hui hung up the phone, then opened WeChat, and was immediately furious when she saw the content of the video. "This is your good son. From now on, our two families will not have any contact with each other. Get out." "What's wrong, Sister Hui? Why are you so angry?" Li Hui sent the video directly to Zhang's mother and then pushed her out. Mother Zhang was kicked out of the house and her face turned blue with anger. When she saw the content of the video, she almost went crazy. It took her a lot of effort to become friends with Li Hui. Only then did I have the opportunity to introduce my son to Li Hui. She planned carefully step by step so that her son could marry Tang Lu and then take over the Meta Group, but her stupid son ruined all her plans. Zhang's mother called her son. "Mom, what's wrong? You little bastard, you still ask me what's wrong? Why did I give birth to such a disappointing son like you?" Zheng Peng was scolded harshly after opening the WeChat message sent by his mother and seeing the content of the video. Zheng Peng almost fainted from anger. He never dreamed that Yi Chen would send the video to Tang Lu. Zheng Peng knew that his plan had completely failed. Yi Chen parked the car in front of the palace gate. As soon as he got out of the car, a taxi followed him. The taxi door opened and a woman ran out with a bouquet of roses in her hands. It turned out to be Su Ke. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. What a crazy move. Looking at the top of Suka's head, the green tea value is 90. Shit, how many men has this woman cheated on? Yi Chen was shocked. "Yi Chen, give me a chance, even if I can be your mistress." "Mistress?" Yi Chen didn't expect that this girl was willing to be a mistress in order to marry into a wealthy family. "I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of keeping a mistress, please stop bothering me." Having said that, Yi Chen walked straight into the palace. Seeing Yi Chen enter the palace, Suka followed him, but he was stopped by the guard at the door. "Why are you stopping me? You can't go in here." "Then why was he able to get in? This is Mr. Ye's home, why can't we go in?" "What? The palace is Yi Chen's home?" Suka was shocked. As Suka burst into tears, she actually missed such a rich and handsome man. Yi Chen made arrangements for Li Yuanyuan's family and returned to the Magic City on a private plane. As soon as he came back, he received a call from Lu Weiwei. "Yi Chen, can you help me deal with a top hacker from Country M?" Lu Weiwei said anxiously. Chapter 83 Responsibility. A country's top hacker. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. That's right, some time ago our Chinese scientist Jiang Lao researched a project, and soon the news was stolen by hackers from a certain country. In order to prevent our project from going smoothly, they hired a killer to assassinate Jiang Lao. Even when we moved several locations, the hackers found Jiang Lao's location at the first time. Yi Chen understood that the scientist Lu Weiwei was referring to should be Jiang Yifei. "Mr. Jiang has encountered a killer again. Well, we lost 7 security personnel this time. We suspect that Mr. Hua's whereabouts were monitored by hackers, but our security measures are very strict and we don't know where the loophole is." "Okay, leave this to me." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen directly looked up Mr. Zhang's information. Although Mr. Zhang's information was an S-level secret, it was very easy for Yi Chen to enter the security system. Yi Chen typed a piece of code on the computer, and soon he hacked into Jiang Lao's mobile phone and found an extremely secret hacker positioning system in his phone. Although the other party does not have Yi Chen's Sky Eye system, he can hack into Jiang Lao's mobile phone through positioning, and then hack into the surrounding cameras. In this way, he can locate Mr. Zhang's position at any time and then send out assassins to kill him accurately. This hacker's skills are indeed stronger than any other hacker expert in China. Mr. Zhang's mobile phone should have the most advanced firewall, but the other party was able to evade the monitoring of China's security department and quietly invade the system without being noticed, and hack into Mr. Zhang's mobile phone. Li Jun, director of the Chinese National Security Bureau, frowned and said,
are you sure that Yi Chen can help us deal with hackers from a certain country?
He is the most powerful hacker I know. I even have a hunch that he can easily hack into China's security system. What? There is actually such a person. We must control him. Otherwise, he can easily enter our Huagua bank, right? Lu Weiwei smiled bitterly. He probably won't. He's not short of money. Hacking is just his hobby. Hobby? Li Jun was stunned. So what does he do? DD brother.
Lu Weiwei said with a wry smile. Such an awesome hacking method was actually used by Didi. Although Li Jun was knowledgeable, he was still a little confused. At this moment, Yi Chen has already used the tracking software to find the address of a hacker from a certain country. This hacker is ranked first on the world hacker list. His name is Tom. This time he cooperated with a certain country's security agency and received a reward of 1 billion yuan. His mission is to locate Mr. Jiang, steal China's security plan, and then pass it to a certain country's intelligence department to deploy assassins. Daring to run wild in our China and kill our Chinese scientists is simply courting death. Yi Chen unceremoniously transferred 1 billion yuan, then downloaded all the data in Tom's computer and sent it to Lu Weiwei. After finishing everything, Yi Chen left a message on Tom's computer. Whoever offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are.
Lu Weiwei's cell phone rang. A tracking system was implanted into Mr. Zhang's phone by hackers. I have deleted the tracking system. Now let Mr. Jiang move immediately. His position should have been located by the enemy. This is the enemy's action plan. What? Lu Weiwei's face changed. Mr.
Hua's cell phone has been tested, so how could it have a hacker's tracking system? This hacker's skills were so powerful that he managed to evade China's many defenses. After hanging up the phone, Lu Weiwei said, directly, Mr. Zhang's location has been exposed and he needs to be relocated immediately.
That's impossible.
Our security measures are very strict this time.
Mr. Zhang's cell phone has been located. Lu Weiwei took a deep breath. Although Lu Weiwei once suspected that Zhang Lao's phone had been hacked, their testing found no problems. However, Yi Chen was able to discover that there was hacking software in Zhang Lao's phone so quickly and deleted it. He was really amazing. Move Mr. Jiang immediately. Director Li gave the order hurriedly. Half an hour after Mr. Jiang moved away, the floor where Mr. Hua lived was indeed attacked, and this time, the other side has deployed more killers. Fortunately, China was well prepared and launched a beautiful ambush. After hearing the report, Director Li Jun stood up excitedly. We finally had a turnaround battle. We were chased and beaten by others during this period and lost so many elites. It was so frustrating. Yi Chen is too strong. Weiwei, I want to meet this hero. Lu Weiwei smiled awkwardly. Director Li, Yi Chen told me that he doesn't want to contact us. He can help at any time, but he doesn't want to join us. Is that so? Li Jun understood that people like Yi Chen had strange personalities. If he was pushed too hard, it would make him disgusted. After all, there would be many places where he could be used in the future. In country M, Tom was in a bar, leisurely holding 2 female stars and preparing to pay the bill. Sorry, there is insufficient balance on your card, the waiter said after swiping the card. Are you kidding me about insufficient balance? Tom was stunned. There are more than 10 billion in his card, but when he checked his balance on his phone, he was dumbfounded. The balance was 0. It's over. Tom's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly realized that his computer might have been hacked. This time, 2 burly men rushed over. Without saying anything, they directly carried Tom and stuffed him into the car. Tom's blindfold was removed, and he saw the people on the other side and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" What? Tom didn't expect you to be a double agent. What does double agent mean? You actually sent all our action plans to China, causing us to lose more than a dozen elite killers. No, that's impossible, I didn't. No? We already have your computer. The evidence is irrefutable. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger pierced his heart. China. Yi Chen took another business. When the car door opened and he saw the person getting in, he was stunned. Lu Weiwei? Yi Chen, thank you so much this time. You helped a lot this time. We caught more than a dozen agents in total and destroyed their intelligence network in one fell swoop. Ha, this is what I should do. Yi Chen said with a smile. Your superiors are going to give you a reward. Just tell me what you want. Lu Weiwei said. Yi Chen shook his head. Forget it, just give me a 5-star rating. A 5-star review is enough? Lu Weiwei was stunned. In fact, it has been said above that any reward Yi Chen wants can be given to him, but Yi Chen actually just asked for a simple 5-star review. Lu Weiwei shook her head helplessly. This is for you. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw the small notebook Lu Weiwei gave him. What is this? This is a special pass from our security bureau. With it, you can travel freely in China. Lu Weiwei said. Don't worry, this is just our reward to you. You have indeed done a lot for us, and we will need your help in the future. Yi Chen understood what Lu Weiwei meant. Taking this red book also meant taking responsibility. However, Yi Chen still took the red book. There is no home without a country, so if the country really needs him, Yi Chen will still help out without hesitation. The car arrived at the airport, and Lu Weiwei got out of the car and smiled. By the way, there are 5-star reviews, right? In fact, 5-star reviews are what Yi Chen wants most. With 2 more stars, he can activate a new career. Chapter 84, Infernal Affairs. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the 4th praise star, 4/5, and rewarding the danger perception skill. A system prompt sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Danger perception. When the target person has dangerous intentions towards the host, the system will automatically prompt. There are 3 danger levels: red, yellow, and green. This skill is very necessary for Yi Chen. After all, he is now helping the security bureau, and who knows if he will get into trouble with some big shots. And that poison rose. He swore that someone was seeking revenge on him. Yi Chen was driving and was about to leave when he suddenly received a new order. A few minutes later, a long-legged beauty came over and knocked on his car window. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then he opened the car window and saw a beautiful woman smiling and saying, "Hello, is this the car I'm taking?" The beauty is wearing sunglasses and her long black hair is flying in the air. What made Yi Chen's blood boil was that the beauty deliberately pulled up her shirt, revealing her sexy shoulders. Yi Chen's blood boiled. "Hello, please get in the car." "You are Yi Chen, right?" The beauty suddenly shouted excitedly, and then took off her sunglasses. Only then did Yi Chen recognize that the beauty was actually his college classmate Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu was the school goddess when she was in college. I heard that she later went abroad to study for a doctorate. What a coincidence! Yi Chen said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance right after returning home. Yi Chen got out of the car, put the luggage in the trunk and said with a smile, "Did you just come back from abroad?" "Yes, I'm tired of staying abroad and want to go back to find a job." The two got in the car, and Yi Chen asked, "What are your plans for returning home?" "Not yet?" "Yi Chen, I saw in the class group that you are quite successful now. Can I work for you?" "What major are you studying now?" Yi Chen asked. "I studied financial management." Lin Yuyu said. Yi Chen really needs an economic management talent now, and when he was in college, Lin Yuyu was his goddess. Now my goddess is working for me. It feels pretty good, and although the system has given Yi Chen many companies now, Yi Chen still does not have a company of his own. It's time to start a business. I am planning to set up a company recently, so you can go back and have a rest first. I will inform you when I have any news. Yi Chen said. Okay. Lin Yuyu nodded. Yi Chen sent Lin Yuyu to the hotel, but unfortunately, although Lin Yuyu gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. I'm waiting for your news. Lin Yuyu made a phone call gesture. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the 5th praise star, May 5th, and rewarding repentance potion, 10 bottles. Yi Chen looked at Lin Yuyu's back and narrowed his eyes slightly. Just after Lin Yuyu got in the car, the system prompted a red danger signal. This shows that there is something wrong with this woman. Yi Chen turned on the computer and was shocked when he checked. This old classmate turned out to be an Infernal Affairs operative. Yi Chen directly hacked into the website of a certain country's intelligence agency. Lin Yuyu's information showed that she was indeed studying in country M, but she suddenly disappeared 3 months ago, and during these 3 months, she became an Infernal Affairs. Her mission this time was to get close to Yi Chen and find out his identity. Fortunately, I have the skills of a master hacker, otherwise I wouldn't even know there's an Infernal Affairs agent around me. It seems that he is still being targeted, but the other party is not sure about Yi Chen's identity, so he asked Lin Yuyu to test him. You guys are trying to use the beauty trap on me.
Since you want to play it, I'm going to use the same trick on you. Moreover, since Yi Chen has discovered Lin Yuyu's identity, although they are old classmates, if she breaks the law, Yi Chen will kill her for the sake of justice. I'm going to be arrested anyway, so I might as well use this beauty first. Yi Chen is preparing to set up his own company. First he had to decide what to do. What makes the most money now? Internet, real estate. Yi Chen's advantage is that he has traveled through time and space and knows what will make the most money in the future, and he also has a certain amount of financial strength now. Why not just open an investment company and invest in anything that makes money? Yi Chen has also thought of a name for the company, which is Xingchen Group. Everything is done, now all that's missing is the office space and employees. At this moment, Yi Chen received another new order. Yi Chen drove to a Wing Chun martial arts gym. At this time, a beautiful woman with a beauty score of 90 got on the car. You can tell at a glance that this beauty has practiced martial arts. Although her skin is fair, there is a gleam in her eyes, and you can tell at a glance that she is a martial artist. After getting in the car, the beauty seemed to be worried about something. At this time, a piece of news came on the radio. Li Chang, a famous Chinese Sanda boxer, challenged Tai Chi Master Wu today. Master Wu was knocked down by Li Chang with one punch in just 30 seconds. Chinese martial arts suffered another heavy blow. It is reported that Li Chang has challenged Wing Chun Master Yi Xiao today. Upon hearing the news, the beautiful lady behind him frowned. China's martial arts have been ruined by these fake masters. Yi Chen sighed. After all, the system gave Yi Chen the skills of the king of action, and Yi Chen also has feelings for Chinese martial arts. It's mainly because of some news media fanning the flames. Our Chinese kung fu is the quintessence of our country, but some scum actually want to use it as a stepping stone to fame. The beautiful woman in the back seat said angrily. Beauty, are you from the Wing Chun gym? Yeah. Will you Wing Chun accept the challenge? Yi Chen asked. Of course. Regardless of whether we win or lose, we Wing Chun must safeguard the glory of China. At this time, the beautiful woman's cell phone rang. Girl, I have decided to compete with Li Chang. If anything happens to me, you must take good care of yourself. Dad, you have internal injuries, let me fight for you. Nonsense, how can you be Li Chang's opponent? Besides, he challenged me. It would be a joke if I didn't take action. Dad, you have internal injuries. What if? Don't worry, I can still deal with your father, a gangster. No matter what, I must protect the glory of Chinese martial arts. After hanging up the phone, tears welled up in the beautiful woman's eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating 5 stars of praise, activating new passengers with special attributes, and completing the selected tasks. You will receive the ultimate reward and help the host become a global boss. Passenger's occupation, martial artist. Option 1, comfort Yi Chen and get the system reward of the Peerless Martial Arts Sunflower Manual. Option 2, help Yi Chen defeat Li Chang and get the system reward of Wing Chun Master Skills, Magic City Financial Building. Option 3, ridicule Chinese martial arts, anger Yi Chen, and receive a bottle of traumatic injury medicine and a pair of multifunctional alloy crutches as system rewards. The reward for option 1 is the Sunflower Manual. It's an extremely powerful martial art, but Yi Chen is not interested at all, because Yi Chen knew that in order to practice the magic skills, he must castrate himself first. So Yi Chen gave up directly. There was no need to choose option 3, as the medicine for injuries and alloy crutches were already out. It was definitely this beauty who had ruined him. So Yi Chen had only one choice to defeat Li Chang. Both the Wing Chun Master Skills and the Magic City Financial Building were useful to Yi Chen. The Wing Chun Master Skills can be used for self-defense, and the Magic City Financial Building can be used as the company's headquarters. Yi Chen directly chose 2. Chapter 85 Yi Chen's Reward. Yi Chen drove the car and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" Yi Chen took a look. She was not in the mood to pay attention to Yi Chen, but when she saw Yi Chen's handsome profile, she was stunned. This boy is so handsome. Someone is trying to crack down on fake Wing Chun. Yi Chen responded. Why don't I deal with that Li Chang? I also know some Wing Chun. Do you know Wing Chun? Yi Chen was stunned. Yeah, I learned some of it before. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Thank you for your kindness. Li Chang is a professional boxer, you are no match for him. You won't know until you've fought your opponent. The car stopped in front of a boxing gym. Yi Chen shook her head. Forget it, this is our Yi family's business.
Thank you for your kindness. Yi Chen got out of the car. Yi Chen parked the car and followed Yi Chen into the boxing gym. Seeing Yi Chen following in, Yi Chen stopped and asked, "Why did you come in?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "How about this? Let's compete and see if I am qualified to represent Wing Chun." At this moment, the boxing gym suddenly became quiet. Someone actually challenged Big Sister. Yi Qian's strength in the boxing gym is second only to her master. In the past, there were boys who wanted to compete with her in order to pursue Yi Qian, but they were all beaten badly. "Okay. But if you lose, you will probably have to stay in the hospital for half a month." Yi Qian said coldly. Yi Qian jokingly asked, "If I win, will there be a reward?" Yi Qian snorted coldly, "There is a reward. I am going to lose. You can do whatever you want." Yi Chen is just a Didi brother. Even if he knows Wing Chun, he only knows the basics. Yi Chen never thought about the possibility of losing, so she agreed directly. "Our sister Yi has made a rule that whoever can beat her will get a kiss." Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Such good benefits. "Are you serious?" Yi Chen glared at the student and nodded, seriously. Seeing someone challenging the eldest sister, everyone in the martial arts gym gathered around. Yi Qian changed into a martial arts uniform and walked out. It has to be said that Yi Qian looks even more heroic in this martial arts uniform, especially her figure, which becomes doubly attractive when wrapped in the martial arts uniform. With a beauty score of 98, she is simply the best in the world. Thinking of the cherry lips kissing on his face, Yi Qian couldn't help himself. "Why don't you change into looser clothes?" Yi Qian said to Yi Chen, who was standing lazily on the boxing ring. "It's just a matter of a few minutes. There's no need for that," Yi Chen said with a smile. "How many minutes?" After hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words, there was an uproar at the scene. Since practicing Wing Chun, Yi Chen has been ranked among the top 10 in the country. This young man is so crazy that he wants to defeat himself in just a few minutes. After hearing what Yi Chen said, Yi Chen raised her eyebrows. "Okay, I originally wanted to let you lie in bed for 2 or 3 days, but now I have changed my mind. I want you to lie in bed for a month." Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "There are too many men like Yi Chen who want to get close to her by using martial arts competitions." Therefore, Yi Qian naturally classified Yi Chen as that kind of person, and Yi Chen is more arrogant than others. "If you want to kiss her, you have to pay the price." Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with a sharp light and she punched Yi Chen in the face. Yi Chen raised an evil smile and changed his steps to easily avoid the attack. After missing the first move, Yi Chen raised her eyebrows and punched again. Bang bang bang. Yi Chen threw 3 punches in a row. Yi Chen dodged them easily. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Yi Chen's dodging speed to be so fast. It seems that this guy does have some skills. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, not daring to take it lightly. Yi Chen smiled and said, "You are a girl. I will let you have 3 moves. It's time for me to fight back." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen took a step and appeared in front of Yi Qian. Bang bang bang. Yi Chen's punch was as fast as lightning. Yi Qian felt dazzled by the fist shadows in front of her eyes. The fist was about to hit her face, but Yi Chen's fist stopped a few millimeters away from her face. Tending. Yi Chen took a few steps back and took a breath of cold air. Yi Chen's punching speed was too fast. The essence of Wing Chun is speed, and Yi Chen demonstrated speed to the fullest just now. Yi Chen threw out more than 10 punches in an instant, and almost every punch could hit himself, but every time Yi Chen's fist was about to hit her, he withdrew. Otherwise, she would have fallen on Lin now. There was dead silence in the audience. Everyone was stunned. They never dreamed that Yi Chen, who was invincible in their eyes, would be unable to fight back in front of Yi Chen. They are all martial artists, and they have already seen that Yi Chen is trying to please Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Yi Chen with a smile and asked, "Should we continue?" "Of course I'll continue." Yi Chen naturally refused to admit defeat. Losing means her first kiss will be taken away by this man. So she can't lose. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Chen punched frequently, using all the tricks she had mastered over the years. However, what made Yi Chen feel miserable was that Yi Chen dodged with ease, just like a cat playing with a mouse. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Beauty, I still have to run around, so I don't have time to play with you. Let's end it." After he finished speaking, Yi Chen did not dodge this time, but launched an attack directly. Yi Chen couldn't hold on any longer, and in an attempt to dodge Yi Chen's fist, she slipped and fell off the stage. Yi Chen used the move of grabbing the moon in the air and held Yi Chen in his arms. Oh shit. Seeing this scene, the martial arts field fell into dead silence. This is too exciting. Their senior sister, the goddess of their dreams, was actually embraced by someone. Yi Qian's pretty face turned red. At this moment, he was clearly being taken advantage of, but he refused to come out because they are saving themselves. If Yi Chen hadn't taken action, she would have fallen off the stage. Yi Chen held Ying Ying's waist, which felt great. However, looking at Yi Qian's blushing face, he wisely let go. Yi Chen took 2 steps back, clasped his fists and said, "Sister Yi, I'm grateful for your concession." Yi Qian was a little confused. She had never expected that this Didi brothers Wing Chun was so powerful. She even knew very well that even her own father was no match for Yi Chen. Everyone in the martial arts gym was completely dumbfounded. The strength Yi Chen just displayed was too strong. He has brought the fast, accurate, and ruthless characteristics of Wing Chun to the extreme. After Yi Chen won, he did not ask for a reward but turned around and left. This time, Yi Qian's voice came from behind. "Stop." Yi Chen stopped, turned around and said with a smile, "Beauty, is there anything else?" Yi Qian blushed. "I, Yi Qian, always keep my word. Since I lost, I must fulfill my promise." "Promise?" Yi Chen suddenly thought of the kiss. Of course Yi Chen did not forget. The reason why he pretended to leave as if nothing had happened was that he was betting that Yi Qian would call him. "If I ask for it myself, it would seem that he is too lustful, but if a beautiful woman comes to your door on her own initiative, the situation is completely different." Although he wanted it in his heart, Yi Chen said, "Beauty, forget it, it was just a joke." However, Yi Qian strode towards Yi Chen and said, "Are you trying to make me lose my faith?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen felt his face getting wet. "Shit, I was kissed forcibly." Chapter 86. Be My Secretary. The martial arts training ground was dead silent. The boys in the martial arts school were heartbroken. The goddess' first kiss is gone. After Yi Qian kissed him, her pretty face flushed. "Yi Chen, remember your promise. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, I will be here waiting for you." Of course Yi Chen knew that Yi Qian was talking about the duel with Li Chang. "Don't worry." Yi Chen nodded, looking at Yi Chen's leaving back. Yi Qian let out a long sigh. My father is old and has internal injuries. Although he is unwilling to admit defeat, almost everyone understands that he is no match for Li Chang. If they lose, Wing Chun will become a laughingstock like other martial arts schools. If I lose, my father will not be able to bear it. Yi Chen, I hope you won't let me down. Senior sister, who was that person just now? He's so awesome. Is this the martial arts master that senior sister has found? Those junior brothers asked curiously about Yi Chen's identity. Yi Qian said faintly, "He is a Didi boy." Didi brother. There was dead silence all around. Is Didi brother so powerful now? When everyone knew Yi Chen's identity, they were all dumbfounded. Yi Chen drove to the Magic City Financial Building. The Shanghai Financial Building is located in the financial center of Shanghai, overlooking Puxi and Huangpu River to the west and Shanghai Commercial Street to the south. It covers an area of 16,600 square meters and has a total construction area of 381,600 square meters. It has 101 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. It is 492 meters high and has a square column appearance. It was named Best High-Rise Building of the Year. Now the owner of this iconic building in the Magic City has become Yi Chen. Yi Chen had just arrived at the door when Li Yuan, the property manager of the Magic City Financial Center, came to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Li Yuan bowed respectfully. Yi Chen nodded and walked into the Magic City Financial Center. Li Yuan looked at the young man curiously. The financial center of Shanghai is worth hundreds of billions. This building has become a landmark in Shanghai, but today he unexpectedly received news that the owner of this building had become Yi Chen. To be able to buy a building in the Shanghai Financial Center in one go, one not only needs to be rich, but also needs a strong background. Facing such an unfathomable young man, Li Yuan dared not be negligent. The B2, B1, 2 and 3 floors of the Magic City Financial Center are shopping malls and restaurants, the 7th to 77th floors are office areas, the 79th to 93rd floors are hotels, and the 94th, 97th, and 100th floors are observation halls. Li Yuan introduced to Yi Chen. "Is my office ready?" Yi Chen asked. "It's ready. Please take a look and we'll make adjustments if there's anything you're not satisfied with." Yi Chen followed Li Yuan to the chairman's office. The office is 500 square meters, with huge bay windows that are spacious and bright. Across the street is the Pujiang River, and the entire Magic City is at your feet. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with this office. "Okay, good, I'm very satisfied." Yi Chen nodded. "Mr. Yi, you are busy. If you have any questions, just come to me directly." Li Yuan said respectfully. Yi Chen nodded and called Lin Yuyu. You can come over now. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll be there right away.
Lin Yuyu's excited voice came from the other side. Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Even if you are a 1,000-year-old fox, I will reveal your true form. Half an hour later, Lin Yuyu walked into Yi Chen's office wearing an OL professional suit. Lin Yuyu's appearance is already 96 points, and when paired with a sexy OL uniform, she is even more breathtakingly beautiful. If there were no danger warnings from the system, and if he didn't have hacking skills, I'm afraid Yi Chen would really have used a beauty trap. Unfortunately, Yi Chen now knows that this woman is an infernal affairs operative, so no matter how beautiful she is, Yi Chen will not fall in love with her.
Now I should call you Boss Yi.
Lin Yuyu smiled cutely. When she was in college, Lin Yuyu was called the campus goddess. Such a charming smile is what many boys dream of, but now Yi Chen no longer felt excited. People are like this. When you treat the other person as a goddess, then you are a bootlicker. You are cautious in everything you do, worried that she will be angry and unhappy. Even a smile from her is a reward to you. However, when you don't take her seriously, you will feel less restrained.
Good morning, welcome to join us. Yi Chen said with a smile. Boss Yi, what kind of position are you going to give me?
Lin Yuyu said with anticipation.
You can be my personal secretary. Yi Chen said with a smile. What? Be a secretary?
Lin Yuyu was ecstatic. Lin Yuyu has received professional training, and although she was happy in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. Yi Chen teased, you are so beautiful, and you are a returnee.
You are perfect to be my secretary. It's so lonely to be alone in such a big office.
Lin Yuyu was stunned for a moment. This was not the way Yi Chen looked in her memory, honest and simple. It turns out that men become bad when they have money. I am this way. Lin Yuyu felt that the guilt in her heart disappeared instantly.
You're not going to do anything to me, are you?
Lin Yuyu tilted her neck and smiled, looking like a vixen.
I can't help it. You are so beautiful. It would be a waste of talent if you don't become my secretary.
Yi Chen shrugged. Lin Yuyu contacted Yi Chen just to get Yi Chen's identity. Being a secretary means she can always be by Yi Chen's side, which is her ideal position. So, Lin Yuyu signed the contract without hesitation. Yi Chen picked up his phone, opened the game interface, glanced at Lin Yuyu who was sitting at the door of the office and said, Yuyu, come here.
Lin Yuyu came over. Boss Lin, do you have anything to tell me?
Oh, my shoulders are a little sore, please give me a shoulder massage.
What the hell?
Lin Yuyu suddenly became angry. Pressed the shoulders. I am a returned overseas PhD. You actually want me to massage my shoulders as you are a returned overseas PhD. Lin Yuyu has been very proud since she was a child. In front of her, almost all men can be trained by her to be lickspittles and obey her in everything. According to her understanding, she is so beautiful and they are classmates. Shouldn't Yi Chen try to please her in every way and make her happy? Now, Yi Chen actually treated her as a servant. This plot is wrong. Hurry up. Didn't I ask you to massage my shoulders? Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Yi Chen tilted his head and looked at Lin Yuyu with dissatisfaction. However, Lin Yuyu did not move because of her dignity as a doctor. Yi Chen, I am a returned overseas PhD student in the Department of Finance. I am here to fulfill my dream, not to be your maid and humiliate you. Lin Yuyu was very angry. If she didn't have a mission, she would have turned around and left long ago. Yi Chen said calmly, humiliation? You're overthinking it. What's the purpose of your going to school? Isn't it to make money? Don't worry, I will pay you according to the salary of a returned overseas doctor, not a penny less. If you don't want to do it, I have money and there are plenty of people willing to be my secretary and massage my shoulders. Lin Yuyu's face was gloomy and uncertain. Yi Chen actually really hoped that Lin Yuyu would just turn around and leave. As long as she didn't target him, Yi Chen wouldn't care what she did. However, to Yi Chen's disappointment, Lin Yuyu stood obediently behind him, placed her delicate hands on his shoulders, and began to massage his shoulders. Yi Chen sighed, hey, I've given you a chance. Chapter 87 Study Hard. It seemed that Lin Yuyu was determined to trick herself. Since she wanted to trick him, Yi Chen would naturally not show mercy. Yi Chen asked calmly while playing Candy Crush, have you decided to stay?
Well, no one can resist money, and I need money.
My parents had a car accident a few years ago, and they used to rely on my disabled father to sell newspapers to support us. Now my father is also sick, and I have to make money to treat the old man. As she spoke, Lin Yuyu's eyes turned red.
Don't you have a younger brother? Yi Chen asked. My brother died in a car accident?
Lin Yuyu couldn't stop her tears from flowing when she talked about the sad thing. Watching Lin Yuyu's performance, Yi Chen was speechless. Damn, this acting skill is not inferior to my own god-level acting skill at all. He is much better than those stars who rely on eye drops to shed tears.
Why does he want to be in infernal affairs?
If he enters the entertainment industry, he will definitely be a big star with his looks and acting skills. Fortunately, I know your cards, otherwise I would have been fooled by your tears. You can act. I have god-level acting skills, so why would I be afraid of you? Yi Chen pulled Lin Yuyu in front of him and asked, how much does your father need for treatment?
1 million.
Lin Yuyu said through gritted teeth.
So much? Do you think you are worth so much money? Yi Chen asked jokingly.
I have been studying in school for so many years, and I am innocent. Seeing Yi Chen staring at her with lustful eyes as if he were looking at a commodity, Lin Yuyu suddenly felt like rushing over and slapping this bastard.
Okay, remember you are mine from now on, so listen to me. Yi Chen hooked his hand under Lin Yuyu's pointed chin and said jokingly. Yeah.
Lin Yuyu nodded, suppressing the anger in her heart. After leaving the office, Lin Yuyu went into the bathroom, then opened the app on her mobile phone and entered a secret. The software looks like a game, but a dialog box appears when it is opened. Boss, I have infiltrated the target person and everything is going well, but when will you deliver what you promised me?
As long as you complete the task, we will give you everything we promised you.
The other party replied.
Okay, I will complete the task as soon as possible. Lin Yuyu took a deep breath. Wait for your good news.
After closing the app software, Lin Yuyu sighed. She was forced to do this. She once had a happy family. Her younger brother, who grew up with her, was lively and cute, and her parents loved them very much. Although they are not wealthy, their family is well off, but the car accident changed their family. My younger brother died on the spot, my mother became a vegetable, and my father became disabled. The house collapsed in an instant. What Lin Yuyu couldn't accept was that the rich second-generation man who hit the person only paid for the medical expenses and was even released from prison after only 1 year. Now the other party has become the president of a listed group in a well-dressed manner. The moment Lin Yuyu saw this guy on the news, she made up her mind to take revenge. But how can a weak woman like her take revenge? That's why she embarked on this path of no return. Yi Chen had already seen Lin Yuyu's conversation with the other party in the office. Seeing Lin Yuyu coming back, Yi Chen said, "Come to my house tonight." Lin Yuyu, there was a hint of despair in her eyes. She didn't expect that the thing she was most worried about would happen so soon, but she still gritted her teeth. Lin Yuyu understood that what she had done might be irreparable, so she needed money to arrange for her parents' future life. Yi Chen called Lu Weiwei and asked her to help check on Lin Yuyu. She always felt that an outstanding girl like Lin Yuyu should not have taken this path unless it was for some other reason. Soon, Yi Chen found out about Lin Yuyu's family. Car crash, car accident caused 1 death and 2 serious injuries.
How's that rich second-generation guy driving the car?
Suspected of dangerous driving, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison, but was later released after his sentence was commuted to 1 year. He is now the president of Tianri Group. Damn it, this is really the case where good people don't pay for their lives but bad people live 1,000 years. You have ruined such a good family, yet you live such a comfortable life. Yi Chen finally understood why Lin Yuyu did this. It is very difficult for a weak woman to seek revenge on the president of a listed group. The other party obviously promised Lin Yuyu that he could avenge her, so Lin Yuyu took the risk. I can only say that Lin Yuyu is too stupid. These people were simply
deceiving her. China was a place where they could not do whatever they wanted. Yi Chen suddenly felt that Lin Yuyu was a little pitiful. By the way, Yi Chen, is there any problem with the person you asked me to investigate? Lu Weiwei suddenly asked. Well, give me 2 days and I will give you an explanation.
Yi Chen said after taking a deep breath. Originally, Yi Chen wanted to hand Lin Yuyu over to Lu Weiwei directly, but her fate would be miserable. But now Yi Chen has changed his mind. He wants to save Lin Yuyu and make her turn from evil to good. Ding, your account 1168 received a deposit of 100,000 million. Seeing this message, Lin Yuyu was stunned. Yi Chen, you, take it and use it to treat your father's illness. Lin Yuyu nodded. After get off work, Lin Yuyu followed Yi Chen and got into the car.
Where are you going? Yi Chen asked. Aren't we going to your house? Lin Yu said lightly. Go to my house? Yi Chen was stunned. Now that I've paid, I should do what I should do. Lin Yu said. I don't like others forcing me. Yi Chen said. No, I'm willing to. Being able to be with the person I love. I think my life is worthwhile. Yi Chen had already heard the determination in Lin Yu's words. Forget it, just grant her wish. At night, Yi Chen looked at Lin Yu, who was standing gracefully after the bath. I have to say, she is really beautiful, especially Lin Yu now. Why, what a pity. The next day, early morning. Yi Chen looked at Lin Yu beside him speechlessly. Aren't all the infernal affairs officers in Taimiao professionally trained? How come the quality is so low? Yesterday, Yi Chen had a very bad experience. After getting up, Yi Chen directly sent Lin Yu a website address. I don't have to go to work today, so I'll study hard. Then Yi Chen went into the kitchen to cook. While eating, Yi Chen asked, What did you learn? Lin Yu's pretty face flushed. This bastard actually showed her that kind of thing, but she nodded anyway. After finishing the meal, Yi Chen said, How about practicing it? Lin Yu, sure enough, people must learn, especially Lin Yu has a very strong ability to learn. This time, Yi Chen's experience was perfect, but Lin Yu was about to collapse. The two of them slept till night. Dinner was still prepared by Yi Chen. The steak and spicy crab were very generous. Yi Chen even prepared red wine. Such a sumptuous meal? Lin Yu was stunned. Yeah, I'll make it up for you. Yi Chen looked at Lin Yu's glass of wine and said with some regret, Oh. Yu, let me tell you a story. Chapter 88, Lakin. When Lin Yu heard that Yi Chen wanted to tell her a story, she was stunned for a moment. Okay. Yi Chen began to tell a story. There was a chicken farmer who one day saw his friend stealing corn from his crops. He thought his friend was a thief and unreliable, so he stopped associating with him. Later his friend asked him the reason. The farmer said, You are a thief. My friend asked, Can I buy you a chicken? The farmer said, My friend picked a sick chicken that was losing its hair and was sick and about to die. The farmer looked confused and said, I have so many chickens on my farm that are healthy and strong. Why did you pick this dying chicken? The friend said, I will keep this chicken outside my house and tell everyone I bought it from you. The farmer said nervously, None of my chickens are good, except this one. Can you say that this chicken represents the quality of all my chickens? My friend asked, Do you think I am a bad person just because I picked a corn that day? I did pick the corn, but I informed the owner of the corn in advance. Do you think I am a bad person just because of this incident? Lin Yu drank while listening to the story. Just then, Yi Chen turned on the TV. The song My Great China was playing inside. Lin Yu was stunned. What did this mean? Was it appropriate to show this movie in such a romantic atmosphere? However, Lin Yu was quickly attracted by the content of the movie. Watching China grow from a weak country to a stronger one, tears of remorse flowed from her eyes. It is true that the rich second generation is hateful, but she sold her soul and betrayed China just because of a piece of shit. How could I be so stupid? What did I do? He actually became an infernal affairs. At this moment, Lin Yu shed tears of regret. Yi Chen just added the repentance potion into Lin Yu's wine. Lin Yu suddenly burst into tears and cried very sadly. She suddenly hugged Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I am Wu Jiandao, and my purpose in approaching you is to find out your true identity. Yi Chen's story was spot on. She shouldn't have betrayed her country because of a bastard. After all, there are still many people here who love her, care for her and help her. I'm sorry, Yu. Actually, I've known for a long time that you are also a member of the infernal affairs. I deliberately set you up for the trap. Yi Chen was also tricked. Damn, Yi Chen was very depressed. He didn't expect that this medicine was so powerful that one would get sick just by smelling it. The atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. The scene was extremely embarrassing. This time, Lu Weiwei walked in from outside and handcuffed Lin Yu. Weiwei, you are actually quite pretty, but that thing is a little small. Yi Chen couldn't help but say. Lu Weiwei's face turned cold and she stared at Yi Chen. What did you say? Yi Chen, ouch, I have diarrhea, go to the bathroom. I checked the system and saw that the effect of the medicine would end in 10 minutes. Yi Chen squatted in the toilet for 10 minutes before coming out. Careless, Lin Yu was captured, and Yi Chen asked Lu Weiwei what would happen to her. After all, the two of them have slept with each other and their feelings are still there. Lu Weiwei's reply will depend on whether Lin Yu has done anything she shouldn't have done and her attitude towards admitting guilt. The plan was originally perfect.
The only flaw was that I fell into the trap of the only secretary was locked up, and Yi Chen's plan to start a company had to be temporarily shelved. Keep running Didi. Yi Chen received a call from Su Xiaoya and wanted to take a Didi to the station. He didn't drive a luxury car today, mainly because it was too troublesome. If he drove a luxury car, there would always be girls asking him for WeChat. Now he has added countless women on his WeChat. In fact, Yi Chen is very simple. He just wants to run Didi quietly, get good reviews, activate his new career and reach the peak of his life. The order Yi Chen took today was from Su Xiaoya.
Brother Chen, thank you for your hard work.
Su Xiaoya said with a smile.
Nothing, are we doing an outdoor live broadcast today?
Ever since Yi Chen last scoured the treasure map, Su Xiaoya's popularity has skyrocketed. Now he has become a popular anchor of Maya.
Well, let me introduce you to Brother Hao. He is also a live streamer. We are going to have a live broadcast this time. Brother Hao is also a popular anchor of Maya. The project he hosts is The Life of the Rich, but actually he is not that arrogant. The car is a BMW 7 Series and the villa is rented by him. The persona he defined for himself was that of a wealthy man. Of course, many smart fans have already figured out that he is a fake rich man, but everyone is just watching for fun. Brother Hao is an old anchor with a stable fan base. He wanted to use a beautiful anchor as a gimmick to attract traffic, so he invited Su Xiaoya. For Su Xiaoya, although she has some popularity now, she also hopes to increase her popularity, so this collaboration came about. The two also brought some photographic equipment. Through chatting, Yi Chen learned that their destination this time was the Shanghai Auto Show, and they were going to do a live broadcast on the theme of the auto show. The highlight of this auto show is a Lycan. Only 3 were produced worldwide. The other 2 have been sold. This is the last one. Lycan, is that the car that the protagonist drove through 3 Abu Dhabi skyscrapers in Fast and Furious? Yi Chen asked.
Yes, but this one is the latest model, and it is said to cost nearly 100 million yuan.
Hao said excitedly. When Yi Chen was watching a movie, he felt his adrenaline surge when he saw the Lycan passing through the 3 magic sky buildings. This time, Yi Chen was more interested in the exhibition in the Magic City. Loving cars is a man's nature. Although Yi Chen already owns 3 cars, Pagani, Venom and Cullinan, most top wealthy people have 7 or 8 luxury cars to drive around. The car arrived at its destination. Su Xiaoya gave Yi Chen a 5-star rating. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the first praise star, 1/5, and rewarding the magic A99999 license plate. Damn, it's the license plate of Emperor Gaozu. Yi Chen understood that the license plate represented identity. This license plate was so awesome. It was the highest authority in the world. Even if you had money, you couldn't necessarily buy it. Yi Chen parked the car in the parking lot and followed the 2 into the auto show. Seeing Yi Chen followed in, Hao smiled and said, "Brother Didi, are you here to see the auto show too?" "Yeah, let me take a look at that Lycan, too."
All men love cars, but it's a pity that we can only look at this kind of car. Arriving at the car show booth, Su Xiaoya and Hao Gu began to busy themselves with preparing the live broadcast equipment. Yi Chen stood at the booth, looking at the red Lycan. I have to say, this car is stunningly good looking. Watching it in a movie is one feeling, and seeing the real thing is another feeling. There are already quite a few car enthusiasts gathered around this car. Su Xiaoya and Hao also debugged the equipment. This time, many messages from fans have appeared on the barrage. Wow. Did Brother Hao bring his girlfriend with him to the live broadcast today?
What girlfriend? Xiaoya, the popular female anchor now.
Hao showed Xiaoya the barrage of comments on his phone. Xiaoya waved at the screen. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiaoya, welcome to my live studio when you are free." Today's Su Xiaoya is no longer as immature as she was before, and she has learned how to attract traffic for herself. The purpose of this live broadcast was to attract each other's fans, so Hao would not care about Xiaoya. Xiaoya's voice is so beautiful, I will definitely come to visit her later. With luxury cars and beauties all here, the number of fans in the live broadcast room continues to soar. Hao was very satisfied. It seemed that this operation was very good. The one behind is a Lycan, so beautiful.
Isn't this the car that crossed the 3 demons building in Fast and Furious? My dream car, you can only own it in your dreams.
At this time, the fans in the live broadcast room finally focused on the cool Lycan in the back.
Chapter 89. Let's buy it today. Yi Chen did not pay attention to the live broadcast of Su Xiaoya and Hao Gu. He just stood in front of the platform admiring the Lycan. In the eyes of others, this Lycan is out of reach, but for Yi Chen, as long as he likes it,
he can buy it directly because he has a system. Dad. A salesperson in front of the platform looked at Yi Chen in shock. The guy in front of me is so handsome, especially on his face. He is handsome and exudes the temperament of a successful man. Although Yi Chen was dressed very casually, his aura made the salesperson unable to help but come over. The salesman smiled and said, "Sir, which car at the auto show are you interested in? I can introduce it to you." Yi Chen didn't expect that among so many people, the salesperson would only come to chat with him. Could it be that I am so domineering that even this salesperson can tell that I am a rich man? Yi Chen smiled and said, "I think this car is good." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the salesman was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes, this Lycan is the only limited edition sports car on sale in the world, but the price is a bit shocking." Yi Chen and the salesperson were within the live broadcast range at this time. Oh my god, is this guy going to buy this car? You think too much. Didn't you hear what he said? I'm interested in this car. I'm also interested in this car, but I can't afford it. That's right, do you know how much this car costs? Nearly 100 million. Do you think this guy has the ability to afford it? Su Xiaoya and Hao Guo, who were broadcasting live on the side, were also stunned. Su Xiaoya was okay, knowing that Yi Chen had some financial ability. After all, he had given her several treasure maps. Brother Hao was speechless. A DD guy driving a Xiaoli car was pretending to be cool and asked the salesperson to introduce a Lycan to him. The salesperson didn't care whether Yi Chen could afford it or not, and introduced the product with a smile. This Lycan is equipped with a 3.8-liter 6-cylinder twin-turbocharged engine with a maximum horsepower of 830 horsepower, more than the first-generation Lycan. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in 2.7 seconds and has a top speed of 394 km per hour, which is more powerful than the first-generation Lycan. Only 3 of these Lycans were produced in the world, 2 of which have been bought by top tycoons. This is the last one, the salesperson explained in great detail, but she actually knew that the chances of the young man in front of her buying the car were very low, but she still introduced the car's various performance and data very seriously. Why Yi Chen likes this car very much. Although there are many big brands in this auto show, this is the only car that catches Yi Chen's eye. Pagani's style is calm and lacks luxury, but this Lycan is actually the epitome of cool and luxury. At this time, Brother Hao also directed the live video to the salesperson, and he also wanted his fans to know more about this amazing car. The price of this car after tax is about 98.88 million. With other expenses, it will cost nearly 100 million to buy it. When the salesman finished speaking, Su Xiaoya and Hao Gu beside him were secretly amazed. Damn, 100 million for a car, this is indeed a luxury item for the rich. 100 million is not too expensive. Yi Chen nodded, as if he was not talking about 100 million but a few $100. Salesperson, Su Xiaoya, Brother Hao, this guy is really good at showing off. 100 million is not too expensive. Nima, did this guy hear it wrong? He can't earn that much in his lifetime with 100 million. I guess he knows he can't afford it, so he just pretends to be cool. I bet he will run away after pretending to be cool. Ha, I am dying of laughter. This is the first time I have seen someone so shameless. The barrage became lively again. People who watch the live broadcast just want to have fun and see the excitement. They already knew the answer. This guy definitely couldn't afford it and was just bragging. Some netizens even joked, "Brother Hao, someone is showing off in front of you, can you tolerate it? Brother Hao, take out 100 million right now and slap this kid in the face." Yes, Brother Hao, let this kid know what a real rich man is. The barrage instantly became more lively. Of course Brother Hao can't afford it. If I could afford a car worth 100 million, would I still work so hard to do live broadcasts for you guys? What does a luxury car worth 100 million yuan mean? The person who buys this car must be worth at least tens of billions. Even those top wealthy young men in China would buy a car worth 30 or 40 million just to show off. A car worth 100 million is considered a waste of money even among the wealthy. This is also the main reason why this luxury car has not been sold after being exhibited for a date. The salesperson handed Yi Chen a business card and said with a smile, "Sir, if you are interested, you can contact me at any time." Yi Chen took the business card and said jokingly, "Do you think I can afford this car? Don't you think it's a waste of time to introduce it to me?" This is also the question that Su Xiaoya, Hao Gu, and the audience on the live broadcast platform want to know. After all, this is a car worth 100 million. The salesman smiled faintly and said, "Maybe you can't buy this car now, but I'm investing in your future."
If one day you become successful and want to buy a sports car, then I'll have a chance to close a deal, right? So sir, you must keep this business card. Yi Chen was also stunned for a moment. He had to say that this salesperson was really polite and good at talking. This short sentence not only saved the customer's face, but also gave him encouragement and expectations. Even if Yi Chen couldn't afford a car, he wouldn't feel too embarrassed. It was so heartwarming, even the fans in the live broadcast were stunned. Look at the salesman of luxury cars, they are very capable. Nah, last time I saw through a BMW, I was mocked by the salesperson. That's right, the salesmen of Mercedes-Benz and BMW are also awesome. Look at the service attitude of the salesmen who sell 100 million sports cars. This salesperson is so lovely, he speaks nicely and warmly. Yi Chen was actually very touched. He was wearing a set of cheap goods today because he was running Didi, but instead of mocking him, people went out of their way to introduce him to others and even gave Yi Chen a way out in the end. I have to say that this salesperson made Yi Chen feel very comfortable. Why? Yi Chen nodded. If I buy this car, do I need to make an appointment or pay directly and pick up the car? There are only 3 of this car in the world, and only 1 in China. It's perfect for showing off. The salesperson was stunned after hearing what Yi Chen said. She originally thought that Yi Chen would say goodbye and leave awkwardly, but she didn't expect him to buy it. However, the salesperson reacted quickly. She had encountered some rich people who were not good looking and shocked people with their first moves. She quickly said, if you want to buy it, you can pick it up directly. The salesman asked hesitantly, sir, do you really want to buy this car? After saying this, she felt a little nervous. If this car is sold, the commission will be nearly 1 million. She was very excited, but also worried that Yi Chen was just joking. After all, she saw Hao Gu and Su Xiaoya doing a live broadcast next to her. She had encountered such examples before where anchors created such plots to tease salespeople like them. Why? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Since we have met, it is fate. I like this car very much. Let's buy it today. Chapter 90, The Real Tyrant. Seeing that Yi Chen wanted to buy a car, the salesperson was overjoyed. This time the bet was right. The other party turned out to be a real rich man. The salesperson walked up to Hao and said, I'm sorry, you can't continue filming because it will expose the personal privacy of our customers. We need to delete your previous videos as well. Being able to buy a luxury car worth hundreds of millions must be very expensive. Generally, the richer a person is, the more low-key he or she is and the less likely he or she is to appear in public. This is also the reason why some wealthy people wear cheap goods. So out of consideration for the customers, the salesperson stopped Hao and Suya from taking pictures. Hao and Suya are still in a state of confusion. A sports car worth 100 million was just bought by a Didi driver. However, after hearing what the salesperson said, Hao reacted quickly. Okay, I'll stop filming immediately. Although this would incur some loss for him, the salesperson's request was reasonable and he had no reason to refuse. In fact, he still felt very sorry. It was such a good spot for a loser wearing cheap goods to subtly reveal his identity. The magical plot that only appears in the movie appeared in reality. If this video can be completed, it will definitely bring a lot of heat. It's okay, let them take pictures, I don't mind. Yi Chen said generously. Thank you so much, brother. Hao's face was filled with joy when he heard Yi Chen agreed to the filming. Sir, I will send you the finished video. If you find anything inappropriate, I will modify it and put it online. After Hao knew Yi Chen's identity, he became very humble. To be able to buy a sports car worth hundreds of millions, one's identity and background must be extraordinary. The salesperson saw that Yi Chen had no objection, so he didn't mind. The salesperson flattered, Sir, my name is Chen Bing, you can just call me Chen, I don't know what to call you sir. My last name is Yi. Yi Chen said with a smile. Suya looked at Yi Chen in shock. Although she knew that Yi Chen was rich, she didn't expect that Yi Chen was so generous that he could easily buy a sports car worth hundreds of millions. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be so generous. I should have asked you to give more rewards for the treasure map. Suya teased. Yi Chen smiled slightly. If you have the chance, continue to do radio gymnastics for me, and I will give you treasure maps. Suya's pretty face suddenly turned red in Suya's heart. She was very grateful to Yi Chen. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she might not have the opportunity to be a host now, let alone the chance to become famous. During this period, she also met a lot of rich second generations, but these people were really much worse than Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen feels different from other local tyrants. He gives people a gentlemanly feeling, and even a sense of security and happiness. Live broadcast room. When fans heard that Yi Chen was going to buy a car, they went crazy. Fuck, I actually saw the legendary rich man. A luxury car worth 100 million yuan, it's amazing that he bought it so generously. Poverty limits my imagination, it's awesome. What are you waiting for, beautiful anchor? Go and lick it. Ah how, ask the rich if they have any needs in that area, you can also hug their thighs. The live broadcast room was so popular that the screen even froze. Yi Chen followed the salesperson to the VIP room to go through the car purchase procedures. The saleswoman said, Mr. Yi, this car has some optional features. Do you need them? Yi Chen understood that the optional features of this kind of luxury car were very expensive, and even one of the headlights of this car could buy a Porsche. Ordinary people usually don't choose accessories when buying a car, because they all know it's a scam and the profit margins are huge. Yi Chen glanced at the promotional leaflet handed over by the salesperson and said, no need to look at it, just add what needs to be added. 100 million has been spent, and you're still short of a few million. The salesperson was overjoyed after hearing this, and then took out a calculator to do some calculations. Mr. Yi's car was worth 98.88 million yuan, plus the accessories worth 3.22 million yuan, plus commercial insurance. The total was 102.18 million yuan. Hearing the salesperson's offer, Suya and Ahao were almost dumbfounded. The accessories alone cost 3.22 million. That's really luxurious. This is the world of the rich. Yi Chen took the list, took a look at it, and then took out his bank card. Swiped the card. Mr. Yi, we will help you with your license plate. Do you have a favorite number? No need for a license plate. I have one. Just help me get it on later. What's your license plate number? The salesman asked. Yi Chen said, Demon A. Hiss, the scene was dead silent. He is indeed a big shot, he even has such an awesome license plate number like 95 Supremes. In the live broadcast room, the netizens went even crazier. Fuck, this is a demon. I've seen this license plate number on the road before. It turns out it belongs to this big guy. No wonder he can afford a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. Just listening to the license plate, it sounds really impressive. The Supreme Emperor, awesome. Sir, do you want a loan or full payment? Pay in full, just swipe the card. The salesperson was stunned. Generally, some wealthy people will choose to take out loans when buying cars. After all, it is more cost-effective to have liquid funds in hand so as to obtain greater profits. The fact that Yi Chen paid the full amount without blinking an eye only proved one thing: he was really rich. The salesperson handed the contract to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, this car can be handed over to you after the formalities are completed in 7 days. Seeing that Yi Chen really swiped his card to buy the car, Ahao and Suya looked at each other. They suddenly felt that although they had millions of fans, they were nothing compared to a wealthy man like Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, let me add you on WeChat. I will contact you as soon as the vehicle procedures are completed. The salesperson was very happy after signing the contract. I earned a year's salary from this business. In the eyes of the salesperson, Yi Chen is the financial sponsor, so of course he must be served comfortably. The most important thing is, by adding this rich man's WeChat, I can communicate with him whenever I have time. Even if the rich people are unwilling to pay attention to you, it is good to take a look at their circle of friends to broaden your horizons. Yi Chen nodded and directly added the salesperson's WeChat. I hope nothing goes wrong. After 7, I want to see the car. No problem, don't worry, it will be done. The salesperson assured again and again. At this time, Ahao on the side asked with a smile, Mr. Yi, why don't we add WeChat as well? I will send you my video after I finish it. Ahao has the same idea as the salesperson. After all, rich people are often seen in TV dramas, but they are hard to come by in real life. Although you may not necessarily make friends, a casual word from someone may change your life. Besides, it's also prestigious to have a rich person's WeChat. Yi Chen did not refuse the host and added the other party's WeChat. This time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Yi Chen's voice came through the phone. Yi Chen, can you come to the martial arts hall earlier? My father doesn't agree with you taking action for him. Chapter 91, Too Much Nonsense. Yi Family Wing Chun Martial Arts School. Yi Chen said, Dad, I have tried it, he is indeed using Wing Chun, why can't he fight for us? Yi Xiao coughed and said, this is a matter of our Yi Family Martial Arts School. Is Yi Chen a member of the Yi Family Martial Arts School? Then I'll do it for you. Yi Qian said angrily. You are no match for him. Yi Xiao smiled bitterly. Chinese martial arts are now gradually declining,
and it is no wonder that they are bullied by some people with ulterior motives. From their Wing Chun gym, there hasn't been a decent apprentice in these years. Although Yi Qian works very hard, her talent is average. Just as the father and daughter were arguing, there was suddenly a loud noise coming from the door. A man in a taekwondo uniform walked in. There were several people following behind this person, all holding photographic equipment. The leader said proudly, "Hello everyone, I am Li Chang, a 9th degree black belt in taekwondo. This is Yes Wing Chun Gym. By the way, I came from here, but I felt that Chinese martial arts were too rubbish, so I learned taekwondo. Today I am here to challenge the gym and expose its fakes." Li Chang, what do you mean? Yi Qian frowned when she saw the person walking in. It turns out that Li Chang is indeed a student of Wing Chun martial arts school, and his talent is even better than Yi Qian's. However, a year ago, this guy actually molested a female student and was expelled by his father in anger. This bastard actually learned taekwondo and insulted Chinese kung fu. Li Chang looked at Yi Qian jokingly and said, "Senior sister Yi, you are more beautiful again. By the way, if you win, you can give me a kiss. Does that count? Get out. You don't deserve it." Yi Qian said coldly. Yi Xiao coughed and said, "Li Chang, you are not welcome here, please leave." Li Chang snorted coldly, "Master, by the way, I should call you Master Yi now. I am here to challenge the taekwondo school this time." "Why do you do that?" Yi Xiao said coldly. Li Chang's eyes turned cold and he looked at the plaque at the door. Just because of this, Li Chang leaped up into the air and did a split kick snap. The sign of Yes Wing Chun Gym hanging on the door was kicked in half. "Li Chang, you are too crazy." At this time, a figure rushed out from the Wing Chun martial arts hall. This person is called Shirlei. He is an old student of the martial arts hall. His strength is second only to Yi Qian in the martial arts hall. Without saying a word, Shirlei punched Li Chang in the face. Li Chang snorted coldly, "Shirlei, you haven't made any progress in all these years." Li Chang was very familiar with Wing Chun. He turned his body to the side and kicked Shirlei's leg directly with a whip kick snap. Shirlei was unable to dodge and his leg broke. He fell to the ground and rolled on the ground in pain. Li Chang kicked Shirlei to pieces with a smug look on his face. Everyone has seen that Chinese martial arts are so rubbish. It's a good thing I didn't stay in this martial arts gym in the first place. Damn, Wing Chun is so rubbish. Fortunately, I let my daughter learn taekwondo. That's right, it's just too rubbish. I can't bear to watch it. Yi Zhao's face was gloomy. Yi Qian was so angry that her whole body was shaking. After all, the two of them were brothers in the same school before, and no one expected Li Chang to be so ruthless. Li Chang arrogantly hooked his finger. "If anyone else is dissatisfied, you can avenge him." There was dead silence in the martial arts hall. Li Chang's strength is even stronger than his senior sister Yi Qian. Everyone understands that except Yi Qian. No one here can be his opponent. Yi Qian led people to carry Shirlei down, gave him painkillers, and then stood up with a gloomy face. "Li Chang, you scum, I'm going to clean up the mess today and avenge Shirlei." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Qian was already fighting with Li Chang. After all, Li Chang has practiced Wing Chun for 3 years and is very familiar with the Wing Chun routines. Moreover, he is now proficient in taekwondo, and Yi Qian is obviously at a disadvantage. Yi Qian made a feint with her palm and then kicked out. A wicked look flashed across Li Chang's lips, and he stretched out one hand and directly grabbed Yi Qian's ankle. Senior sister's legs are so smooth and tender, they are really top-notch. Then, Li Chang shamelessly moved closer and sniffed it. "You bastard." Yi Qian felt sick and tried to pull her legs back, but Li Chang's wrist was very strong. Yi Xiao couldn't bear it anymore when he saw his daughter being bullied. After all, he is the elder and shouldn't take action in secret, but this bastard is going too far. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd and kicked Li Chang directly in the chest. Li Chang was suddenly attacked and had to retreat 7 or 8 steps before he stopped declining. Yi Qian suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. At this time, a hand wrapped around Yi Qian's waist, picked up Yi Qian who was about to fall, and turned her body around. Yi Qian thought she was going to fall, but someone picked her up. She looked at the handsome face and was surprised. "It's Yi Qian, he's here. Sorry, I'm late." Yi Qian posed in a handsome pose and said with a smile. The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly went crazy. Damn, that boy's movements are so cool. This face value, this smooth and flowing action of picking up girls, is simply so handsome. I fell in love with this brother. Can the anchor help me find his contact information? Li Chang was going crazy. This should have been his time to show off, but Yi Qian was the one showing off. Li Chang was furious.
this despicable person actually attacked me by surprise. Yi Xiao looked at Yi Chen holding his daughter tightly and couldn't help coughing. After all, people of his age are still quite feudal. Yi Chen reluctantly put Yi Chen down and hooked his finger at Li Chang. Do you need to say hello before beating a dog? What a joke. If you are not convinced, come and ask me for it. Seeing Yi Chen's arrogant actions, the female fans in the live broadcast room became excited again. Wow, this move is so cool. His contemptuous look is simply too charming. Love it, this is my dish. Li Chang was speechless. Damn, you guys are my fans, okay? You became my fans so quickly. Li Chang took a deep breath. You keep showing off, I will beat you to the ground right away. Boy, you are looking for death. Today I will make you. Li Chang was just trying to show off in front of his fans. Suddenly Yi Chen appeared in front of him and kicked Li Chang on the leg. With a plop, Li Chang knelt directly in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen's speed was so fast that no one could react, and Li Chang had already knelt in front of Yi Chen. Yi Xiao sat in his seat with a fixed gaze. This young man is so strong. When Yi Chen saw Li Chang kneeling down to talk, she gasped. Only now did she understand that Yi Chen had always been giving in to her. Yi Chen lowered his head and looked at Li Chang with disdain. You talk too much nonsense. Li Chang's fans who were watching the live broadcast were not depressed but became more excited when they saw this scene. Fuck, this guy is so awesome. I finally know what a true master is. He is handsome and good at kung fu. I love this guy so much. In an instant, the live broadcast room became Yi Chen's home court. Chapter 92, 700,000 needles. Remember in 1 second. Be it the people from the Wing Chun gym, Li Chang's fans in the live broadcast room, or even Li Chang, they never dreamed that this competition would end so quickly. Yi Chen said coldly, Chinese martial arts have a history of 5,000 years. How can you scums insult it? If you don't accept it, come to me. I'm always here to fight you. Well said. Yi Xiao led the applause. People from the Wing Chun Club also cheered and applauded. In Li Chang's live broadcast room, most of the fans have become Yi Chen's fans. What the hell is Taekwondo? It's so lame. I will ask my daughter to quit Taekwondo and learn Wing Chun tomorrow. Yi Chen, awesome. You let us know that Chinese martial arts are the strongest. Let those keyboard warriors who criticize Chinese martial arts see who dares to say that Chinese martial arts are not good. Li Chang's leg bone was broken by Yi Chen's kick, and he was carried away by several people from the studio. After the live broadcast ended, Yi Chen attracted countless fans. Most importantly, those fans who once believed that Taekwondo was strong have regained their confidence in Chinese martial arts. With this kick, Li Chang was basically crippled, and it was impossible for him to pursue martial arts. Yi Xiao came to Yi Chen excitedly and said, Mr. Yi, thank you so much. I wonder where your Wing Chun teacher came from. Yi Chen smiled and said, I learned Wing Chun by myself. Self-study? Yi Xiao was shocked. When Yi Xiao saw Yi Chen take action, he realized that Yi Chen's strength was even better than his own. This made him sour. After practicing Wing Chun for half my life, I am not as good as a young man in his early 20s. I wonder what Mr. Yi does. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Actually, I am just a deedy boy. Hiss. Everyone was stunned. The strength that Yi Chen just demonstrated has reached the level of a Wing Chun master. Driving deedy? How is that possible? Yi Xiao quickly said, Mr. Yi, how about you come to our boxing gym and be a martial arts instructor? Yi Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, actually Wing Chun is just my hobby. My main job is driving a deedy. Yi Xiao said anxiously, Mr. Yi, I am willing to give you twice the money of driving deedy. Yi Chen shook his head. Money is not a problem. Driving deedy is related to my dream and my future. So no matter how much money you give me, I will not give up my dream of driving deedy. Consider driving deedy as a dream. Everyone was almost drunk. In their eyes, driving deedy is just a means of making a living. Otherwise, who would be willing to go in the wind and rain? My legs hurt so much. At this time, Shirley, who had just fainted, woke up and groaned in pain. This time, several people from the martial arts school surrounded Shirley. Just now, Shirley's leg was broken by Li Chang's kick and he was in great pain. No, we have to send him to the hospital immediately. Yi Chen frowned. Yi Chen said, his leg injury is very serious and must be treated immediately. Otherwise, even if he goes to the hospital, he will be disabled. As he spoke, Yi Chen squatted in front of Shirley and put his hand on Shirley's calf. Ah. Shirley let out a painful sound. Bear with it.
Yi Chen said, exerting force with his palm. Snap. Shirley felt a pain at first, and then he felt that the pain in the injured area was much less. Yi Chen said, I have treated his leg, but he still needs to go to the hospital for further treatment. But don't worry, he won't be disabled. Everyone was stunned to see that Shirley, who had just been pale and wailing, didn't feel so much pain after being treated by Yi Chen. How about this, you can take my car and I'll take you to the hospital. Yi Chen said. Yi Chen helped Shirley into Yi Chen's Xiaoli car in the car. Yi Chen said gratefully, Yi Chen, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I don't know how arrogant Li Chang would be. Li Chang is nothing but a clown. Defeating him is as easy as stepping on an ant. Although Yi Chen said it lightly, Yi Chen knew that if it weren't for Yi Chen, today would have been really dangerous. Yi Chen understood that she was no match for Li Chang, and her father was also injured. If Yi Chen was not here, their martial arts school might really be disgraced today and become a laughingstock in the eyes of all Chinese people, just like the Tai Chi and Wudong sects. Yi Chen parked the car at Ren'ai Hospital. When Shirley saw the sign of Ren'ai Hospital, his expression changed slightly. Mr. Yi, forget it, let's go to another hospital, this one is too expensive. Ren'ai Hospital, a famous aristocratic hospital, is not something a loser like him can afford to stay in. Yi Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I have friends here whose medical expenses are all free. Although Shirley's strength is not very strong, but in that situation, he did it even though he knew it was impossible. His courage made Yi Chen admire him very much. Yi Chen said, hey, Yi Chen, you have helped me so much, how should I thank you? Yi Chen smiled and said, to thank me, why not just give me a 5-star rating? 5-star review? So simple? Yi Chen was stunned. Actually, 0 remember, in 1 second she didn't know that 5-star reviews were what Yi Chen needed most. His goal is to reach the peak of his life, so he must constantly collect good stars, activate more professions, and make himself stronger. Yi Chen directly gave Yi Chen a good review. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the second praise star, 25, and rewarding intermediate medical skills. Intermediate medical skills, it turns out that my medical skills can be upgraded. Intermediate medical skills allow one to refine medicines and treat non-fatal illnesses. This reward is very useful to Yi Chen. After all, he owns a Ren'ai hospital, and he can treat more patients with the refined medicines in the future. Yi Chen and Yi Chen sent Shirley to the ward. After examining the patient, the doctor asked in surprise, who treated the patient's wound? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and asked, is there any problem? The doctor said, if it had not been treated in time, the patient's leg might have been useless. Fortunately, it was treated in time, a plaster cast was put on, and it was fine after a month of rest. Thank you, doctor. Yi Chen said gratefully. Yi Chen came over at this time, I have already paid Xiao Qian's medical expenses. You stay here with senior brother Shirley. I will continue to run Didi to make money. After hearing what Yi Chen said, Yi Chen was speechless. She knew that an appointment at Ren'ai Hospital would cost tens of thousands of yuan. Yi Chen paid all the medical expenses without saying a word. Is the money from Didi enough? But Yi Chen just left after saying hello. Yi Chen walked out of the hospital and suddenly heard a noise. A mother in her 20s knelt in front of a doctor. Dr. Li, please save my son. Just give him an injection. His father has already raised the money, and we will definitely make up for it. The middle-aged doctor shook his head and said, Sister, it's not that I don't care about human feelings. This shot costs more than 700,000 yuan. If you don't pay, I really don't dare to give it to you. I can't afford this responsibility. 700,000 per injection? Yi Chen frowned when he heard this. Dear, this chapter has ended. I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Chapter 93 Monopoly. Remember, in 1 second the woman was holding a skinny little boy in her arms. The boy was just skin and bones, looking very pitiful. Yi Chen walked over and asked, Sister, what's wrong with your child? The woman cried and said, My son has spinal muscular atrophy when he was 1 year old. He must be given a special foreign medicine. One shot costs 700,000 yuan. We are still short of more than 100,000 yuan for this shot. Now I am asking my husband to borrow money. If he doesn't get the medicine, my son may die. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed after hearing this. 700,000 for one needle, this is too unfair. In his previous life, Yi Chen had watched a movie called Dying to Survive.
This needle was even darker than what was portrayed in that movie. 700,000 yuan for one injection is clearly a money grab, the doctor sighed and said, I'm sorry, according to the rules of our hospital, you can't get an injection without payment. If it is a few hundred or even a few $1,000s, the doctor can take it if she doesn't have to pay for it himself/herself, but this is 700,000 yuan. How could he dare to take this shot? Yi Chen said on the side, fight, I'll pay for her. Looking at the child in the woman's arms, Yi Chen couldn't bear to watch him die in front of him. 700,000 is just a drop in the bucket for Yi Chen, but it can save a life. The onlookers were all stunned. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Chen. This young man who was wearing cheap Uniqlo clothes actually paid 700,000 yuan for others. Is he crazy or stupid? The woman knelt down in front of Yi Chen. Thank you, little brother. I'll consider this money as a loan to you. We will definitely pay it back. The woman couldn't help but say. Yi Chen sighed, wait a moment, I'll go pay the money. Arriving at the cashier's office, Yi Chen said, pay the money. I want a needle to treat atrophy. Yi Chen, is it you? A nurse looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen was also stunned when he saw the nurse. It turned out to be Tang Lu. Why are you here? Aren't you at Kyoto Jinai Hospital? Tang Lu looked at Yi Chen and said, I was just transferred here. You're not doing this for me, are you? Yi Chen said jokingly. No, it's just a normal job transfer. In fact, it was not a normal job transfer at all. Tang Lu used a lot of connections to be transferred to Shanghai Renai Hospital. There is only one reason, and that is for Yi Chen. After Yi Chen left Kyoto, Tang Lu's mind was full of Yi Chen. She had never been so fascinated by any man. When she closed her eyes, all she could see was Yi Chen's shadow. So, Tang Lu asked someone to arrange for her to go to Kyoto. What are you buying this medicine for? Tang Lu asked puzzledly. Yi Chen said, just now I met an older sister who was crying while holding her child, saying that she couldn't afford this medicine. I felt sorry for her, so I bought one for them. Tang Lu was also stunned after hearing Yi Chen's words. Oh my god, this guy is so adorable. Tang Lu also knew that this medicine was one of the most expensive medicines. One injection cost 700,000 yuan. In order to keep their children alive, many parents are willing to sell all their belongings to buy this medicine. However, the injections were too expensive, and most families could not afford them and had to give up treatment. Tang Lu's favorability towards Yi Chen instantly soared again. Not only handsome and elegant, but also very loving. I love him, it's worth my journey of thousands of miles to find him. You are so kind. I thank you on behalf of that older sister. Tang Lu wrote a prescription for Yi Chen and helped him get the medicine. The boy's mother held the child and said, Xiao Zhang, hold on a little longer. Uncle will go buy you some medicine. Why hasn't the young man come back in such a long time? You really believed it? 700,000 per shot, do you think he would really buy it? I think so too. I think that young man is a liar. This is too much. The person is in such a miserable situation, but he still lied to me. This is really too much. Dr. Li said, don't wait, sister. That young man is probably trying to trick you. 700,000, are you kidding? Who is willing to pay 700,000 yuan to save a stranger? Hearing what everyone said, the woman's eyes were filled with despair. Yi Chen is her only hope. A few days ago, her son just learned to call her mom, and she was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night, but the child's illness recurred. Xiao Zhang, I'm sorry. It's not that mom and dad don't want to save you. I'm sorry, sister. There were too many people picking up the medicine, so we were delayed. A familiar voice came to my ears. Oh my god, the young man is back. Seeing this scene, all those who had just been talking about Yi Chen being a liar shut up. The hall was dead silent. Everyone looked at the needle in Yi Chen's hand. Sister, I bought the needle, give the child the injection quickly. The woman fell to her knees holding the child. Brother, thank you so much, you are our family's savior. Oh my god, this guy really went to buy medicine. This is a 700,000 yuan medicine, this guy is really rich. This world is really zero. Remember, in 1 second there are good people here. I was moved to tears. In fact, many people sympathized with the boy, but they were unable to help. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the boy was rescued. The woman gave the boy an injection and left with many thanks. Dr. Li said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, you don't have to be like this. Yi Chen frowned after hearing this. There is no need, he is alive. Dr. Li said helplessly, Mr. Yi,
I know you are a kind person, but I have many patients like this here.
You helped them this time, but what about next time? Yi Chen fell silent after hearing this.
Indeed, this disease was like a money-eating machine. How many 700,000 does a family have? When all the money is gone, the ending will be the same as this woman's, and you can only choose to give up. Although he saved the boy now, what will he do if the boy gets sick next time? Dr. Lee continued. In fact, it's not that we are indifferent. Our country has negotiated hard with the other party to get the price of this medicine to the lowest. It's just a pity that we don't have the technology to produce this medicine.
This medicine is monopolized. If you want to treat the disease, you can only buy this medicine. Yi Chen thought for a while and said, I understand.
If we want to help these children, we must develop a treatment prescription to break this monopoly. After hearing what Yi Chen said, Dr. Lee suddenly laughed. Young man, you are still too young.
The technology is in the hands of others. How can we break the monopoly?
Yi Chen checked spinal muscular atrophy on his mobile phone, and suddenly a prescription appeared in his mind. This prescription can cure this disease. Yi Chen was delighted. This is a Chinese medicine prescription. The combined therapeutic effect of several medicines can not only stabilize the condition, but also help the child recover. Most importantly, these prescriptions are common medicines that ordinary people can fully afford. These children are saved. Dear, this chapter has ended.
I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Chapter 94 Charm Regulator. Remember, in 1 second in the meeting room of Renai Eye Hospital, several senior executives of Renai Eye Hospital looked at Yi Chen curiously. This meeting was convened by Yi Chen. As the second largest shareholder of Renai Eye Hospital, Yi Chen has always been a hands-off boss. Mr. Yi, do you have any opinions on the development of the hospital by convening this meeting?
Dean Wang asked curiously. Dean Wang has always been in awe of Yi Chen, because Yi Chen's background is unfathomable. He is also one of the few people in the hospital who knows Yi Chen's background. A young man who was only in his early 20s actually had shares in leading companies in several major fields in China. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. Yi Chen said, this time I called a meeting for spinal muscular atrophy. Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Chen's words. Deputy Director Chen Bo said, there is no cure for this symptom at the moment.
There is no treatment.
Only an imported drug from abroad can keep the child alive. Dean Wang also heard that Yi Chen was buying a needle for a child in the hospital. He said, Mr. Yi, do you have any constructive suggestions? Yi Chen said, the price of this needle is 700,000, which is too unfair. As the best hospital in China, we should do some good things for China and make some contributions to society while making money. Chen Bo frowned after hearing this. Mr. Yi, I want to remind you that we are a hospital, not a welfare institution. We can't pay for every patient's family at 700,000 yuan per shot. Several senior executives nodded in response to Chen Bo's words. That's right. There are so many difficult and complicated diseases in the world. If hospitals were to pay for all of them, they would not be able to operate. Moreover, this is a very bad precedent. Once a loophole is opened, it will be very detrimental to the future development of the hospital. Although they are doctors, they care more about how much shares and how much money they can earn. It's too hard to get them to pay out of their pockets. Yi Chen smiled faintly after hearing this. My suggestion is not that we spend money, but that we can make money while doing good deeds.
Make money?
Everyone was stunned. Yi Chen continued, I plan to develop a drug specifically for the treatment of muscular dystrophy. I will only charge the cost price for the Chinese people, but for non-Chinese patients, a dose of the drug will be priced at 880,000 yuan. With this action, Yi Chen is taking revenge on certain countries. You are asking for exorbitant prices by relying on your technological monopoly. If that's the case, why should we sell the medicine to you cheaply if we have developed it? After hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was stunned. Dean Wang sighed and said, Mr. Yi, your suggestion is good, but as far as I know, the technology of this medicine is monopolized by a certain country.
We don't have that technology.
And as far as I know, if you want to develop a special medicine, the money and cost will be doubled.
We are just a hospital and don't have the strength to do so.
Several other shareholders also shook their heads secretly at why Yi Chen is still too young. You know how difficult it is to develop a new drug and how much effort it takes, especially for this kind of special medicine. It is even more difficult to make, otherwise people would not sell one bottle of medicine for 700,000. Seeing everyone's questioning eyes, Yi Chen smiled faintly.
I have developed the medicine.
It is a traditional Chinese medicine formula, and I can guarantee that it is very effective for the disease. It is even more effective than foreign medicines. There was dead silence in the conference room. Everyone looked at Yi Chen, their eyes filled with shock. What? It's already been developed? Dean Wang was stunned, Vice President Chen was also stunned, the shareholders of several other hospitals were also stunned. That drug can be said to be a difficult problem in world medicine. Countless countries have been researching this, but none have been successful. Although Yi Chen is a shareholder of Renai Eye Hospital, he has never had a medical background. He actually developed this kind of medicine? Are you kidding? Yi Chen seemed to see what everyone was thinking and said, now you just need to go through the procedures for this drug so that it can be used in clinical practice. As for sales, just follow what I said. The cost price for Chinese people is 880,000 yuan per dose, and overseas. You are dark, but I am darker than you. Yi Chen said, slapped a prescription on the table, and stood up to leave. Dean Wang was stunned when he saw the prescription on Yi Chen's desk, Chinese medicine prescription. Several shareholders of Renai Eye Hospital looked at each other in bewilderment. What do you think, Dean Wang? Dean Wang smiled bitterly and said, let's see if this prescription can really cure this disease. After all, medicine is not an ordinary thing. If something goes wrong, we can't bear the responsibility. Chen Bo snorted coldly, I think Yi Chen is just trying to attract attention. He has never even studied medicine. How could he develop so many special medicines that other countries cannot develop? Several other shareholders also nodded, agreeing with Chen Bo's statement. Dean Wang took a deep breath and said, Yi Chen is not a simple person. Let's organize experts to study this prescription first, and then I want to see the results. If it is true, we will do everything according to Mr. Ye's wishes. As soon as Yi Chen walked out of the hospital, Tang Lu was standing at the door. Yi Chen, I want a ride. Yi Chen chuckled and said, okay, where are you going? Hey, I came all the way here to see me, shouldn't you take me around the magic city? (0). Remember in 1 second didn't you say it was a normal job transfer? Tang Lu blushed, no matter what, since I caught you, you have to play with me. Yi Chen nodded after hearing this, okay, but you have to give me a 5-star rating. Tang Lu was speechless. This guy was obviously a rich man, but he was still keen on using Didi every day. Most importantly, he cared so much about whether he got 5-star reviews. No problem. As long as you can make me happy, I will give you a 5-star rating. Yi Chen drove the car and asked, where do you want to go? Tang Lu thought for a moment and said, I heard that there are several good movies released recently. Let's go to the cinema. Yi Chen then remembered that the 3 movies he shot were released nationwide today. Okay, let's go to the movies now. As soon as the car stopped, Yi Chen felt a little worried. The cinema was full of movie promotional posters, and he was on them. If he walked in like this, it would definitely cause a commotion. After arriving at the destination, Tang Lu directly gave Yi Chen a 5-star praise. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5-star praise, activating the 3rd praise star, 35, and rewarding the charm regulator. Charm regulator, you can adjust the charm value. The highest charm value of 10 can attract the attention of thousands of people. If the charm value is 0, you will become invisible and no one will notice you. Holy shit, the charm regulator is awesome. With this skill, Yi Chen won't have to worry about being chased and blocked by fans after he becomes famous. Yi Chen adjusted the charm value to 0, and the two walked out of the cinema. Tang Lu was stunned when she saw the poster. Yi Chen, the person above looks like you. Really? Some people in this world do look alike. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Even Tang Lu didn't recognize that it was him on the poster. The charm regulator was really awesome. Dear, this chapter has ended. I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Chapter 95, Fire. Remember in 1 second Yi Chen and Tang Lu walked into the cinema. Which movie do you want to see? Tang Lu said, let's watch a comedy. I heard that The Mermaid is Stephen Chow's latest work. I still owe him a movie ticket. Yi Chen smiled and said, okay. After buying the movie tickets, the two walked into the theater. The cinema is already full of people thinking that his movie was about to be released. Yi Chen also had a very strange feeling. In the past, this was Yi Chen's dream when watching a movie. I often think,
how nice it would be if I could be the protagonist in the theater unexpectedly. My dream has come true now. I just don't know whether the audience will buy the movie I act in. Why Yi-Chen felt a little uneasy. The movie started, and soon the audience burst into laughter at Yi-Chen's exaggerated acting. Listening to the laughter in the theater, Yi-Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This movie is a sure thing. After walking out of the cinema, Yi-Chen still heard many audience members' exclamations. This movie is great. Yi-Chen's acting is so good. He is definitely the successor of Stephen Chow. Yeah, this nonsensical style is so funny, but who is this Yi-Chen? Ha, Yi-Chen is so handsome, and most importantly, his acting is so funny. At this time, another movie was finished. Yi-Chen is so handsome, especially his fighting scenes with Lian Jia are so powerful. Yeah, I used to feel that Link was the king of Kung Fu, but now I feel that Yi-Chen is not inferior to him at all. Awesome, handsome, and good at fighting. He will be my idol from now on. Yi-Chen felt happy listening to the audience's comments. On the side, Tang Lu looked at the promotional videos of the two movies and then looked at Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen, I feel like this lead actor looks like you. It can't be you. How could that be? They just look alike. Yi-Chen also noticed that many people were looking at him, so he deliberately lowered his hat. The two left the cinema. Yi-Chen treated Tang Lu to a meal, and then returned home. Why Yi-Chen opened his phone and saw that the movie The Mermaid had become a hit. The Dubon score actually reached 9.2 points. It is rare for a comedy film to receive such a high rating in recent years. The Mermaid is such a hilarious movie. I feel like I have captured the power of a peak star god. It's amazing. Yi-Chen is so handsome. From today on, he is my idol. Yi-Chen opened the WeChat account he had just registered a few days ago and was shocked after taking a look. His fans have exceeded 1 million. Damn it, it's so awesome. Yi-Chen, the movie you acted in is so good. Master Yi, the fighting scenes between you and Lian Jia are so strong. Those young handsome guys can't compare to you. I watched your performance in The Kite. You played this character so well. Although Yi-Chen registered a Weibo account, he has never updated it. Seeing that netizens were so enthusiastic, he thought about it and typed a message. Thank you for your recognition. Actually, being an actor is just my hobby. Seeing Yi-Chen's message, netizens became instantly excited. Although Yi-Chen's 3 dramas are very popular, there are very few reports about him. In fact, Master Xing, director Zhang Mao, and director Suku have all invited Yi-Chen to participate in events, but he refused. Why Yi-Chen acts only to complete the system tasks and fulfill his dreams. He does not want to be too famous. Damn it, Yi-Chen finally came out. Amateurs act so well. What do you think of the real actors? Acting is your part-time job? What do you do? Yi-Chen thought for a moment and replied, actually, I am just a Didi guy full of positive energy. Maybe one day you can meet me if you call Didi. Didi brother, those fans were stunned. This style is wrong. Yi-Chen's 3 dramas can be said to be extremely popular. Shouldn't Yi-Chen take this opportunity to participate in the show, show his face and gain attention? But why are you going to drive Didi? Is this true? Our boys are actually driving a Didi? Damn, I took a Didi today and it felt like the guy driving the car looked a lot like Yi-Chen. I didn't expect that I would just pass by my male god like this. Yi-Chen turned out to be the Didi boy, and this news became popular again. The latest news is that Yi-Chen's real job is actually Didi brother. Brother Didi's acting skills are so amazing that he has become the best actor in the eyes of many big directors. The successor of Master Xing is actually a Didi boy. At this time, Yi-Chen saw a question from a netizen. Master Yi, your acting is so great. I heard that you are not a professional. Are you self-taught? Yi-Chen thought for a moment and replied, actually, acting is very simple. You just need to think that you are that character. Damn it, see this reply 0. Remember in 1 second, many celebrities who followed Yi-Chen were heartbroken. Acting is not as simple as you say. Just think of yourself as that character. Did my 4 years in film school go to waste? God, Yi is awesome. This might be the legendary talent. Whatever he plays, he is so good. Yi-Chen is so awesome. I feel like Yi-Chen is the future movie star. A comedy, an action drama, and a spy drama that requires amazing acting skills. Why Yi-Chen's acting skills have been recognized by the entire entertainment industry. All major entertainment sections are also reporting on Yi-Chen. Yi Chen is a talented actor, and he claims that acting is easy. How did Yi Chen, an all-round newcomer, gain the favor of many top directors?
How a Didi driver transformed into a movie star. Tang Lu returned home, took a shower, and then lay on the bed. She held her phone and looked at Yi Chen's WeChat moments.
I am a Didi guy full of positive energy. When I met my ex-girlfriend, didn't you tell me to get lost? I left and you want me to come back. Do you regret it?
Sorry, I'm going to get lost. Today I taught a lesson to a scumbag who specializes in defrauding women.
It was really satisfying to see him being arrested by the police. 700,000 per shot. Is this a cure?
The child is so pitiful. Don't worry, Uncle will definitely make sure you can afford the treatment. Looking at Yi Chen's circle of friends, Tang Lu couldn't help but laugh. Tang Lu likes this man more and more, much better than those rich second generations she knew before. This time, she suddenly saw the news on the internet. Brother Didi became the leading actor in 3 hit movies. Tang Lu suddenly thought of Yi Chen's strange behavior in the cinema, the same name, the hat deliberately lowered, and how come people in this world look so similar? Why Yi Chen is Yi Chen? This guy is so despicable that he actually lied to me. At this moment, there were suddenly footsteps outside, followed by a knock on the door.
Xiaolu, open the door, Daddy wants to talk to you.
Tang Lu's expression changed slightly. Why is her father here? Dear, this chapter has ended.
I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face.